1 Prologue. It was a tragedy. We can't do anything to save him. Those quiet words declared my fate. The end. It wasn't fair. I had just started my career. I had everything in the world to look forward to. After working so hard, suffering so much, failing to meet so many expectations, I had finally stepped foot on my path. The skills I sharpened after all those years failing were finally being put to use. And it was over? Just like that? One moment. It was a single moment. I was supposed to celebrate Christmas. It was the first year I could finally buy gifts for everyone. The first year that I could hold my head up high after a decade with nothing to show. So, why? Why did it end up like this? A single turn. A bright flash. The shrill screech of tires and the blare of car horns. And then I was like this. I couldn't see. I couldn't move. I couldn't talk. All I could do was listen. As if I was already dead, the only thing left to me was helplessly hear the world around me, unable to interact. It was cruel. If it was going to be that way, why not take my hearing as well? Why leave me like this? What did I do to deserve this fate? I understand. A different voice from the first. My father's. It was cold. Monotone. But not because he didn't care. No. It was like that because he cared too much. Because he didn't want to show himself breaking down, he shut off his emotions and kept a level tone. And that hurt. It hurt because he had just started being lively again. After I started getting my life back together, he started adding some cheer back into his words when he talked to me. He started being proud again of his son. But now. A soft sigh echoed. After that, I felt a presence draw near. Not the doctor's but one that I knew well. My father. The powerful presence that I relied on all this time. The one who I thought would always be there to protect me. The one who I used as an excuse to run around wasting my life on random skills, trying out all sorts of get-rich schemes, testing all the shortcuts in the world. And the one whose expectations I kept betraying. Until recently. Just recently, I could finally hold my head up high and meet his gaze. Could proudly face him and say that he didn't have to worry about me anymore. But, now. You worked hard, son. A soft and tired voice. With it, I felt a rough but gentle hand brush my forehead. I'm so proud of you. Clipped words. Again, cold. But I knew the truth behind them. How he was just holding himself back so that I wouldn't hear him cry. And then he was gone. Footsteps drifted off to the distance, leaving my side. A long sigh echoed in the room. The doctor's. And then after that, a long drone echoed. The sound of a flatlining heartbeat monitor. I was dead. It was the end. My life was over. A life hailed as a genius, failing to live up to that name due to my laziness, being humbled by countless failures from trying to ride on talent, and only realizing at the end that diligence was key. That it didn't matter if I didn't look good, but that if I tried, there would be people to help support me. But it was too late. I wanted to make them proud. Mom. Dad. I wanted to live up to the expectations they had of me. I wanted to make up for wasting so many years and causing them so much pain. I didn't want to die. I didn't want my life to end like this. I don't want my life to end in vain. I suddenly woke up. My vision that had been stolen came back. Along with it came my sense of smell, taste, and touch. In exchange, it seemed like my hearing was blurred now. No, my vision was a bit blurry too and my body didn't really obey me. I swept my gaze around to gather my bearings. And when I did, I realized that there was someone looking down at me. A beautiful young woman with clear blue eyes and blonde hair. Was she a doctor? No, she looked too young to be one. Then, who was she? As I was pondering that, another person came into view. A tall and handsome man with short brown hair, matched with a short ponytail. Unlike the woman, his eyes were a light green color. And as those eyes looked at me, the man smiled and they lit up. The woman looked at the man and smiled as well. Happiness, joy. But I didn't get it. What were they so happy about? And where was I? No, where was my dad? The hospital? The man reached out to grab me, a wide grin on his face. As he did, I felt myself lifted through the air. I wanted to squirm and break free. But before I did that, I noticed my surroundings and paused. It wasn't a hospital. First of all, the walls were wooden and the furniture looked a bit rustic. Mostly Victorian style. Second of all, there was a beautiful woman standing in the back wearing a maid outfit. It would have been one thing if she was a nurse. I could have accepted the weird room as being a home hospice if she was. But that was clearly a maid outfit, complete with the white frills. Third of all, and most importantly, when I looked down at the man who picked me up, I noticed that my hands were in front of me. And I noticed that my hands were tiny. Small, compared to the man's face. In fact, only big enough to barely grab his nose. And with that, I understood. I was dead. And now, I was alive again. Reborn as a baby. When that thought crossed my mind. When I had that realization, I did what any reasonable person would do. I blacked out. To infancy period I. A month passed by. Eventually, I came to terms with the fact that I was reincarnated. No, I was forced to come to terms with that fact. No matter how hard I tried to deny it, no matter how much I closed my eyes, the reality that I was reborn as a baby didn't change. Even if it was ridiculous. After all, what kind of person was reborn with all of their memories intact? No. That was wrong. My memories weren't intact. At the beginning, I could remember everything. But as time passed, more and more of my memories were starting to fade. Not everything. I still remembered random trivia, how to count, various bits of knowledge, but memories about my past life were starting to disappear. Who I was. What my family was like. The life that I had been living up to this point. I still remembered the broad strokes. I still clearly remembered my regrets. How I was held out as a genius since I was young and never lived up to that. How I died with nothing but regrets on how I never once made my parents proud. How my father finally told me how proud he was, but was forced to do it on my deathbed without me able to reply and apologize. I knew it for a fact. I could never forget those things. But everything else was beginning to fade. I remembered reading about something in the past that knowledge was built up of semantic memories. And that semantic memories were stored in a separate place from the episodic memories that made up life experience and what we usually called memory. Was that why? Semantic memories were more automatic and episodic memories were active. Now I wasn't a very religious person, but it seemed like knowledge persisted across my life and death while memories were scrubbed away. Maybe since the soul was a record of everything you experienced. But then why were my past life's memories being slowly erased while my knowledge wasn't? And why was I still aware of the fact that I had a past life in the first place? I didn't think I was very special. No, I knew I wasn't special. My past life was proof of that. In that case, I was just lucky. Somehow or another, I was lucky enough to keep my memories. Or at least, part of them after I died. Maybe it was good fortune due to my sincere attempts near the end of my life to make up for my past mistakes. Maybe it was because someone prayed for me in the afterlife. I didn't know. But I knew that this was my reality. I had another lease on life, and I had another chance. So cheer up. Have fun. Enjoy being a kid again. That was what I tried to tell myself. But I just couldn't. No matter how hard I tried to cheer myself up and act like a normal baby. No matter how much I tried to just live in the moment and forget the past, I couldn't. Thankfully, since I was a baby I wasn't expected to do much other than eat, sleep, and repeat. I had to admit that it was more than a bit awkward being breastfed though. While not my first time seeing an attractive woman's breast, it was definitely my first having it shoved in my face and sucking on it. Good thing that hormones weren't a thing yet. Though the mental fact that the woman was definitely my new mom helped me get through the weird bit. A little. It was still freaking weird. But that was my life now. And speaking of my life, since I was reborn, I realized a few things. First, my new parents were young. Younger than I had been when I died, at least. From their looks, they seemed to be in their early 20s at the latest. I would probably put them more towards the late teens though. Whatever the case, I was the first child of a lovey-dovey newlywed couple. Second, it looked like I was reincarnated into the past. The clothes that my parents and the maid wore had more in common with a Renaissance fair or cosplay than modern casual wear. Also, the house, what little I could see of it from being carried around, at least, looked to be a rustic wooden house like in the old Victorian days. Like something from Pride and Prejudice. Third. Everyone was talking in a weird language that was almost like English, but a bit distorted. Or maybe they were actually talking in English but my baby brain just couldn't process the words yet. Probably that. Fourth, and most important of all. I was bored. Was this why babies cried so much? And why they always looked around the room with wide eyes? It would explain a lot. What I wouldn't do to have my body listen to me again and let me walk around. Another month passed. And with it, another month of the usual life for a baby. My body wasn't cooperating with me. While I could flail my limbs around, I didn't have any coordination or ability to move on my own. Because of that, I spent most of my time lying on my back in a crib or carried around by my mom or the maid. I did have control of my mouth though. A little at least. So, since I was bored, I started making random sounds. Gurgling, bubbles, raspberries. You couldn't do much without any teeth. But something magical was happening with that. Somehow, the more I did that, the more it felt like my brain was linking up my thoughts to the words I was hearing. And because of that, I felt like I could just about understand what my parents were saying. Just about. But I couldn't, and that was seriously frustrating. Honestly. It was like listening to a video while you were on the verge of falling asleep. Or maybe a college lecture after an all-nighter while you tried to keep yourself from nodding off. On the bright side. No. That was a lie. There was no bright side. But there was something interesting. Since I was somehow fully conscious as a baby, I was fully aware of the weird changes that were happening to my body as I grew. Like, I could feel how my limbs were growing steadier with every passing day. How my will and my movements were slowly lining up. And I could even feel how the blood flowed through my veins as my tiny heart pumped it throughout my body. And how I could weirdly control that a bit. Not much. It was just like how you could hold your breath for a little while. For some reason, I could make my blood wiggle a bit in my veins and even stop moving for a little while. It was probably dangerous and unhealthy, but I was bored. And I had already died once, so, why the hell not, right? Fortunately, all it did to me was make me tired and fall asleep from exhaustion. So all in all, pretty much just a normal baby life. But seriously. Could all babies do this? No wonder so many randomly dropped dead. 3 Infancy period 2. Another month passed. Still couldn't move very much, but I was starting to get the feeling that the thing I was messing with wasn't my blood. Since I didn't have anything better to do, I spent the days paying close attention to my senses and doing just whatever I could to pass the time. And that's when I noticed it. If I listened closely, whenever I moved what I thought was my blood around, I could hear another flow beneath it. A second pulse. And if I paid attention, I could also feel another pulse. After some testing, I was sure of it. There was a slow and steady pulse in my chest and my veins. That was my heart and blood. But there was something else there too, separate from that steady pulse. A flow, or something that I could move around in parallel to my blood. Well, I said in parallel, but I couldn't really control my actual heart rate or blood flow. I tried. But I could control this weird flow. If I focused on my hand, for example, I could gather a sort of pressure and put it there. After a while, that pressure would fade and the flow or whatever would go back to normal against my will. But it was there. I wasn't imagining it. I was sure of that. But then, what the heck was it? Yet another month passed. The 4th month since I was reborn. Maybe since I was big enough to be safely left alone, my parents moved me to a separate room at night. I thought that was seriously irresponsible, but I was objectively a really trouble-free baby, so I couldn't blame them. After all, I didn't cry for attention, didn't cry for food in the middle of the night, and overall, I just didn't cry or bother anyone. Well, if that was the case then I would seriously be worried about my kid, but it seemed like my parents were fine with it. And our maid came in to check on me at night too, so it was probably fine. That didn't bother me. What did was that my pretty mom and handsome dad were going at it late into the night with lovey-dovey times. Thankfully, I still didn't understand a single word. So while there was clear dirty talk going on, my sweet and innocent mind didn't understand it. But it was hard not to understand the other sounds echoing throughout the house. My parents weren't very quiet, you see? So I distracted myself with trying to figure out what the heck that weird thing I could sense and move was. Did I have heart arrhythmia? Was it just an irregular heartbeat and pulse? No. It wasn't that. If that was the case, I'd be tired all the time. And I wasn't. In fact, I was only tired after I started moving whatever the heck it was that I felt in my blood. Then was it a weird synesthesia? I remembered that there were people who could taste colors, see tastes, and other weird things. There was also a guy who could see numbers as colors. Maybe this was something like that? Babies didn't have properly separated senses when they were born. The brain was just a giant mass of neurons and nerves that got pared down as they started making sense of the world around them. So it was possible that I was sensing something like that. Maybe an overlapping sensory input. Or maybe since I had a developed state of mind, it was causing my imagination to have a tangible presence? After all, a strong enough mental image was enough to fire the same neurons as a real image. And didn't children have strong imaginations? It was possible that this feeling I had was just my brain reacting to me directing my attention to my body. Possible. But it still felt real in a way that didn't seem like just imagination. And to test out the synesthesia thing, I tried doing some mental math. Basic arithmetic, then multiplication, division, algebra. Numbers didn't have different colors, but I did find out that I had a weirdly strong short-term memory. Unlike in my past life, I could do a lot of mental math and follow through the steps without forgetting any. I also tried imagining things. Like trying to see images overlapping the space around me. That, kind of worked. It was hard to see anything in clear definition, but I could at least visualize colors drifting around the room. Though none of that really helped block out my parents having their lovey-dovey pillow talk. Back to moving around that weird thing. Half a year had passed since I was reborn as a baby. Good news. I could move. It was only crawling, but my body was coordinated enough for me to move about. And boy did I move about. I was already itching to move since that accident where I was stuck in the hospital. And after spending so long on my back or carried around, it was absolute bliss to be able to move where I wanted to go. At the same time though, I was a bit worried. Maybe it was because I kept practicing imagining them, but I seemed to have developed a weird thing where I could see random colors floating around in the air. Nobody else ever looked at them, so I might have accidentally developed some kind of synesthesia. Thankfully, it didn't seem like my brain was broken or anything. And the proof of that was... There he goes again. Seems like Rudy couldn't wait to get started on moving around. Hey. That's good. I was getting worried that something was wrong. Our son's a bit too quiet. I mean, aren't babies supposed to cry a lot? Don't worry about it. I'm sure the kid's just fine. Dear. I could understand my parents now. And listen to their lovey-dovey flirting. Seriously. I didn't fault them for being so in love, but basically every conversation they had ended with them flirting. Our maid seemed to be annoyed too since she always gave the two a deadpan stare when they did that. Still. It seemed like I worried my parents quite a bit. But it couldn't be helped. It wasn't like I was going to cry out just for attention or because I was bored. Even if I was reborn as a baby, I was still a grown adult. It'd be embarrassing if I cried out about everything all the time. Well, I might have quietly cried a bit the first few days after I was reborn due to my regrets, but I never cried out. Just silent tears streaming down my face and all. Anyway. Movement skill obtained. Now, to explore the world and figure out what to do with my new life. For infancy period 3. Work your body. Move your body. Go work out and be somebody. Yet, affirmations weren't really helping. It was kind of hard to get over the fact that you died with tons of regrets and got reborn as a baby with those regrets still clear in your mind. Especially when you had all the time in the world to dwell on those regrets and the fact that nothing you ever did would make it up for those you disappointed. Not to mention the scary fact that those memories were slowly slipping away while leaving just the emotions and vague details behind. But hey, new life. On the bright side, crawling around a lot was helping me with my coordination. And it also meant that I was out of the crib more often instead of lying around like a little wrapped up bean. I even got into this little neat routine that let me forget the gnawing pain and regret, you know? Crawl around in the day to work out. Get fed. Get changed. Nap. Crawl around some more in the afternoon while trying mess around with that weird thing in my blood then collapse from exhaustion. Wake up. Get fed again. Get changed again. Nap. Wake up tucked in bed late at night. Do a bunch of visualization exercises, math, and other mental gymnastics to ignore the pillow talk, moans, and dirty talk that I could actually understand now. Collapse from mental exhaustion. Wake up, rinse and repeat. A pretty boring life, but it was something to keep me busy. I also found out a bunch of interesting things during my daily crawl sessions too. First, it seemed like I was born into a pretty well-off family. Our house was a nice 2-story wooden building. There were 5 rooms I could crawl to on the first floor, and there looked like a few more upstairs. But since I couldn't actually climb those stairs, at least not without risking an early second death, I didn't know what was up there. Either way, it was a nice house. A bit rustic since it was mostly wood, but in the fancy European Victorian way. Or something. Not only that, but from the glimpses I could see whenever someone lifted me up, we were living on a tall hill in the countryside too, with a village in the distance and lots of scenic farmland. It made me wonder if my dad was the town mayor or something. Maybe we were some kind of hotshot bigwig? Nah. My dad was too irresponsible for that. He was ripped and looked like a fairly decent guy. But whenever he was at home, all he did was flirt with my mom or go swing a sword outside in the courtyard. Maybe he was a low-ranking knight or something. That would explain the house and the maid. And knights did have some fiefdoms and land. Or something. I think. My mom spent most of the day with me when I was younger, but these days she left the house a bit more often as well. And from what I could gather, she seemed to be helping out at some clinic. Either way, it turned out that I was wrong. She was a doctor. Of sorts. That meant that I was mostly just home alone with the maid who handed me bottles whenever I was hungry and changed me when I needed it. She was a bit weird though. First of all was the fact that she was really pretty. Like she had a kind-looking face, pretty red hair and nice amber eyes. She also had a sweet smile. But whenever she looked at me, her expression turned weird. I thought at first that the jig was up about me being reborn since the first few months she stared at me like I was possessed or something. But these days she seemed to be more relaxed and treated me like a normal baby. For the most part. Her expression still twitched a bit whenever I made eye contact with her. Anywho, she was weird. For the most part, she was professional. Prim and proper, like a maid should be. But I noticed that she felt, Off? Like her emotions were dampened. Or that she closed herself off a bit. It was hard to describe. But it seemed like she had a bit of trauma. At least, I felt like she did. Maybe it was one of those things where misery loved company? Like could recognize like? Dunno. Anyway, more about me. Those weird colors I was seeing? Yeah, they definitely weren't illusions. As the days passed by, they got clearer and clearer. I also noticed that people were starting to emit colors too. My mom seemed to always have some calm golden light around her. Dad had this weird rapidly shifting silver light. The maid had that too, but hers was really soft. But she had some bright violet colors floating around her legs. It was weird. But babies were weird in general. Oh, right. I also got names for everyone. My dad was called Paul. My mom was Zenith. And the maid was Lilia. As for me, well, I was apparently Rudius Grere, aka Rudy. Definitely my mom who named me. I didn't see how a guy with a plain name like Paul could pick out a fancy name like Rudius. But that was life. My life. Anyway, time passed. Boring days, but busy days. Mostly just me hanging around with Miss Lilia and crawling around while she did various chores. But one day, an accident happened. It was morning. My mom was home that day and busy knitting a small sweater. Probably because winter was getting close. My dad was outside training as always, and Miss Lilia was cleaning the upstairs rooms. In short, people were busy. But that day, I was feeling confident. My mom had plopped me in the living room with a kiss on my forehead before she started working on her project. Since she was so preoccupied, I wanted to surprise her a bit. Probably not the smartest idea. I'd been crawling around a lot, so I was confident in my leg strength. And I was fairly attuned to my body's coordination, so I tried standing up. That went fine. I didn't crawl around for nothing. But then I learned a very harsh lesson. Just because you knew how to do something didn't mean your body could keep up. Feeling haughty from easily maintaining my balance, I took a step. And then my legs promptly did a whole noodle thing and buckled beneath me. Yeah. I gasped and quickly flailed my arms to try and block my fall. You know, the reasonable thing a person would do. Unfortunately, I underestimated the fragility of a baby's body. I also overestimated how much coordination I really had. Snap. A loud crack. My arm bending at a really weird angle. My legs too. And pain. A lot of it. When I put it in perspective to getting crushed before I died and tossed in that helpless state, it really wasn't too bad. Still hurt though. And embarrassingly enough, my eyes started watering. Though maybe that was better considering it let me not see the disturbing twisted baby limbs. A scream cut through the air. My mom. Immediately after, I heard stuff fall to the ground and then her run over. Rudy. Oh no. Oh no no no. Okay. Okay. Calm down Zenith. My vision was blurry, but the panic was still clear on her face. Seeing a beautiful woman like that in such distress, well, I felt pretty guilty. Especially since this was my mom. Well, my mom now. That was still a weird mental thing to get over. But anyway. Yeah. Sorry, new mom. Seems like your son was an idiot. Thankfully, she seemed to know what she was doing. My mom didn't try to pick me up or anything. Instead, she carefully laid me down on my back to check the damage. Alright. I can fix this. This is fine. Not sure how I can avoid being a cripple after this, but if that helped her feel better, I wasn't going to judge. Still, maybe I should try to make her feel better? I tried to smile. But when I did, I felt a sharp pang of pain and involuntarily sniffed. My mom patted my head and said, "Don't cry, Rudy. Mommy's here. Mommy will make the pain all go away." I don't think that would really help, but let the power of God be converted into a bountiful crop and bestowed unto those who have lost the strength to stand once more. A sudden flash of light. At the same time, the golden light usually floating around my mom gathered and flew into my broken arm and legs. Then, before my eyes, the twisted limb snapped back without any pain. Wait. What? My mom let out a sigh and then gave me a bright smile. After that, she picked me up and poked my nose. See? Mommy was a renowned adventurer, you know? I healed a lot worse before. Mostly your dad. She furrowed her brow and said, "He's good, but seriously reckless at times." Wait. Back up. What was this about healing? Was that magic? No, what's this about an adventurer? The door slammed open and my dad ran over, his muscular body drenched in sweat. Zenith. What happened? My mom bobbed me up and down a bit and then turned to face my dad. It seems like our son inherited your reckless streak. He managed to stand up and walk. But then instead of falling on his butt, he tried to stop his fall with his arm and broke it. And his leg. My dad blinked. And then he laughed. Walking over, he grabbed my hand and shook it. You're a lively one, aren't you? Looks like we've got a natural swordsman on our hands. Humph. My mom shook her head and said, you don't know that yet. Maybe our son has a better affinity with magic. My dad frowned. Yeah. But you promised. If we have a son, he's going to be a swordsman. Well, you break your promises all the time. And besides. My mom looked back at me and smiled. Rudy's such a smart baby. She laughed and said, maybe he'll be casting spells on his own before we know it. Hat. As if. What? Don't have faith in your son, Paul? Of course I do, Zenith. Just as a swordsman. My mom rolled her eyes and then set me down on the floor again. When she did, she smiled and said, be careful, okay, Rudy? Mommy doesn't want you to hurt yourself. Still processing that bombshell of info that I got, I absently nodded. Kai. My mom placed her hands on her cheeks and said, see? See? He understands us. Oh crap. My dad shook his head. I think you're just reading into things too much, Zenith. No. I'm sure. My mom picked me up again and said, you understand mommy, right Rudy? I started to sweat. My dad. No. Paul. Paul sighed and said, just leave him be, Zenith. Humph. My mom. Well, I guess Zenith put me down and then turned to look at Paul. Since our son is so naughty, I'm worried about what will happen if I leave him alone for too long. Paul walked over and wrapped Zenith in a hug. It'll be fine. After all, you can just heal him. But what if I can't? You can. Paul smiled and then kissed Zenith. She blushed and turned to look at me. Paul. Not in front of. You're the best healer I know. There's nothing that can go wrong. And to emphasize how sure he was, Paul kissed Zenith again. I gave the two a blank look and then crawled away. Might as well give the two lovebirds some privacy before they forgot about me completely and started going at it. After crawling out of the room, I came across Miss Lilia wiping down some vases in the hallway. She paused and turned to look at me. Tilting her head, she walked and crouched down to look at me. Exploring the house again, young master. I started to nod. But then a noise echoed from behind me. A low moan. Miss Lilia looked over and sighed. To not have restraint in front of their child. Well. I suppose they love each other that much. She gave me a faint smile and picked me up. Since they are occupied, I shall accompany you for a while, young master. But first, let us give your parents a bit of privacy. Yeah. That's, probably for the best. AHN. 5. The expressionless maid. Lilia watched Rudius quietly crawl around the office floor and poke at the books on the shelf. As she did, she reflected on her life and how she reached that point. It was a strange twist of fate. Before becoming the maid for the Grere family, she had been serving as a guardsmaid for the Azura Kingdom's concubines. A maid who was a maid, but also one who would take up the sword to protect their master if something happened. And she did her job well, until that something happened. It was an assassin, targeting a newly born princess. Because she was careless, Lilia was injured in the leg by the enemy's dagger. Since it was meant to kill royalty, the blade was coated in a vicious poison without an antidote. Fortunately, because of quick treatment and doctors trying out various methods to cure her, she lived. Unfortunately, side effects lingered. Everyday life wasn't an issue. But she would never be able to run or stomp again, which meant she would never be able to fight again. As a result, she was promptly sacked. But that was expected. Her job required her to be able to fight, and she had lost her qualifications. She wasn't given compensation money, but the fact that she was saved and not silenced was enough. So she quickly left the capital before that changed. In the end, she arrived at the Fedoa region near the border, an area filled with farmland. Rolling wheat fields, and scenic grasslands with the only exception being the fortress city of Roa where the ruler lived. That was where Lilia planned to work. Lots of things happened, but eventually she came across a recruitment letter in Bina village. A tiny and extremely rural village on the edge of Fedoa. And one from a man she knew. Paul Grere. Lilia's junior at the dojo where she was learning swordsmanship, and someone who was banished from the dojo after making a mistake. A man who came into and left her life like a storm. 7 years had passed since then and now he was looking for someone with experience in taking care of children or knowledge of midwifery. Not only that, but the salary was decent, and Paul had become a lower-class knight, meaning he had some prestige as well. A job that was seemingly tailor-made for her circumstances. And one where she was received with a warm welcome for helping the young couple through the birth of their first child. But there had been a problem. The child was born without issue. But he didn't cry when he was born. Instead, the child had looked around with an expressionless face. No, not completely expressionless. Now that Lilia thought back on it, she recalled that it looked more like confusion. Confusion and careful observance, slowly taking into account his surroundings. Either way, it had been terrifying. And for a while, Lilia thought the child might have been possessed. She had heard stories of it. Of monsters and demonic spirits possessing children. Lilia had even heard whispers about a prince in a distant kingdom who ripped apart his caretaker with unnatural monstrous strength. So, when Lilia saw how the child was unnaturally silent and carefully observant, she felt sheer terror. Terror that she too might share that unfortunate caretaker's fate. But as time passed, Lilia realized that she was mistaken about the child. He was quiet. Unlike most children, he didn't cry when he was hungry or needed to change. At most, he would wave his tiny arms and look at them. All the while, there would be a strange expression in his eyes. Like he was at a loss about the world around him. There was no terrifying emotionless gaze. No monstrous or sly look. Instead, it reminded her a bit of herself. Of how she felt after she was forced out of the dojo and had to keep herself afloat in the world of lustful nobles and arrogant people with too much power and far too few repercussions for that power. The look of someone lost and confused in a brand new world. Someone who didn't know what to do. At least, that was what Lilia thought. But it was ridiculous. Why would a child, let alone an infant recently born, have such an expression? Paul and his wife, Zenith, didn't notice. Or rather, they believed that it was the norm. Instead of worrying, they simply thought that the child was quiet. But Lilia's concerns faded after the child was named. Rudius. Rudius Grere. That was the child's name. Chosen by Zenith, of course. As brilliant as Paul might be with the blade, he was never the brightest in other affairs. And as if that name was a spell, the child started acting like a normal child. Rudius still never cried or fussed. However, the silent child was no more. Instead, he turned into a curious and energetic child. Constantly babbling and mimicking the sounds around him, Rudius's lifeless eyes gained a bit of light and curiosity, taking in the world around him. And when he learned how to crawl, that curiosity manifested in him energetically crawling around the entire house. It was a healthy change. A reassuring one as well. But for a while, Lilia was afraid that Rudius might hurt himself in the process, so she kept a careful eye on him. And as she did, she realized something strange. Rudius was a very careful child. As if he had an innate sense for danger, he was extraordinarily patient and cautious about his movements. While he moved around a lot, each action was deliberate and coordinate, insofar as an infant could be coordinated at least. Eerie. Even while Lilia wasn't afraid of Rudius, whenever she met his gaze and saw those clearly analytical eyes stare back, she involuntarily flinched. But odder still, whenever he made eye contact, that analytical gaze would fade away, replaced with a pure smile and cute babbling. Abnormal and yet normal. A child who was curious about the world around him, taking in as much information as he could. One who was very much aware of potential dangers. And yet an innocent child who would reach out to anyone nearby with a sweet smile as well as crawl around until he exhausted himself and went to sleep. So Lilia re-evaluated him. Rather than a terrifying monster, Rudius was still terrifying. But in a different way. And today, Lilia would test her hypothesis. A soft thud echoed. The sound of a book falling off a shelf. Lilia looked up, drawn out of her thoughts by the sound. When she did, she saw Rudius sitting in front of the bookshelf with a book in front of him. He frowned, furrowing his brows as he stared at the book. After that, he smacked the cover with his hand. Lilia pretended to not notice and watched him for a little while longer. Rudius narrowed his eyes and waved his arms around, trying and failing to grab the corner of the book. The book fluttered a few times, flipped open partway by his actions. But it always slammed shut afterwards. It was cute. And seeing that, Lilia couldn't help but laugh. Rudius paused and turned to look at Lilia. But then he turned back to the book and smacked it. "Ba boo. Ba." Lilia hid her mouth with her sleeve and laughed a bit more. But then she walked over and opened the book to the first page. "Here, young master. Does this help?" Rudius's eyes lit up and he smiled at Lilia. After that, he turned to look at the book, and then his smile vanished. In its place, a small pout formed. "Bah." He smacked the book and then crawled away from the bookshelf, slumping down in the middle of the room. As if he was fed up with failing and just decided to stew in misery for a while. Lilia picked the book up and smiled. After that, she walked over to Rudius and sat beside him. Holding it up, she said, "Should I read this to you, young master?" She opened the book and flipped through. It was a simple book. A fable about the three swordsmen who entered a magical labyrinth in the past. The same three who would go on to found the three major sword styles present in the world. A story of swords and magic, monsters and adventure, and a perfect story for a child to listen to. Rudius lifted his head and then smiled. After that, he quickly crawled over and reached up with his hands. Lilia smiled and picked him up, resting Rudius in her lap. After that, she opened the book and rested it in front of herself and Rudius so that they could both see the letters. And then she started to read. Now then. Once upon a time, there were 3 men who were skilled in the blade. Ooh. A genuine excitement. And one too well timed to be coincidence. In that case. Lilia stopped reading. Rudius blinked and then turned around to look at Lilia. Lilia stared back into his light green eyes. It was a curious gaze. Innocent and childish, but also one that seemed wise beyond his apparent age. And so? Young master. Could it be that you understand what we are saying already? A casual question. Lilia perfectly kept her tone light, as if she didn't expect an answer. But at the same time, she carefully watched Rudius's expression. If he was truly just a simple child, then there would simply be confusion. But if he was not. Lilia was skilled in reading expressions. She had to be in her former job. And so she was confident in reading Rudius's expressions. Even more so since his face was naturally so expressive. And so she saw it. A faint flicker of fear. A tiny shake of his head that was quickly stopped. It was impressive. If Lilia hadn't been paying attention, she might not have noticed. Especially since he slowly tilted his head and feigned ignorance with bright white eyes after that. But Lilia wasn't fooled. Instead, she lightly patted Rudius's head and said, I thought so. The moment she said those words, Rudius started to tremble. Without realizing it, his eyes started to tear up as well, genuine fear in his face. Seeing that, Lilia put on a gentle smile and patted his head. Worry not. This will be our little secret. Rudius paused, tilting his head. It looked like he didn't believe her, since his face still seemed apprehensive. That only confirmed Lilia's thoughts. Rudius was completely aware. No, he was likely born aware of the world around him. Unlike other children, he was completely cognizant. But at the same time, he was also a child. How terrifying must it have been to be born fully aware of the world around you? To be in a strange place without a name, without thoughts, without knowing a single thing about who or what you are. Lilia saw it firsthand. When Rudius had been born, he had been dazed and alert. But he had also seemed lost. And that had persisted until months later. Time where he finally realized that he was safe and protected. That he wasn't among some terrifying strangers. Yes. Rudius was terrifying. But he wasn't terrifying because he was a monster. Instead. Lilia patted Rudius's head again and said, even if a genius, a child should still be able to play as a child. He was a genius. A prodigy born to a pair of talented parents. But a prodigy that was still just a child and barely knew anything of the world around him. Rudius blinked. And then he smiled and hugged Lilia. Dachu. No need to thank me, young master. Now. She lifted up the book and said, where did I leave off? 6 Infancy Period 4. Miss Lilia was nice. A bit scary, but nice. Because of my little slip-up and panic, stupid baby body and uncontrollable expressions. Anyway, because of that, she realized that something was up with me. Thankfully, she just thought I was a natural-born genius instead of a reincarnator. But the fact that she picked it up was impressive. Or maybe my parents were just oblivious. That was probably more likely. I didn't think I was that great of an actor either, so it was definitely that. But anyway, Miss Lilia and I started spending a bit more time together after that. Unlike with my parents, I could relax around her. I wasn't too sure why. Maybe since she also seemed a bit broken. Jaded? Either way, Miss Lilia was super nice to me after that. And she also helped me out whenever I wanted to do something, like reading a book or practicing how to walk. Right. I learned how to walk. Properly this time. Turns out that the whole parents holding the baby's arms while they toddle around wasn't just for show. After a week or so of secret practice with Miss Lilia's help, I managed to be able to walk around by myself. I also learned that babies' butts were very squishy and that it was definitely the best way to break your fall. My mom was super happy about my newly obtained walking ability when I surprised her with it. And Paul was even more adamant about me being some sort of natural-born genius that would turn into some master swordsman. As if I wasn't a genius. I just had a leg up on everyone here since I had time and not a single concern in the world. Not only that, but I had to work super hard to get to this point, you know? Most other babies would just get it without thinking. I had to actually think about how to make things work. But that was just me complaining. And like that, time passed. Nothing too exciting other than the fact that my dad left the house more often on patrols or something and that my mom spent more time in the clinic. Or something. I had a feeling it was more like they wanted to just be lovey-dovey outside of the house since I was starting to get a bit more independent, but I wasn't about to test that hypothesis. Speaking of hypothesis, magic was real. I was convinced of it now. Especially after Lilia read me that storybook. 3 swordsmen who dove into a magical labyrinth with 100 floors and leaving with crazy sword styles that could do things like slash at light speed. Paired with the fact that my mom definitely healed my shattered limbs with a magical chant and all the weird colors floating around, I was about 95% certain this place wasn't Earth. Well, unless magic existed back in the day on Earth and the records were just erased. But I saw a map hanging around my dad's office, and unless the world had changed a lot or we had been kept under a giant lie, this wasn't Earth. Anyway, I was apparently reborn in a fantasy world. Who'da thunk it? Then this weird thing I kept feeling was, probably mana? And the colorful lights were probably mana too. I was really tempted to try to mess with those floating colors. But considering that I had bad enough luck to get killed on the way home for Christmas in a freak accident, I didn't want to tempt fate. Instead, I just focused what I had floating around my body. Now that I knew what I was looking for, I could actually see it. Like everyone else, I had a weird color floating around my body too. But unlike the others, it was different. A lot denser. Not only that, but where theirs was like a mist that hovered around them, mine was mostly in my veins and blood vessels. Or at least, it traced out something that looked like my veins and blood vessels. I had to squint to see it though, so I wasn't too sure about that. What I did know was that the light was a bloody crimson color and that it moved in sync with wherever I focused that flow or pressure I was used to feeling. Conclusion: 90% probability that it was my mana. And since it was mana, it was probably a malleable energy source that I could use at will, which meant having more of it was probably a good thing. So, between doing some daily exercises, hanging out with Miss Lilia, my mom when she came back, and Paul whenever he wasn't flirting with my mom, I spent my free time focusing on figuring out what I could do with my mana. Well, that and practicing math. Also some memory techniques. Since magic existed, I was sure that memory was going to be important later. Especially if it was something like the Dungeons and Dragons system where you only had specific spell slots. I didn't think that was the case since my mom's spell didn't seem to work like that. But either way, memory was useful. As a result, my daily routine looked something like this. Get woken up and taken out of bed by my mom or Miss Lilia. Walk around while babbling and trying to get these developing vocal cords to work. Get fed. Try manipulating my mana in different ways to get better control of it. At the same time, hang out with whoever wanted my company at the time. Usually either Miss Lilia or my mom. Though Paul brought me outside once to watch him swing his sword around. That was pretty cool. Especially with how the silver light kept swishing around with his body and sword. Anyway, after that, more food. Hanging out with Miss Lilia or my parents in the evening. And then I got tucked in by my mom, or Miss Lilia. Seriously, she was basically like my second mom. And she reminded me a lot of my real mom too. Ah. There's the familiar gnawing regret. Moving on, after being tucked into bed, it turned into a frantic race of me practicing mental math, memory techniques and manipulating my mana to wear myself out enough to fall asleep before I had to listen to my parents and their pillow talk. And that was pretty much it. Peaceful days hanging out with my new parents, spending time testing out various hypotheses, relaxing by following Miss Lilia around and watching her do chores. An easygoing fantasy life. And like that, 2 years had passed since I was born. I looked at the stairway and placed my hand on my chin. Should I go take a look? I was 2 years old now. A toddler that could walk around the house with ease. Because of that, the formerly big house wasn't that big anymore. I'd seen all of the rooms in the house now, at least on the first floor. They weren't much either. A dining room / kitchen combo. A living room. A master bedroom for my parents. Miss Lilia's room. And then a bathroom. Ah, I slept in the living room by the way. It was in the middle of the house, so it had easy access for everyone in the house in case of an emergency. That was, probably why I was put there. I'd like to think that was the case anyway. But anyway, the second floor. I knew there was at least my dad's office. Miss Lilia took me there sometimes. And I knew there were a few spare guest rooms since I'd seen Miss Lilia clean them out. And there was a storage room. That was what I was curious about. I remembered seeing a dusty thick tome there when helping Miss Lilia clean one time. And if I remembered right, it was definitely something about magic. So, today was the day. Paul was out on patrol. Mom was helping out the doctors in the village with her healing magic. And Miss Lilia was doing laundry outside. Technically, she was supposed to be watching me. But we had developed a bond and mutual understanding that I was free to do whatever I wanted. And today I wanted to seriously try to figure out magic. My coordination was top-notch. After that mistake when I was younger, I made extra sure to improve my coordination. Always when Mom was nearby though. Always had to have that safety net. Anyway, my coordination was top-notch, at least for a toddler. I wasn't clumsy, and I was very skilled in moving around. Well, that's what I told myself. Affirmations were key to a positive mental attitude. So, climbing the stairs was a cinch. Should be a cinch. Will be a cinch? I looked at the dozen steps leading up and sighed. Here goes nothing. 1, 2, 3, 6. And I made it. Nice. I didn't know how the heck I was going to get down, but that was a later problem. Right now. I walked over to the storage room and fiddled with the doorknob. It was unlocked. Good. The door slowly swung open to reveal a mostly empty room. There was a wooden box in the left corner of the room with some old clothes and what looked like adventurer gear. Leather armor and stuff. I ignored that. It was cool, but I was too small to do anything like that anyway. Instead, I looked at the right corner of the room. There, a leather-bound tome lay forgotten on the floor. Well, not completely forgotten. Considering how there wasn't a speck of dust in the storage room, it meant that Miss Lilia probably left it there after cleaning it up. Or maybe Mom used it as reference and placed it on the floor. She seemed kind of ditzy at times, so I wouldn't doubt it past her. Anyway, I walked over to the book and plopped myself down. After that, I picked the book up and turned it over to examine it. Guide to Magic. Magic. I was pretty sure that's what the book was called. Letters in this world were still a bit weird, but at least they were letters instead of characters like with Chinese or Japanese. It was basically the alphabet. I just wasn't very fluent with it yet. Let's see. I opened the book and started reading. And then I realized that I needed to do a lot more practice before I could even begin to think about magic since I didn't understand a single word of what I was seeing. Okay. I closed the book and put it back. Maybe some easier ones first. 7. The Irresponsible Father. Paul yawned as he walked back inside. He unlatched his sword from his belt and hung it on the wall before taking a look around. It was the afternoon, just after lunchtime. The plan had been to do a patrol and then keep watch at the guard tower in the forest. Typical routine measures to make sure no wild beasts or magical creatures sprang up to attack the village. Today though, one of the village guards offered to take over for him. A half-elf man named Laws. That meant that his day was freed up. It would have been nice if Zenith was around too, but she was busy helping out at the clinic today and would be out until late. So. Looks like it's just me, Rudy, and Lilia. Hey. Paul muttered and then walked inside, closing the door behind him. A light female voice echoed from the side. Shortly after, Lilia walked over. When she saw Paul, she let out a faint smile and bowed her head. Welcome home, Master Paul. Paul's neck felt itchy on hearing that and he rubbed the back of his neck. I keep telling you, Lilia. Just Paul is fine. I could never do that, Master Paul. Paul sighed at the flat denial. He had been happy to run into Lilia again after all these years, and happier still that she didn't seem to hold that against him. Also happy that she was as big as ever, but that was a different matter. Still, since they were living together, he was hoping they could be a bit more intimate at least. Not completely. As tempting as Lilia was, Paul still loved Zenith and didn't want to do anything to hurt her. But at least a first-name basis. Well, there was time. He was grateful enough that Lilia helped out around the house and helped watch Rudy. In all honesty, without her, he sure as hell didn't know how to raise a kid. And he was sure that Zenith didn't either. Then there was the fact that the pregnancy was so unexpected and sudden. Well, that's fine. Paul smiled at Lilia and said, we're just grateful you're here. Lilia bowed her head again. Paul looked around and said, where's Rudy? He's usually with you, isn't he? That kid was pretty clingy, so it was rare to see him away from Lilia. And Paul couldn't see him around anywhere. Young master is reading in your office, Master Paul. Paul wrinkled his nose. Reading, hey. Lilia tilted her head. Is that a problem? No. Just. Paul scratched his head and said, well, Rudy's been a bit different from what I expected my son to be. Setting aside the worrisome first few months where he was disturbingly quiet and didn't cry at all, Rudy was surprisingly bookish. That definitely wasn't from him. Paul only read when he had to. And even then, he preferred jumping into things and figuring it out along the way. It definitely wasn't from Zenith either. His wife was good at magic and healing, but she also wasn't an avid reader. Maybe it skipped a generation? Paul remembered that his cousins spent a lot of time cooped up reading while he was practicing swordsmanship. And Zenith's parents were nobles back in the holy country of Meles, so maybe Rudy inherited some of that noble blood? Still, it seemed like it wasn't a completely lost cause. After all, Rudy was a genius who managed to crawl around at a couple months and then start walking when he was barely half a year old. Papa will make a swordsman out of you yet, Rudy. Lilia tilted her head. Ah. Nothing, Lilia. Paul shook his head and then stretched. Did you feed Rudy yet? Not yet. I was just about to prepare lunch for us. Would you like something as well, Master Paul? Yeah. That'd be nice. Paul rolled his shoulder, stretching out his arm, and said, I was planning to wait for dinner, but since I'm back already some food would be good. Lilia sighed and said, some concern about your health would be good, Master Paul. It isn't good to skip meals like that. Meh. I'm used to it. Being an adventurer would do that to you. It wasn't uncommon to go a week with just minimal rations, after all. Yes. Lilia nodded. But think of the example you are setting for the young master. She frowned and said, these days he only remembers to eat when someone brings him food. Paul started to sweat. GG. Where'd he pick that up, haha. Lilia gave Paul a blank stare and then sighed. I am going to cook. Would you go keep an eye on the young master? Of course. I'll just leave you be then, Lilia. Lilia nodded and headed back to the kitchen. After that, Paul looked upstairs and muttered, my office, hey. Was Rudy missing him that much that he spent time in there to make up for it? Maybe he should take Rudy out for some patrols then. Ah, no. Zenith would throw him out of their room if he did that. She was still too worried about their cute little son to let Paul take Rudy out of the house. Paul shook his head and then walked upstairs. Heading towards his office, he saw that the door was open. And inside, Rudy was lying on the floor, flipping through a book. From what Paul could see, it seemed to be. The book was relatively new. Paul didn't need it, but he was given it to use as a reference along with his post after his cousin Philip pulled some strings to get him his current job. Which reminded Paul that he owed the guy. Still hated the Grey family and the stuffy nobles, but at least Philip was decent. But anyway, Rudy was quietly flipping through the book. If it was any other toddler, Paul would have thought that he was just flipping through and looking at the pictures. After all, those were pretty details and well drawn. But when it came to Rudy, Paul knew better. His son's light green eyes were narrowed in focus. Not only that, but they were carefully scanning the words first before flitting to the diagram, as if matching up what he read with what was drawn. It was an odd sight. But it also made Paul proud. He was sure. If Rudy was like this already, when he got older. The last time Paul took Rudy out to watch him practice, he noticed that Rudy was staring at him just as focused as he was right now with the book. If Rudy was like that while still just a toddler, Paul couldn't wait to see how he was when he got older. But for now. Papa's home. Paul walked in the office and held out his arms. Come on, Rudy. Give Papa a hug. Rudy paused and looked up at Paul. He blinked and for a second, his eyes were sharp. As if annoyed at being interrupted. Seeing that made Paul flinch. But then he got excited. It wasn't quite killing intent, but it was a good sign. Paul definitely had a natural swordsman for a son. Arg, if only he could grow up faster. Why did kids have to be so tiny? Rudy's eyes softened and then he pushed himself up to his feet. After that, he let out a cute smile and ran over with his arms out. You're home. Paul scooped Rudy up and laughed. Yab. Papa's home a bit early today because a friend helped out with work. He ruffled Rudy's hair and said, looks like you've been studying a lot though. You interested in monsters and adventurers? Rudy nodded and said, it's cool. Paul sat Rudy around his shoulders and then said, you bet it is. Running around looking for treasures, fighting monsters and getting stronger, living life on the edge, and then all of the hot babes too. Babes. Paul coughed. I mean. Don't tell Mama that. Anyway. Let's go have some fun. You've been cooped up inside the house for a while, so how about you let Papa take you out on a stroll? But, my book. You can read later. Damn it. Maybe that conversation a while back about Rudy learning magic left an impression. Paul would have to fix that. Right now. Let's head outside. Papa will show you something a lot cooler than a dusty old book like that. K. Rudy sounded dejected. Hearing that made Paul feel a bit guilty. If Rudy really wanted to just read. No. Rudy clearly liked watching Paul do sword training last time, so Paul would just have to do some more to keep him interested in the sword. Let's go. Making sure Rudy held on tight, Paul ran off. Gah. Papa. Too fast. Paul laughed and said, don't worry, Rudy. I've got you. Now, there was a giant boulder lying around somewhere, right? The last time he cut one in half, he got a bunch of chicks impressed and got laid. That meant that it would definitely impress a kid too, right? Right. So, sword slashing time, go. 8 toddler period magic experiments. I quickly understood that my new dad was definitely a playboy. I thought as much from the fact that he had kept his hair in a short ponytail, but that was 100% confirmed after our latest father-son bonding time. After bringing me out to a giant boulder and chopping it to bits with a tree branch, something that still didn't make any sense to me. I think it had something to do with how that silver light floating around my dad flooded the tree branch when he swung it. Though, my dad had swung the sword around faster than I could see anyway, so maybe it was just some super secret martial arts technique that I didn't get. Anyway, setting that aside, the entire time he kept telling stories about his old adventurer days. Diving into magical labyrinths with his friends, meeting chicks, getting magical treasures, meeting chicks, drinking and eating good food, meeting chicks. The entire time I wanted to question him if he understood that I was practically still a baby and didn't understand a single thing. Not only that, but those sorts of stories would definitely be a bad influence on any other kid. Seriously. What if I grew up wanting to be a hero and chased after dungeons just to pick up girls? I mean, it isn't wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon, but isn't it dangerous? Though, considering that my dad looked really young, I didn't blame him for not realizing that. He was still practically a kid himself. Hell, I knew for a fact that I didn't know what the heck I was doing when I was around his age. Even then, he was trying. Just like my previous dad, he was doing his best to be reliable. Though, Paul didn't really seem to know what reliable meant. Anyway, my new dad was a playboy. That made me a bit worried that he might lay his hands on Miss Lilia and cause some problems. I'd seen the two give each other some rather ambiguous looks, and they seemed to have a weird history too. I really hoped he didn't though. My new family was nice and cozy, and I didn't want it falling apart. Maybe I should give my dad a hand then? Make some preparations for the inevitable mistake? Probably a good idea. But it looked like it wasn't happening anytime soon since he and mom were still in the honeymoon phase of their marriage and very much in love, very active in loving each other too. Setting that aside. Today was the day. A few weeks had passed, and I properly brushed up on my reading skills and alphabet literacy. Turned out that it wasn't that complicated. The writing system was mostly the same as I was used to, but the letters were just different. Kind of like if someone took the Roman alphabet and squished them together. Made my head spin for a while, but the wonderful benefits of having a rapidly developing brain meant that I picked it up pretty quick. Huzzah! So, with that done, I returned to challenge the magic guidebook again. Dad was out, Mom was busy at the clinic, Miss Lilia was doing laundry outside, so it was the perfect time to experiment. In secret. I didn't want my parents to make false expectations out for me. It'd be bad if they thought I was a genius and that suddenly ran out. It was so easy for you in high school. Why are you failing university courses? Yeah. It'd be bad. Anyway. While everyone wasn't paying attention to me, I made my way back to the storage room upstairs, closed the door, and then grabbed that book again. Guide to Magic. Yep. Definitely a magic textbook. I plopped myself down and then started flipping through the book. First impression from a brief skim, the magic system here seemed pretty basic. From a glance, it looked like magic spells could be cast using either incantations or magic circles. The key part here was the or bit. Below every spell, there was a picture of the magic circle that would cause the corresponding effect. That was interesting. Usually, it was a combination of both, wasn't it? Like saying an incantation would cause the magic circles to spring up and enact the spell. Seemed like that wasn't the case here though. One or the other was sufficient. Apparently. I was suspicious about it though. From my quick skim, most of the spell incantations sounded like prayers. And the magic circles weren't that complicated either. They were literally circles, with concentric rings and bits of incantations written along the outer edges with a geometric figure in the middle. My memories from my previous life were fading, but I remembered seeing much more complicated magical arrays before in some novels and anime. This seemed way too simple. And that made me wonder. Was it possible that these were just memory techniques? Or maybe visualization techniques? If what I could freely move around was mana, and if all of those colors I saw was also mana, it didn't make sense for things to be so simple. I mean, so simple in terms of casting that is. If mana was like a natural extension of the body, it should be possible to directly manipulate it without having to go through the hassle of making complex symbols or incantations. If it wasn't, then the prayer-like incantations made sense. But that didn't explain the magic circles. There was a saying that there was genius in simplicity. And it was possible that some magical genius reduced complex calculations into simple forms. But something that required external help to manifest certainly wouldn't be that simple. Not only that, but I remembered seeing how the golden light flowed when my mom cast the healing spell. The light had just gathered and then bam, healed. Well, I guess that debunked my hypothesis a bit. If mana really was that easy to manipulate, then the magic circles could be basic too. But in that case, what would happen if there were more complex magic circles? If the magic circles were so basic, then was it because mana was so stable that it only required minimum balancing to shape the spell? Or was it like a cookie cutter that cut out a shape to cast the spell? And were these magic circles even optimized? The most stable shape was a triangle. If these magic circles were a way to balance the mana output to shape a spell, there should be one at the core to prevent collapse. Or if not a triangle, then a hexagon. No, that was operating under the assumption that mana would resist being molded into a shape and have to be balanced by the magic circle in the first place. But then why? Arg. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I muttered to break off my train of thoughts. If I kept thinking, I'd be here for the rest of the day. I didn't have that much time to experiment. For now, let's get the basics. According to the book, magic was broadly classified into 3 groups. 1 attack magic. 2 healing magic. 3 summoning magic. From that alone, it seemed like magic in this world was more combat-oriented. That, or this was a combat-oriented book. But it made sense. If monsters existed, and if people like my dad could cut up rocks with literally just sticks, it'd be natural for magic to develop more towards combat uses. War was the mother of invention, after all. But anyway, the categories were basically what they said. Attack magic was stuff that attacked things. Healing magic was stuff that healed things. And summoning magic was stuff that summoned things. Basic stuff. Next, magic required using mana. And you could use mana by either pulling out the mana your body possessed or drawing out mana from something else. Again, basic stuff. Either use fuel you owned or find fuel from somewhere else if you didn't have any or didn't have enough. The interesting part was the next bit. Apparently, there were only 2 ways to activate magic. The first was incantation. Those prayer-like passages I saw in the book. By verbally chanting those incantations, you could cast a spell. Provided you had enough mana, of course. The second was what the book called magic arrays but what I called magic circles. Because these simple things were definitely not magic arrays. Though, this was a beginner's book, so maybe the more complex ones weren't shown. Even so. Anyway, the more popular method of casting was incantations for obvious reasons. After all, you couldn't just stand around and draw a magic array in combat. And apparently magic arrays were preset and couldn't be modified on the fly. Once you drew it, you could only cast a spell with a set level of effect. On the other hand, it seemed like you had a bit more leeway with incantations since you could pump out more mana to make it stronger, or less mana to make it weaker. Summing it up. Magic arrays were like casting magic in a game. And magic that inflicted true damage at that. If you didn't have enough MP, it wouldn't work. But if you did have enough MP, it would only ever do the preset amount of damage it was meant to do. No more, no less. Magic incantations were more flexible than that. It was kind of like baking, actually. There was a same basic recipe, but you could add more of this and that to come out with a custom result to your liking. And even if you put in the bare minimum, you still got something back out at the end. Or if you put too much, you'd get a disastrous result, but you'd still get a result. Probably. The book didn't go into that much detail, but that was my brief analysis. After that, the book said that a person's mana was set the moment they were born, but that sounded like the old fixed mindset / nature v nurture dogmas that used to be passed around, so I ignored that. Now then, with that out of the way. I closed the book and then stood up. Time to see how this works. I memorized the incantation for the basic water spell. I also memorized the magic circle for it too. The book said that magic circles. No, magic arrays? Whatever, I was calling them magic circles. Anyway, magic circles were supposed to be written down on things that could conduct mana in order to work. But I was curious. Since I noticed that I had mana in my body, even if I didn't know that was it at the time, I had been moving it around. And I hadn't stopped since then. By now, I could freely pull out a faint thread of mana from my body and shape it however I wanted. Nothing ever happened from my tests, but I also never made anything substantial or with the intent to cast magic. So I was curious what would happen. If magic circles were meant to shape and channel mana into a spell, if I directly shaped mana into that magic circle. But that was later. First, incantation. But safety first. I took a look around the room and then made my way to the window. It'd be terrible if I tried casting the spell and a giant water bomb went off inside. And considering that I had absolutely zero metrics to work with, and that if mana was anything like muscles I'd have a crap ton of explosive power, yeah, aiming outside was for the best. So, after tossing open the window and revealing the clear blue sky and rolling green hills, I held up my right hand and aimed out the window at the clouds. The book didn't say anything about whether that was necessary, but if my hypothesis about the incantations and magic circles being just memory and visualization aids was correct, then this would probably help as a memory anchor too. So, time to test things out. Taking a deep breath, I slowly started saying the incantation. At the same time, I focused on how it was affecting the mana in my body and the mana around me. Bestow the protection of water on the place thee demandest. A strange sensation, no, a familiar one. The same as the flow I originally thought was my blood. I raised an eyebrow and stopped chanting. The moment I did, I felt the flow change. My mana started receding back to its usual flow around my bloodstream. But before it did that, I pulled my mana back into the flow of the spell and kept chanting. Let thine crystal clear flow here. Be a dump. A weird sensation. A pulse, spreading from my heart outwards before cycling around my body. And with that, a crimson thread pulled out from my hand, like silk being unwound from a spool. And one that was being pulled out of control. Immediately, I felt a wave of fatigue. Just like if I had spent all night manipulating my mana. My eyes widened and I quickly reeled the thread back. When I did, the fatigue vanished. But I didn't manage to pull all of it back. A tiny sliver snapped off and floated into the air. When it did, the crimson thread shimmered and turned a light blue color. And the moment that happened, water swirled, forming a floating water ball at the end of my hand. Hey! I pulled my hand back. When I did, the water ball came floating with me. It was weird. The crimson thread. No, my mana snapped off and changed, but I still felt a connection to it. And just like how I could move the mana around in my body, I could move the blue thread too. And when I did, so did the water ball. It was harder, sure. Kind of like trying to pick up a fragment of eggshell that broke off into the egg white when you were trying to make scrambled eggs. But it wasn't impossible. I shifted the water ball over to my left hand and then just observed it for a bit. It looked pretty stable. The water ball wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. But if I squinted, I could see that the blue thread was burning away like a candle wick. Weird. I tried tossing the ball between my hands, carefully keeping an eye on the thread inside of it. With each pass, the thread disintegrated a bit more. And after about a dozen times, the ball turned into a puddle of water in my hands and splashed onto the floor. Wait. I frowned and stared at the puddle of water. Is it turning mana into water, or converting water from the atmosphere? It didn't seem to be the first one since the blue thread didn't disperse. If it was, I would have expected to see a cloud of blue vapor or something. Then, if it was the second. I knelt down to the ground and focused. Instead of chanting the spell again, I pulled out a thin crimson thread of my mana and snapped it off. Again, it felt weird. Like trying to grab a piece of eggshell and yolk. Slippery and moving just when you least expected it. But I managed. Now, if I remembered the feeling of how that thread changed color. Ah! I lost control of the crimson thread. Thankfully, it immediately shot back to me, as if drawn like a magnet. But I didn't manage to do what I wanted. Then let's try again. I chanted the spell again, this time paying extra close attention to the process. Instead of letting it loose, I carefully regulated the flow, purposefully snipped off a bit of the thread, and then slowly observed and felt how the thread changed colors. It was weird. All of this was weird. But I managed to get a feel for it. This time though, before water could swirl, I brought the blue thread down to the water puddle. And like I thought, the water leapt up and floated around the blue thread like iron shavings to a magnet. Or maybe more like iron shavings to an electromagnetic field. Hey! I spun the blue thread around and watched the ball spin in place. At the same time, I stretched the thread and tried moving it around in weird ways. As expected, the water moved along as well. Then, just as the thread started to completely disintegrate, I tried to pull it apart into a small cloud. If it was disintegrating anyway, I might as well try to vaporize it. The blue thread scattered, partly. I didn't have very good control over it, so some parts of it didn't change like how I wanted. But some did. And when it did, about half of the water ball disappeared. But not really. Faint blue sparkles filled the room. And at the same time, I felt a soft spray of water. Interesting. I looked back at the book and said, seems like I might need to make some notes. The book said water ball was a spell that converted mana to a ball of water to send flying at a target. But it didn't seem to be that way. Ah. Wait. I never actually let the spell go the way it was meant to. Maybe it really did convert mana to water if I let it go all the way? I turned back to face the window and started chanting again. This time, I didn't resist. The familiar reverse flow, sending my mana out to my right hand. All of it, spinning out like an out-of-control spool of thread. It worried me, but Miss Lilia was outside and Mom should be coming home soon. In the worst case, well, having dead by magic exhaustion was more respectable than dead by freak car accident. Wait. If I died now, that'd be twice then. Twice that I disappointed my parents. Twice that I would die without accomplishing anything. I narrowed my eyes and focused. If this spell was trying to make that happen. A wave of fatigue. At the same time, my blood felt like it was starting to boil, my mana flowing out of control. But I clamped down on it, focusing. Like hell. A ball of water started forming in the palm of my hand again. But this time, it wasn't water being drawn to a blue thread. Instead, the crimson thread was dissolving into a mist of clear blue. And with that mist, water was forming. Like the book said, converting mana to water. But it was tiring. I could hear the blood pumping in my ears. And I could also feel my senses dimming. Was I going to faint? I was going to faint. But before then. Stupid spell. Stop already. Dangerous. The spell was a fire and my mana was gasoline. But the problem was, I couldn't stop the flow. Not anymore. God, damn it. I grit my teeth and then wrenched my hand back, physically trying to snap the connection. But it didn't work. Like a feather stuck on my hand with static electricity, the thread wouldn't budge. Not only that, but it kept spilling out of me. How the hell was I going to? Wait. I held out my left hand and quickly spun out another thread. Only a tiny bit came out. About a palmful. But it was enough. I quickly moved that over to the water ball and then started shaping it. Circles, letters. Working as fast as I could, I recreated the magic circle I saw in the book. And the moment I did, the water ball shrank. The spell stopped pulling mana from me as well. I let out a deep sigh of relief. Damned book. You need to warn people about this stuff. I grumbled and then focused on the magic circle. It was small, but with it I could finally feel a connection to that out-of-control water ball. And I could also feel a connection to the mana it stole from me. Yeah, get back here. I spun the magic circle in reverse and slowly pulled the string back into my body. With it, the mana converted into the blue mana turned back to my crimson mana and went back into my body. At the same time, the water ball dissolved, turning into mist. I waited, making sure nothing else happened. Then I walked back over to the book and kicked it into the corner. Dumb author. What kind of idiot wrote this book and left out such a crucial detail? Was it a genius? It had to be a genius. The dumbass skipped such a critical and dangerous detail. What if some other kid tried the spell, huh? They'd drop dead. Seriously. A door slammed open downstairs and then a familiar female voice called out. Rudy. Mommy's home. I flinched and quickly put the book back. After that, I toddled out to the center of the room and plastered a smile on my face. My mom's voice echoed from downstairs and she said, Rudy. Upstairs, Mama. Footsteps rushed upstairs and then the door to the storage room swung open. I immediately held my arms out for a hug. My mom looked around and then scooped me up. Kia. Rudy's as cute as ever. I laughed and hugged her. Yeah. Let's forget about magic for a little while. That was way too scary. Come on. My mom turned around and started walking out of the room with me. Mommy's missed you. Let's chat again and you can tell Mommy all about your day. And then we can read your favorite book about Perugius again. Does that sound nice? MMHM. It wasn't my favorite book, but Mom always got super into it, so it was fun watching her. Besides, she worked hard and looked forward to spending time with me. It was only fair to be grateful, right? Right. I didn't want to regret not being able to spend time with her in the future after all. Not like. I spent all of that money so that we could spend time together on this vacation. Couldn't you at least enjoy it? Why are you complaining so much? I flinched and then hugged my mom tighter. Rudy. I shook my head and buried my face in my mom's chest. Love you, Mama. My mom tensed. But then she relaxed and hugged me tight too. Mommy loves you too, Rudy. Sorry that I have to be gone so much. It's fine. Story time. Story time. My mom patted my back and then carried me downstairs. Was it because of the spell? Or the memory? For some reason, I felt really tired. And Mom was really warm. Maybe a tiny nap would be good. 9. The Gentle Mother. Zenith smiled and patted Rudy's back while walking back downstairs. You must have been playing hard today, weren't you, Rudy? She didn't get a response. Instead, all she got from her son was a soft snore. Cute. Well, Zenith thought that Rudy was always cute, but it was only when he was fast asleep like this that he really looked like a cute baby. Her baby. Most of the time, her son was so bright and curious. Eager to learn, eager to try new things, that had a charm in itself. But it made her wonder at times whether she was even needed. Zenith had been panicking after finding out she was pregnant and was unprepared to have a child, but she was starting to think that she wouldn't be prepared at all for the son she got. He never cried. Even when he broke his arm and leg in that accident, the most that happened was his eyes watering. Not only that, but he learned to walk and talk on his own, and read too. Sure, she and Lilia read stories to Rudy when he asked, but he picked up the letters on his own. A genius. That was her cute little son. But a tiny little genius who still needed her mom, it seemed. Zenith hugged Rudy a little tighter and walked into the living room. As she did, Lilia walked in. Lilia took a look at Rudy and then smiled. Did the young master tire himself out again? MMHM. Zenith sat down on a chair and held Rudy in her arms, brushing his hair. Geez, Rudy. What do you even do all day when mommy's gone? She looked up at Lilia and said, do you know? Lilia wiped her hands down and pulled a chair to sit next to Zenith. For the most part, young master follows me around. After that, he amuses himself by wandering around the house and reading. Zenith looked at Lilia and said, just the house. Lilia nodded. Yes. She looked at Rudy and said, young master has an innate sense for danger and doesn't seem to go outside very often. He is also very fond of reading. Oh ho. Zenith grinned and tousled Rudy's hair. Looks like we might have a little magician on our hands soon then. Lilia smiled and said, the young master does seem quite suited for it. Though I would hope that Miss Zenith does not force him into anything. Please, Lily. Just call me Zenith. Or Zenny. She smiled back at Lilia and said, you're already part of the family you know? I bet little Rudy here even sees you as his aunt, you know? Or maybe even a second mommy. Me. Lilia blushed and shook her head. I could never. And a mother. Zenith laughed. I'm just kidding. But seriously, you've helped a lot you know. Her smile faded and she looked down at Rudy. I don't know what we would have done if you weren't here to help out. I mean, Paul's hopeless and me. Zenith was born as the second daughter of the Earl family in the holy country of Melis. But although she might have been raised up to be a perfect lady and eventually having children, but none of that prepared her for actually being a mother. It probably also didn't help that she ran away from home when she turned 15 and reached majority because she was sick of that life and the path set out in front of her. Lilia shook her head. I am sure that you and Master Paul would have managed. Zenith frowned. Lily. Why yes. When I'm complimenting you, just accept it, okay? You're a great help and basically my sister, so don't go putting yourself down like that. Lilia's eyes widened and then she let out a faint smile. Of course, Miss Zenith. Zenny. Zenith. Zenny. Zenny. Zenith grinned. Lilia laughed. Rudy shifted in Zenith's arms, moving around to rest his head against her chest. Seeing that, Zenith let out a soft smile and patted Rudy's head. Sorry, Rudy. Mommy will be a bit quieter. K. Rudy mumbled and then went back to sleep. Zenith sighed and then shifted Rudy to be more comfortable. After that, she looked up at Lilia and said, really though. I'm grateful you're here to help us, Lily. She frowned and said, there've been a lot more injuries recently at the village from monster attacks, so it helps a lot for someone to be home to watch Rudy. Lilia shook her head and said, it is my pleasure, Zen. Zenith narrowed her eyes. Zenny. Besides, the young master isn't much trouble at all. That's true. Zenith let out a sigh and said, I'm really grateful for that. I've been talking with some of the other women in the village and from what I hear we haven't even seen half of what parents are supposed to go through. I would weigh it closer to 100th, but yes. The young master is fortunately a very problem-free child. Zenith giggled. Yes. I guess me and Paul were just lucky. Yes. Lucky. If she hadn't decided to run away from home when she turned 15. If Paul hadn't taken her by the hand that day when she was about to accept entering an adventurer party as a healer without knowing anything about proper wages or expectations. If she hadn't given into her heart and let Paul sleep with her after making him promise to not sleep with any other woman again, even while knowing he would probably break that promise. And if she hadn't gotten pregnant after that one time, none of this would have happened. She wouldn't have gotten a caring and loving husband who gave up his wild ways to be by her side. She wouldn't have a friend like Lily who helped support her. And she wouldn't have Rudy. Her sweet, smart, and silly son who was childish and tried to be mature when he wasn't. Her good luck charm no, the source of all her happiness today. It was a hectic and series of stressful events up to that point, but she wouldn't give it up for the world. Zenith stared at Rudy's sleeping face and then planted a small kiss on his forehead. Mommy is really lucky to have met you, Rudy. 10 toddler period magic experiments v2. Time passed. To be exact, a week. After gathering up my courage again, I snuck back into the storage room to take a look at the magic textbook again and do some more experiments. I would not let fear keep me down. I would not. Not when the promise of cool magic was in the future. Yet, needed to work on those self-affirmations still. Definitely helped me to keep my mind off of other things though. Anyway, I got busy trying a lot of different things and testing various hypotheses. To sum things up, the magic textbook was bullcrap. I was sure of it. Some magical genius or prodigy definitely wrote the damned thing. There were steps missing, explanations completely unexplored other than a single line, it was like the author expected you to just figure things out rather than explain things. Not only that, but he seemed to be just parroting information too. Like that bit about mana being set at birth. Yeah, right. If that was the case, then why was my mana continuing to grow, huh? And why did Dad's silver mana get more dense and increase a bit when he trained, huh? A bunch of baloney. Hogwash. Though I guess I couldn't blame them too much. I was pretty sure that there weren't many people out there who could directly see mana like I could. And I could only do that because I managed to somehow develop a sort of mana synesthesia due to messing around with my mana shortly after I was born. If someone else had my eyes, I was pretty sure they'd realize why that law was messed up too. Anyway, back to research notes. First of all, summing up what I got from last time. Incantations were dangerous. They were definitely meant for combat use since they pulled out the max mana you had in you when you chanted it. If you let the spell go the way it wanted to go, it was easy to overload the thing and cause an explosion. Well, that might be due to my mana being abnormal because of my constant training in manipulating it, but I didn't have any metrics on that. Either way though, if it could happen to me, it could definitely happen to someone else. I had a feeling that was why my mom wasn't teaching me mana right now. After all, if magic was that convenient, there'd be no reason not to start training as soon as a kid could read. There was probably a real danger that the spell would overdraft on the kid's mana and drain them dry. And considering that mana seemed to be linked to blood in some way or another, that might actually cause them to drop dead. So, incantations dangerous. It was helpful if you knew how to regulate it, but letting it go the way it wanted? Bad idea. Next off, magic circles. I still had my doubts about whether the ones in the book were optimal, but I had to admit that they were really useful. Even with the rampaging incanted spell, a tiny magic circle spun from my mana was enough to not only calm the spell down, but even draw back the excess mana for me to put back in my reserves. Not only that, but for me in particular, magic circles were probably better to use. I didn't know for sure yet, but since I could make them with my mana, I had a feeling that I could offload the energy cost to ambient mana as well as chain a bunch of them together. And at the far end, it was probably possible to do some pseudo-programming with magic circles too and make complicated spells by finding out the individual elements. But that was for another time. The main takeaway behind that whole disaster was that magic was complicated and that mana was very malleable. I still wasn't too sure exactly what mana was. But from what I saw, it could adopt some properties of basic elements, at least, the traditional elements in magic, and attract that to itself. In other words, you could take a piece of mana, change it to an element, and then use it like a magnet to draw that element to the mana. And then you could go on to shape that mana to manipulate the element. Kind of like that element bending in. What was that show called again? Avatar? Some show where there was a monk guy who could control all the elements. It was like that. But that wasn't the only way to use mana. From that disastrous conclusion, it looked like mana could be directly converted into elements too. But doing that seemed really inefficient for some reason. Maybe since the law of conservation of energy was still a thing? I wasn't sure if it dissipated into heat like most chemical reactions, but maybe mana turned into some other sort of energy in the process of creating whatever the spell called for. Anyway, that was what I learned from my first mess. Incantation, bad. Magic circles, useful. Mana, weird. So it was time to try some more experiments. I sat back down and grabbed the book again before rereading the description about water ball. I had the incantation and magic circle memorized, but I wanted to be extra sure I wasn't forgetting anything. Let's see. A spell to turn mana into a ball of water. It was possible to use it to attack by sending the water ball flying. And that was pretty much it. Oh, the book mentioned something about the spell being elementary water magic too, but that was about it. But sending the ball flying, hey? I frowned and held up my right hand. Forget the incantation. Instead, pulling out a thread of mana, tracing out the magic circle. In an instant, a tiny water ball floated above the palm of my hand, shining a pure blue. Not only that, but the mana I used to make the magic circle wasn't dissolving or disintegrating like when I tried to control it directly. Interesting. I held the water ball up, staring at the magic circle. After that, I imagined the ball bouncing up and down. The magic circle flared and the ball did just as I imagined. Hey! Was I right? Were magic circles and incantations really just memory aids? No. It couldn't be just memory aids. If that was the case, then my water ball wouldn't have started going out of control. Not only that, but the magic circle also wouldn't have stabilized the crazy spell. But I wondered. I dissolved the magic circle and drew my mana back. The water ball immediately fell down, turning into a puddle of water. Seeing that, I held out my hand to it. This time, I didn't pull out any mana. I didn't recite the incantation or imagine the magic circle either. Instead, I simply envisioned it. Closing my eyes, I imagined the water flying back up to form a floating water ball. Nothing. I blinked and then imagined it again. But this time, I tried circulating my mana. Not outside my body, but just moving it around my body. Because if mana could attract elements. A small splash. Water droplets slowly rising from the ground and floating in mid-air. But it wasn't a single water ball. Instead, it was a bunch of tiny ones. Like I froze time during rainfall. I lowered my hand and stood up, looking around at the suspended water droplets. Hey! I frowned and placed my hand on my chin. Weird. This was really weird. So it was enough to just will an event to happen? Or rather, having a sufficient mental image was enough to cause things to happen if you focused on your mana at the same time? I didn't get it. Was it a sort of imprinting thing? By moving the mana around, you imbued it with your will and intent, therefore you could enact a phenomenon on the world by envisioning it. Maybe through a sort of resonance? I didn't remember all the details, but I knew that string theory was a thing. Maybe there's an invisible and intangible connection between mana and the world as a whole? And by focusing your will, it was possible to use mana as a bridge to turn the imaginary into real? But that didn't make any sense. How was that? Wait. Assuming that the laws of physics still applied here and that mathematics were an axiomatic truth. Wasn't there something that allowed that? A sort of mathematical function that converted a real function into a complex function that included imaginary elements? What was it called again? Laplace transform? Laplace transform? I didn't remember its name or all of the details, but I knew that it existed. In that case. Yes, that would definitely explain a few things. Assuming that magic was nothing more than a particular formula you used to create a result by inputting mana, there would definitely be multiple ways to go about getting the same answer. Incantation was like trying to solve a system of equations with pure algebra and substitutions. By crunching in all the numbers, saying all the words, you could get the right answer. But it took up a lot of work and a single misstep could result in a completely wrong answer. Magic circles were like geometry. By turning that equation into a picture, you could clearly see the answer by finding where all the lines matched up. It was super easy once you knew how it worked, but it also was a one-time deal. After all, you couldn't reuse the same picture to solve multiple equations. That would also explain why it was so rigid. But you could skip all of that. Like how people could figure out 2 plus 2 equals 4 without actually counting out the numbers, it should be possible to just directly get the result. That was harder though. It required you to have the natural intuition for numbers and a repository of answers to build up that intuition. Applying that to magic. If you knew exactly what phenomenon you wanted to occur, it should be possible to just brute force it. To intuitively skip all the steps and arrive at the result. That's dangerous though. I couldn't help but mutter my thoughts about that approach. Intuition was dangerous. There might be some geniuses out there who could use it unfailingly, or some crazy guys who experienced enough to build up a reliable gut instinct, but for the average person it was a recipe for disaster. After all, how many people failed physics because their thoughts about how reality and math worked didn't line up with the actual problem? No, I wouldn't slide into that mindset. Didn't I experience it before? Trusting your talent and intuition and hoping to ride on it to the end, that was a recipe for disaster. For a lifetime of regrets. No. It was better to take things piece by piece. To meticulously build things up and take notes on the process to double and triple check. And to start with. Let's try this again and break things down. Now, were all the words in the incantation necessary? 11 toddler period curse of genius. A year passed. During that time, I continued to take notes on magic and explore different hypotheses. But it was hard to do research. First of all, I couldn't write things down. Obviously. That would give the whole jig up about me being a normal, if not a bit precocious child now. Second of all, magic was really complicated. And I was also sure of something. The incantations and magic circles were different magic systems. They led to the same result, but they were definitely different paths. The incantations themselves weren't just a memory aid. Instead, it was actually a prayer for power. I didn't know the mechanics, but I did know that it caused mana to get automatically shaped the moment that the incantation was complete unless I stopped the flow. Interestingly enough though, if I mimicked the flow, I could reproduce the same result as the incantation. But that result was different from using a magic circle. When using a magic circle, I would always get the same result. Always. Same output, shape, amount, even temperature. I think. Hard to measure that part, but I was fairly certain. The magic circle was the flow of mana. But it was a different flow from when an incantation was used. Comparing it to math, if incantations were like 2 plus 2 equals 4, then magic circles were like a long string of complicated expressions to get back to 4. Something like 1 plus 3, / 2, plus 6, asterisk 0.5, or something. There were a bunch of extra parts in there that seemed to be unnecessary. But removing one part made the whole thing collapse. It was weird. And ad hoc. I couldn't fault the person who developed magic circles, but I really felt like I could do something better. It was needlessly complicated and convoluted. Stable, sure. But there were a lot of moving parts in it. Ah, and then there was the other thing about mana dissipation that I found out. If I let the spells finish the way they were intended, I would lose control of the bit of mana I used to cast the spell. But if I took over and manually directed the flow in the same way, I could pull my mana back after causing the physical event. And that made me wonder if I was doing something wrong. Or if the person who developed the magic system was doing something wrong. Was magic resistance a thing? If it was, then casting magic the way the spell was meant to be done didn't seem very effective. While mana turned into whatever the spell conjured up, it was still mana. I didn't know for sure, but my gut told me that someone with a mana force field or something could block the water ball launched by the incantation because it was mostly water mana. On the contrary, if a water ball was made the way I did it with my mana serving as the core of the spell, or better yet, with the magic circle, then it would be hard to block that. Well, unless the magic force field was a straight-up kinetic energy nullifier. But then what about wave energy? Radiation? You could probably stop flames, but you couldn't stop the heat. If flames were hot enough and you burned up the oxygen, then it didn't matter if the flames were stopped. Same with water. If you made the air damp enough, it would get harder to breathe and then... Ah, that was a side tangent. In any case, I got better at magic. Specifically, water magic. Using water ball as a base, I managed to figure out how to make multiple water balls, create a mini water Gatling gun by having a spinning gauntlet of magic circles, and a bunch of other cool things. But it was just elementary level magic. According to the magic textbook, this world had a ranking system on things. 7 levels, used for both magic and fighting. And from lowest to highest, it was 1 elementary, 2 intermediate, 3 advanced, 4 saint, 5 king, 6 emperor, 7 god. Or something like that. The book said that saint could also be saintly, god could also be divine, etc. But the long and short of it was that each rank meant stronger and wider effects. At least when applied to magic. The book didn't go into too much detail, but apparently saint rank spells were enough to destroy a small city while god spells were enough to destroy, at least a continent. Basically a nuke. Probably. So I was curious again. By this point, I had thoroughly mastered the water ball spell and broken it down to the basic parts, and figured out how to link a few different casting types. It would take a while to explain, but basically I figured out how to use a magic circle to start a base, use the flow from an incantation on top of that to adjust various features, and then use multiple threads to add even more attributes. Things like temperature, rotation speed, density, etc. With each thread, I could add more things and tweak various parts. Exciting stuff. Ah, all of that was done in secret, of course. Most of my training was done late at night while my parents were sleeping or in the storage room on the rare occasions that I could sneak off alone. That was getting harder these days. Miss Lilia seemed to have realized something was up since she asked me to help her with chores more often. And my mom was also spending more time at home with me, either cooking stuff or reading stories. Then there was my dad who kept dragging me into the courtyard in his free time to demonstrate his peerless sword skills. I didn't mind. In fact, it was pretty fun. Spending time with them without having to worry about being judged or having any expectations was relaxing. And it helped me not think about that too. It did put a limit on my research time though. But today I was free. There was apparently a disturbance in the forest, so Dad went out on patrol early this morning and Mom went with him for backup. Not only that, but Miss Lilia had a lot of laundry to do, so she would be outside for most of the day. In short, a perfect opportunity to try out more stuff from the book. So once again, I returned to the storage room. As always, I pulled open the window and then picked up the book, flipping to an intermediate spell for once. Let's see. Sounds interesting. It looked like a direct upgrade to Water Ball. Basically a water cannon using mana. Perfect to test out the difference in ranks. I nodded to myself and walked up to the window. After that, I aimed my hand towards the sky and started chanting, paying careful attention to the flow of mana. Supple spirit of water and princess of streams that flow through the earth. So far, so good. The same sort of flow I got with Water Ball. No difference at this point. Then moving on. Sweep away all things with your hidden inner might. A thrum of power. I could sense it starting to get out of control, but I was prepared this time. Instead of letting the spell run wild, I clamped down on the flow of mana and focused, purposefully controlling it instead of letting it spill out. But it was the same still. Was it just that then? Were all spells just the same basic core with more power? But that didn't make sense. Confused, I finished chanting the spell. Silence. At first nothing happened. At least, nothing new. Water gathered at the palm of my hand, forming a water ball. Seeing that, I frowned and started to pull my mana back to cancel the spell. But then everything changed in an instant. A roiling surge of energy. My mana suddenly jerked out of control and took on a life of its own. At the same time, the carefully controlled water ball erupted into a swirling mass of frothing liquid, growing larger by the second. Arg, I knew it. Like before, I quickly formed the matching magic circle with my left hand and overlaid it with the swirling mass of water. But it didn't stop. Wait. That's not supposed to. Boom. A massive explosion. The swirling mass of water erupted, flying forward like a giant cannonball. The wall blew out. Debris flew through the air. And the ball only got bigger as it flew instead of shrinking. A giant swirling mass of water that looked almost like a crystal sun. It flew far above the sky, glistening in the air. Then with another deafening boom, it exploded, sending water flying everywhere in a sudden downpour. Like a heavy rain, the sky suddenly turned dark as water fell. I froze. My body condition was fine. The spell didn't actually drain much mana from me because I carefully regulated it. Not only that, but my constant practice had increased the amount of mana I had too. No, I wasn't worried about that. Instead. This was bad. This was really bad. I made a mistake. I made a really big mistake. Now, like this. The magic textbook fell to the ground. But I ignored it. Impossible. It was impossible now. If my parents found out, they'd treat me like a genius. They'd think that I was one of those child geniuses who could do anything. They'd pin their hopes and expectations on me. Me, who made my parents live with their heads bowed down in shame for 2 decades because I never met those expectations. What happened to you? You were a genius. You were supposed to change the world. Now look at you. I screamed and collapsed on the floor, clutching my head. 12. The parents' expectations. Paul stared at the bare corpse in front of him and let out a sigh. Zenith slowly walked towards Paul and then said, "Is it dead?" Paul sheathed his sword and nodded. "Yep. But that's weird. There was dense mana in the forest, but it shouldn't be enough to create a monster like this." It wasn't much compared to the monsters that Paul faced in the past. After all, you came across a whole slew of deadly creatures when you were an adventurer. But if Paul wasn't here to fight it, that monster could have wreaked havoc on the village. A man with pointed ears jumped down from a watchtower nearby and then nodded. "Good job, Paul." Paul grinned and said, "Not too shabby yourself, Laws." After that, he smoothed his expression and said, "But was this the only one you saw?" Laws shook his head and put his bow on his back. "No, but that should be the last of them. But this is odd." He looked towards the bare corpse and said, "I've never seen so many magical creatures born in such a short period of time." "You think so too, hey?" Paul frowned and said, "Is this place becoming a dungeon or something?" It was unlikely, but apparently there was a buildup of magical energy in the heart of the forest. Maybe that was the cause of the recent monsters? Zenith frowned. "That's impossible. A dungeon? Naturally forming? And all the way out here?" "Yeah." Paul laughed. "Maybe I'm just reading too much into this. Anyway." He looked at Laws and said, "We'll be heading back first, Laws. It's about time I get Rudy started on his swordsmanship lessons." Laws blinked and said, "Isn't your son only 3 years old?" Paul laughed and said, "He is, but Rudy's a genius, you know? That kid's already reading books on his own." Zenith smacked Paul's head and said, "And that's why he's going to be a magician." "Ow. Geez, Zenith. Do you have to do that every time?" "I'll do it as many times as it takes to get it into that thick skull of yours." Laws chuckled and said, "Well then, have a good day, you two." Zenith waved and said, "Same to you, Laws. Let's have a play date between Luffy and Rudy sometime." Laws smiled. After that, Paul and Zenith started walking back home. Zenith glanced back and said, "Laws is a nice man." Paul pulled Zenith close and said, "But not as nice as me, PFT. Zenith laughed and said, "What, jealous? Just asserting my dominance. Can't let other guys think they can take you away from me, you know. So you're jealous? Maybe a little." "Humph." Zenith poked Paul's chest and said, "Now you know how I feel." Paul cleared his throat. "Anyway." He looked across the plains towards their house and said, "I really do think we should get Rudy started on swordsmanship." Zenith frowned. "That again? Look, Zenith. Rudy's a genius. You know that, I know that. Imagine how good he'll be if he starts training now. And he's got great coordination and everything too. We didn't even need to teach him how to walk or use the bathroom." Zenith pursed her lips. "Even so, it's a bit early, don't you think? And also, what about magic? What about magic?" Zenith shook her head and said, Rudy's smart. And if he's inheriting anything from me, he should be able to use at least a little bit of magic. Well, magic's just the luck of the draw though, isn't it? Even if he could, he'll probably only be able to be advanced rank at best. Paul. What? Paul shrugged and said, I suck at magic, and you're above average. On the other hand, if he started now. Rudy's got a natural sense for danger and these things, you know? And he's not just our son, he's my son too. And since I'm a genius, it's only obvious that our son's a super genius. Zenith rolled her eyes. You're as arrogant as always. I'd like to call it confidence. Let me know when you find another guy who's advanced rank in Sword God, Water God, and North God swordsmanship. You don't have to flaunt it so much. Or are you trying to overcompensate for something? Paul pulled Zenith close, kissed her neck. I think you know that I don't need any of that. Zenith blushed and swatted Paul. Not in public. Paul laughed and then scooped up Zenith into his arms. Well then, let's hurry on home then. Zenith rolled her eyes. I'm not some dainty princess, dear. Well, to me you are. Zenith blushed and then she swatted Paul's head. Shameless flirt. Paul laughed and started sprinting back home. The wind at his back, the golden wheat fields, rolling green hills, and a loving beauty in his arms. It was a bit boring, but Paul couldn't really ask for anything else. A faint shadow from above. Paul looked up and then was instantly met by a sudden downpour of water. Kia! Zenith screamed and said, why is it raining? It's not. Paul frowned. The sky was clear, but there was rain. No, was that even rain to start with? Paul narrowed his eyes and then noticed something. A faint trail in the sky leaving behind a streak of mist. And the source of it. Hold on tight, Zenith. Paul tensed and then lowered his body. Dear Kai. Paul kicked off the ground, blurring across the terrain in a single pounce. Consecutive dashes to close as much ground as possible as quickly as possible. The sprint that should have taken a half hour was closed in a couple of minutes. And as Paul arrived at the gate, he heard it. A muffled scream from upstairs, along with footsteps already running up. Paul quickly set Zenith down and ran upstairs as well. As he did, he placed his hand on his sword. Lilia. Rudy. The footsteps stopped. Paul saw the person who was running up the stairs. Lilia. But then if that scream wasn't her. Master Paul. Lilia placed her hand on her chest and said, that scream. Rudy. Paul ran past Lilia and towards the source of the scream. When he reached it, he came to a stop. What the? It was the storage room. Emphasis on was. The wall had been blown out. Not only that, but water was sprayed all over the room. But Paul ignored all of that. Instead, he focused on the one screaming. It was Rudy. He was huddled up in the middle of the floor, clutching his head. Rudy. Paul quickly ran to his son and picked him up. Hey! Papa's here. What happened? When Paul held Rudy, he stopped screaming. But Rudy immediately started trembling instead and muttering something under his breath. Paul frowned and then noticed that there was a book lying on the ground next to Rudy. Zenith's old magic textbook. And it was open to an intermediate level spell. Wait. Then was this because? Rudy. Zenith ran into the room, followed after by Lilia. Zenith saw Rudy and then gasped. What happened? Paul shook his head. I don't know. But. He nodded his head towards the book on the ground. Zenith frowned and then walked over to pick it up. When she did, her eyes widened. Splash flow? But this is... Zenith looked around the room with excitement in her eyes and said, did Rudy do all of this? Paul started to answer. But before he could, Rudy shoved him and broke out of his arms. Rudy. Paul reached out, but before he could do anything, Rudy ran towards Lilia and clung onto her, shaking like a leaf. Miss Lilia. Tell them. Tell Mom and Dad. I'm not a genius, I'm not a genius. I'm not. It wasn't me. It's not me. Panicked and hysterical outbursts. And after that, he burst out crying. A deep and full out cry, completely unrestrained. Paul froze. Zenith did as well. What in the world was going on? Rudy was saying that he wasn't a genius? There. Lilia knelt down and patted Rudy's back. Everything will be all right, young master. Rudy shook his head and then hid his face in her chest. Don't let Mom and Dad treat me different. Please. Please. Lilia kept patting Rudy's back. At the same time, she looked up at Paul, a judging look on her face. Paul flinched. I am certain that your mother and father will do nothing of the sort. They love you very much, you know. But now they know. Now they know? Wait, then did that mean that Rudy was always like this? No, come to think of it, Rudy picked up how to talk, read, walk. All of that he learned by himself. Then, he thought that it was just coincidence at the time. But did Rudy already understand them back when he was only a few months old? Zenith walked over and held her hands out to Rudy. Are you? No. Rudy screamed and then ran behind Lilia. I didn't do anything. I'm normal. Don't make me. Zenith flinched. Lilia sighed and then turned around to hug Rudy. Nothing will happen, young master. Your parents are just excited to see how brilliant you are. I'm not. Lilia patted Rudy's head. Ah. Yes. You're not. You're just an ordinary child. Right. She was talking to Rudy, but from how she glanced back to look at Paul and Zenith, it was a clear chastisement. Paul was confused. And then he realized what had happened. Didn't he notice it? Rudy's intuition was top-notch. His son was smart. Smart enough that Paul sometimes wondered if Rudy was really his kid. But he knew Zenith, and their first time had been her first time as well, and she had also clung onto him all the time after that. So Rudy was his kid. Then that meant he also inherited his blood. That sharp intuition towards people around him and also the disdain to meet forced expectations. But he was a kid. Rudy was still a kid who didn't know malice or anger or anything like that. But he probably sensed it. That both he and Zenith were expecting him to walk a certain path. And he didn't want it. He didn't want it, but he didn't know what to do. Then of course. It was just like Paul. He didn't know who to turn to, so he ran to someone he knew he could trust who wouldn't judge him for it. For him, that was his cousin, Philip. For Rudy, it was Lilia. The one who quietly kept an eye on him and treated him as he was without any expectations. But Paul frowned and looked towards his wife. Zenith didn't know what to think. Her son, Rudy, a child barely 3 years old, was able to cast an intermediate rank spell. That meant that he was a genius. A once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. But Zenith lowered her hands and stared sadly at Rudy clinging to Lilia. He didn't want it. And not only that, but he was terrified of being thought to be one. It hurt. Zenith thought that she might face heartbreak from Paul choosing another woman, but to see her cute son run away from her and Paul in fear and into Lilia's arms. Zenith was jealous. She was jealous, but she was also mad at herself. Because she realized it now. Rudy had always been watching. She didn't know what miracle Mealy's granted them, but she knew for sure that Rudy must have been born fully aware of what was going on around him. And he had always been watching. Scared, lost, and alone, he was always watching the people around him. Eventually, he opened up and started trusting her and Paul. He must have come to the understanding that they were his parents and that they wouldn't hurt him. And he enjoyed that. Spending time with them, playing together. He was just like an ordinary child. But he wasn't. Zenith was sure. Rudy was a genius. Not just in magic, but a real, true genius. The sort that could understand things without being taught, one who could figure out everything for himself. But he was also a child. Her sweet, cute, and smart child who was afraid that they would look at him differently because they knew that he was a bit different. And that made Zenith angry. At herself. A change. It was just brief, but Zenith saw Rudy differently. Instead of just her son, she thought about how great it would be for him to be a master magician. Of how great he could be in the future, and how great it would be for her to be the mother of someone like that. But then, that was the same. Expectations. A directed path. It was just like how her parents wanted her to be a proper noble and marry some firstborn son of a high-ranking noble. Rudy must have instinctively sensed that. But he was still just a child. No matter how much of a genius he was still just a child. And when he saw how Zenith acted, he was terrified of it. Of seeing his mother look at him like an object instead of her son. So he ran away. Instead of his mother or father, he ran to Lilia. And Lilia gave them a knowing look. Right. She knew. Since Lilia was the one who found Rudy every time he went off alone, she must have known that he was a prodigy. For a split second, Zenith felt jealous. Lilia knew all this time and didn't tell them. But then she realized why. He was just a kid. Rudy was just a toddler who hadn't even turned 5 years old. A baby still. One who just wanted to be with his parents and sought emotional support. And that broke Zenith's heart. Because she knew why he thought that. Back when he had that accident, Zenith was excited that he might be a genius. She was excited at the thought that her son could understand them at just a few months old. And he had seen it. No, he probably saw her change. How his kind and sweet mother suddenly was different. It was just pride. She was proud of her son and what he could be. But Rudy couldn't understand that. And it seemed like he never forgot it. Zenith let out a long sigh and then walked towards Rudy. He flinched and then hid behind Lilia again. Young master. Lilia gave him a gentle remark and placed him back in front. Don't be afraid. Your parents won't hurt you or treat you different just because you can use magic. Promise. Of course. From behind, Zenith heard Paul let out a long sigh too. She shook her head and then knelt down in front of Rudy. Mommy's sorry, Rudy. I didn't mean to scare you. Rudy stared at her, his eyes sharp. Zenith sensed it. She had seen those eyes before. A type of discerning gaze that was trying to find the truth. And she also could tell. If she made the wrong decision here, something would be changed forever. Zenith was quiet and then she carefully asked, do you like magic, Rudy? Yes. Wait, Zenith. Paul tried to interrupt. Zenith turned to glare at him. Lilia did as well. Paul wilted and lowered his gaze. Zenith turned back to Rudy and said, would you like to have a teacher? Why? A simple question. But one that carried a lot of weight. If Zenith answered wrong. She paused to think about it. Seriously think about it. It was nice. It would be nice for her son to be a powerful magician. If he could already cast intermediate magic now, then becoming a saint-ranked magician wasn't a pipe dream. It was inevitable. And if he was properly trained, then a king-ranked, emperor-ranked. And maybe even god-ranked. But... Zenith stared into her son's eyes. Pure green eyes that glimmered with intelligence. But at the same time, pure green eyes that didn't show a hint of ambition. Merely a child's gaze. Soft and innocent. If you don't want one, then it's fine. Mommy will support whatever Rudy wants. Okay. So she gave it up. If her son didn't want to be treated as a genius, then that was fine. It was enough that he was happy. And seeing how terrified he had been. She didn't want to see that expression on his face ever again. Mommy's sorry, Rudy. She held out her arms and said, will you forgive me? Rudy was hesitant. But then he slowly nodded and walked over to hug Zenith. I'm sorry too, Mommy. Hush now. There's no need to be sorry. She picked Rudy up and held him. No matter what, Rudy is Mommy's baby, okay? I'll love you no matter what you do. She paused and then looked at Paul. As long as you don't become a shameless flirt like your father. Hey. Rudy laughed. Zenith smiled. In the corner of her eyes, Zenith saw Lilia nod and then quietly set about drying the room. Like that, the incident was over. But then... Zenith felt a slight poke on her shoulders. Rudy. Yes, Rudy. Can I have a magic teacher? Zenith's eyes widened and then she smiled. If that's what Rudy wants. Wait. Paul ran over and then grabbed Rudy's hand, desperate. Rudy. What about swords? You like watching Papa fight, right? Papa can teach you too. Zenith narrowed her eyes. Paul. He looked at Zenith and said, it's not fair. We promised. If it's a guy, he'll take up a sword. If it's a girl, she'll learn magic. Zenith frowned. And what if he doesn't want to? Are you going to be like your father now and force him? Paul froze. That's... Rudy blinked and looked up. His eyes grew wide and he said, you'll teach me sword fighting? Really? Zenith froze. Paul laughed and patted his chest. Of course. Papa's the strongest around, you know. Hey. Zenith interrupted and looked at Rudy. Don't be fooled by your father, Rudy. Sword fighting is good, but magic is better. You can make it a lot further in life if you study hard. Paul frowned. Zenith. Can I learn both? Paul froze. Zenith froze. That. Hey. Paul frowned. That's right. I mean, there's no reason why he can't. Lilia spoke up. Let him learn magic in the morning and then swordsmanship in the afternoon when Master Paul has returned from work. That would be fine, would it not? Zenith looked down at Rudy. Seeing his excited smile, she sighed. 13 toddler period misfit student and teacher. It was an embarrassing mess. Because I panicked, my body's instincts took over and I blubbered like a child. Devolved into hysterics like an insane person. What was wrong with me? Right. I was still just a kid, and kids weren't good at controlling emotions. Also, seems like bottling up all of that regret and self-loathing really wasn't a good idea. Hoda thunk. Maybe I should start a journal. Play it off like, I've been having these weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real? Or not? Anyway, it somehow worked out. I didn't really mean to force them to change the way they treated me, and I also didn't care that much if they treated me differently. Well. That was what I said, but it seemed like my emotions were different. Stupid kid body. Right. Mom and Dad. They didn't put any high expectations on me. They couldn't get around the fact that it was clear I wasn't a normal kid now, but they weren't pushing me to go be a world-class swordsman or magician. Instead, they were supporting me in whatever I wanted to do. Good parents. Definitely not like some other parents that I knew. Not that it was a bad thing either way. It was just, that had been a lot of stress. It also caused a lot of mental problems that I apparently never worked out. Great. Let's hope I don't have a mental breakdown again in the future. Anyway. Because they knew that I was a prodigy now, my parents treated me a bit more formally. It was a bit more rigid. But at the same time, it was also more relaxed. It was hard to explain. They were a bit more hesitant now in expecting me to do things. But at the same time, they were more relaxed in how they treated me and didn't seem as worried as much. But overall, it was clear that they still loved me. I had to thank Miss Lilia for that. It seemed like she had a conversation with my parents at some point, causing them to relax. She was really nice like that. In fact, it was almost like I had two moms. If Zenith was the kind and bubbly supportive mother who wanted the best for her kid, Miss Lilia was the quiet and unconditionally supportive mother. The sort who would still love her child even if he turned out to be a criminal, probably. And also a lot like my previous mom. Maybe that was why I gravitated towards her a bit. Still, I loved both of them equally. In any case, since I asked nicely, it was decided to get a magic tutor for me. I was a bit worried at first considering how far out in the rural area we were. Also because I didn't know how to react to my tutor. If he was someone who wanted me to walk a certain path, if he wanted to push me to be something I didn't want to be, that would be bad. I didn't think my parents would allow that, but I also didn't want them to waste their money. Eventually though, we found one. Someone accepted the job offer as an in-house tutor. My parents said they would receive her. And since I was nervous, I decided to go calm down like how I always did, with magic. So, while my parents grabbed my tutor, I walked out to the back of our house and practiced. Maybe I could figure out why the heck was so different from. Roxy Megardia had found a job offer. Because she was running low on funds, and because it was a secure job, she decided to take it. A simple task. Become an in-house tutor for a low-ranked knight's child. It was out in the countryside and while it paid decently well, it wasn't enough to entice too many adventurers or proper magicians other than the old ones. But it was perfect for her. She had just graduated from the Renoa Magic Academy and had trouble finding a job. She was also tired of adventuring, so she wanted to try her hand at teaching for a while. And the job seemed like an easy one, so she decided to take it. So, wearing her brown magician robe and gathering up her belongings in her bag, she set off to the village. But the parents were strange. A handsome young man with built muscles. A beautiful young woman with a kind and sweet smile. And both coming out to meet her like they were out for war, before becoming shocked when they saw her. They quickly got over that though and started laying out some ground rules. But those rules were even stranger than they were. First of all, the mother said. You shouldn't push Rudy. He's very smart, but he's self-conscious about his talent. Teach him the basics and what he wants to learn, but please be patient and don't rush him, even if he picks it up right away. From that, Roxy thought that the child might be slow. Or that this might be a pair of parents who didn't know how to spend their money. Especially after the father talked. On paper, you're a tutor. But think of this as more of being a resource for Rudy. Even if you're just here to answer his questions, that's enough. And we'll be training swordsmanship in the afternoon, so try not to exhaust him too much. Paul and Zenith Grere. Roxy thought they were a bit too ambitious. Hiring a magic tutor for a child who might not even have a talent for magic. Well, it was their money. And if it was just teaching theory or answering questions, she didn't mind. It was a bit disappointing, but a job was a job. Or so she thought. The parents brought her around into the courtyard. As they did, the mother, Zenith, looked at Roxy and said, now remember. Don't treat him any differently than a normal child, okay? And try not to have too high of expectations for him. Yes, miss. Roxy bowed her head. I will keep that in mind. In other words, treat him like an idiot child and be patient. Or rather, be a babysitter. It was a bit frustrating, but again, a job was a job. And then they walked into the courtyard and she saw the child she was supposed to be tutoring. They called him a child, but in truth, he was more of a baby. Short, a bit chubby. Perhaps no more than 3 years old. Objectively, it seemed like it really was just a babysitting job. If not for the ridiculous sight before her eyes. 100 floating orbs of water, floating all around him. A pudgy and cute face fixed in concentration. Fingers spinning like a conductor, moving the orbs here and there. And making some orbs freeze and shatter while others turned into snowballs. Then the child brought his hands together, spinning the balls as one. A swirling mass of water. Not just a giant water ball, but a water cannon. No. But wasn't that an intermediate spell? The child aimed it at the sky and then swung his hands out. With that, the water shot into the sky with a loud bang. But before it went too far, the water cannon dispersed, turning into droplets of water. Like rain. But before the rain reached the earth, they dissolved, turning into a faint mist. Impossible. A level of mastery and control that Roxy had never seen before. Not only voiceless incantation, but the sheer mana required for such a feat. And the child was only 3 years old. No, the kid was insecure about his talent. What did that make her then? Rudy. Zenith called out and waved. We brought your new tutor. As she did that, Paul walked to Roxy and said, remember. Treat him normally. Casual words. Even so, it was said with a sharp tone. Not a threat, but a severe reminder. With that, Roxy calmed down. Right. Even if he was like this, he was still a child. And that's why Mr. Paul and Miss Zenith were like that. He was a talented, God-blessed talent, but he was also a child. And it was her duty to teach him properly. When she thought about it like that, Roxy relaxed. The child, Rudy, turned around and tilted his head. Roxy froze when she saw his gaze. Sharp and clear green eyes. A gaze with focus and analysis that seemed like it was taking apart everything in front of his eyes. An expression that didn't belong on a 3-year-old. But that expression quickly faded, turning into pure childish excitement. He ran over and then held out his hand, smiling. Hello. I'm Rudy. Ah. Roxy realized it then. It was like that. Seeing that uncharacteristic expression switching over to such a childish one. It was like her. A child born different from his parents and surroundings. But one who wanted to be accepted and get along regardless. Roxy adjusted her hat and let out a soft smile. Holding out her hand, she said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Rudy. My name is Roxy. Nice to meet you, Miss Roxy. He grinned and shook her hand. After that, his eyes widened and he said, are we starting right now? Paul laughed and said, excited to start already, hey. He waved Rudy off and said, go learn your magic, Rudy. Dad will just go out to work then. Zenith smiled and then patted Roxy's shoulders. We'll leave you two to get to know each other. She waved at Rudy and then left. Bye Rudy. Have fun. Bye Mom. Bye Dad. And then they were alone. Roxy stared at Rudy, unsure of what to say. Rudy stared back, his eyes sparkling with expectation. So. Roxy eventually spoke up and said, what would you like to know? Rudy nodded. Miss Roxy's a really great magician, right? Could you go over the basics with me? I have an old textbook, but I think it might be outdated. Roxy let out an internal sigh of relief. Good. The basics. That was fine. Also, is it true that mana pools don't increase? Mine keeps growing. At the beginning, I could only make a few water balls, but the more I practice the more I can make. And it's not just me being more efficient. I can feel myself using the same amount for each water ball, so there's definitely more in me. Ah, and why do magic circles and incantations do the same thing with different methods? And why does no one overlap the two? Oh. And do you know any of the magical theory behind the magic circles? I was curious about the pieces A and D. Okay. Maybe this job wouldn't be so simple. Miss Roxy. Roxy laughed and then stood up. Let's go inside first. This might take a while. 14 toddler period lessons. So. After a quick discussion with my new teacher, I learned a few things. First, Miss Roxy was a genius. But not only was she a genius, she was a hard-working genius who knew everything from the ground up and could answer all my questions. Like, why the hell suddenly erupted even after I used a magic circle to try and stabilize the incantation. It turned out that I was mistaken on the purpose of the spell. Though, it should have been obvious from the name. Was a spell that created a ball of water. That was its primary use. Launching it and moving it around were auxiliary functions. On the other hand, there was another name for it too. The reason why it suddenly exploded when I added the magic circle instead of calming down was because was an attack spell. Like, that was its primary purpose. Gather a crap ton of water and then explode it. I was right in thinking that it built off of. The flow and everything was the same because it seemed like the base process of gathering water was the same. But there was an additional step at the very end that changed it from just gathering a ball of water to erupting into a high-pressured water bomb. But of course, the book didn't say anything like that. I couldn't blame it, really. It was my bad. When I asked Miss Roxy about why intermediate rank spells were so powerful, she explained that they were mostly meant for combat. And that it was common sense for people to be careful when casting anything beyond elementary rank spells because it was dangerous. Putting it in other words, elementary rank spells were basically like shooting a Nerf gun. The targeting, aiming, shooting, all of that was the same as the real thing. And you could hit and hurt people with it too, but it was mostly just for fun. Starting from intermediate rank spells and onwards though, you were handling a real gun. There was kickback, recoil, and a lot more energy to deal with. The same basic principles applied, but there was more weight to the firing that you had to watch out for. Well, Miss Roxy didn't explain it like that, but that was basically it. The long and short of it was that it was a really good thing I didn't start off my magic experimenting with fire. That would have ended really, really poorly. Anyway, the second thing I learned was that Miss Roxy got sidetracked really easily. We were supposed to go over the basics, but after I asked a few questions we delved into a really deep and esoteric discussion about the purpose of magic and its origins. Somehow, I didn't remember all of it since Miss Roxy started getting excited and sped up talking, but it was something like elves did it first, humans copied them, and the method got refined by all the races in the world after a while. Oh, and apparently there were a bunch of different races too. Like actual races. Elves, angels, demons, dragons, humans, beastkin, and sea creatures. Or something. Miss Roxy talked too fast for me to catch everything. Though maybe that was because I asked her if it was possible that mana could be directly shaped into a spell instead of using incantations or magic circles as a medium, and she started talking out loud to go through that hypothesis. Well, a hypothesis to her. I already knew that it was possible, but I didn't want to spill that just yet. But anyway, our first morning lesson ended, kind of fruitfully. I picked up some information on what went wrong in my spell along with some background info on magic and my new teacher. Miss Roxy also seemed to get something out of the lesson since she holed herself up in her guest room and started writing out a bunch of notes. And that was how my first lesson with Miss Roxy went. But immediately after that. So you want to learn swordsmanship, hey, Rudy? It was time for sword lessons with my dad. We were outside in the courtyard. My mom and Miss Lilia were watching from the side, probably to make sure Dad didn't go overboard and hurt me. That was good. If I was alone, I had a feeling he'd probably forget. I slowly nodded. Yes. But, are you sure you can teach me, Dad? At the time, I was super happy. The thought of being able to chop up a boulder with a stick was too cool to pass up. And since Dad could do that, it'd be great if I learned from him. Except, now that I was standing out here with him, I was having second thoughts. Mostly because he really didn't have any plans on where to start. My dad laughed. Of course I can. The sword styles aren't that hard to pick up, you know? But, He frowned and rubbed his chin. Rudy is still pretty small. We definitely won't be able to spar for a while. Not to mention your mom and Lilia will definitely beat me up if you get hurt. My mom immediately chimed in and said, you bet we will, mister. And no bed for you if Rudy gets hurt. My dad scratched the back of his head. Yeah. So no sparring. But there's no point in me watching you for just body work, and you already do that on your own. Oh. Right. Since I saw my dad training a lot, I used it as an excuse to start doing basic exercise by copying him. Mostly jogging, push UPS, sit UPS, etc. Though you really couldn't do much of that when you were just a baby, and even now I couldn't do much of that. Well. My dad shrugged and said, I guess you can just follow along with me and practice the forms. Let's see. He looked around the place. There's not really any good tree branch, so. He waved at my mom and said, sorry, Zenith. I'm going to clip your tree a bit. What? But. Before my mom could finish saying anything, my dad drew his sword and cut off a thin branch. His sword flashed a few more times, trimming off the leaves, and then he sheathed his sword. After that, picked up the branch and swung it around a bit. Yeah, this should be light enough. Off to the side, my mom slumped. My tree. There, Zenny. This is for young master's sake. Right. For Rudy. If it's for Rudy, it's fine. Note to self. Don't use trees in the courtyard as target practice. Mom worked really hard on raising them and she'll be super sad. My dad walked back over and handed me the stick. Here, Rudy. Let Dad know if it's too heavy, okay? K. I grabbed the stick and swung it around a bit. It wasn't too big. Probably only the width of an adult finger. But in my tiny hands it was the perfect size. It also made a nice swish sound when I swung it around. My dad looked at me and said, think you can do it? I think so. Great. Now, we'll start with the sword god style. It's super fast and perfect for attacking. Let's see, the basic attack, what was it again? Dad. Oh yeah. It's like this. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and then lowered his body. You kind of go HRRRGH and then. A silver flash. Dirt flying into the air. And suddenly my dad was on the other side of the courtyard. My dad turned around and said, swoosh. Just like that. I blinked. So. Dad was definitely a genius at the sword. Now, how the heck did he do that? Let's see. It looked kind of like a quick draw Iaido thing. Holding the sword by his waist, the HRRRGH thing was probably tensing up his muscles for explosive power. And the swoosh was probably releasing that force and unwinding with a slash. Easier said than done though. Your turn, Rudy. Oh okay. Squat. Hold the stick like a sword, step 4. BWA ha. Dirt, grass, the sky and ground spinning around and around. And before I knew it, I was staring at fluffy clouds floating past. Laughter echoed. My dad. Okay. Maybe we should start with even more basic stuff. How about swinging the sword around to get used to it? Hoo boy. Let's hope I inherited some of his talent because none of that made any sense. 15 The hard-working genius teacher. Roxy flipped through her notes, preparing for her next lesson. It was sunset, an orange glow starting to settle in from the light shining through the window. A week had passed since she started up her new role as a private tutor for a certain Rudius Grere. Objectively, it should have been a boring and tedious job. After all, Rudius was only a little past 3 years old. Most children that age were still fumbling around trying to make sense of the world around them. Learning magic? Ha! But her cute little student was different than that. It was just a week. A single week, but already Roxy was starting to rethink everything she knew about magic. To start off, Rudius's way of using magic was weird. Since he wanted to start with the basics, the first few lessons, after the initial one where she went off on a tangent because she got too excited. Ahem. Anyway, the first few lessons were spent on Roxy explaining the basic casting methods and the fundamentals of how magic worked. Drawing mana from inside or from an external source, using incantations or magic circles. Roxy was a little worried that she didn't explain things properly, but Rudius was smart. Thankfully, he understood everything she said. And then he asked a single question. But can't you just memorize the flow of mana and copy that instead of chanting or using magic circles? Her initial reaction had been no. But then she thought about it. Every time she chanted a spell or used a magic circle, her mana flowed through her to form that spell. It was something she took for granted. A fact as simple as breathing. But when her student asked that question, she started to become aware of it. Like how thinking about breathing made you manually control it until your body took over again. So she tried it out. During Rudius's sword lessons with his father, Roxy tested her student's hypothesis. It was hard. Even using a basic was difficult. Because Roxy was so used to incantations, she had to fight herself to not speak and just focus on the flow of magic. But it worked. It worked. The axiom that all magicians followed saying that you needed to use incantations or magic circles was wrong. No. There had been research and strides towards that conclusion. Shortened incantations an established phenomenon, after all. But to think that it could be excluded completely. Was the reason why this was never attempted because of its difficulty? Or was it just the so-called common sense overruling reason? Roxy didn't know, but what she did know was that she had just as much to learn from her student as he did from her. Especially when she stopped to consider how much of what magicians took as common sense to be true could actually be false. Like the thought that incantations were more effective than magic circles. Extrapolating from Rudius's thought about memorizing the flow of mana, what if it was possible to shape a magic circle with pure mana? From what Roxy knew, Demon Empress Kirisis Callisis invented the method and passed it along to others. But for the most part, that involved using specially prepared ink or carvings. But was that necessary? The ink and carvings were used to hold mana so that the spell could be performed, but if it was possible to directly shape mana into the magic circle, and if a person was able to memorize that shape and instantly recreate a magic circle, would that not be faster and more effective than incantations? True, it was more difficult. Not to mention the fact that memorizing such a complicated pattern would be an incredible feat on its own, let alone recreating it in a single moment by directing mana, but what if? Did Demon Empress Kirisis Callisis use magic that way? It would explain the legends about her being able to cast magic in an instant and with such ease. But then there was the deeper question as well. The elves were the origin of modern-day magic, and the current methods were refined by humans replicating and expanding upon what they saw. Yet there was something that nobody really considered. It was taken for granted that magic had to be structured. Either by incantations or by magic circles. But did it really? Rudius had asked that, and now that Roxy had spent the last week mulling it over between their lessons, she was starting to think it didn't. She wasn't sure yet, but her instincts told her that Rudius was right. And that was a ridiculous thought. Her, thinking that a child not even to his first major birthday was correct about magic when she graduated from the famed Renoa Magic University at the top of her class. But Rudius was different. She wasn't sure what miracle or curse made him this way, but her student saw the world differently. She was sure of it. And she was curious she couldn't wait to find out where his path led. But before then, they had to cover the basics. The foundation. Even if the foundation might be incorrect, they still had to know the apparent rules in order to know where to break or bend them. And for today's lesson, Roxy's bedroom door slowly creaked open. After that, tiny footsteps echoed, followed by a tired young voice. "I'm back, Miss Roxy." Roxy closed her journal and turned to look at the door. It was Rudius, her cute young student, who was completely disheveled and covered in dirt. Roxy smiled and said, "Did you get carried away again in sword lessons, Rudy?" "Dad got carried away." Rudius sighed and said, "He said that I was getting the hang of swinging a sword around and said it was time for target practice." Roxy's smile widened and she said, "Well, you've worked hard. You were bound to advance to something else eventually." "Yeah. But I'm not a genius like him, you know." He sighed and held out his right hand, gathering all the dirt on his body into a small clump. After that, he reached out his hand and sent the clump out the window. "He tries really hard, but Dad takes a lot of things for granted and doesn't explain it to me." He frowned and said, "Just because he can do it doesn't mean I can do it that easily." "Well, at least he understands." Roxy slowly nodded. "Yes. Well, geniuses are something else. Like you." But Roxy didn't say that. Even if it was true, it wasn't good. Not to mention it also invalidated all the hard work Rudius put in. And Roxy knew firsthand how that felt. Stupid shishao. Anyway. Rudius jumped onto Roxy's bed and looked towards her with sparkling eyes. "What are we covering today, Miss Roxy?" "Well." Roxy glanced at her notes and hummed. "I think we can move on to intermediate spells if you want. But is there anything in particular you want to study first?" "Ooh. Yeah." Rudius nodded and said, "I was wondering if you could teach me healing magic. I've got a feeling I might need it at this rate." Roxy smiled. "Well, let's hope you don't. But it is better to be safe than sorry." She reached over to her bag and rummaged around for her healing tome. After pulling it out, she opened it and said, "Now, we've covered the basics already, but healing magic is primarily used for healing injuries and removing toxins. The simplest spell in this branch of magic is, which can heal minor cuts, fractures, and plants." "How does it do that though?" Roxy blinked and looked at Rudius. "Pardon?" Rudius frowned and said, "Does it erase the wounds? Spin time back? Add in stuff that isn't there to plug the hole?" Ah! There it was again. Questions that Roxy didn't know the answer to. But if she thought about them. Isn't that impressive? "I'm sure that the saint rank spells and above can do those things, but I doubt that's true for such a basic spell." Roxy frowned and said, "I don't know exactly how it works since I'm not a healing magic expert, but if I had to guess, I would say that it helps the body help itself in healing the wound." There. A bit of a convoluted explanation, but a cohesive one. And as expected. If that's true, then can't you use to make training faster? I mean, training makes your body get worn out and you get stronger after you heal, right? So wouldn't help you with that? And what about fatigue? Does get rid of that too, then? A series of follow-up questions. Roxy stalled a bit to think. Well, when you put it that way. Does that work? Rudius wasn't wrong. There were studies about how the body adapted to stress and training, and it was established that the strengthening process occurred after taking damage. That was true in magical creatures as well. But using to speed that process up. It should. Roxy slowly nodded. Only helps the body heal itself and doesn't go beyond natural healing. It should also be able to help with fatigue. But Rudy. Roxy narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't underestimate how much mana healing magic uses. There's a reason why healers are so valued and why most adventurers use potions." "Oh. Got it, Miss Roxy." Phew. That somehow worked out. Next. Anyway. Roxy turned back to her book and said, "The incantation for is 16 toddler period practical applications." So. It turned out that I found a cheat. Well, probably anybody in my position would have realized it if they knew even the most basic thing about how the human body improved. You see, muscles got stronger after getting damaged and healing up. And didn't erase the damage your body suffered, but instead helped it heal itself. You see where I'm going with this? After I learned from Roxy, making sure to have her nearby while I used the spell with both the incantation and the magic circle to make sure nothing terrible happened, I pretended to go to bed early. But instead, I started experimenting again. It was a simple test. I would do push-ups until I couldn't anymore, heal myself up, and try again. Summing up my results. Baseline, 10 push-ups. Healing round 1, 11 push-ups. Healing round 2, 12 push-ups. Healing round 3, 14 push-ups. It was very incremental. Doing some quick math, the gain seemed to be about 10% improvement each time. Almost nothing. But it cost almost nothing too. Miss Roxy warned me about the mana cost in using too much, but that wasn't a problem for me for a few reasons. First, I had a crap ton of mana. I wasn't sure if I had more than Miss Roxy since her staff shined as bright as the morning sun if I stared at it too long, but when I tested my limits one time, it took me converting my mana into 100 water balls to get anywhere near tired. Second, I could see mana and use it more efficiently. I didn't try it out in the beginning since I was afraid of causing an explosion or some other catastrophe, but since I had a teacher to keep an eye on things, I started trying to cast magic from the floating mana I saw. I couldn't actually grab it, but I could use a bit of my mana to attract it over and use it that way. For example, if I wanted to use some blue mana to cast water spells, I could cut off a bit of my mana, turn it blue, and then use that to gather up all the floating mana to use for my spell. Miss Roxy had a weird way of just summoning all that mana whenever she needed it with her staff without using a thread of mana like me, but I still didn't know how to do that. And I couldn't really ask either without spilling the beans that I could see mana. Right now, Miss Roxy and I had a good working relationship. She was nice and seemed like she had fun answering all my questions. Even if they caught her off guard at times. But I didn't know how she'd react if I suddenly told her that I could see mana. Maybe I should bring it up subtly first to make sure it wasn't anything crazy. I remember that mage sight or something was pretty common in the stories and games I used to enjoy, so there was bound to be something similar. But just in case there wasn't, I'd keep quiet about that. For now. Anyway, long story short, it took a lot for me to run out of mana. In game terms, I basically had a bunch of MP reduction passives that made simple spells free. Which meant I could abuse the crap out of healing and buff up. And that was just by casting by the book, too. I had a feeling that if I messed around with it properly, I could tweak things and maybe do crazy stuff like refine my nerves and reflexes, but I could also break something, so I didn't do that. While I'd love to bounce those questions off Miss Roxy to see her thoughts, I was pretty sure that she didn't know enough about the human body to tell me. She could guess, but guesses were dangerous when it came to this stuff. On the upside, the holy country of Mealy's was a thing, and Mom's side of the family lived there. That country was famous for healing magic and had tons of experts there. Maybe in the future I'd swing by and bounce some ideas off of them to see if I could do proper superhuman tweaking. But at the moment, I was just stuck with basic supplements essentially. Still, continuous 10% improvement was better than nothing. And considering that I was still only 3 years old, I can't slack now. I pushed myself off the ground and focused. I didn't have an excuse this time. If I squandered my life away after getting this head start, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Even if I miraculously got a third chance after that, I'd just quit then and there. I slapped my cheeks and muttered, "You've got this, Rudy." I was lucky. I was lucky enough to be born fully aware and able to see mana. I was lucky enough to be born to loving parents who supported me without expectations. I was lucky enough to have a kind and caring maid that was essentially a second supportive mother. And now I was lucky enough to have a magic teacher who was a hard-working genius who could explain and help me work through questions I had on magic. If my life ended in vain again after all of this, I might as well never have been born in the first place. So. Fire. Water. Wind. Earth. Fire was too dangerous to practice inside, but the other three I could work on. A ball of water, wind, and dirt. Splitting my attention to each of those, I started slowly training my body. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, jumping jacks. Move your body. Work your body. You can go and be somebody. That's right. I grit my teeth and started doing push-ups. You've got this. You can do it. 1, 2, 3. FOAHN. A sudden loud moan, followed by a squeaking mattress. I stumbled, dropping to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the water ball fell on my back and the wind ball exploded, sending dirt everywhere. Geez. I brushed myself off and held out my hand, cleaning up the mess by sending out a blue thread and a brown thread, gathering up the water and dirt. After that, I tossed it all out the window and let out a deep sigh. Peepaw. Oh mealies. NNNNN. Mom's definitely a loud one, hey. I let out another deep sigh and walked to the door. I didn't judge. Mom and Dad loved each other very much. And considering how often they did it, I was looking forward to a younger brother or sister soon. But they did know that they weren't the only ones in this house, right? My room was the furthest from theirs, and I could still hear them going at it. If that was the case, what about Miss Lilia and Miss Roxy, hey? Did my parents not care, or did they like the thrill of that? Actually, I didn't want to know. All I knew was that I wanted to have at least one quiet night for once. So. Yeah. Let's play that card. The bathroom was along the way to their room. It'd be embarrassing for everyone involved, but if I groggily opened the door and asked what they were doing, they'd definitely quiet down a bit. Though considering how into it my mom got, that might just involve some kinkier stuff like gags to keep her quiet. Ew. Anyway, plan formulated. Now to execute. I opened the door and started walking over. It was dark though, so I held out my hand and conjured a tiny flame. Not a big one, but just about the size of a lit candle. With that done, I yawned to get in the proper state of mind to pull of my act. And then I saw something ahead of me that shouldn't be there. At first, my mind didn't register it. I saw blue. I saw some pale skin tinged pink. And between my mom's voice, I heard some soft feminine panting overlapping it. But then I blinked and realized that I wasn't dreaming, nor was I hallucinating. My parents' room was in the middle of the hallway. The bathroom was at the end. And I realized why the sound carried so much. The door was open just a crack. The door to my parents' room, that is. But that wasn't important. Instead, there was someone sitting there. Right beside the door and leaning against the wall. One hand buried in her blouse and the other much lower, buried in her thighs. Miss Roxy. I blinked. Miss Roxy noticed me and froze. I blinked again and slowly turned around, walking back into my room. I didn't see anything. Yab. Definitely didn't see anything tonight. Even if I did, I wasn't going to judge. Miss Roxy was about that age, right? Right. And since the internet wasn't a thing here, she had to work with, whatever source material she could find. Right. So, let's just dump all of my mana and knock myself out. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I closed the room behind me and then slipped into my bed. After that, I held out my right hand and spooled out all of my mana as fast as I could. For a split second, I saw it floating around in the air as a crimson haze. And then I blacked out. 17 toddler period a genius magician. The morning after. Despite blacking out, I woke up completely refreshed and bubbling with energy. Though that was mostly because I grabbed back the mana I left floating in the air. Oh, right. That was probably something I should ask Miss Roxy too at some point. I was just dumping my mana and reclaiming it every night, but maybe it would be more worthwhile to put it in a medium of some sort. That was probably what Miss Roxy did with her staff, now that I think about it. Maybe that sapphire in her staff is a special one that could hold mana? Or maybe gemstones in general could hold mana. Wait. Could I make gemstones? If earth magic controlled dirt, if I refined my control enough, could I pick out certain minerals and shape them? No, could I just turn mana into pure crystals? That was a thing, right? Most settings had a way to convert mana into gemstones or stone of some kind. Maybe I could do the same. Though my mana control definitely wasn't good enough for that yet. I could barely handle the recoil from the intermediate rank spells. Trying to bite off too much, yet. That was a project for much later. Maybe after I got a handle on saint rank spells or something. Surely by then my mana manipulation would be good enough, right? I hummed, lost in thought, and then conjured a ball of water to wash my face. After rinsing my mouth and casting a healing spell on it to clean up and disinfect so that I didn't have to brush my teeth, I left my room. Thankfully, Miss Roxy wasn't still in the hallway. And judging from the fact that the master bedroom was wide open, my parents weren't home. They probably left for work already. From what I remembered, they mentioned something about monsters showing up in the forest and were busy working on it. Miss Roxy was also supposed to go help at some point, but maybe it hadn't reached that yet? Anyway, it seemed like I woke up later than expected. Hopefully Miss Roxy didn't mind. And speaking of Miss Roxy, I walked over to her room and knocked on the door. Miss Roxy? Sorry for waking up late. Are we still doing lessons this morning? Rudy. Oh, one moment. Frantic scrambling. Footsteps pacing around the room. And then finally, the door opened. Unlike yesterday, Miss Roxy was fully dressed. Her pointed hat, brown magician robe, she was in full teacher mode. Except that she looked super flustered. Her eyes kept avoiding me and her face was red. It was pretty cute, actually. Miss Roxy was quiet for a bit, and then she cleared her throat. You Rudy. Last night. Ah. So it was that after all. Well, time to play the innocent and naive kid card. I tilted my head and said, oh. Sorry, Miss Roxy. I wanted to use the bathroom, but I saw you asleep in the hallway so I just went back to sleep. I frowned and said, you shouldn't stay up so late. If you're tired enough to fall asleep in the middle of the hallway like that, it's bad, you know. Miss Roxy is growing too, so you need to get proper rest. Why yes. Roxy cleared her throat and said, I will. It won't happen again, Rudy. Under her breath, I heard her mutter something like next time I'll just stay in my room. But thinking about Miss Roxy doing something like that made me feel weird, so I just quietly ignored it. Thank God puberty didn't hit yet. Anyway. Roxy grabbed her staff and said, let's go. I blinked. Go? Go where? Roxy patted my head and said, your father, mother, and Miss Lilia went to the village today, so it's just us until this evening. Since that's the case, how about we get some practical experience for you? Does that sound good? Practical experience? You mean like practicing outside? MMHM. We've been practicing elementary rank spells so it's fine, but starting with intermediate rank spells, it's best to test them out in a place without potential for collateral damage. Like say a certain storage room wall. I felt my face heat up and I averted my gaze. That was one time. And it won't happen again. Roxy smiled. I'm just teasing you, Rudy. But it really would be best to get outside. It's no good to just sit around and read books all day. But don't you do that, Miss Roxy. Roxy cleared her throat and averted her gaze. Yes. Well. I also have a special task to do today. Ah. I nodded and said, is it that time of the month? Mom and Miss Lilia get that too. Did you need more supplies? Rudy. Yes, Miss Roxy. Here's a very important lesson. Roxy let out a wide smile. But it didn't reach her eyes. I flinched. Yes. Never ask that of a lady unless she tells you. Okay. Oh okay. Scary. Scary. And what the heck? Those mana threads were converging by themselves. Is that a spell? It's going to cast a spell. Oh god. Good. Roxy leaned back, letting out a real smile. I let out a deep sigh. Note to self, Miss Roxy is scary when mad. Second note to self, never let Miss Roxy know you actually saw and knew what she was doing yesterday. Third note to self, explore the potential avenue of emotions affecting mana and magic. Now. Roxy grabbed my right hand with her left and said, let's go, Rudy. Okay. Adventure time. Roxy laughed and said, yes. Adventure time. A farmer took off his straw hat and bowed to Roxy. Thank you so much, Miss Megardia. Roxy shook her head and said, it's fine. Something like this isn't too much trouble. The farmer raised his head and smiled before digging into a bag by his side and holding out a few copper coins. This isn't much, but I hope it helps. Of course. Roxy took the coins and tucked them away into her own bag. After that, she smiled and said, let me know if you need any more help. We will, Miss Megardia. The farmer let out a friendly wave and headed back to work. To sum up what just happened. Like Miss Roxy promised, we went out on a little adventure to the village. Along the way, she taught me a bit more about the differences between elementary ranked spells and intermediate ranked spells. Mostly how there was a big difference in the way you handled mana while casting the two. It was mostly like what I figured already. Elementary ranked spells were just the fundamentals teaching you the basic flow while intermediate ranked spells were enacting things with elements. Put it another way. Elementary ranked spells let you manipulate the basic element and concept. Meanwhile, intermediate ranked spells and above were causing you to do things with those elements. Like my mishap, the spells were usually combat-oriented and meant to do damage. They could be fine-tuned for auxiliary purposes, like using to water crops. But that was like trying to use a high-pressure hose to water flowers. You could make it work, but you really shouldn't. But that was a side tangent. While she was explaining that, farmers came over to Miss Roxy and asked for some help. They were basic things, like converting giant rocks back into mud, healing some batches of crops that were withered because pests, etc. It wasn't for free though. Although it was just a simple task, the farmers paid Roxy for it. Roxy walked back to my side and smiled. A practical demonstration of what can be done with intermediate ranked magic. What do you think, Rudy? I frowned and placed my hand on my chin. I think that being a magician is a very profitable job. Most people would be tired out casting magic all day, but I had grinned out my efficiency enough for that to not be a problem. It probably wouldn't be a good thing to make a place revolve around magic to grow crops, but it might be possible to use magic to turn infertile lands fertile. Especially if it was possible to convert rocks directly into soil like that. And then it would be possible to divert water flow, maybe create an underground water well. Ah! Roxy spoke up and said, don't get too carried away. Tasks like these are just pocket money, Rudy. It really isn't profitable to go around doing magic like this. But it helps people, right? And come to think of it, Miss Roxy doesn't need to help them. She said it was for pocket money, but Miss Roxy wasn't spending any money at all from her salary. Not only that, but she didn't pay for any food, lodging, or materials. In that case. I looked at Roxy and said, Miss Roxy. Yes, Rudy. You're really a nice person, aren't you? There were only two possible reasons why she would do something like that. The first was that Roxy was extremely stingy and pinched every penny she could get. And the second was that she took payment so that the farmers didn't feel indebted to her. Roxy blushed and tugged her hat down to cover her eyes. Like I said, it's for pocket money. K. Roxy frowned. Are you making fun of me? No, Miss Roxy. I would never. Miss Roxy is too nice and pretty to make fun of. She huffed and bopped my head with her staff. Don't get snippy, Rudy. I might not treat you like a kid, but I will if you act like one. I rubbed my head and laughed. Okay, Miss Roxy. I'll stop. Humph. She turned around and kept walking. I hopped after her and said, so where are we going, Miss Roxy? We had been walking for a couple hours now and just made our way past the village with all the farmers. Now, the only thing in sight were just rolling grasslands and the distant mountains to the north. Here is fine. Here. Roxy nodded and turned towards me. You're already capable of casting intermediate rank spells. It wasn't a question. I let out a nervous laugh and said, yes, Miss Roxy. But only for water. She nodded and said, that may be. But you don't seem to have a weak system at all, so there shouldn't be a problem with casting other elements. I blinked. Weak system. Roxy blinked and said, I forgot. We didn't cover that. She paused and closed her eyes to think for a bit. After a while, she nodded and opened her eyes. Every person has their innate talent towards certain types of magic. Oh. Is it like how dragons are good at fire magic and elves are good at wind and earth magic? That's prejudice. Please don't assume that in the future, Rudy. Got it, Miss Roxy. Prejudice, hey? Right. That exists here too. No, it was bound to be worse considering there were clear differences. Well. Roxy hummed and said, it's not necessarily wrong either. Records show that the dragon race were good at fire magic, and most elves really are good at wind and earth magic. But that's because they're familiar with the elements from where and how they live, not because of their race. Oh. I blinked. Wait, really? So a person's affinity towards magic can be affected by their life experiences. Roxy blinked as well and then sighed. You figured that much out already, hey? Sorry, Miss Roxy. Roxy smiled. No. It's good. That just mean that you've been paying attention. I smiled back. In any case. Yes. A person's affinity towards magic can indeed be affected by their life experiences. For example, someone burned by fire would find it harder to use. Someone who can't swim would find it difficult to handle water magic. A person afraid of heights may struggle with wind magic. Something along those lines. And conversely, a person familiar with a particular element would find that easy to use. For example, a blacksmith who spends all day in a forge would be very attuned to fire magic. That makes sense. I nodded. Mental imagery and beliefs seemed to have some effect on magic overall, so it seemed plausible. And maybe that would explain my affinity towards all sorts of magic? I had been messing with pure mana since I was born. Did that cause me to develop in some weird way? Well, setting the seeing mana thing aside. In any case. Roxy stepped back and pointed at the open sky. Go ahead, Rudy. Go ahead. Roxy nodded. Give it your best shot. If we want to start advanced rank spells and beyond, it's important for you to get a feel for how each element is at the intermediate rank so that you can prepare. Are you sure? I'm sure. Miss Roxy will be there to put out any fires and damage I might cause. Miss Roxy. Teacher will do her best. That's not very reassuring. Alright. I took a deep breath and held up my hand to the sky. I'm starting. I'll be using fire first, Miss Roxy, so please get ready. Oh great water spirit, the son of the lightning emperor who ascended to the skies. A giant surge of water mana gathered around Roxy and her staff started to shine. Well. If she was going to go that far. I didn't know what level spell she was using, but it seemed strong enough to put out a wildfire, so. I held up my right hand and started chanting. O great spirit of flames who lends your light and warmth to this land. Gather before me and ignite my foe. A surge of flaming orange mana erupted in front of me. A more wild and raging flow compared to water. But I was prepared. And also, I knew what would happen. Carefully controlled. Tightly focused. I let the spell draw out my mana, convert it, and form a fireball. And then I braced myself. A sudden and rapid combustion. The converted mana raging and letting loose. The giant fireball suddenly shot forth from my hand and into the sky. At the same time that happened. Cumulonimbus. Miss Roxy held up her staff and shouted the name of a spell. My fireball flew up into the air and started bubbling. Just like with it was going to explode. I grit my teeth and tried to control it, but it was still a bit too much for me. Thankfully, it wasn't a problem. A thundercloud suddenly formed. And the moment it did, a torrential downpour snuffed out the fireball. And just as suddenly as the thundercloud appeared, it dispersed. Phew. Miss Roxy wiped her forehead and said, I thought something like this might happen. It's a good thing I took that into account. I blinked and looked around. What was that? Roxy smiled. That's your teacher's secret saint rank spell. If you work hard, then someday you'll be able to cast it too. She paused. Though at the speed you're advancing, that someday might be less than a year away. I didn't pay attention to what Roxy said. Instead, I took a look around. A swirl of brilliant blue mana. Threads of green mana woven in. Some sparking yellow mana. Streaks of flaming orange mana. It was a tapestry of colors filling the sky. They were slowly dispersing, but I could still see it. That's a saint rank spell. Beautiful. There was no other way around it. I thought that the different ranks were just pumping more mana into the equation and sorting things out. But this. It was predominantly a water spell. I could see that. But there were other things mixed in. And mixed in so splendidly I couldn't even begin to describe it. But the most incredible part of it was the control Miss Roxy had. I could tell. If she wasn't careful, that spell would have erupted and destroyed the surroundings. At least a small crater would have been formed if that spell let loose. But not only did it remain controlled throughout, but Miss Roxy even dispersed it. Not just dispersed the spell though, she sent the clouds flying, got rid of the ambient static electricity forming the lightning, and quelled the winds used to whip up the air pressure to form the spells. In other words, I turned to Miss Roxy and said, Teacher. You're amazing. Roxy blinked and tugged her hat down. You're giving me too much credit, Rudy. I'm sure the day will come where you're doing something even more incredible. No. Miss Roxy. Miss Roxy is definitely more amazing than me. I stared at the dissipating mana threads and couldn't help but sigh. This was my teacher. She was someone who could do this sort of incredible thing without seeing mana. Someone who could use an incantation, let it run its course, and then snatch back control and perfectly direct every portion of the spell. Even if I get to this point, I don't think I can ever say that I surpassed Miss Roxy. She reached the level she was right now without any help. No, she said she had a teacher, but from the way she acted whenever it got brought up, it seemed like she didn't have a good experience with that person. Either way, this was the result of Miss Roxy's efforts. Constant polish and refinement, all while essentially probing around in the dark with just feel. Not with the ability to clearly see the shape of a spell and the mana going into it. A real, bona fide, hard-working genius. A strange expression crossed Roxy's face. But then she sighed and walked over to pat my head. You're a sweet kid, Rudy. I looked up at her and smiled. And Miss Roxy is a kind, beautiful, and brilliant young woman. She laughed again and pulled her hand back. Save those words for someone your age, okay? Ah. I blinked, realizing how flirty they could come across and then nodded. Understood, Miss Roxy. Roxy smiled again. Now, on to the next spells. Thankfully, wind and earth aren't quite as destructive. I hope. Let me know the moment you feel like you're losing control, okay? Not that I think you will, but just in case. I know, Miss Roxy. Good. Then. Go ahead. I took a deep breath. O great spirits who dwell within the humble earth. 18 Progress Report. A bright and sunny morning. Back in her room, Roxy sighed and started scribbling down her thoughts in her journal. A year and a half had passed since the time that Roxy began her job teaching Rudius. And during that time, she came to one conclusion: she wasn't qualified to teach him. The magic lessons progressed smoothly, of course. Rudius was a bona fide genius. And Roxy was certain that he would have reached an incredible level even if he didn't have a teacher. He was just that talented. No, not just talented. Rudius was incredibly diligent as well. No matter what Roxy said, Rudius took it upon himself to faithfully listen to every word and memorize it. And when she quizzed him, not only did he repeat what she said verbatim, but he always rephrased it afterwards in simpler terms. He said it was because he wasn't smart enough to understand the complex things, but it was the opposite. Rather than being unable to understand complex concepts, Rudius was able to distill everything down to its essence. Well enough that Roxy was sure he could explain it to another child and that child would understand. If Roxy wasn't sure about how innocent Rudius was, she would almost think that he was being patronizing. But he wasn't. And that was the most incredible part about it. He was this incredible, and yet he still thought he was nothing special. No, he thought that Roxy was more incredible. He thought that his teacher was better than him and would always be better than him. Roxy set down her pen and held out her right hand. As she did, she focused. Carefully, slowly, she called forth her mana and traced out a familiar pattern. And then a ball of water formed in her hand. Roxy gave it a strange look and then sighed, dispersing the water ball. 1 year, and I'm only this far. Following her student's line of questionings, Roxy started to do more research into direct spell casting. Ignoring the chant and magic circles and directly forming the spell with mana. It was difficult. The main obstacle was the fact that she couldn't see the flow of mana. Since she used it so much, it was possible for her to recreate, but more complex spells were definitely impossible. No, not impossible, but unfeasible. Perhaps if she had a demon eye of magic power. No. Even then, it would be difficult. But Rudius could do it. He always made sure to diligently cast the spell with the incantation and the magic circle at least once. But afterwards, he would be able to cast the spell with just a thought. Not only that, but he could freely manipulate it as well. In fact, it was strange. For Rudius, it seemed to be harder for him to use incantations than to just directly cast the spell. Since the rather disastrous trial run of intermediate spells that will never be mentioned again, Roxy discovered that Rudius wasn't suited for incantations. If he used magic circles, there were no problems. And from what he said, he could directly trace out the magic circles with his mana as well by memorizing the picture. And that was another thing that made Roxy doubt her qualifications. Rudius's memory was unreal. The first few times, Roxy had doubted Rudius's claim of being able to copy magic circles. So, under the guise of memorization practice, she had him draw out the magic circles of the elementary rank spells by hand outside in the dirt. The result? Flawless. Not a single part of the magic circle was missing, and when Roxy poured mana into them, it even cast the spell. Roxy stared at her journal and the notes for the next day's lesson and sighed. I'm running out of things to teach you, Rudy. Even with the strange quirk in having difficulty with incantations, Rudius was easily able to cast up to advanced rank spells in every element. And Roxy was certain that if she had the material for advanced rank healing magic and summoning magic, he would be able to use that as well. But most importantly, all of this was without a wand. Yes. In all the excitement, Roxy had forgotten the most important tradition of making a wand for her student to help cast magic. Wait. Roxy blinked and then she groaned. That would explain the difficulty. Spells weren't meant to be cast without a focus. You could, but it was dangerous. Starting from the intermediate rank spells onwards, there was a high possibility of a spell going awry without something to control it. That was why all magicians had at least a wand. But this entire time, Rudius had been casting spells without one. And Roxy had just let him. She let him, and he somehow managed to not only get over that trouble, but he could control chanted intermediate rank spells now without a wand. Ha! Roxy, you dummy! She had to fix that. It would be a bit awkward presenting him with a wand this late, but it was her duty as his teacher to make one for him. The problem was that she didn't have a magic crystal to use as its core. Oh wait. Roxy looked over to her bag and rummaged around. There should be a few around here, right? Because of the recent surge in magical creatures in the forest, Paul had come across a decent amount from killing them. He had also given some to Roxy see if she could make some use out of them since she was a magician. And so, here they are. 6 magic stones. They weren't too big. All 6 of them together barely covered Roxy's small palm. They were also pretty low quality, and not very pretty. But they would work. The wood will be a problem, but if the forest is as dense in mana as Paul said. Roxy hummed. Rudius's 5th birthday was coming up, wasn't it? In that case. A knock on the door. After that, a male voice called out. Roxy? Are you decent? Roxy put the magic stones back in her bag and then said, yes. Did you need something, Paul? The door opened and Paul walked in. Yeah. Rudy's tagging along with Lilia today to run some tasks down at the village. Are you free to help Zenith and I clear out the monsters in the forest? Roxy stood up and frowned. More monsters. Paul sighed. Yeah. We think that there's a magical item buried somewhere causing all of this, but we aren't too sure exactly what it is. We were hoping you could help us find it. Roxy grabbed her staff and nodded. I can do that. But strange. Why would something like that be out here in Bina village? Paul shrugged. Beats me. But it is, so we need to deal with it before things get out of hand. He frowned and said, the rate of magical creatures being created is increasing these days too. It's every other day now instead of every week. That bad? Roxy frowned. Yep. But we can talk more on that later. Paul left the room and said, how's Rudy been doing? We haven't had a chance to talk much about his progress recently, have we? Roxy followed after Paul and sighed. I'm beginning to think that I'm unqualified to be his teacher. Rudy is. Rudy learns very quickly. Paul laughed. Tell me about it. If you told me a pipsqueak like that could pick up the basics from all 3 sword styles before he turned 5 before I met him, I'd think you were drunk. Roxy blinked and said, Does that mean that Rudy is elementary rank then? Not quite. Paul adjusted the sword on his side and said, he's still too small to actually practice, but it looks like he has the forms down. I'm thinking of starting up on actual drills soon. But I wanted to talk with you about that first. Rudy has a habit of going a bit overboard in training. He sighed. Honestly. He's a bit too earnest. Since he's that good, it'd be fine to relax every now and then, you know. Footsteps approached and then Zenith appeared, dressed for travel as well. Her blonde hair was tied up in a practical ponytail and she wore leather armor. A typical adventurer outfit. She frowned at Paul and said, and lays around like you, Paul? If you really practiced instead of just swinging that sword around to look good, you'd probably be at Saint ranked by now. Paul shrugged. Training is boring. Besides, there's no need to get stronger if I'm the strongest, right? Humph. Zenith shook her head and said, that thinking's going to make Rudy catch up to you in no time. Is your dignity as a father going to remain intact when that happens, dear? GRK. Well, that's still a few years out, right? Roxy hummed. Well. If Rudy uses magic, I think he can beat you right now. Paul froze. Zenith blinked and said, really? My Rudy's gotten that strong already. Roxy nodded and looked towards Paul. I think that Rudy inherited your combat sense, Paul. He stumbles over incantations still. Mostly because he didn't have a wand yet, but Roxy decided to keep that bit quiet. But if he uses magic circles, he can cast everything below Saint ranked. Paul's eyes widened. Really? Ah, but it's with magic circles. He frowned and said, that's not really useful. Is it? It is when you can form them purely from your mana. Zenith gasped. Really? You taught Rudy how to do that? I don't think I can deserve the credit for. Zenith ran up and hugged Roxy. I knew you were a great tutor, Roxy. Zenith. I don't. Oh. Sorry. Zenith stepped back and clapped her hands together. I just can't believe it. Rudy's come so far. Paul chuckled. As much fun as it would be to praise our son all day, Zenith, we should really get going. Oh. Right. Zenith smoothed her face and then looked at Roxy. Thank you for helping today, Roxy. It's fine. I was planning on heading to the forest anyway. Hey. Paul blinked and said, why's that? Secret. But if you find a decent piece of wood when we're there, I would appreciate you pointing it out. Zenith gasped. Oh. That's a great idea. Paul looked between the two women and said, I'm not following. Roxy tugged her hat down and said, don't worry about it. Now. Let's go. It'll be dangerous if we waste time. Paul nodded. All right. Then, follow me ladies. The dashing Paul Grere will lead the way. Roxy blinked and looked at Zenith. Is he always like this? Yes. But don't worry. He won't make any passes at you if you are concerned about that. Paul likes them a bit, you know. Zenith emphasized her chest. I wasn't asking that. But thank you for the information, I suppose. Sorry. Roxy sighed. Let's just go. 19 young child outside the box. Thank you for helping me with this, young master. I frowned and said, I keep telling you, Miss Lilia. Just Rudy is fine. Lilia shook her head. As much as I appreciate your request, young master, I cannot do that. My frown deepened and I muttered, formalities are stupid. Miss Lilia's just as close to me as Mom is. Lilia's eyes widened and then she gave me a warm smile. Thank you, young master. I smiled back. Today was a break day for me. Dad said that I was working too hard and told me to help out Lilia in running some tasks down at the village. It wasn't complicated. We just needed to grab some more supplies. Sausages, grains, bread, flour, fruits, basic groceries. I looked over our cart and nodded. That should be everything, right Miss Lilia? Lilia walked around the cart and checked everything against a list. It should be. But there is one problem. What problem? Lilia sighed. We don't have a horse to pull the cart back. Oh. Right. We only had one horse. His name was Caravaggio and he was Dad's longtime companion, but because of that, he was also with Dad today. The plan had been to grab a cart and a horse here and bring everything back, but there isn't a spare horse around. Lilia shook her head. It seems that the village protectors have gone to the forest with them to meet with Master Paul and the others. That is a problem. Miss Lilia was fine walking over here, but her old injuries would make walking back and carrying this stuff difficult. Not only that, but while she hid it well, I could tell that she was already tired out from the walk too. Lilia shook her head. My apologies, young master. If I had anticipated this. It's fine, Miss Lilia. We'll just have to get a bit creative. Pardon. I stared at the cart to think. It wasn't a full carriage with a cover and everything, but there were places to sit down on it. We had organized the groceries in the middle and everything was secure so stuff wouldn't go flying if the cart moved. But the source of that movement, the wooden axle thing for the horse to carry, was empty. Mainly because we were out of a horse and all, you know? But that wasn't too big of a deal. Miss Lilia, would you sit down on the cart? Lilia blinked and said, pardon. I think I can get us back. It'll be a bit ad hoc, but it should work. Very well. Lilia nodded and got on the cart. I will leave it to you, young master. I smiled. Don't worry, Miss Lilia. I'll make sure we get back with everything intact. With that said, I turned around to check our surroundings. The cart was already set up on the outskirts of the village. There were a few people staring at us, but for the most part we were left alone. Well, a few people waved at me. Mostly people who saw me going around and helping with Miss Roxy on her pocket money trips. I waved back at them. But then I focused. We were out on the rolling hills. Our house was about 5 miles away, give or take. The path back, thankfully, wasn't very rough. In fact, it was just a straight shot back. But the problem was that we were out of propulsion. I walked around the cart, thinking. 2 wheels. Top heavy with wooden sticks to attach to the horse to balance. I thought about just using wind, but that wouldn't work with the way the cart was shaped. Wait. Young master. It'll be rough, but it should work. I nodded and held out my hand to focus. First, I needed some earth mana. To make that, I spun out some of my mana and converted it. Next, I needed some dirt. I could use the dirt nearby, but I didn't want to ruin the scenic terrain, so I summoned a giant glob. In the corner of I saw some people looking at me, but I ignored them. The proper thing would be to make an engine or something like a golem to drag the cart along, but I wasn't skilled enough to make that. Maybe in the future, but not now. But something that I could make was a giant spinning wheel. And since I could hold everything together with a string of mana, I waved my hand, causing the clump of dirt to flow towards the cart. Parts of it extended past the 2 axles before hooking up to a perpendicular axle. And then around that middle part was a treaded wheel. Well, a shoddily made treaded wheel. My control was still a bit sloppy, so the treads were more like random cuts rather than a uniform pattern. But it should work well enough for grip, and I could always clean it up if it got full. So with that done. Alright. I hopped into the driver's seat at the front of the cart and held out my hands. Turning's going to be complicated, but this should work out. Yeah. It definitely will. Positive affirmations. Mama Lilia, Miss Lilia is watching, so you can't mess up here, me. Lilia gasped. Young master, that's incredible. It's nothing compared to Miss Roxy, but it'll do. If Miss Roxy was here, I was sure she could do something ridiculous like just send us along on a wave of water. That or make a slab of dirt underneath the cart to fly along. Should I hold on? Yeah, it'll probably be a bit bumpy. Keep an eye on the groceries, would you? Understood. I waited for Lilia to get ready. And then I nodded and turned back to the front. Here goes nothing. Let's do this. Lilia laughed. I smiled. And then the cart started moving. Slow at first, creaking like an old skeleton. But eventually I got a hang of the proper rotating speed and we were good to go. Braking might be hard, but I'd just have to remember to slow down before we got back. Wind in my hair, sun at my back, and a clear blue sky. Things were a bit wild with me having to improvise, but other than that, today was a good day. I smiled and leaned back a bit to relax. As I did, Lilia spoke up. You've worked hard, young master. Be a dump. I'm so proud of you. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. It was a casual remark. No, not quite casual. But it was heartfelt. Sincere. An acknowledgement of what I'd done up to this point. It was a bit silly, actually. This wasn't much. I could do so much more. But just that little bit. Thank you, Miss Lilia. That me means a lot too. Damn it. And no crying. I sniffed and brushed my eyes. Stupid kid body. Making me all emotional like this. Arg. I forced a smile on and glanced back at Lilia. Thank you, Miss Lilia. That really means a lot. Lilia smiled back. But then she frowned, looking away. Conflicted. I blinked. Miss Lilia. It's nothing, young master. I'm just. She sighed. Time flies quickly, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, you've turned from a tiny baby to a young child. Miss Lilia doesn't look that old if that's what you're worried about. You're still very pretty. She blinked and then laughed. Thank you, young master. It's good to hear. Not what I expected, but I appreciate it. Oh. I stand by what I said. Miss Lilia really was still pretty. I remembered thinking that she was really beautiful already when I was younger, but she hadn't changed a bit since I grew up. If anything, she was more beautiful because she had a more mature look around her. Well. She hid her smile behind her sleeve and said, it looks like your mother's going to have to keep an extra close eye on her son in the future when it comes to women. Hey. Nothing. Lilia tucked a strand of her crimson hair behind her ear and stared out at the horizon. But, this truly is a wonderful life. To think that my life would end so peacefully. I frowned. You're not leaving, are you, Miss Lilia? That didn't sound good. Weren't those types of words always said by people in movies before they died? Like the old veteran who finally made his way home only to succumb to old injuries. Wait. I turned back to look at Lilia. She looked back at me and shook her head. Of course not, young master. She smiled and said, you still need me here, don't you? I have no intention of leaving any time soon. Good. I gave an absent-minded reply. As I did, I stared at Miss Lilia. Specifically, I stared at her legs, though I made it a point to pretend to look at the groceries instead. But even then, I could see it. A bright purple light, twisting around her legs. Before, I thought it was just her own mana. And since I'd never seen anything like it, I thought it was just a natural color for her. But now that I thought about it, Miss Lilia said that she quit her previous job because of an old injury. She couldn't walk or put much weight on her legs. Even when carrying me, she was always super careful and patient. Keep an eye on the fruits, would you, Miss Lilia? I'm not sure how bumpy this will get when we cross the hills. Of course, young master. Saying that, I looked away. But when I did, I frowned. Purple mana, an old injury. Was it possible? A poison laced with mana? No, mana that turned into a poison in and of itself? It seemed like I'd need to do a lot more serious research on that healing magic of mine. 20 young child, a big event. I hadn't noticed it, mostly because I hadn't celebrated it much in my previous life either, but this world didn't have a custom of celebrating birthdays. At least, not every year. Instead, there were 3 major birthdays celebrated, 5, 10, and 15. The first was probably because that was around the time that parents could be reasonably certain the child would survive to adulthood. The third was the age of majority in this world. Basically the age you would get treated as an adult and set free to do whatever you wanted. A bit younger than what I was used to, but when the world was apparently filled with dangerous monsters, it made sense. History showed that back on Earth too. I think. As for the second at 10 years old, that was just the midway point between childhood and adulthood. The halftime show, so to speak. Anyway, it was my 5th birthday all of a sudden. Well, I thought it was all of a sudden, but I guess in hindsight I should have seen it coming. Like Miss Lilia mentioned, time did fly. So, today was a busy day. Mom, Miss Lilia, and Miss Roxy were busy preparing for the party. Turned out, that was what all the ingredients were for. They were all hard at work preparing a wonderful feast to celebrate my birthday. As for me and my dad. Ha! I stepped forward and swung my stick. A fast slash, whipping through the air at my dad's face. Not bad, not bad. My dad grinned and casually tilted his head to the side. Looks like we'll need to bump up to real sparring soon instead of just you trying to hit me. I clicked my tongue. It was annoying. I'd been secretly training my body and abusing healing magic to try and catch up to my dad, but he was just too good. Right now we were doing target practice. Except, the target was my dad's face. Apparently, he said he had super great reflexes for dodging attacks to his face from past incidents. I didn't believe him. Well, I believed that he had good reflexes from past incidents because my dad looked like a pretty boy flirt in the past who just got buff, but I didn't believe that he could dodge each of my attacks. But damn it, he did. I brought my stick back and frowned, staring at my dad's stance. What? Give up already, Rudy? Can't even hit your old man. I stared at my dad, assessed my past performance, and then I seriously nodded and said, you're right. I can't hit you like this. It had already been 4 hours. 4 straight hours. 4 hours with me running at full speed and wildly swinging my stick around at random while using to constantly restore my stamina and get better, bit by bit. I was hoping for Dad to tire out a bit. Enough for me to whack that insufferable face at least once. But he didn't get tired at all. He was sweating sure, but that was it. Instead of slowing down or getting worn out, he got more excited as we progressed and started doing some crazy evasive maneuvers. Jumping on all fours and crawling around like a dog. Cartwheels. rolling on the floor. Crazy footwork that looked like break dancing. Some more footwork that looked like ballet. It was annoying. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was my dad and that I was practicing my sword skills, I would have smacked him in the head with a water whip. Hell, if this was a random guy I met on the road, I wouldn't have hesitated to just open up a pit beneath him and let loose. Because screw that noise. My dad laughed and wiped his face with his shirt. Don't feel bad, Rudy. I told you, didn't I? I'm a genius. No matter how smart you are, it'll take you time to reach my toes, let alone hit my face. I sighed and lowered my stick. Seems like it. My dad was a bit too arrogant for my liking, but he had a right to be. Handsome, muscular, a bit cocky but with the skills to back it up. Not only that, but a natural intuition to predict moves and the ability to react fast enough to them that it didn't matter what you tried. He was stupid, but he was a genius. An oxymoron almost, but it was true. If I had to compare, my dad was just like a harem shounen protagonist who retired with the main love interest. Stupidly strong and talented for no reason, no brains, but the looks and charm to pull it off even while having an annoying demeanor. Well, I guess it helped that he was also a genuinely decent guy at heart. You had to squint a bit at times to see it though between his trash talk, ego, and puffery. My dad walked up to me and ruffled my hair. Don't worry, Rudy. Luckily for you, you inherited the smarts from your mom's side of the family and a decent amount of skill from me. I'm sure that you'll get to where I am in a few years. I smiled. You really mean that, Dad? Of course. Though, by that time I'll probably already be saint ranked. Ha 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 ha. Ooh. Just you wait. Give me 2 years, and I swear. Boys. My mom waved from the front door and said, we're ready. Coming Mom. I looked at my dad and said, you want a quick rinse? Yeah. That'd be great. CC cold. Ah. Sorry. I gave him a blank look and sent a wave of warm air to dry off the cold water I dumped on him. Don't want to keep them waiting, you know. My dad laughed. Yeah. Guess I deserve that anyway. Ah, but go ahead, Rudy. I'll air out for a bit first. Can't show up reeking like a pig, right? Alright. I'll see you soon then, Dad. Don't stay out here too long. With that said, I headed inside. Paul watched his son walk back into the house. The moment Rudy's back was gone, Paul doubled over and rubbed his legs and arms to get out the cramps. Arg, what a crazy son I've got. It seemed like Rudy didn't notice, but that was close. Yai too close. 4 hours and he didn't even break a sweat. Rudy sure as hell inherited the good old grey stamina. Insane. Was it because Rudy was determined to catch up to him? At first, Rudy didn't have any talent for the sword. Or for working out. But then he started improving. It was slow at first. Barely noticeable. But these days, it was impossible not to notice. Paul stretched and then shook out his limbs. After that, he looked inside the house and said, the power of youth sure is scary, hey. Was this how his father felt back then watching him run around with a sword in his hand? Thinking about that brought a bitter smile to Paul's face. The old man would have definitely liked Rudy. He was everything that Paul wasn't. Smart, polite, and humble. In exchange, his talent with the sword wasn't that good, but it was getting better with every day. Paul wasn't sure if that was just because Rudy was growing, Paul was that good of a teacher, or Rudy just worked really hard because he hated being shown up. Probably that last bit. The look in Rudy's eyes got pretty mean near the end there. Almost like him when he was getting smacked around by those noble brats back in the day. Ah. Paul rubbed his chin and muttered, guess Rudy has more of me in him than I thought. Now that Paul thought about it, he only ever started getting better at the sword after he got thrashed a few times. After that, he worked his ass off to shove it in their faces. Never could beat his dad though. The old guy was too strong, so he left instead after a big argument. But later. Paul sighed. Well, enough of that. He regretted it. Paul regretted it a lot. At the time, he was just a brat who didn't understand what he was doing or what other people thought. But now that he had Rudy. Paul looked up at the sky and muttered, I'll at least try to be better than you, Dad. Dear. Zenith leaned out of the door and said, what's taking so long? Did you get knocked out by Rudy? Paul grinned and crossed his arms. As if. I'm just reveling in my victory, obviously. Rudy's sigh echoed from inside the house and he said, it's my birthday, isn't it, Dad? Could you at least tone it down a bit? Fine. I won't gloat about how you couldn't even hit my face once in the past 4 hours. A long-suffering sigh echoed. Paul laughed. A cozy and warm family dinner, with a delicious spread of food. Carved hams. Sausages. Stews. Fresh greens. Baked potatoes. A whole pig's head, slow roasted and glassed while garnished with fruits that looked like apples, cherries, and grapes. Giant loaves of bread, a whole roast chicken, pitchers of various fruit juice. They really went all out. Seated at the head of the table and staring at all of the home-cooked food before me, dishes that Mom, Miss Lilia, and Miss Roxy spent all day preparing. No. I was not about to cry. Not today. Damn it, body, I will not lose to you. Thank you. I sniffed and rubbed the tears from my eyes. But the moment I did, I plastered a wide smile on my face and said, thank you. I love you. Gah. What the hell did I just say? Silence. The warm atmosphere was cut in a single instant. But then. Kai. My Rudy is so cute. My mom screamed and hugged herself, a sappy smile on her face. Young master. Lilia sniffed and dried her eyes with a handkerchief, a bright smile on her face. Rudy. Roxy's eyes watered as well and she smiled. It's an honor to be your teacher. Damn it. My dad averted his gaze and said, come on Paul. You're a man. You're a man. Men don't cry. Ah. Okay, I thought it was just me, but maybe my self-affirmations were genetic too. After a moment for everyone to gather their bearings, it was time to eat. The food was great. Even if it wasn't super seasoned or fancy, the company, the fact that it was home cooked with love and care. It was nostalgic. I hadn't felt anything like this in a long time. When even was the last time someone threw a birthday party for me? I couldn't remember. And not just because my memories from my previous life were pretty much gone now. I knew that it had been a long time. That years and years had passed since I had a proper birthday party. And so it was good. Even if this wasn't the fanciest party, it was definitely the warmest. That was enough. A lively atmosphere. My dad, pulling off some neat sword tricks for entertainment. Like somehow ramming his sword down his throat while being perfectly fine. I got that sword swallowing was a thing, but I couldn't help but wonder just how and why he picked that skill up. But anyway, time passed while we enjoyed ourselves. The sun fell past the horizon and its light had to be replaced by candles. And then it was present time. My dad knelt down before me and held out a sheathed sword. Happy birthday, Rudy. Here's my present to you. I held out my hands. The moment I did, he dropped it. Paul. My mom gasped and quickly ran over. But it was fine. The sword was heavy, but it was only a couple pounds. And since I'd been continually working out with my exploit, it didn't feel that awkward in my arms. Other than the fact that it was as tall as I was. My dad laughed and said, it's fine. Rudy's a strong kid. Right, Rudy? I nodded. With all the training you do with me, I'd better be. Seriously. But anyway, let's check out my new gift. Eh? I blinked and looked at my dad. Is this a real sword, Dad? Yep. My dad nodded and stood up. Looking down at me, he said, you might be too small for that sword right now, but a man has to at least carry a sword in his heart. He gave me a faint smile and said, one day, you'll have a wife and kids of your own someday. At that time, Dad won't be around to help, you know? It will be your duty to protect them. And you can't get full of yourself just because you know a little magic. Despite his nonchalant words, it was a serious talk. A heartfelt speech, from father to son. Realizing that, I held the sword close to me and nodded. I understand, Dad. I'll work hard. My dad blinked and then he let out a sigh. Geez. I keep forgetting how serious you are. He rubbed the back of his head before placing his hand on mine. Rudy. Yes, Dad. He smiled and said, I won't ask you to choose only the sword or magic. But I want you to not regret whatever you do and be serious about it, alright? Amen. His gaze turned a bit distant and said, if a man chooses his path, he has to stick with it to the end. No matter what anyone else says. Got it. An uncharacteristically serious tone. When my dad said those words, they were definitely heartfelt, and also tinged with a familiar emotion. Regret. I didn't know what he went through, but... I got it, Dad. I nodded and said, I'll make sure to become someone I can be proud of. Wait. That you can be proud of? What about me? In an instant, my dad's jovial demeanor came back. He poked me in the forehead and said, what am I now, chopped liver? I laughed. He smiled back at me and then stepped away, looking to the side. After him was my mom. She had her hands behind her back as she walked over, hiding my present. Happy birthday, Rudy. She smiled and then pulled out what she was hiding. Here you go. It was a book. But it wasn't just any book. No way. Hee hee. My mom grinned and held the book out to me. I gingerly took the book from her and flipped through it. I know how much you like magic, so mommy pulled some strings to get you a primer on healing magic. She grinned and said, do you? Before she could finish, I rushed forward and hugged her. Thank you, Mom. It's just what I wanted. Of course. My mom patted my back and said, Mommy knows her cute son best. I love you, Mom. Thank you so much. Mommy loves you too, Rudy. She patted my back again and then stepped away. I walked back and carefully set the healing primer down by my sword and then headed back. Next was Lilia. She walked forward and bowed her head. I'm sorry that I don't have much to give you, young master. But I hope that you enjoy this small gift. After saying that, she held out her gift. It was a cozy grey scarf. But it wasn't just any scarf. It was one that I remembered seeing Lilia work on from time to time. This is for me. I carefully held it up and took a look. Tightly knit weaves. My name woven in on either side in black. Lilia nodded and said, it isn't much compared to your other presents, but... Before she could finish, I ran up and hugged her. Thank you, Miss Lilia. Lilia tensed. But then she sighed and patted my back. No, Rudy. Thank you. My eyes widened and I leaned back to look at her. Lilia smiled and then gently patted my head. Miss Lilia. Now. Lilia gently pushed me away and said, you have one more person to receive a present from. After that, she stepped back. And then it was Roxy's turn. She walked forward and knelt down, holding out a small, staff? Wand? Here, Rudy. I blinked and took it from her. And the moment I did, my eyes widened. A carefully carved base. A metal container at one end, holding 6 polished gems that looked almost like spiraling comets in a cage. But more importantly than that, I could see it. Miss Roxy's mana, etched throughout the entire item and carefully circulating around tightly knit magic circles. A beautiful soft blue, the same color as her hair. Miss Roxy. I turned to look at her and said, this is... Roxy sighed. It's customary for teachers to give their students magic wands once they mastered beginner magic, but since you could already use it, I forgot. But this should help solve your issue with incantations. She pointed to the 6 comets and said, these aren't high-grade magic stones, but I've arranged them with some magic formations to help stabilize any magic you might use. Whoa! I turned the wand over, marveling at its structure. Miss Roxy. No. Master. Master is amazing. Yeah. Roxy gasped and said, Master. She blinked and quickly shook her hands. No. I'm not. No. Miss Roxy is definitely my master. And not just my master, but a master of magic. I stared at the glittering magic array and sighed. Master took my questions and found the answers. Not only that, but you applied them and made this to help me. If that's not a master, then what is? It was a work of art. Not only that, but it combined everything that I had subtly suggested and inquired about in all of our lessons. Did magic circles have to be engraved? What would happen if you chained magic circles together? Could you stabilize spells by creating an overlapping chain of magic circles with elemental foci? They were just random throwaway questions that I didn't expect Roxy to know or answer. But she did. Not only that, but she put the answer into practice and used it to make something to help me with my own magic instead of hers. I couldn't even imagine how long it took to make the wand. No. Considering how Roxy holed herself up in her room the past few days and postponed my lessons, I could probably guess. Blood, sweat, tears, and wishes were woven into the wand. I was sure of it. Gingerly holding the wand to my chest, I bowed to Roxy and said, I'll cherish it forever, Master. Roxy sighed. There's no need to be so reverent over it. That's just something I made in a rush. So Master could make something even more amazing if you had the time. Incredible. I knew it. She was definitely a genius, no, a super genius. A real one that didn't just pretentiously skip all the steps but worked from the bottom up. Why yes. I knew it. Master is amazing. No. Roxy sighed and shook her head. Rudy is amazing. She stood up and reflexively reached for her hat. But when she realized it wasn't there, she lowered her hand. After that, she turned to look at me, a serious look on her face. Rudy. Yes, Master. There's very little left I have to teach you. Hey. Wait. What? Roxy smiled and said, you've worked very hard. Because of that, the only thing I have left to teach you is my super secret spell. Do you remember? I remembered. There was no way I could forget that masterful spell or the way Roxy controlled it. But... Really? Then are you going to leave? Roxy nodded. A sudden cold pit in my stomach. Right. That was right. Roxy wasn't here forever. She was my magic tutor. Someone who was here to help teach me magic. But it was temporary. Roxy had her own life too. That was right. Someone as brilliant as her, someone as bright as her would no doubt get fed up by someone like me. Rudy. Her quiet voice called out. I looked up to stare at her. A soft smile. A young and beautiful face that I had gotten used to seeing. Used to having around in my life. I'll hold your graduation exam tomorrow. Understood. Tomorrow. The day where I would have my last lesson with Roxy. The day where I would learn all that she had to teach me. The day where these fun lessons and happy days with her would end. In that case. If it was really going to be the end of it all. I should at least. 21 young child bidding farewell. My room. Since everyone was caught up in the festivities and had a bit too much alcohol, they were all knocked out and already slumbering in dreamland. The only person left awake in the house was me. Just me, myself, and I. Master. I sat at my desk, idly twirling around the wand that Roxy made for me. A lot. She had given me a lot throughout this time period. My cute, beautiful, and intelligent teacher. No, master. My magic master taught me and gave me so much during our time together. I really didn't want it to end. If I could, I would love for her to be here forever. Had. Is this what puppy love feels like? I'd heard about it before, but it was something else feeling it in person. But I suppose it was inevitable. Roxy. Miss Roxy was young. Beautiful. And she was smart. Really smart. In all honesty, a person would have to be stupid to not at least have a crush on her. And considering how young I was too, whether I wanted to or not, I definitely had feelings for her. Well, I probably would anyway if I was grown up. A cute and intelligent young woman like that was definitely my type. Not to mention that it was really rare to find someone you could just bounce and test ideas off of or get sidetracked into long esoteric conversations exploring the depths of the universe. Man, it was going to suck after tomorrow, hey? I shook my head and then placed my wand off to the side. After that, I picked up the healing primer my mom gave me for a present. It was from the holy country of Melis, as expected. She mentioned pulling some strings to get it, so I could be assured of its quality. Then, I flipped through the book and stared at the pages with a discerning eyes. Not like this. I couldn't let Roxy leave like this. I needed to pay her back. To give something to her that would help her as much as she had helped me. And the only thing I could think of was, why are my eyes like this? Are they really my eyes or is it something else? I mumbled and flipped through the book. Yes. Like I thought, the book wasn't just incantations and formations. It also showed some pictures of anatomy and talked about some theory behind why healing spells worked the way they did. But there wasn't a concrete answer. There wasn't a concrete answer to my question. If it was possible to see mana, why was that? And could the eyes be tuned to perceive mana as a wavelength? Or was it something else entirely? But of course. It was a question no one could answer or test. The most I saw was a reference to something called Demon Eye, which was apparently a special ability that could be granted by some demon lord. But the book called it heresy and only warned against it. It didn't describe it. But that was a start. I leaned back in my chair to think. Why could I see mana? It wasn't a fluke. I knew for a fact that I couldn't when I was first born. It was only after I started manipulating mana more that I became able to see the floating ambient mana. Then that had something to do with it. Manipulating mana built up familiarity with it enough for the body to register mana around it. Yes. That was probably it. Similar to how martial artists could sense presences because of how familiar they were at moving their body. Because I was so familiar with moving my mana, I could sense outside mana. But that wasn't the end of it. Sensing shouldn't have evolved into seeing. So how did that happen? It had to be that. Since I was a baby when I was doing everything, my senses were all mixed together. So in sorting out that information, my brain jumbled it up. No. Now that I stopped to think about it, I had been moving my mana around my body like it was blood. And a few times, I focused it around my eyes. Could it be that simple? No. It couldn't be. Think, Rudy. How and why did this happen? How could you recreate it? How could you test it? Wait. I flipped through the book again. Didn't I see something about barrier magic? Yes. There it was. One of the 4 subsets of healing magic was barrier magic. Also known as protection magic. It was a support magic that basically acted like buffs. And one that could create a bounded field to bestow or prevent certain characteristics. Just what I wanted. Then, the most basic one. I grabbed my wand. If my hypothesis is correct. Every branch of magic was the same at its core. The initial process was the exact same each time, with the changes occurring only afterwards. So then if I casted the barrier spell, and if it was possible to skip the incantation and magic circle of a spell with enough will and imagination. No one step at a time. First, the barrier spell. I held out my wand and started chanting. Divine protection shields us from sorrow and misfortune. It bestows upon us powerless the means to defend against tragedy and pain. Great spirits, grant this weak vessel your protection. A surge of mana. Like always, the spell drew out my mana and changed it. But unlike the other mana I had seen, this was different. A regal and dark violet, almost black. Like the night sky. It spun out and then flashed around me. When it did, I felt a small shell. Thin, but fairly sturdy. As if I had some plastic covering my body. A few pokes showed that it wasn't just my imagination either. So test successful. Then. Time to experiment. First, sealing my vision. If that worked, then I could gauge the state I was in from there and work backwards. And if it didn't? No. It had to. It would. Gritting my teeth, I stared at my hand with bloodshot eyes and went to work. The soft clop of horse hooves. The warm sunlight and the gentle breeze. I closed my eyes and leaned back against Roxy, riding on top of my dad's horse with her. Roxy sighed and patted my head. Are you that upset about me leaving, Rudy? Enough that you couldn't sleep. No, I was just studying to make sure that I passed the exam. It was true, in part. I was up late studying. But it wasn't to make sure I passed the exam. At least, not just that. I wanted to show her. I wanted to show my master all that I learned from her. Where her teaching led me, and also how much further she had left to go. I could see it, after all. I pretended not to notice, but I saw her discouraged she was at how easy I picked things up. But that was a lie. Unlike her, I wasn't a genius. All I had was a cheat that let me see mana. If she had that, I was sure. She would be able to go much further than me. So that she could keep shining even after she left. I cracked my eyes open and looked to my left. There, something floated just out of reach. A carefully and meticulously crafted self-perpetuating three-dimensional magic circle contained and comprising of a barrier spell. Something created with blood, sweat, tears, and a wish. Just like the wand Roxy made for me. But that was for later. Right now I just wanted to enjoy the little time left with Roxy. Roxy sighed and said, it will be hard for you if you aren't well rested, you know. Don't worry. Healing magic is OP. OP. Don't worry about it. I was fine. Despite getting literally zero sleep, I casted throughout the night. It probably wasn't healthy, but it was enough for today. Roxy sighed again and brushed my hair. You are childish at the most surprising times, Rudy. And Master is mature at the most important times. Hold on. Does that mean you think I'm immature all the other times? Master said it, not me. Geez. Not even graduated yet and you're talking to me like that. What an ungrateful student of mine. Harsh words. But considering the soft tone she said it in and how she brushed my hair, she didn't mean it. I knew she didn't mean it. It still kind of hurt though. Sorry. Don't apologize. If you're going to be my student, you should hold your head high, you know? After this, you're probably going to be the youngest saint-ranked magician around. Yes, Master. Honestly. Roxy sighed again. Do you really want me to not leave yet, Rudy? If you don't, I can stay a little longer. I opened my eyes and sat up, turning to look at Roxy. She gave me a soft smile and said, I don't mind watching my cute little student grow up a bit more. No. I turned around and said, all things come to an end sometime, Master. I suppose they do, Rudy. The rest of the trip continued on in silence. Since Roxy was going to use the spell in full this time, we headed far out past the village so that no one could be hurt. Unlike the last mess we caused where I tried out the intermediate ranked spells. We're here. Roxy stopped the horse by a tree grove and then got off. She turned around to reach for me, but I jumped off by myself. Ah! Roxy paused and then pulled her hands back. After that, she tied the horse to the tree and walked a few paces away. I followed after her. Roxy held out her staff and then turned to look at me. Watch closely. Because I'm just demonstrating, I'll only hold it for a minute. But you pass if you can hold it for an hour. Understood. Roxy paused and turned to look at me. Did she sense my reservation? She smiled and said, there's no need to be nervous, Rudy. I believe in you. That wasn't what I was nervous about, and that was what made me feel like this in the first place. A cute, kind, caring young girl who patiently taught me this entire time. Someone whose smiles I had burned into my memory. Whose diligence and patience I could never forget. Whose knowledge and brilliance I not only respected but admired. And after today, she would leave. Man. To think that I'd have a crush like this. Still. I quietly locked the feelings away. Facing her soft expression, I plastered on a smile and nodded. Thank you, Master. Yes. The only words I had to give her. Then I'll begin. Roxy turned away and waved her staff. As she did, she started to chant. O great water spirit, the son of the lightning emperor who ascended to the skies. Fulfill my wishes, rain down your ferocious blessings, and show me your strength to this tiny existence. Let your godly hammer strike the anvil, and demonstrate your authority and devour the earth with water. Ah, the rain. Destroy and wash everything away. Cumulonimbus. A long chant that sounded like a prayer. With it, the surroundings immediately darkened. A few seconds later, heavy rain fell from the sky. Hurricane winds whipped up and lightning crackled in the midst of the dark clouds. It was familiar. The same spell that I saw last time. But this time, I watched closer. How the blue thread spun into existence. How the green wove into it, along with crackling yellow. The faint streaks of red. And then a mistake happened. Lightning flashed, striking down on the tree where our horse was tied to. A shrill neigh. Roxy's panicked rush to heal the horse. A clumsy, but hard-working appearance. Damn it. If we only met at a similar age. I sighed. Roxy managed to heal the horse, and after wrangling a promise out of me to not tell my dad, it was my turn. I slowly walked out, holding my wand in my right hand and staring at the clear skies. Learning from her mistake, behind me Roxy encased herself and the horse in earthen walls. So there weren't any distractions. It was time. Time to show the result of my lessons. To finally show to the one who believed in me what I could do. What I had obtained. I waved my wand, spinning out the threads in the same way Roxy did. A genius. A prodigy. In my previous life, I was held to those expectations. And I always fell short. In the end, I picked myself up and managed to accomplish something. But just as I did, my life was cut short. So I was afraid. Afraid to meet those expectations and disappoint the ones I loved. Afraid the world would cut me down again if I tried. But for the one who taught me everything. For the one who let me be who I was without reservation or judging. For the brilliant and cute master of mine who made my days fun and let me believe in myself a little again. I'll give it my all. Roxy called out to me. You can start anytime, Rudy. I nodded. Understood, master. Let's do this. Cumulonimbus. It was a spell that used mana to gather clouds, generate electricity and winds, and then make an artificial storm front. A long chant to visualize that image. A power that required a prayer to visualize it. I didn't need that. I took a deep breath and then focused. The hypotheses that I quietly tested. The theories I slowly built up. Mana filled the sky. And mixed in with that, I could see the remnants of Roxy's spell. I ignored them. Instead, I swept out my wand. Winds, gather. Not a prayer. A command. At the same time, a magic circle sprang into being. The result of my tests. A triple-layered approach that declared your intent, crystallized it with a magic circle, and then bound it by directly channeling mana into the form envisioned. Flames, warm. A formation to control the heat. Lightning, crackle. Another to manage the static discharge. Water, vaporize. And the last to manage the clouds and vapor. Yet. Roxy sounded surprised. Wait. Rudy. I held out my left hand and declared my spell onto the world. Cumulonimbus. A fifth formation erupted in the air. The control module to direct and combine all the other elements as one. The answer to the question we both wondered. It was a given that it was possible to shape mana to your will and cast spells with just intent and a clear image. But how could you do that with something super complicated? Below the advanced rank, it was possible to just imagine things. But beyond that, it was difficult. Possible, but difficult. So how could that be made easier? How could it be translated so that even an idiot could use it? There was a simple answer. And someone who was familiar with it from Earth could have figured it out. Magic was a formula. But it was a pain to derive the result by hand each time. Back on Earth, the same was true for complex equations. So how did we solve that? Programming. Taking individual pieces, abstracting them out, making interlinked modules. The result was in front of me. I thought about it back in the past. That these magic circles were too simple. That I could do it better. That there was definitely a way to make it optimized for particular results. And here it was. It was a ridiculous sight. Roxy knew just how talented Rudy was from teaching him, but she never expected this. 5 glittering magic arrays. But not inscribed in anything. Instead, they were floating in mid-air. Self-inscribing with mana. A shortened chant that sounded more like an activation than a proper incantation. And Rudy did it. He cast Cumulonimbus. But it wasn't just a simple cast. Her mind flashed back to questions he asked in the past. Is it possible to draw magic arrays with mana, teacher? Can't you control a spell by adjusting it with formations? A spell is just a complicated puzzle of mana, right? Aren't chants just visualization helpers? We can use better ones if they make a more vivid picture, right? Roxy shook her head and turned to look at Rudy. A casual gaze. Alert, but not too focused. Enough to where he could continue to respond to threats if he needed to. It was a ridiculous feat. Even Roxy had to take care to control everything to make sure nothing went wrong. But she could see it. Lightning struck down, but before it did, it was dispersed. Rain flew, but it stopped before it hit the ground. And the wind howled, but it flew around them, like the eye of the storm. An absolute control. Rudy turned to look at Roxy, his eyes glowing a bright and enchanting green. At that time, Roxy couldn't help but think. Ah! What a pity! If we had met when you were just a little older. Still, she put that thought away and focused. Rudy. Can you control that? An obvious question. But to be sure, she asked. Rudy nodded. Of course. And can you dismiss it? Rudy waved his hand. And with it, the clouds dispersed. As if the weather was just a lie, everything turned back to normal. Like this. A casual remark. No, he was trying to play tough and arrogant like Paul. But Rudy always had a bad poker face. Still. Roxy smiled. Walking over to him, she placed her hand on his shoulder and said, Congratulations, Rudy. From now on, you can consider yourself a water saint ranked magician. Rudy tensed. At the same time, Roxy heard a small sniff. But that was all. Thank you, Master. No, Rudy. Thank you. You don't have to leave, Roxy. My mom held Roxy's hand and said, It's fine if you want to stay. There's still a lot I haven't cooked for you yet. My dad nodded and said, Right. Even if your job as a tutor is over, you still have a place here. With all that you've done, the people from the village will definitely welcome you. I stayed quiet. Roxy smiled and shook her head. Thank you. But... She looked at me and said, Teaching Rudy has showed me just how far I have to go. She laughed and said, I can't hold my head up high in the future if I don't work hard now. Since Rudy calls me his master, I have to make sure I live up to that title. I clenched my fist. My dad noticed then looked at me. Well. Rudy. Are you going to say anything to Miss Roxy? It was a chance. An opportunity to express my feelings. To let her know how I felt. Roxy turned to look at me as well. Seeing her kind gaze. I bowed my head and said, Thank you for everything, Master. I will always, always, always remember what you taught me. Rudy. My dad let out a hushed whisper and nudged me in the ribs. At least try to make her stay. But I didn't waver. It was better like this. A clean farewell. Yes. It was better like this. But against my will, my eyes started to tear up and I started sniffling. Roxy sighed and then I felt a hand ruffle my hair. I looked up to see Roxy looking at me. Master. Congratulations on your graduation, Rudy. I didn't have time to prepare, but here. She held out an amulet to me, tied on a ribbon. I grabbed it, eyes wide. Another gift? It's Meagard's protection amulet. If you meet up with a hostile demon, you can present this in my name. Things will, probably work out if you do. But don't rely on it. I brushed my eyes and smiled. Thank you. Then, if we're giving parting gifts, I have something for Master too. I stepped forward and then grabbed her hand. I've kept it a secret from Master and wanted to tell you later, but if it's going to be the last time, then... Tracing out the pattern of mana. Connecting it to the eyes, a self-sustaining formation written out in my own mana. The magical array that I formed just for this through a sleepless night of constant testing and debugging. I was worried. Worried that it wouldn't work. That it would fail at this last step. But when it connected to her mana, Roxy's eyes widened. She gasped and looked around the surroundings. Rudy. This. She turned back to look at me, and then her eyes widened even more. I smiled and said, Master opened up my eyes to the bright future. So with this, I hope Master can see her own way forward as well. After that, I let go and then ran away. I couldn't let Master see me crying. Roxy sighed and took a look back at the town she left behind. The place she had been living in for over 2 years. As she did, she looked down at her hand and at the world around her. What a ridiculous student I taught. A swirl of different colors that weren't there before. No, they had always been there, but just invisible. As to what they were. Mana. Mana sight. It was a theory. Something possible, but that hadn't been achieved. Similar to how Demon Lord Kishirika Kishirisa was said to possess and to grant a demon eye that allowed people to perceive magical power, mana sight was a theoretical ability that would allow individuals to perceive mana itself. And now Roxy possessed something similar. Yes. Similar. Roxy could tell right away. What she had now wasn't just mere sight. Out of curiosity, Roxy reached out to a thread of dark brown mana on the ground and pulled it up. When she did, she felt a thrum of power in her hands. And when she released it, a surge of stone spires erupted. How can you not call yourself a genius, Rudy? Roxy muttered. It was a ridiculous magical array. She couldn't even begin to fathom how it worked, but it seemed to self-perpetuate itself by drawing in ambient mana to supplement her own. And as a result, it adjusted her senses to be more sensitive to mana. But it wasn't just a mere spell. Instead, it was a training mechanism. Roxy could tell. While there was some help letting her see the world like this, her own mana was becoming attuned to it as well. Given time, this would be her natural vision. But even then, it would be a state she could shut off at will. It was something that went beyond a mere demon eye and sight. Instead, it was a supplementary spell that allowed a magician to be leaps and bounds above any other by possessing it. Direct manipulation of mana as well as the ability to perceive it. Roxy sighed and started walking again. I'll have to work hard. It was a gift with the heartfelt feelings and work of her first student. She couldn't squander it. Smiling, Roxy adjusted her hat and walked off, the wind blowing behind her back. 22 young child setting off. The morning after Roxy left, I got up, washed my face and then headed over to her room. But halfway there, I stopped, remembering that she was gone. Right. I graduated. After casting, I was officially a saint-ranked magician. The creme de la creme of magic users. And on paper, I was on the same footing as Roxy no, as my master. She had nothing left to teach me, so she left. But I wasn't. Not really. I could still remember it. That complete ease she had in controlling cumulonimbus. The way that she went about and directed each part of it like a conductor, perfectly manipulating each part. Ah! Except for when that lightning bolt hit Caravaggio and almost killed the horse. But that was because Roxy was lost in thought about leaving too, so it didn't count. Staring at the empty room, I sighed. At that time, a voice echoed. My dad's. Oh. I turned around and saw him walk out of his room. He was already dressed for the day, wearing his usual long-sleeved shirt and pants, along with his sword sheathed at his left side. I gave him a half-hearted wave and said, Morning, Dad. You're up early, Rudy oh. He shifted his gaze to the door in front of me and chuckled. Suffering from heartache already, hey, kiddo. I don't know what you're talking about. I quickly turned away from the door and started walking outside. My dad laughed and then followed after me. Wrapping his arm around my shoulder, he said, Cheer up, Rudy. The first one always holds a place in your heart, but there'll be plenty of other girls out there to heal the heartache. You just gotta find them. I rolled my eyes and brushed off his arm. It's not that, Dad. I like Master, but not like that. Really now? She told me that she'd wait a couple years for you, but I guess I should tell her. Master said what? My dad grinned. I blinked and then kicked him in the shin. Gah! What was that for? You're a jerk, Dad. Damn it. Can't believe I fell for that. And what was I even thinking? Roxy's much older than me anyway. It wasn't like she'd be interested in a kid like that. Even if she was, the age difference would be a bit awkward. And now I'm thinking of dumb stuff again because of Dad. I sighed and headed back to my room. Where are you going, Rudy? I'm going to grab my book, my wand, and then go exploring. My dad blinked. Exploring. Yes. Exploring. I walked into my room and started prepping. I think I need some fresh air for once. Ah. Don't want to be reminded of your cute master. I got it, Rudy. I hate you, Dad. You didn't deny it. I grabbed the scarf that Miss Lilia made for me and wrapped it around my neck. After that, I picked up my wand and the healing primer. Staring at my sword, I was tempted to grab that as well, but I wasn't comfortable enough to use it properly. I decided to just leave it behind. Besides, if things got hairy, I could make a sword with ice magic using. My dad was still waiting outside of my room when I finished prepping. Seeing that, I sighed and said, Don't you have anything better to do, Dad? Nope. It's my day off today. I figured that my son would be heartbroken and told everyone I'd spend the day to cheer you up. You know. Sometimes I wonder why Mom even bothers with you, Dad. Ouch. I'm not that bad. So you know that you're bad. Guilty as charged. Which is why you should be better. I rolled my eyes. My dad smiled. But then his face turned serious and said, But Rudy. Are you really fine? I know that saying goodbye for the first time is pretty painful, so if you want Dad to do anything to cheer you up. Ah. Right. Dad really didn't know how to be serious. Him cracking jokes was just his way of trying to lighten the mood. Realizing that, I gave him a genuine smile. Thanks, Dad. But I'll be fine. Yes. This was just a passing phase anyway. Puppy love was like that. It was just this growing body's reaction to someone who I was close to and admired. That was all. So to get past that. Yab. Let's get busy. My dad stared at me and then let out a soft smile. He patted my shoulder and said, "You'll get through it, Rudy. Remember, time heals all wounds, and distance makes the heart grow fonder. If you really want to win Miss Roxy over, then just grow super strong and wow her when you meet again." And I told you, it's not like that, but thanks, Dad. I waved at him and said, "I'm heading off now." "All right, Rudy. Have fun. Wait. Where are you going?" "Around. Don't worry. If something happens, I'll send up a signal flare. And I'll be back by dark. Stay out of trouble." I waved my wand and left. Now, there should be monsters in the forest, right? Paul scratched the back of his head and then let out a sigh. Watching Rudy's small form wander off in the distance, he frowned and said, "Is this really fine?" Rudy had never wandered far from the house. Then again, he never had a reason to. But it would be fine. Rudy had really good combat intuition. His son might only be above average with a sword, but in terms of magic, advanced ranked magicians of a single element were already rare enough. Saint-ranked magicians were rarer still. And his son was a jack of all trades that could use all spells at advanced rank in every element as well as use a trump card of a saint-ranked water spell. There was nothing to worry about. Rudy was smart and knew how to fight. Not only that, but there was no monster around that could hurt him, and even if there was, Rudy could heal himself. Even so, Paul was surprisingly worried. Watching Rudy walk off, Paul let out a sigh. Damn it. If Paul was feeling like this after Rudy just went out to play, how did his dad feel when he left? Rudy was coming back. And he was strong enough to where it would have to be someone or something that Paul had trouble with to hurt him. But when Paul left home, he hadn't been like that. Paul was older, yes. Since he left at 12, he wasn't completely helpless. Even so, Paul left without a single coin to his name, and with just average sword skills. He didn't have the right to hold his head up high without worry. And he had struggled a lot afterwards too. If Paul was this worried when Rudy was much better off than he had been, then what about his dad? Was that why he died right after Paul left? Did the guilt and regret from the argument affect him that much? Did the worry about whether Paul was still alive finally push the old man over the edge? Paul remembered. He threw away the notice name and his noble ties to try and make a name for himself. Because of that, he didn't make contact with anyone from his family. Not until recently when he asked for help from his cousin Philip. So that meant that his dad never knew. He never knew that Paul was still alive, or that he managed to make a living for himself. And he died like that. No doubt regretting his decision to the very end and rethinking what ifs. Rethinking what would have happened if he hadn't tossed out that ultimatum. Paul grit his teeth and subconsciously clenched his hand around his sword hilt. It was the old man's fault in the first place. If the guy hadn't tried to force Paul to follow his path. But did the old man know any better? Paul was an only child. Not only that, but there hadn't been anyone to help the old man out. The guy had been working hard every day, but didn't he also try to spend time with Paul? That time was in the form of crappy noble etiquette lessons or history. But now that Paul thought about it, the old man enjoyed that sort of stuff. It was all the guy really knew other than the sword. If Rudy didn't like training. If Zenith and Lilia weren't around. Wouldn't Rudy have acted the same way that he did? Called Paul an old man who kept trying to force him to do something he wasn't good at? Start getting annoyed at Paul and then decide that he had enough and run off? Paul let out a deep sigh and muttered, "I'm really a lucky bastard, aren't I?" Rudy was different from Paul. His son was kind and patient. Not only that, but he was smart. A real genius, unlike Paul who was really only good at chasing girls and using his sword. Paul could understand it a bit now. The father that he hated and didn't get along with because he thought they were too different. When it came down to it, the guy was just trying his best. Like Paul. Except, unlike Rudy, Paul had been an ungrateful bastard who didn't think about his father at all. Not like Rudy who enjoyed spending time with his parents. Who kept coming back to train with Paul even though he got made fun of him and beat up each time instead of being taught. Who didn't complain when his parents went out to work and just enjoyed the time they had together. Who was happy when they were happy, who panicked because he was worried he couldn't fulfill his parents' expectations. Because of all that. Damn. Guess people really do change when they have kids, hey. Master Paul. A polite voice called out from behind. Lilia's. Paul flinched. But he played it off as a yawn and turned around. Morning, Lilia. Lilia nodded and then turned to look after Rudy. She raised her hand to block the sunlight from her eyes and then said, "Is the young master going out to play?" Paul nodded. "That's right. Seems like he's too tired of being cooped up at home. Or he's missing his cute teacher too much." Lilia sighed and put her hand down. "I hope nothing happens. This is the first time young master set out alone. He's mature and competent, but it'll be fine." Paul turned to watch after his sons shrinking back and said, "I bet Rudy will come back later today with a bunch of fun stories. Just you watch." Lilia paused and then let out a warm smile. "Yes. Knowing the young master, he will." Saying that, Lilia turned back to see Rudy off. Paul glanced over to look at Lilia. And when he did, he froze. Paul had never really noticed it until now. But seeing that soft and motherly smile on Lilia's face instead of her usual carefully crafted expression. "Beautiful." Lilia glanced at Paul and then nodded. "It really is, isn't it?" She looked up at the sky and said, "A wonderful day for Rudy's first adventure." "Yeah. Yeah." Paul quickly nodded and stared after Rudy. "I hope he has fun." "Damn it, Paul. Stop that. You have Zenith already. Besides. Didn't you forget what you did to Lilia that day? Even if you liked her like that, what you did. Well, why don't you take responsibility?" An idle thought echoing in his head. Paul stopped to think about that. "You did with Zenith too, didn't you? And doesn't Rudy like Miss Lilia a lot? Won't he be happy to have two moms?" No. Paul couldn't do that. And even if he did, Zenith would never forgive him. Plus, he promised. But Rudy likes Lilia more anyway, so does it matter? He spends more time with her than with his real mom. He'll be a bit sad at first, but don't you think he'll be happier? That's Master Paul. Ah. Paul shook his head. "Sorry, Lilia. I was thinking about something." "What did you say?" "I asked if Miss Zenith is aware that Rudy is going out alone." Paul froze. "Ah. Well. Rudy. Are you okay, sweetie? Mommy's here to give you a hug if you're sad." "Rudy." Lilia gave Paul a blank stare. Paul broke out in cold sweat. Maybe he should have woken Zenith up first. 23 young child, a strange white mist. "Oh. It's the young master. Hi there. Greetings, young master." I smiled and waved at the villagers I passed. Most of them were people I became acquainted with after helping Roxy out, but there were some new people who called out to me as well. It seemed like I was starting to get a reputation for myself. Though, being called young master. It wasn't wrong, but it felt weird. I mean, Dad was technically a knight, so it was accurate. But social classes are weird. I muttered under my breath and kept walking. It was always a thing. I mean, it was hard to not notice how our house was the nicest. Not only that, but then there was the fact that I could have a magic teacher personally instruct me for over 2 years, and that there was Miss Lilia there as well. But seeing it firsthand. The village wasn't terrible. The houses were well constructed and nobody looked underfed or in bad shape. But everyone around looked used to the sun and hard work. Even the kids were tanned. They were happy, but it was also a stark difference. I nodded to myself and said, "You were lucky. Don't forget. I somehow got a second chance at life." Not only that, but it was a second chance in a recently well-off family with loving parents. One where they supported me and gave me the resources I asked for to help me go along. I had to remember. This was a world similar to medieval times. Nobility existed and was a real thing. Not only that, reading was a privilege of the elite. Books were expensive. So I shouldn't waste it. I'll need to look into it later. Right now, magic was just used for combat. Not only that, but it was largely determined by luck whether a person would have the potential for magic. At least, according to common sense. But I doubted that common sense. Not only that, but magic would be an equalizer. If it could be systematically distilled and granted to everyone. Ah. Wait. That would immediately cause a power struggle. Let's leave this issue aside for later. Democracy and republics had their fair share of issues. Not to mention complicated. I was already sick of politics in my last life. I really didn't want to get involved in it in this one. I stretched and took a look around. I was passing through the village on my way to the forest. Since I had a book of healing spells to play with, I needed things to test it out on. From what I knew, healing spells also worked on plants. We had a few trees and flowers back at home, but those were plants that Mom carefully cultivated for these past 5 years. She'd be really sad if they got hurt, so I didn't want to mess with them. Forest it was. Not only that, but there should be some animals and monsters to experiment on too. I wouldn't be cruel, of course. It wasn't like I was going to catch a squirrel and dissect it. But if say a wild boar or wolf attacked me, it was fair game for what happened to them afterwards, right? Right. I wasn't a psychopath, I swear. Or a serial killer. Or a sociopath. Maybe. Probably. Well. I didn't have any voices in my head telling me to murder anything and I didn't particularly want to go kill things, so it should be fine. Anyway, adventuring. After walking some more and greeting the farmers along the way, I arrived at the forest. And when I did. Hey! I blinked and looked around. That's weird. The air was dense and covered in mist. At least, it looked like it was covered in mist. But that mist felt too energetic to be simply mist. And it also felt like someone was watching me. I frowned and then placed my right hand over my eyes. After that, I muttered, barrier, seal my gaze. A faint flicker of dark violet mana, followed by a pair of magic formations blinking into existence. It wasn't really a spell. At least, not anything official. I still needed to work out the kinks on making it a real spell by fixing up the magic circles so that anyone could replicate it, but right now it worked. Maybe I should compile my notes and send them off to Master Roxy. She would definitely be able to come up with something useful out of it. Ah. And I should probably send her it anyways so that she could figure out what I gave her. Wait, I was getting sidetracked again. I lowered my hand and then opened my eyes. I could see a faint violet magic circle overlapping my vision. The inevitable result of that barrier spell sealing my mage, mana, or whatever sight. But I couldn't see anything else. The forest was just beautiful greenery. Trees softly swaying in the wind, birds chirping in the distance, sunlight filtering down through the foliage. I frowned and dissipated the barrier spell. And the moment I did that, the surroundings turned misty again. Is it a monster? I frowned and made a makeshift stone backpack to hold my book. After placing it there and securing it, I pulled out my wand, quickly tracing out basic magic circles for each of the magic stones. Fire, water, wind, earth, and for good measure, lightning and healing. With those up and running, I could instacast anything advanced rank and below, as well as cumulonimbus in a pinch. For good measure though, I traced out the basic spell in my left hand and formed a magic circle to keep it in place. Whatever the source of this mana was, I could tell that it wasn't friendly. Not only that, but it seemed slippery. As if it was trying to pretend it wasn't here. And it was doing that pretty well. If I couldn't see it, I would have just thought that there was a bunch of mana in the area. But I could, so I had to handle it. Dad said that he, Mom, and Master Roxy went to go check out the forest, but they didn't find anything other than monsters. But they couldn't see mana like I could, so they probably just took out a strong monster and thought that was the end of it. But if the mana was this thick already, and if it had been growing denser like my dad said, I had a feeling things would get out of hand soon if no one resolved it. Well, I suppose I did want to experiment with barrier spells. I was fairly confident. Even if it was a powerful monster, I could run away. In the worst case scenario, I could just swap over all my magic circles in my wand to barrier magic and do a ×6 magic barrier. In theory. I'd rather not have to test that theory though. I muttered. Damn it. Maybe I should have just got over myself and told Master Roxy about me seeing mana earlier. I'd been scared of her treating me differently, but knowing her she would have just accepted it and helped me research it. Actually, she probably would have been ecstatic. And probably stick around longer. And then, maybe. Ugh. I shook my head and started walking into the forest. Dad's such a bad influence. Got me thinking about Master Roxy like that. There was too much of an age difference anyway. But maybe a few years later. Why don't you just go on an adventure then? I bet if you become an S-ranked adventurer or conquer a few magical labyrinths, she'd be pretty interested, you know. I flinched and spun around. What the hell? It was a clear voice in my head. It sounded like mine too. If I hadn't been paying attention, I might even have thought it was. But it wasn't. I frowned and kept walking, slowly keeping an eye out. And as I did, I started thinking. I wasn't a genius anyway. I worked hard, but there was a wall I couldn't surpass. Like Roxy, like my dad. No matter how hard I worked, there'd be a limit I'd face one day. If both of them worked as hard as I did, I'd never be able to catch up. So then why not just live it up? You're a saint-ranked magician and you're young. Even if you can't catch up to them, you'd live a pretty good life anyway, wouldn't he? Got you. I swiped my left hand through the air. At the same time, I swept my wand up, swapping out the magic circles for 6 barrier spells. Like a fishing reel being unspun by a giant fish, my crimson mana poured out of me to fuel the magic circles. But at the same time, that misty mana started to converge on the barrier spell. There you are. A voice. Not mine, but someone else's. A greasy male voice that sounded like a used car salesman. Charming too. Enough to where a person might get caught unaware if they weren't already suspicious. and one that responded to my words with similar ones. My eyes widened and I quickly finished my barrier spell. But it didn't matter. As soon as the voice said it found me, the white mana vanished. Completely dispersed like it wasn't there. I squinted to make sure it wasn't just playing any tricks. That thing was slippery. It was possible that it was just hiding from me and biding its time. So I waited. Carefully scanning the surroundings, constantly keeping up a barrier spell. But nothing. A ghost. I muttered and took a look around. It was possible. That mana certainly felt like a malevolent spirit. But to vanish so suddenly. I frowned and grabbed my book again. It was a healing magic primer, but there were other spells in there too. I remembered something about divine attack, right? Spells meant to target spiritual beings? Ah. There it is. O holy spirits of light and fortune, heed my prayer and slay the evil before me. A flash of white light. Similar color to the mist that just attacked me, but more pure. Not sinister like the mist I saw earlier, but holy. I carefully observed the flow and the way it converted my mana. And then after that, I pulled back my mana from the barrier spell. Almost immediately, the sinister white mist came back, as if it was waiting for that chance. But I acted first. Taking about half of my total mana, I converted it into that holy mana and spread it out, wreathing my body with my own personal white mist. The moment I did, I heard a voice talking. But it was covered in static, like I was hearing it off a distorted radio. You. Laplace? Possible. Can't see. Future. Have to. That white mist vanished again. This time though, instead of disappearing it flew up into the air and shot off somewhere. I frowned and then pulled my mana back. This time though, the white mist didn't return. What was that about? The voice said a bunch of random stuff and then left. Did I spoil its plan or something? It mentioned something being possible, Laplace, and then the future. I frowned. Maybe it would be a good idea to place down some self-perpetuating barrier magic circles in the area. Just in case. 24 The Doubting Mother. It was just a small change. Zenith didn't notice at first, but as time went on, it was hard not to notice. At the start, it was just Rudy. Since Roxy had left, Rudy had started leaving the house more. He always took the book that Zenith gave to him for his birthday, but he also always wore the scarf that Lilia knitted for him. That was fine. Her son cherished whatever he was given and he adored Lilia as well, treating her like part of the family. And for all intents and purposes, she was family. Unlike Zenith's real sister who she didn't have any meaningful connection with, Zenith felt like she had a true bond with Lilia. They both loved Rudy, cared for him as he grew up, and supported him in whatever he did. But Zenith started to notice it. Every time Rudy came back home, his scarf would be perfectly unscathed. On the other hand, the healing primer that Zenith gave him came back a little bit more beaten up each time. The pages in the corner were bent and dog-eared. The cover was a bit scuffed, as if dropped a few times. A few pages were torn and ripped. Zenith knew that it was a magic textbook. Because of that, it was bound to go through some wear and tear, especially if Rudy was using it to actually practice out on his adventures. And yet seeing how Lilia's gift was in pristine condition each time while hers was beat up. Zenith would be lying if her heart didn't ache a bit when she saw that. Or that she didn't feel a bit jealous. But that was fine. Zenith knew that Rudy loved her. Whenever he came back, Zenith was the first one he hugged. And whenever she cooked dinner, he would always thank her for the food. So it was fine. But then she started to notice something else. Paul. Her husband loved her. Zenith knew it. And he made that more than apparent with his very intimate touches whenever they had the chance. And he made a good show of that at night too. But she noticed that he was a bit different now. And not just around her. Since Zenith wasn't really a morning person, and because Paul was so enthusiastic at night, she usually slept in. Because of that, she tended to miss when Rudy set out for the day. But Paul had stamina that was just as dumb as he was sometimes and could get up early. And since Lilia didn't have to deal with her husband's enthusiasm, she also got up early. Zenith hated to doubt him. And she hated to doubt Lilia as well. But she couldn't help but feel worried. She and Paul had been doing it every night for the past 5 years. But in spite of that, there weren't any signs of another pregnancy. He didn't seem to mind. And Zenith didn't either. They had a happy little family together with Rudy and Lilia. Maybe Rudy had actually been a divine miracle granted by Mealy's and she was fated to not have any more children. That was a bit of a sad thought, but it was fine. She was happy enough as it was. And she thought that Paul was as well. But one morning she got up early. Paul had been a bit worn out the previous day because he went a bit harder on Rudy during sword training. Due to that, he stopped a bit early into the night. And as a result, Zenith wasn't as worn out. So she got up early. It was nice. For once, she could see Rudy off. It still took her some effort to get up, but she managed to get dressed and head to the door to watch her son leave. But before then, she saw her husband and Lilia. It wasn't anything intimate. Paul didn't embrace her and Lilia didn't show any signs of crossing that line. But Zenith could feel it. The two stood there and watched Rudy set off with a warm atmosphere. Like a proper married couple should be. There wasn't anything physical between them, but the air was soft. Gentle. Not like with her and Paul. Seeing that, she quietly went back to her room and pretended to sleep for a while. It was fine. It was just her imagination. There wasn't anything between them. But after that morning, Zenith started to pay more attention. Both to Rudy and to her husband. She took a few more days off from the clinic to stay at home and spend time with Rudy. And when she did, he stayed home with her to have fun and talk healing magic. But one time she snuck home early to see how Rudy interacted with Lilia. When she did, she saw her son happily sitting on Lilia's lap and chatting away while she patted his head. A clear difference. Whenever Rudy talked with Zenith, he always sat across from her. And he hugged her a lot, but he was always embarrassed when she tried to hold him like that. Zenith thought that was just because he was growing up. But seeing how easily he did it with Lilia. But fine. Zenith had to admit that Lilia spent more time with Rudy than she did. And Zenith had to admit that Lilia was the one who supported Rudy the entire time with unconditional love. So she could accept that. And Rudy didn't show any signs that he loved Lilia more than Zenith. Just that he also loved her a lot. So it was fine. But then Zenith started to notice it. Subtle. It was very subtle, but Paul started paying more attention to Lilia. He gave her more smiles. He asked how she was doing. His eyes lit up just a bit when she smiled back. And when he watched Rudy and Lilia interact, Paul seemed to hold his head up a tiny bit more. But it was fine. Yes. It was fine. But try as she might, a small voice kept whispering in her head. Thoughts she tried to ignore but couldn't. Why is he acting like that? Are they having an affair? Rudy thinks Lilia is like a mom too, doesn't he? What if you really can't have any more children? Do you really belong here? It was a picture-perfect happy family. The supportive mother. The happy child. The proud father. But the woman in the picture wasn't her. If it continues like this. Zenith loved Paul. And Paul loved her. But Paul didn't only love her. Mealy's taught that marriages were only between one man and one woman. And when Zenith married Paul, she tied him down with that. She said that she would only sleep with him if she was the only woman he looked at after that. But this was Paul. He was a guy who had more lovers than she could count before she met him. And he was a guy whose nature was to be wild and chase after women. If it wasn't for her, Zenith was sure of it. That guy would probably have a whole harem of lovers and over a dozen different children. No, he probably did have some bastard children somewhere in the world out there. Yes. If it wasn't for her. And seeing how Lilia and Paul were together. How perfect they looked. Why don't you just leave? They don't need you, right? Mom. Zenith blinked and took a look around. Right. She was spending time with Rudy today. He wanted to talk with her about something and grabbed her to sit down at the dining room table. Her on one side and Rudy on the other, with the healing primer between them. Rudy frowned and tilted his head. Are you all right? I'm fine, Rudy. Zenith forced a smile. You don't look fine. Zenith sighed and said, Mom's just tired. There's been a lot going on recently. Are you really all right? Zenith looked at her son and then flinched, looking away. They were there. The sharp and analytical green eyes that seemed to peer into people's souls. Zenith couldn't face them at the moment, so she averted her gaze. I'm fine. Master Roxy told me that when girls say they're fine, they're not really fine. Rudy frowned and then walked around the table to sit next to Zenith. Zenith let out a weak laugh and said, Roxy taught you that, did she? MMHM. So. Rudy tugged Zenith's shirt. What's wrong, Mommy? Zenith flinched and looked down at Rudy. His sharp gaze was gone, replaced by one filled with soft concern. Those light green eyes were wide and round, almost like a puppy's. Did I do something wrong? Do you want me to not go out anymore? Zenith let out a deep sigh and hugged Rudy. No. It's not that, Rudy. Mom. Mommy's just being stupid. Rudy hugged her back and said, You're not stupid, Mommy. You're my mom and I love you. Zenith trembled. They were just little words. My mom. I love you. They were just a soft and gentle reminder. Even so, to her who had been worrying so much. Zenith hugged Rudy a little tighter and said, Thank you, Rudy. Mommy loves you too. Her chest felt warm. A cold chill she didn't realize she was feeling until that point faded away. What was she even worried about? Rudy loved her. Zenith's sweet and smart son loved her. But... Rudy. Rudy looked up. Yes, Mommy. The question was on the tip of her tongue. Do you love Miss Lilia like your mom too? But she couldn't ask it. Whatever the answer was, Zenith knew it was something she shouldn't hear. So she shook her head and let out a soft smile. Patting Rudy's back, she said, "It's nothing, Rudy." "All right, Mommy. But don't be sad, okay? I'm growing up a little, but Mommy is still Mommy. Nobody can replace you, okay?" Zenith's eyes teared up a bit. She took a deep breath and then patted Rudy's back again. "Okay. Rudy. Good. Then." Rudy reached over and pulled the primer close. "Can Mommy look at this with me? I don't understand what the difference is between and." Zenith brushed her eyes and smiled. "Of course. Now, the main difference is that starting from, mana itself heals the body. 25 young child a sinister presence. The day after I had a heart-to-heart with my mom, I stayed home to interrogate have my sword lessons with my dad. Mom was out with Miss Lilia on some errands in the village so it was just us two guys at home until evening. Which meant I had all the time in the world to get my answers. I swung my wooden sword, parrying my dad's attack. After that, I frowned and said, 'Hey Dad.' Yeah. I stared at the white mist swirling around him and said, 'Have you noticed anything strange recently?' My dad swung his sword again and then frowned. 'Not really.' 'Why?' 'Because Mom's been acting weird around you, and I wondered if you knew why.' My dad stumbled, missing his next swing. After that, he laughed and said, Don't worry about it, Rudy. It's just... You haven't done anything with Miss Lilia, have you?' My dad flinched. I narrowed my eyes. My dad stared at me and then sighed. 'No, Rudy.' He let out a strained smile and said, 'I haven't done anything.' He hadn't done anything yet. My dad didn't say it, but I could hear it in his tone of voice. This was a problem. I knew that there was something between my dad and Miss Lilia a while back now, but it hadn't seemed like anything would happen because of it. After all, if Miss Lilia had heard the same things I did for the past 5 years late at night, washed the sheets afterwards, and still didn't do anything, I was pretty sure that nothing would happen. Until recently. It was a slight change. A faint longing in the way Miss Lilia looked at my dad. The way my dad's gaze lingered a bit more on Miss Lilia when he looked at her. It didn't seem like anything had happened yet. As irresponsible as Dad was, he was also honorable. And he cared about our family too much to do anything to ruin it. Not to mention that Miss Lilia was too respectful to let that line be crossed. But all it would take was one mistake. And the way things were headed, it seemed like that mistake was inevitable. Mom had noticed too. She tried to hide it from me, but from how frantic Mom and Dad's night sessions were recently, as well as how clingy she had been with me, she was starting to get worried. My frown deepened and I raised my wooden sword. My dad flinched. "That's the sign of a guilty conscience, Dad." He blinked and then laughed. "Rudy's as smart as always." He shook his head. "But don't worry. Nothing's wrong. And nothing's going to happen, okay?" "Okay. Then before we get back to it." "Yes. Is Miss Lilia your first love? And is that why you said time heals all wounds?" "Gah." My dad stumbled. At the same time, the white mist started swirling more around him. I narrowed my eyes and then shot out a cloud of my mana to wrap around my dad. Like before, I heard static. And in that static, I heard another voice. "Norn. Dead end. Get rid. Affair." After hearing that, the sinister white mist vanished again. I frowned, mulling over those words. Norn and Dead End. Norn was the name of a Norse goddess of fate, wasn't it? And Dead End, then there was Get Rid and Affair. Did someone curse my dad? No, was there someone trying to break up our family? Lilia seemed to have a mysterious past of some kind and there was clearly a history of some sort with her and my dad. Then there was the fact that my dad never talked about his side of the family other than that he was some noble. "Why you reimagining things, Rudy?" My dad's voice drew me out of my thoughts. He laughed and said, "I knew Lilia from a while back, but there definitely wasn't anything like that." "Really? Really? I'm going to ask Miss Lilia too, you know." "Gah? Really? That? I mean... but I haven't even told your mom yet. So there is something. Kuh. Long story short. My dad was a piece of shit. Lower than low. One of the worst scumbags to ever walk the earth, or whatever this world was called. For once, he didn't bother dodging and let me smack him around a few times with my wooden sword. I healed him, of course. But then he went back inside, downed a giant mug of mead and knocked out. Didn't blame him though considering all that he admitted. But now. I sat at the kitchen table and rubbed my face. What the heck do I do? To sum up the current situation. When my dad was 14, he joined a dojo where Miss Lilia trained. Since she was pretty, he started messing around trying to flirt with her. But since Miss Lilia wasn't used to that sort of attention, and since my dad was even dumber than he was now, he thought she was into him. Then, at night, he snuck in and had lovey-dovey time with Miss Lilia. Non-consensual lovey-dovey time. My dad thought it was great. And Miss Lilia didn't push him off or anything, so he thought she was into it. But when he finished, he realized that Miss Lilia was sobbing. And not happy tears. So of course my dad did the right thing and stuck around, not like the dumb kid he was, he bailed. He was lucky too. It seemed like Miss Lilia kept quiet about the incident and she didn't get pregnant. It was a story that would make anybody think he was the worst scumbag to ever walk the planet. Of course, since my dad had a hell of a guilty conscience, he just dumped all of this info on me without thinking about the fact that I was still just a kid who would probably be crushed by the revelation. Again, my dad was lucky since I wasn't just an ordinary kid. If I was though, I probably would have left with Mom, told Miss Lilia, and then never contacted Dad again. But I wasn't, so it was fine. Still, what a freaking mess. My dad admitted that he loved Mom, but that he was starting to get feelings for Miss Lilia. Or rather, that his feelings from back then were coming back. And from what I could tell, even though their last encounter ended in a crime, Miss Lilia still had a soft spot for my dad. Maybe that thing about never forgetting the person who you had your first time with was true? Even if they were scum? No, that scum had been cleaned up over the years, so I guess it made sense. I didn't know how he was back then, but right now my dad was also fairly attractive. Not to mention he was about 10 billion times more mature and responsible than that asshole who pumped and dumped Miss Lilia back then after attacking her in the middle of the night. At least, he better be unless he wanted me to beat the crap out of him again and not heal him up. But now we had a big problem. My dad said he wouldn't do anything, but this was my dad. He liked women, food, women, alcohol, women, sword fighting, and women. The fact that he'd held out this long considering his apparent wild youth was actually incredible. Still, it would take just one slip-up for our family to collapse. Miss Lilia was professional, but she also loved me like her own kid. And I didn't doubt that she had started to wonder what it would be like to raise a child of her own, and especially a child with my dad. Not to mention all of her pent-up sexual frustration from the past 5 years from hearing my mom and dad go at it every night. And since she had a soft spot for my dad, if he asked her, no, if he showed up in her room late at night, she probably wouldn't resist. Well, I was pretty sure it would be 100% consensual this time around though. But then there was my mom. I could already see how worried she was about my dad and Miss Lilia. Not to mention the fact that it had been 5 years of nighttime intimacy and there still wasn't a single sign of a sibling for me. Considering how young my mom was, that fact definitely weighed on her. Then there was the fact that I had subconsciously run to Miss Lilia way back when I panicked and blew up the storage room with. Yeah, my mom was definitely having some self-esteem issues as a mother and wife. I was trying my best to help keep her spirits up, but words could only do so much. She was happy, but that didn't get rid of her worries. Then there was this damned sinister white mist that seemed to spring up when I least expected it and tried to drive a wedge between everyone. I noticed. Each time it showed up, whoever it swirled around started having weird thoughts. First it was me, then my mom, then my dad. That sinister white mist was definitely trying to break us apart. I didn't know why it was trying to do that, but I knew for a fact that was what it was trying to do. The problem was, I couldn't keep dispersing it like this each time. And I definitely couldn't watch my parents and Miss Lilia 24/7. Not only that, but that sinister white mist, person, entity wasn't actively doing anything. It just seemed to be highlighting certain thoughts and fears. But that was worse. If it was something solid, I could fight it. If all I had to do was just block it off, I would. But even if I did, the damage was already done. The fuse on this ticking time bomb was already lit and just waiting to go off. If my dad gave in just once. If Miss Lilia didn't refuse. If my mom found out. There was no way. I wouldn't be able to salvage it. But then, if that happened. Wait. Maybe. My mom was someone who cared a lot about principles and responsibility. My dad, well, it didn't really matter what he thought. It was his goddamned fault we were in this mess, so I'd make him deal with it. Miss Lilia, she was professional, but she also had a soft heart. And if my mom approved, she would fall in line quick enough. I was going to need to do a lot of acting. Fortunately, with this cute face of mine and my complete lack of pride, I'm a natural scammer. God, I hope this worked. If it didn't. No. Positive thoughts, me. Let's not start planning world domination and plotting to overthrow the heavens just yet. Remember, you like this world. It hasn't done you wrong yet, so there's no need to burn it to the ground. Besides, Master Roxy is a good person, and you don't want to make her disappointed, right? What would she think if her precious student went around destroying everything in sight? Not to mention the disappointment Miss Lilia and Mom will have if you become a tyrannical demon lord. So there's no need to go overboard, right? Right. So let's not test those particular magical theories we have about creating god-ranked magic by chaining three-dimensional magic circles in an Archimedes spiral with a Laplace transform to integrate imaginary energy with real energy into a complex magical formula that could potentially create a space-time collapse. Definitely no need for that. And definitely do need to forget about that. Because if mind reading was a thing, we definitely don't want anyone else figuring out how that works. 26. A child's love. A few days had passed since the minor mental breakdown Zenith had after spending time with her cute son. During that time, she had managed to cheer herself up a bit and calm down. Even so, she started a habit of getting up when Paul got up now. It wasn't because she doubted him or Lilia. It was, just in case. But today, Paul left immediately after waking up because there was an incident. Apparently, some children had gone missing, so he and the village guardsmen were going out on a search in the forest and surrounding area. That left just Zenith and Lilia home to see Rudy off on his usual adventure. Zenith was worried though. Even if her sweet son was capable and smart, she couldn't help but think about the what-ifs of him disappearing. But she didn't need to worry. The living room area. Zenith had just started preparing some breakfast and was heading over to Rudy's room. But he was already awake. Walking up to Zenith, Rudy grabbed her arm and said, "Mommy. Can we play today?" Zenith's heart warmed and she pulled Rudy into a hug. "Of course we can, Rudy." As she said that though, Zenith caught a glimpse of Lilia standing in the back. It was just for a brief moment, but Zenith caught the maid looking sad. Seeing that, Zenith flinched and said, "But it's a bit boring with just us two, right?" "So? No, I want it to be just Mommy today." An instant shutdown. It seemed like Rudy knew exactly what Zenith was going to say and stopped it before she could speak the words. A childish response. And coming from Rudy, it was a bit out of character. But it seemed like he had realized that Zenith was feeling down and was trying to cheer her up. Zenith felt her eyes water again at that thought, but she took a deep breath and stopped that. Instead, she smiled and patted Rudy's head. "Fine, fine. Mommy can't win against Rudy after all." Rudy let out a bright and wide-eyed smile. "Yes. Then let's go outside right now. I have something I want to show Mommy." "Ah." He turned to Lilia and said, "Miss Lilia. Can you help finish Mommy's cooking? It's going to take a while." Lilia let out a warm smile and bowed her head. "Of course, young master." She raised her head to look at Zenith and said, "Please, have fun with the young master, Zenny." A sincere and genuine send-off. One without any ulterior motives, spite, or jealousy. Zenith felt a pang of guilt when she realized that. But before she could think too much on that, Rudy dragged her away. "Ah." Zenith blinked and waved at Lilia. "Thanks, Lily." Lilia smiled back and bowed her head slightly. Rudy frowned and tugged Zenith's arm. "Come on, Mommy." Zenith laughed. "Fine, fine. Mommy's hurrying up." The hills just beyond the gates of their house. That was where Rudy dragged Zenith to. Zenith looked around and then said, "So do you have something big to show Mommy, Rudy?" "I do. But there's also something really important I want to talk with Mommy about." "Of course." Zenith smiled and said, "Mommy's all ears, Rudy." Rudy smiled and said, "Then first, the big surprise." He grabbed a tiny acorn from his pocket and placed it on the ground. "I know Mommy likes trees, so I wanted to show this to you." Zenith blinked and said, "An acorn?" Rudy drew his wand from the holster on his waist and said, "Just watch. It took me a lot of experimenting to get it right, but..." He swept his wand across the air. A flash of golden light. For a split second, Zenith saw the 6 magic stones on Rudy's wand shine. And she thought she saw a brief glimpse of 6 magic circles floating above each stone. But just as quickly as she saw them, they vanished. And then the ground started shaking. Rudy." Zenith's eyes widened. What's going on?" Rudy smiled and said, "The miracle of life." "Well, one miracle of life." He walked over to stand beside Zenith and held her hand. "Like Mommy said, uses mana itself to heal. So I thought really hard about it and wondered what would happen if I used and mixed it with. It didn't work really well on already living trees, but for new ones." A tiny sprout peeked out from the acorn. Then roots pierced into the ground, swiftly spreading. After that, the sprout began to grow before their very eyes. Rudy looked at the tree and said, "But I did some more thinking after that. If used mana itself to help heal, I wondered if I could shape the mana to heal in a certain way. It was really hard and I don't think I know enough about people to make it work, but for plants." The tree's branches spread out. As it did, leaves started to unfold along the edges. But instead of a pure green, they were an ethereal fluffy white with a golden tinge around the edge. I managed to figure something out. Rudy spun around and smiled. Waving his arm out to the tree, he said, "This is my present to you, Mommy. A gift for being my mom and loving me this entire time." Zenith's eyes were wide, slowly taking in the sight before her. It was an oak tree. But at the same time, it wasn't. Bark that looked like it was carved from bronze, fluffy leaves that looked like clouds with golden linings, and the familiar warm radiance of healing mana. "How did you do this, Rudy?" Zenith drew her eyes away from the incredible sight and then looked at the incredible person responsible for it. "Was there a spell like this in the book I gave you?" That was the only explanation. But even so, she didn't remember a spell like this existing. No. Rudy shook his head and said, "I think there would be a lot more cool trees if there was. But I read and reread Mommy's gift a lot to figure it out. Do you like it?" A childish and shy smile. Rudy shifting in place with his head slightly lowered, as if waiting for praise. Zenith stared at Rudy and then realized it. The reason why his book was so worn out. Why so many pages had been dog-eared. It was because of this. Because Rudy had been working hard on this project in secret to surprise her. He was working so hard for something so sweet. A secret gift just for her to show how much he appreciated and loved her. And she thought. Zenith's vision blurred. "Yeah. Mommy? Why are you crying?" Zenith covered her face and started sobbing. "Mommy's sorry. Mommy's so sorry. I forgive Mommy." Zenith wailed and pulled Rudy into a tight hug. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Don't cry. Please don't cry, Mommy." Zenith hugged Rudy and cried for a while. Eventually though, with Rudy hugging her back and saying that he loved her and forgave whatever she thought she was feeling sad about, Zenith calmed down. "Are you okay now, Mommy?" Thank you, Rudy." Zenith brushed her tears aside and let out a weak smile. "I'm sorry." Rudy smiled back and patted her head. "It's fine, Mommy." Zenith's eyes started to water again. But she held back her tears and let out a long sigh. "I don't deserve a son as good as you." Rudy really was a miracle. A smart, sweet, and caring son. Someone who could tell how worried she was and tried his best to cheer her up. Rudy shook his head and said, "That's wrong." He gave Zenith a soft smile and said, "Mommy deserves the best for being the best mom ever." Zenith doubted that. But seeing that bright and adoring gaze, she couldn't say anything in response. Instead, "Can I hold you, Rudy?" She felt a bit selfish. She wanted to hold her son just like Lilia did. "Of course." Zenith smiled and then stood up. "Here. Let's go sit under your tree." "That's your tree, Mommy." Zenith laughed, her heart feeling a bit lighter with Rudy's childish insistence. "All right. Then let's go sit under my tree." Rudy grabbed Zenith's right hand with his left. It was tiny. Even though Rudy had grown up a bit, he was still just a child. And yet it was that child who was making Zenith's troubled heart calm down. "Mommy." Rudy tilted his head. He was waiting for her. Like the child he was, Rudy didn't move. Instead, he was waiting for Zenith to lead the way. Zenith smiled and walked forward. A soft wind blew, causing the tree's branches to shift. At the same time, the soft and sweet scent of vanilla filled the air. Zenith sat down against the tree and then pulled Rudy into her lap. For a brief moment, she thought he would squirm away, embarrassed. But Rudy didn't move. Instead, he leaned back to look up at Zenith with a soft smile. Zenith's heart warmed. Seeing that expression, she held Rudy tight and placed her head against his. "Mommy's little baby grew up so fast." "That's not true." Rudy shook his head and said, "I'm still a kid. I'm not grown up yet." Zenith laughed and then started smoothing down Rudy's hair. "Even after becoming a saint-ranked magician, my Rudy is still childish, isn't he?" "Of course. Master Roxy told me about it, you know? It's a pain to grow up. Everyone starts looking at you different and expecting you to be things you aren't." Rudy lowered his head and looked out at the distant hills. "If I could, I wish I could just live like this forever. You, Dad, Miss Lilia, it would be nice if these peaceful days could keep going." Zenith was quiet. "Miss Lilia, hey?" Did Rudy sense her discomfort? He looked up and said, "Mom." A change in the way he addressed her. Seeing that, it seemed like it was serious. Zenith sighed and said, "Yes, Rudy. Are you mad at Miss Lilia?" "No." Zenith shook her head. "I'm not mad." And she wasn't. Lilia did nothing wrong. Not only that, but she had only ever been good to them. To her. Helping Zenith raise Rudy. Doing house chores when Zenith couldn't because she had to work. Preparing food for them, running errands even though she had an old injury that made it hard to walk. Not to mention that she never complained about how often Zenith and Paul were intimate either. No. Zenith wasn't mad at Lilia. She could never be. But... it's complicated, Rudy. Zenith patted Rudy's head and said, it's just. Is it because Dad has been looking at Miss Lilia different now? Zenith flinched and looked down at Rudy. His innocent gaze was gone, replaced by that analytical and judging look. Zenith wanted to look away, but she sighed and nodded her head. That's right, Rudy. She hugged Rudy tight and muttered, I don't want to worry, but... Paul was still young and handsome. And Zenith knew that if he walked out to the village, he could take any of those women out for a roll in the hay. Even the ones that were married. Lilia was still young too. While a bit older than Zenith, she had a mature beauty that would draw anyone's eyes. And whenever they went down in the village together, Zenith noticed that more people looked at Lilia than her. Then there was the fact that all this time, Zenith never got pregnant once. She was worried. Was it because she tried to tie Paul down? Was it because her love was selfish and didn't accept him for who he was? Was that why she couldn't have any more children? Was that Mealy saying that they weren't meant to be together? Was Zenith not good enough? Was that why Paul started looking to Lilia? Zenith had to admit that she wasn't the best mother, but she tried. And she wasn't the best wife either, but she loved Paul. She really did. So why was he? There's a reason why Dad's like that towards Miss Lilia, you know. Zenith froze. What? She looked down at Rudy. Rudy looked back at Zenith and said, I know why Dad's been acting like that around Miss Lilia, Mom. Do you want to know? Zenith's heart throbbed. A dozen different scenarios ran through her mind. But she didn't stop to think about them. No, she felt that her heart would break if she did. So instead, she held Rudy tight, as if he was her lifeboat while she was lost at sea. Then, lowering her head, she quietly said, Tell me, Rudy. Well. 27 The maid's hesitation. Lilia quietly set up the food at the dining room table. It wasn't anything complex. It seemed like Zenith wasn't feeling well since she only made some soup. That wasn't enough though, so Lilia baked some bread to go along with it. After slicing the fresh loaf, Lilia arranged everything neatly around the table and then walked over to the window to check on the mother and son pair outside. Seeing the majestic new tree in the distance, Lilia let out a soft smile and said, Rudy is amazing as always. She had always been impressed by him since the time he was an infant. But watching him grow up into a kind-hearted and humble child despite his innate genius, Lilia couldn't help but be proud. But because of that, she was also troubled. Lilia shifted her gaze down towards Zenith and Rudy. The two were seated together beneath the tree, having a tender discussion. It was a picture-perfect scene. A lovely mother quietly tending to her sweet child. And that reminded Lilia of her recent conflict. She noticed that Paul had been looking at her different lately. When she first took the job, Paul stared at her with an indecent gaze. He tried to hide it, of course. But that man couldn't help but eye beautiful women, especially women with large breasts. That part of him hadn't changed. But Lilia didn't mind. After dealing with the fat nobles in the Azura Kingdom and all of their harassment, she felt that Paul was much better. All he did was look, after all. Well, he did much more than just look with Zenith, but that was a mutual thing, so it wasn't indecent. In any case, Paul had been staring at Lilia with an indecent gaze since the time she took on the job as their maid. But that gaze had changed recently. Instead of the lecherous eyes that seemed to be undressing her at every turn or imagining her bare body, Paul's gaze these days was soft. Not only that, but she noticed that he lingered a bit more on her these days, cared just a tiny bit more. Looked at her like a person instead of as another girl to lay with. And that made Lilia's heart throb. 5 years. It had been over 5 years of her listening to Paul and Zenith late at night. Over 5 years of entering their room that reeked of their love and cleaning the aftermath. Over 5 years of doing her best to not think about her first time with Paul and how different he would be now that he became a responsible and thoughtful man instead of that reckless and inconsiderate youth. So when Lilia noticed that Paul's emotions were starting to change, she was tempted. She was starting to reach her limit. And she thought that it wouldn't be so bad if it was just once. But then she thought about Rudy. Rudy, the sweet and intelligent child who loved her as much as his own mother. It had been a long time since Lilia believed in anything like love or compassion. Especially when directed towards her. As a guardsmaid for the Azura Kingdom's concubines, she was just another tool. An object to be used by whomever and thrown away as needed. To take whatever was given without question and quietly accept it. And after she lost her purpose, she was thrown away. After losing her ability to fight, Lilia could be considered lucky to not lose her life. But she was luckier than that. After losing her purpose, she found a new life. Not only a new life, but she rediscovered emotions she thought had been worn out and gained things she never had. Unconditional love and support from Rudy. What it meant to have someone believe and accept you just for being you. Friendship and fun from Zenith. What it meant to have someone to talk to about idle things and spend time together. Desire and appreciation from Paul. What it meant to have someone want you not just for your body, but as a person. The last emotions were new. And with them, she experienced new emotions as well. A longing. A yearning. Lilia couldn't help but imagine it. Herself with a child of her own and a loving husband to take care of that child. She remembered the tender gaze that Paul had given Zenith at the moment Rudy was born. The sheer joy and happiness in both of their eyes. If she could experience that for herself. It would have been fine if it was someone else. Lilia was sure that Paul and Zenith would support her if she found a man and started her own family. Except, the only man she could imagine herself being with, was Paul. He was different now. The brash, arrogant, and reckless young man had turned into a calm and responsible father. He still had his faults, but he became a respectable man. And Lilia wanted him. Try as she might to deny it, she couldn't. The one who took her first time. The one who reached out his hand to her again after she no longer had anywhere else to turn. The one whose sweet son cared for her as his own mother. But she couldn't allow it. She drew a line and held herself back. She purposefully kept that distance because she loved Rudy and Zenith as much as she wanted Paul. She cared too much to destroy the happy family they had right now. Yet, she couldn't ignore it. The fact that Paul wanted her as well. Lilia clenched her hands and lowered her head. This is fine. Lilia purposefully spoke her thoughts out loud. Like an oath, she said, I won't wish for anything else. This was her lot in life. A maid. That was all she could be. All she would be. Someone to be used and someone who would only support. Not someone who had her own value. It was enough. It had to be enough. Even if she never started a family of her own. Even if her heart ached every time she had that fantasy of herself with Paul and her own child. Even if Rudy forgets about you when he grows up and leaves. Lilia flinched and looked around. That. Lily. Another voice. Zenith's. Lilia blinked and then noticed that Zenith had returned with Rudy quietly trailing behind her. Lilia also noticed that the atmosphere was different. She blinked and looked at Rudy. Rudy met her gaze and then looked away. Be a dump. Lilia's heart raced. Did Zenith notice? No, did Rudy notice and tell Zenith? That. Before Lilia could think about anything else, Zenith sighed and said, Can we talk? Just the two of us. Lilia turned to look at Rudy. And the young master. Rudy walked up to Lilia and gave her a hug. It'll be all right, Miss Lilia. Just be honest with mommy, okay? I don't want you to leave. Lilia tensed. It was certain then. Lilia looked back to Zenith. Unlike her usual carefree smile, there was a neutral and thoughtful expression. That only made Lilia more worried. But to reassure her, Rudy patted Lilia's back and said, It'll work out, Miss Lilia. Now. He stepped back and looked at Zenith. I'll go out to play in the forest and leave you and Miss Lilia to talk. Is that okay, mommy? Zenith nodded. That's fine, Rudy. But be back before dark. Rudy smiled. I will. I have to make sure you don't kill Dad after all. Zenith laughed. A cold and merciless laugh. Don't worry, Rudy. I won't do that to your father. He still has to take responsibility after all. Responsibility? Lilia blinked, confused at the turn of events. Rudy waved and said, I'll be back later, Mom. Bye, Miss Lilia. Love you both. And with that, Rudy left. That meant it was just Zenith and Lilia. Let's sit down first. Zenith walked over to the dining room table and sat down. Lilia quietly sat down across from her. A tense silence. And then. Lily. Zenith looked at Lilia and said, Do you love Paul? Lilia froze. 28 An impossible decision. Paul came home early. The situation was dire, so he wanted to keep searching. Especially since Law's kid was still missing despite all the others being found. But the guys forced him back. Since he was their main combat force, they wanted to make sure he was in top shape in case anything happened. At first, Paul didn't want to agree. It was too dangerous. And every second counted. But then he remembered something. Or rather, someone. Rudy. Paul might play around as being arrogant and overconfident, but he knew his limits. While he was advanced rank in the 3 major sword styles, that was only good for fighting one-on-one and cutting down enemies in front of him. Finding and protecting people who might be in danger, he wasn't good at that. And it pissed him off. Zenith was right. If he had trained a bit harder and reached the saint rank. If he could be that much faster. No. It wasn't good to think in what-ifs. Besides, there was still a chance. Law's kid, Luffy. No, Sylphiette was her full name. Sylphiette and the other children had gone missing since noon last night. Right now, they had found everyone except for her. They had been wandering around in the forest, dazed and confused. And when questioned, they said they didn't know what happened. Of course, Paul could guess. Sylphie had green hair. And because of that green hair she was different from other children. While she didn't have the signature jewel eye in the middle of her forehead, Sylphie did have the same hair color as the feared super demon race. And children would latch on to that as an excuse to bully her. Paul knew. He'd seen the same things done when he was younger by children and for less. Considering the way the kids clammed up when questioned about why they were out in the forest as well. Paul didn't want to fear the worst. But whatever the case, he knew that he needed help. Stopping outside the gate to his house after sprinting back from the forest, Paul let out a sigh and muttered, "Damn it. I hate having to rely on him, but Rudy was perfect for this." Paul didn't know exactly what spells his son had learned from Roxy, but he knew that Rudy was smart. A real genius. Even if he didn't have the right spell to sort things out, he'd be able to figure out a way to make things work. Unlike Paul, who could only cut down what was in front of him and sweet-talk women, Rudy could think things through and come up with a plan. So that was why Paul came back. He didn't know what to do, but his son would be able to help. He was sure of it. Like that, Paul entered his house and called out. "Rudy? Are you home? I need to. Welcome back, husband." A cold and sharp voice. A familiar one, but completely unfamiliar in the tone. Zenith's. His lovely wife. Paul blinked and noticed that she was seated at the dining room table across from Lilia. Lilia looked at Paul, but she quickly looked away, lowering her head. And more than that, there was a whole arrangement of food left untouched on the table. Bread that had turned dry from being left out, along with soup that looked like it turned cold a while ago. While the house was warm and well lit by the afternoon sunday, Paul couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere was a bit frosty. Shutting the door behind him, Paul put on a smile and let out a nervous laugh. "Why yet? I'm back, Zenith." He looked around the house and said, "Is Rudy home? There's something I wanted to talk with him about." Zenith shook her head. "Our son is out playing in the forest right now." The forest? Paul blinked. Was it coincidence? No, knowing his son, Rudy probably figured that something was up. And Paul did briefly mention that there was a situation to Rudy before he left the house. Anyway, that was good. Paul didn't have the chance to explain the situation, but if Rudy headed that way, the others would fill him in. Great. Now, Paul just had to deal with the situation in front of him. Zenith looked mad. No. That wasn't anger. She looked, not just disappointed either. Instead, it was indifferent. Apathetic. That sight wasn't new to Paul. He's tried out enough approaches with enough women to be familiar with the entire range of reactions. But it was definitely a first time seeing it on his wife. Zenith stared at Paul and then pointed to a seat at the head of the table. The side between both Zenith and Lilia. Paul gulped and then sat down. His throat felt dry, so he grabbed a bowl of soup and slurped down a bit. After that, he looked at Zenith and said, "So. What's this about, honey?" Zenith glared at him and said, "Don't honey me, husband." Oh. That wasn't good. Calling Paul by husband instead of by name or another nickname, and not affectionately like she had in the beginning. Paul's first instinct was to crack a joke and play it off. But he had a feeling that would end poorly, not to mention that Lilia was sitting there looking depressed. So instead, Paul held up his hands and said, "I haven't touched another woman. Promise." Zenith narrowed her eyes and said, "That's the sign of a guilty conscience, husband." The same words that Rudy said to him before. Paul flinched and instinctively looked at Lilia. That's. Lilia looked up at Paul and then looked away. A tense silence. It was eventually broken by Zenith tapping her fingernails against the table. Looking at Paul, she said, "Rudy told me something very interesting earlier, husband." Paul froze. That. Damn it. Rudy. That was a man-to-man talk. You weren't supposed to spill the beans. Paul wished he could grab Rudy and shake him at that time. But whether because his son made a tactical retreat or because he wanted his old man to suffer a bit, the kid wasn't around. Probably a bit of both, knowing him. Paul let out a nervous laugh. "Are really now?" His eyes scanned the room and then noticed a new tree out in the distance. He ran past it, not thinking much of it at the time. But now that he was there, and looking for anything to change the topic, Paul said, "Does it have to do with that new tree we have?" Paul. Paul flinched and lowered his head. "Yes, Zenith. You've been stealing glances at Lilia." Paul lowered his head more. "Yes, Zenith. You've been paying less attention to me." Had he? Paul hadn't realized it, but that might be true. "Yes, Zenith. You're falling in love with Lilia. Aren't you?" Yet Paul's eyes widened and he forcibly bit his tongue to stop his words. But it was too late. In the corner of his eyes, he saw Lilia turn red. And in front of him, he saw his wife's expression dim. Paul immediately slammed his head down on the table and kowtowed. I'm sorry, Zenith. I didn't mean to. I love you, I really do. But Lilia. Silence. Paul didn't dare look up. Instead, he quickly started talking, fearing that Zenith would come to the wrong conclusion. I love you the most, Zenith. But I did something really bad to Lilia when I was younger. I thought I could fix that by giving her the job and everything was fine. But the more I thought about how lonely she might be and then the fact that she took such good care of Rudy, I felt really guilty. You always told me to be responsible and I've been trying to change since I married you, but then this came up and I've been really conflicted, and Lilia's just so damned hot and sexy, plus she's so beautiful when she has that motherly gaze just like you were when Rudy was born and I... Enough. Paul flinched. Why yes ma'am. Zenith let out a deep sigh and said, look at me, Paul. Paul did. Zenith had turned her chair to face him. Her arms were crossed and her usual ponytail was gone. She was beautiful as always. But she also seemed a bit distant. Paul had a bad feeling. Do you remember what I asked of you when we first did it? Yes. I said that you could sleep with me only if you never sleep with any woman again. Yes. Paul remembered that. At the time, he was going to break his promise. But when it turned out that she was pregnant, he couldn't. As much as he hated his dad and the lessons he tried to beat into Paul's head, there were 3 rules that Paul agreed with. 1. Treat girls nicely. 2. Use your strength to protect the weak. 3. Take responsibility for your mistakes. They were good rules. The proper rules that all men should follow. And so when he found out that Zenith was pregnant, he took responsibility. He decided to make up for his mistake and not run away. Not like with Lilia. So he made a promise to himself. Even if he wanted to flirt with other women. Even if he felt like chasing skirts again, the only woman for him from that day forward would be Zenith. Though he had to admit that he had fantasized about taking a few of the village maidens for a run every now and then. But it was only a fantasy. And that promise he made to himself was even stronger after Rudy was born. Because he wanted to set a good example. He didn't want to be like his dad who laid down all sorts of rules but didn't follow them. He didn't want to be someone that Rudy would be ashamed of saying was his father. Paul could accept being made fun of. But at the least he wanted to have some good parts to make up for it. But then there was Lilia. The girl who he broke all 3 rules with. Someone who he treated the worst, used his strength to take advantage of, and then ran away from his mistake. It didn't cross his mind at first when he hired her to help out in the house. But now as the years had gone by and Paul started to rethink his life with seeing Rudy grow up. Zenith tapped her fingernails on the table and said, Melis teaches that a couple must only love each other. And since we've been with each other, I've never loved anyone else. Right. Paul nodded. Right. That was true. Even though Paul was a scumbag like that, Zenith still loved him. And ever since that first time together, she had never looked at anyone else. Even when she was panicked and didn't know what to do, she still turned to him. And only him. That was part of the reason why Paul wanted to change. A beautiful, naive, and innocent noblewoman like Zenith believed in him that much. No, she loved him that much that she swallowed her pride and gave herself to him even knowing that it might be just a lie. She didn't think about the consequences. No, she did, but she talked herself into ignoring them. Paul saw that firsthand when she realized that she was pregnant. And he couldn't take advantage of her like that. Not when someone like that believed in him. And like that, Paul had fallen in love with her as well. He fell in love with the innocent and naive healer who turned to him even when she knew he was lying. Who had nowhere else to turn, but still reached out her hand and believed in a piece of trash like him. Who thought he could be better. But I'm not the only one you love. And that was the kicker. Zenith was right. He loved her. He loved her more than anything else in the whole world. Well, other than Rudy. If Paul was being honest, if it came between Zenith and his son, Paul would choose Rudy every time. Though mostly because Zenith would beat him up for not choosing Rudy. Anyway, Paul loved Zenith. And only Zenith. At first. But after spending so long around Lilia again. After being used to her gentle presence and her soft smiles. After seeing how Rudy relied on her as well, and how she had forgiven Paul after doing the worst thing a man could to her. Paul couldn't help it. Before he knew it, Lilia had already taken a piece of his heart. No, she had taken one ever since he ran away from her, even if he didn't know it. While it had been guilt at first, now. Paul lowered his head and said, that's right, Zenith. He loved Lilia. It wasn't the strong and bright love he had for Zenith where he wanted to be better and do better. But it was a gentle feeling. A soft presence that he wanted to support and protect. If he had to compare it, if he had to compare them. Zenith was like a star, bright and inspiring. He wanted to hold her close and run after her. He wanted to make sure that light continued to shine bright forever. But Lilia, she was like a soft campfire. Dim but warm. Someone that was always there and supporting. Unlike with Zenith where Paul wanted to run after her. Paul just didn't want to leave Lilia. No. To be more exact, he didn't want to leave Lilia anymore. He had done that once already. And while she never talked about her life before taking on her job as their maid, he could tell that it hadn't been pretty. And it was probably his fault too. She had been the star of the dojo until he arrived. And after what he didn't know, but it seemed like she had been forced to make ends meet one way or another. Paul clenched his hands on his knee and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Zenith. I love you, but I love Lilia too. I know it's wrong. I know it's betraying our wedding vows. But I can't just ignore it. It made his heart churn. He loved Zenith. But he loved Lilia too. He loved them both. But he couldn't love them both. And he had already chosen Zenith. He had chosen Zenith, so he couldn't choose Lilia. But Lilia had suffered so much. And she also didn't have anywhere else to turn. And he didn't want her to leave either. So. A long and deep sigh. Zenith's. I guess Rudy was right. Paul froze. Rudy? What did he say? Paul heard Zenith stand up, but he didn't dare to look at her. He couldn't bring himself to after admitting that. He also felt guilty. It was because of him. Because he couldn't control his emotions, their family would be broken up. Either Zenith or Lilia. He had to choose. But no matter who he chose, someone would leave. How was he going to explain it to Rudy? The kid already knew just how much of a piece of trash from what he did to Lilia. What would he think if he got back and they had to explain that someone was leaving? No. Paul knew what he would think. It'd be the same. If Paul was in Rudy's shoes, he would have left. Forget his dad and the maid, he would have clung to his mom and left them both. He'd be hurt, but he'd be more upset at how the two betrayed his mother. His innocent mother who did nothing wrong. So. Paul covered his face. It was over. Everything was over. All because. Geez. A soft voice. Zenith's. Paul looked up and realized that his vision was blurred. Zenith let out a sad smile and brushed away Paul's tears. Zenith. You know, Paul. You're a lot like Rudy. She pulled her chair over and sat on his right side. After that, she leaned her head against his arm. You've grown up, but you're still childish at the weirdest times. Zenith. What was going on? She wasn't mad? She grabbed Paul's right hand and laced it with her left. When she did, her wedding ring flashed in the light. After that, Zenith looked over at Lilia and said, Lily and I talked for a long time about you. About what you did to her. About how her life ended up after that. And about how you are now compared to how you are back then. Paul flinched and lowered his head, ashamed. I know. He looked over at Lilia and said, I did something unforgivable to you, Lilia. That. It's fine. A soft response. The first time Lilia had spoken the entire time. Paul looked up and saw Lilia giving him a gentle smile. Lilia. Lilia shook her head and said, the bastard who attacked me that night disappeared a long time ago. Her smile widened and she said, isn't that right, Master Paul? She didn't say it outright. But she didn't need to. You've changed. You've done enough already. I forgive you. Paul's breath caught in his chest and he lowered his head. Lilia. An arm wrapped around Paul's shoulder. He blinked and looked over to see Zenith hugging him with a playful smile on her face. Poking his nose, she said, well then, Mr. Scumbag. If you're feeling that guilty about it, how about you do something to fix that? Paul blinked. What are you talking about, Zenith? Oh. I dunno. Zenith stood up and crossed her arms behind her back, walking away from Paul. You basically ruined Lily's life and stole her happiness, so how about you work hard to give it back? Zenith. Zenith paused, her back turned on Paul. Silence. And then Zenith said, I hurt a lot, you know? I was really worried that it was because you didn't love me anymore. Paul jumped out of his chair and said, that's not true. Zenith, I know. Zenith turned around and let out a soft smile. My husband is just like that. She walked back over and then hugged Paul. A wild, dashing man who comes and goes like a storm. A hero who's more like a thug, but someone who does his best to take care of the people he loves. And someone who wears his heart on his sleeve, just like our son. Paul froze. Zenith. She stepped back and let out an exasperated smile. I thought I could handle you, but it looks like one woman isn't enough to keep you in check. So just this once, I'll make an exception. Zenith. She wasn't saying what he was thinking she was saying, right? Zenith stared into Paul's eyes and said, you. Me Lily. And Rudy. We're already like a small family, so why don't you make it official? I don't understand. No, I think I've been knocked in the head a few times today. Paul shook his head and said, can you say that again, Zenith? Geez. Zenith sighed and pulled Paul over to Lilia. Once there, Zenith grabbed Lilia's hand and said, I'm telling you to take responsibility and marry Lilia, you dummy. After saying that, she placed Lilia's hand in Paul's. Paul's eyes widened. Lilia blushed and averted her gaze. Wait. Paul looked at Zenith. Seriously? Zenith. Why you aren't divorcing me or something, are you? Was this a setup? A polite way to say to live happily together? No, Zenith didn't look like she was upset enough to leave. And she didn't seem like she had any intention to leave either. And then she mentioned making the family official. Zenith rolled her eyes. Of course not, dummy. Though I did think about it. Paul gulped. Zenith sighed and looked at Lilia. Both of us decided that it'd be too cruel to break our little family up though, especially to Rudy. So we made a compromise. She poked Paul's chest and said, you're not marrying Lilia. She's marrying you, okay? It's one-sided. You'll be her husband, but she won't be your wife. Paul blinked. Wait. How's that going to work? No, what do you mean she won't be my wife? How? Why? Zenith walked back around and hugged Lilia. Isn't it obvious? That's because Lily's going to be my wife. We're just sharing her. Sharing. Zenith and Lilia. Two? Both? Together. Wait. How did it end up like this? 29 young child Gambit. I swear to God, Dad. If you mess this up after all the work I did, I'm going do some training from hell just so I can beat your ass with a sword. I muttered under my breath as I used wind magic to dash across the grassy plains and head towards the forest. It was a big gamble. And the linchpin to its success was on my dad's sincerity and love for my mom. To sum things up, I told my mom about Miss Lilia's situation. Well, about what I could infer from Miss Lilia's situation. Basically, I came up with a story about how Dad told me that he stole Miss Lilia's first time and ran off. Also that he regretted it to this day and that the guilt was eating him up on the inside. After that, I spun a tale about Miss Lilia's life after that encounter from what she had told me throughout the years. How Dad's actions resulted in her being kicked out of the dojo. How since she was disgraced there was no guy who would take her. How she had nowhere left to go and turned in desperation to work at the Azura Kingdom's inner palace as one of those maids. How she was forced to do unsavory things and how her eyes always turned blank when she brought it up before quickly changing the subject. And finally how even now her family didn't accept her, but she still sent money back as a way to apologize for their daughter ending up that way. Then I turned on the waterworks and said how Miss Lilia had nowhere to go and no family. But I thought of her as family, and I thought of all of us as family. And I told her how I wanted us to be a real family. All four of us, and then how I'd be the luckiest kid ever to have two moms. Finally, to top it all off, I played the guilt trip about how Miss Lilia loved Mom a lot too and was doing her best to not let it bother her. But that it wasn't fair. Mom looked so happy with Dad, and I wanted Miss Lilia to be happy too, so wouldn't it be okay? They already were like sisters, so wasn't it fine? Logically, it made zero sense. Well, the reasoning behind Mom accepting Miss Lilia. After all, while I didn't know the customs about marriage in this world, I knew that Mom had every right to just send Miss Lilia packing if it put the marriage between Mom and Dad at risk. But emotionally, well, I didn't have to pretend very hard to turn on the waterworks. I really didn't want Miss Lilia to leave. And I really did think of her like another mom. If I was being honest, I always did want to call her mom too. But I couldn't do that to my real mom. Zenith, I mean. But anyway. I dropped a tactical nuke on my mom's emotional barrier to the whole monogamy thing. She was still resisting it a bit, but I was about 90% sure that she would fold unless my dad did something astronomically stupid. Which wasn't that unlikely. But I believed in him. And if things went super bad, I could always throw a giant temper tantrum and lock them together in a room until they made up/made out. Considering how horny Dad was, how thick the sexual tension was between him and Miss Lilia, and how into it Mom got after just one kiss, it'd work out somehow. Plus, this was all taking place before the worst-case scenario where Dad already snuck in with Miss Lilia and got her pregnant. If that had happened, I didn't even know what the hell I'd do. Maybe make up some BS about Dad attacking Miss Lilia in the middle of the night and pin the blame on him? But Mom would definitely be completely heartbroken, so I didn't even know where to begin fixing that. Especially since Mom still didn't have any signs of being pregnant despite all her, hard work. Anyway, it should work out. Even if there was a heated argument and someone decided to leave, they'd never do it until I got back. I was sure of that. All of them loved and cared for me too much. Which was a strange thing to think about considering that I was probably just making their lives complicated and didn't really do anything that they could be proud of yet. But they did, and I loved them back. What was I doing again? Oh, right. Dad mentioned this morning that some kids had gone missing in the forest. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but I noticed that the stupid white mist was hovering around Miss Lilia earlier and shot off after I put my plan into action. Maybe since that holy tree I made repelled spirits. It was a work in progress since I didn't know how to properly imbue mana traits into objects, let alone living things, but it worked. Kind of. That tree's makeup was similar to a blue rose in that it had changed because I pumped a particular type of mana into it. Like how a white rose changed blue after feeding it dyed water. Because I fed the acorn mana, that mana being the divine attack or holy mana and healing mana, it grew up with a changed nature. To be honest, I didn't really know how it worked. Kind of like with Master Roxy's gift, I just cobbled together a bunch of things and prayed it would work. And somehow it did. Though that was making me think real hard about the nature of magic again considering that it was the second time something like this worked. Anyway, the forest. There were kids missing, and that sinister white mist, entity, thing. You know what? Let's just call it Whitey. No, the voice had been male, so let's call him Whitey. Anyway, Whitey had flown off towards the forest after I dispelled him from Lilia. Because of that, and because it seemed to be targeting me and my family for some reason, I chased after it. I didn't know what it was doing or what it planned, but it couldn't be good. And while it didn't seem able to influence anything directly, that whole mind-reading/possession thing was spooky. Hey. Actually, maybe Casper was a better name? Nah. That guy definitely wasn't friendly like the good boy ghost. Ah, sidetracking again. Right. So after the whole emotional appeal to my mom and leaving her to sort things out with Miss Lilia while waiting for Dad, I chased after Whitey with my wand in hand. Wind at my heels, the blue sky above, and a dense white mist slowly shrouding the forest. Damn. Whitey was plotting something. I could feel it. Seeing that, I sped up my pace, making sure to keep a bunch of barrier spells up just in case I missed and smacked into something. And after a few minutes, I arrived at the forest. I think I saw my dad run past me, but he seemed to be lost in thought, so he didn't notice me. Good luck, Dad. I'm kicking your ass with magic if you mess this up. Anyway, I landed on the ground at the edge of the forest. There were a bunch of people around. All guys and all armed. Who's there? A male archer immediately turned towards me, notching an arrow on his bow. Said archer was also an elf. Realizing that and definitely not willing to risk finding out if that elf was as good as most elves were said to be at shooting, I held up my hand and said, Rudius Grere. I'm Paul's kid. Rudius. Rudy. The man, elf. Elf man? Anyway, the guy lowered his bow and sighed. Sorry. I'm just a bit stressed. He let out a tired smile and held out his hand. I'm Laws. Your dad and I do patrols in the forest every now and then. I shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Mr. Laws. I took a look around and tilted my head. What's happening though? My dad said that there was something this morning, but he didn't say much else. Laws tilted his head and said, didn't you run into Paul on his way back? I think we missed each other. But... I drew my wand and looked into the forest. Do you need my help? I'm not Master Roxy, but I'm pretty good at magic now. Laws hesitated. That's... Laws. A village guard walked over and said, we think we've found it, but we can't get in. There's a strange mist that keeps sending our guys out. But a few people said they've seen a small figure running through the mist, so... Luffy. Laws ran up to the guy and grabbed the man's shirt. You've seen her? Where? I blinked. Luffy. And a her? That was a weird name for a girl. Laws looked back at me and hesitated again. He seemed like he wanted to ask me something. And then a shrill scream cut through the air. A young girl's. Law's eyes widened and he started running into the forest. Wait. Laws. The village guard tried to grab him, but Laws brushed the man's hand off. I don't care. It's because of your kids that she's in there. The village guard flinched. That's... because of their kids? Wait. Whitey, elf girl, kids. Arg, think later, dummy. I scolded myself and waved my wand, gathering wind at my feet. There was someone's life at stake here. I could think about how and why later. After that, I kicked off the ground and flew into the air, landing on the tree branches. Laws noticed me. This time he didn't hesitate. Rudy. Please. Please save my daughter. Don't worry, Mr. Laws. I waved at him and said, I'll find her. Now, that village guard said that there was a strange mist. Whitey was usually invisible, so that meant that it had to be an area where his mana was particularly thick. And so. There. I saw it. A small patch deep in the middle of the forest, completely blanked out by white fog. Every second counted, so. I sure as hell hope these barrier spells work, and that if they don't, that works on broken bones. I gulped and then waved my wand with my right hand. 6 magic circles flashed. All of them wind magic. At the same time, I held out my left hand and formed 5 barrier magic circles on each finger, before activating each. And then. Here goes Noth 30 The young elf girl's dilemma. Get out of here, you demon. They were words Sylphie had heard over and over again. Asterisk haha. Look. The demon's so weak, asterisk. Ridicule. Pain. Humiliation. She couldn't understand it. Why did they make fun of her? Why her? Asterisk oh. Let's throw the demon into the woods, asterisk. Asterisk yet. The others will thank us, asterisk. Let's go. They took her. Carried her against her will while she struggled and ran deep into the forest. Then they left her there and ran away. Cold. Hungry. Thirsty. Sylphie was lost and scared. The day turned to night and night turned to day again. And if not for the fact that she had her father's lunch with her, she would have starved. She didn't understand. Why were they like this? Her father said that they were just afraid. But she couldn't do anything to them, so why were they afraid? Her mother said that she would find someone who would accept her for who she was one day. And Sylphie believed her. But it looked like that day wouldn't come. Her clothes were caked with mud and grime. She was hungry because she finished all of her food. And she was terrified. Something was following her. She wasn't sure what, but something was following her through the forest. At first she thought it was just something small. A tiny animal. But it wasn't. She could see it through the mist. A towering shadow slowly moving after her. So she ran. She ran away from the shadow, hoping to lose it. But no matter how fast or how far she ran, the shadow didn't disappear. And it was always slowly approaching her. Slowly getting closer. Please, go away. Please go away. Sylphie muttered under her breath as she sprinted through the forest. It was misty, white obscuring her vision except what was directly in front of her. A few times, she heard people nearby. Villagers calling out for her. But every time she answered back and ran towards them, they would suddenly run away. She didn't understand. Were they with the other children? Did they want her to disappear too? It was cruel. It was scary. She didn't want to disappear. She didn't want to leave her mother and father. It wasn't fair. A crack. Sylphie didn't see a tree branch and then tripped. But since she was going so fast, her foot bent at a weird angle. Pain. Sylphie collided on the ground and rolled a few times before coming to rest against a tree. It hurt all over. She cried and then huddled up against the tree. I want to go home. Mommy. Daddy. She cried out. But no one came. Instead, the shadow got closer. And when it did, Sylphie could finally make out its features. A bear. And not an ordinary one. This bear was the size of a small tree, lumbering through the forest. Crimson eyes and a maw with foaming drool dripping from it. The bear looked feral. But there was a light in those eyes that showed it wasn't mindless. Looking at Sylphie, the bear trembled. Its shoulders heaved up and down, as if it was laughing. And then it lumbered forward. Sylphie tried to back away. But she couldn't. When she moved, the pain in her ankle stopped her. Even then, she knew. She couldn't escape it. Despite the heavy fog, despite Sylphie running away the entire time, the bear caught up with her. There was no one coming to save her. There was nothing that could save her. No. Sylphie backed up and then screamed. I don't want to disappear. A shrill and desperate plea for help. The bear's shoulders shuddered again. The bear. No, the monster laughing at Sylphie's plight. And then it froze. So Hitagami is this desperate, is he? A cold male voice. Yeah. Sylphie turned to look towards the voice. It was a man. A long white coat and silver hair. Sharp eyes and a stern face. He was a man that seemed set to go against the entire world. And there was a presence around him that gave off that aura. That he would cut down any and everything in his path. Sylphie gulped. He was scary. The man was scary. But compared to the bear, he didn't seem that scary. The man turned to look at Sylphie. Sylphie froze, afraid that the man would be like the others who wanted her to disappear. But a strange emotion flashed through his eyes. Before Sylphie could figure out what it was, the man turned towards the bear. A magical creature this powerful shouldn't exist here at this time. Are you a result of an apostle's meddling? The bear stiffened. No, it went on guard. Rising up to its hind legs, the monster snarled. The man held out his hand causing and said, no matter. He glanced back to Sylphiette and said, Sylphiette Grere. No. At this time you are just Sylphiette, and I suppose you may not become a Grere in this timeline. That will depend on his decision. Mr. Sylphiette tilted her head, confused. Are you saving me? No. The man shook his head. I can't save you. Not this time. But someone will be here soon that can. For now. The man swept his left hand across the air, causing a crimson katana to emerge. The bear snarled and ran forward. The man smirked. You should try something else, Hitagami. Direct attempts to change the future like this won't work. He swung his sword. Sylphiette gasped. It was beautiful. A crimson arc swept through the air. And where it moved, space cracked. Like the area in front of the man was a picture etched in glass, hundreds of crimson lines spread out, tracing out what looked like a tree. And then it broke. The sound of glass shattering echoed in the air, followed by a muffled explosion. With those sounds, the man vanished, along with the fog. But in his place. Oh ow ow ow. A young boy appeared. Light brown hair and bright green eyes. A hand-knit grey scarf wrapped around his neck and fluttering in the wind. Neatly tailored white dress shirt and black pants, tattered around the edges. A wand with 6 glittering stones held on his waist. He stood up from a small crater in the ground, shaking his left hand. As he did, light spilled down from the hole he made in the forest canopy. The boy was different from the man. Compared to that person, his demeanor was lighter. Friendlier. And not only that, but where the man looked invincible, the boy looked weak and small. But he was warm. The boy lowered his hand and looked back at Sylphiette. When he did, his eyes lit up and he let out a bright smile. You must be Luffy. He turned around and laughed. Great. I made it in time. You Sylphiette blinked, unsure about what was happening. First there was the bear, then the man, then the boy. Was any of this real? She was starting to think that it was all just a dream. That this was just an illusion she was seeing from not being able to eat or drink for a day. But then the boy reached her and held out his hand. Here. Let's get you back to Mr. Laws. Oh wait. You're probably injured. 1 second. He lowered his hand and then grabbed his wand, waving it. The moment he did, Sylphiette felt a warmth spread through her body. The pain in her twisted ankle vanished. Not only that, but the chill and fatigue she felt disappeared as well. There. The boy smiled and held his left hand out again. Now come on. Sylphiette looked at the boy's hand, hesitating. And then she saw the bear behind the boy and pointed. Behind you. Oh. Right. Should probably take care of that thing. The boy muttered and turned around. And in that time the boy turned, the bear arrived, swinging its claws at the boy's head. Sylphiette screamed and covered her eyes, not wanting to see the boy get hurt. But nothing happened. There wasn't any tearing sound. No splashing of blood. No scream of pain. Even the bear's snarls were gone. Realizing that, Sylphiette slowly opened her eyes. And then they widened when she saw what was in front of her. The boy was fine. The bear's claws were inches away from his head, but no more. And the reason for that? Whoa. Stacking ice magic is scary. Was the dense ice completely enveloping the bear's body? The boy walked forward and then reached out with his wand, lightly tapping the ice on the bear. When he did, the ice shattered, turning into white dust. But that wasn't the only thing that shattered. The bear broke apart as well, turning into red mist that flew off into the distance. Yeah. Definitely scary. The boy shook his head and then turned back to Sylphiette. Anyway, danger's gone. He smiled and held out his hand. Now let's go. Sylphiette blinked. The bear's attack happened in an instant. So fast that Sylphiette thought for sure the boy would die. But he didn't. Not only that, but he easily beat the monster without being scared. Throughout the entire thing, he was completely relaxed. If anything worried him, it was Sylphiette. But he was never worried about his own life. Seeing that, Sylphiette could only say one thing. Cool. Hey. Sylphiette blushed and turned away. The boy blinked. And then he laughed. Nice. I like puns. They're fun. Sylphiette giggled. The boy smiled and said, so. You coming with? I'm Rudy by the way. Sylphiette. The boy. Rudy blinked. Wait, so you're not Luffy? He started to panic. Wait. Then. Did I get the wrong person? Oh crap. Sylphiette giggled again and took his hand, pulling herself up. No. My parents call me Luffy too. Phew. Rudy lowered his hand and sighed. Almost gave me a heart attack there, Luffy. Luffy. He frowned and said, no what? I'm calling you Sylphie. Luffy is too weird for a cute elf girl. See cute. Anyway, let's go. Rudy started walking, leading Sylphie along. Mr. Laws, I mean, your dad should be coming this way. Wait. Maybe not? I ran off without him. Let's send a signal flare. That should let him know. Rudy held up his hand, causing a magic circle to appear. And then a loud boom echoed, along with a surge of flames. But even though they were in the forest, the flames didn't touch a single leaf. Seeing that, Sylphiette. No, Sylphie nodded to herself, confirming something. Rudy was amazing. And like that, she forgot all about the strange silver-haired man who appeared before Rudy did. 31 young child, a new friend. I can't thank you enough for this, Rudy. Laws lowered his head and said, truly. Thank you. Sylphie bowed her head as well and said, thank you for saving me, Rudy. It's fine. I raised my hands and said, I was coming out to play in the forest anyway. Laws raised his head and chuckled. Coming to the dangerous forest to play. I guess Paul and Zenith weren't exaggerating when they said you were a genius. I frowned and said, I'm not a genius, Mr. Laws. I just work hard. After all, a real genius would have anticipated something like this happening. I should have realized that something was up already after I got attacked by Whitey in the forest. If Master Roxy was here, she would have placed down barriers all over and made sure that it worked against Whitey before leaving it alone instead of just thinking it was fine like me. And if that had happened, Sylphie wouldn't have been terrified and forced to suffer like that for a whole day. Damn it. Law smiled and said, you are also as humble as they say. My frown deepened. But it would be rude to say anything in response to that, so I just kept quiet. Instead, I took stock of the situation. After picking up Luffy, or rather, Sylphie and saving her from that weird bear. Seriously. That thing had like a giant glowy white core in its chest and then moved super fast. Not as fast as Dad when he got serious, but it was still pretty dangerous. Fortunately, it wasn't that scary or dangerous to me. I mean, it was a giant moving target after all. It might be fast, but Dad was faster, and I'd been hit enough times to build up my reaction speed. Not to mention that constantly using was a cheat that made me super OP in terms of physical skills and reflexes. Though not as OP as Dad. Freaking combat genius. You're supposed to get slower when you get older, not faster. But anyway, the bear wasn't that scary and the rescue mission was a success. Though the secondary mission of figuring out Whitey's. No. Considering that he tried to get a cute little girl killed, that name was too friendly. Let's call him. Well, he probably wasn't the devil. And demons were nice people like Miss Roxy, so that wouldn't work. Guess I'll stick with Whitey for now. If I ever met the guy in person though, I definitely needed to remember to come up with a name to tick the guy off for all that he tried to do. That and punch him in the face. What was I thinking about again? Oh, right. Whitey's motives. I didn't know what he was doing, but I did know for sure now that he was up to no good. Also, my barriers really weren't helping. Needed to tune those up with some holy mana now that I knew how that worked. Maybe plant a few of my mom's special trees too. And I needed to look into magic items to protect them from Whitey. Thankfully, there was probably going to be a reason to give gifts to everyone soon. Assuming Dad didn't royally screw up. I hope he didn't royally screw up. He'd better not have royally screwed up. No. Positive thoughts. PMA. Positive mental attitude. No need to stress about things you can't control. Right. Anyway, lots of things to do. For now though. I looked at Sylphie and said, are you going to take Sylphie home, Mr. Laws? Laws frowned. Sylphie looked up at her father and said, Father. Laws looked at me and then he looked back into the forest at the approaching village guardsman. He looked thoughtful and then said, Rudy. Do you think you could take Luffy out to play at your house? Father. Sylphie blushed and tugged at her dirty clothes. I need to change. I blinked. I mean. I don't mind, Mr. Laws. It had been a while since I met anyone my own age. And Sylphie seemed nice, and pretty smart. Maybe I could come up with some fun games we could play using magic? But wouldn't it be better to take her home? Sylphie's mom is probably worried too, right? Laws shook his head and smiled. Thank you for your concern. But I'll tell her myself about Luffy. Besides, I'm sure that she'd be happy to hear that Luffy found a new friend. Sylphie blushed. Friend. You She turned to look at me and then poked her fingers together. Are we really? I laughed and said, of course we're friends. Well, unless you don't want me to be your friend. I paused. I guess it would be kind of weird. No. Sylphie immediately spoke up and shook her head. I do. I mean. Let's be friends. An innocent and cute request. Seeing that, I couldn't help but smile. Alright. Then we're friends now. Sylphie smiled back. Laws. Someone called out from the distance. One of the guardsmen. Laws narrowed his eyes. It was just a brief moment. Laws immediately relaxed and put on a smile. But I could tell. The guy was holding himself back. He was forcefully suppressing anger and irritation. It made me wonder what exactly went down. But I didn't want to get involved in the adult stuff if I didn't have to. Not to mention adults tended to look down on kids, and I'd probably just muck things up. So instead, I grabbed Sylphie's hand and started walking back home. Let's go, Sylphie. It's a long walk, but we can chat on the way back and get to know each other. What's your favorite color? Mine's red. Well, it's actually a toss-up between red and green, but I think that red's a pretty cool color. A little bit of it makes everything pop, you know. Really? Sylphie looked thoughtful and said, I guess that's true. It's like how wild berries stand out in the greenery, right? Why yet? Like that. I wasn't expecting her to seriously analyze my response. Was Sylphie secretly a genius too? Well, she did manage to survive a whole day in the forest by herself. And there were monsters too. Nah. It wasn't like she was some secret genius who was both smart and good with magic too, right? I mean, what were the odds of that? Paul leaned against the doorframe, staring out towards the forest. As he did, he frowned. Rudy's late. It was turning dark. The sun was already half below the horizon in the distance, and the orange sky now had streaks of purple across it. Lilia walked out from the house and stood beside Paul. Rudy will be fine, Moss, Paul. She blushed and said, my apologies. This will be a hard habit to break. Paul laughed and said, don't worry. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how it ended up like this too. Humph. Zenith scoffed and then snuck up behind Paul, wrapping her arms around his shoulder. Don't get a big head about it. If you start looking at any other women, I'm not the only one you have to worry about. Right, Lily? Lilia nodded. Yes, Zenny. She tucked a strand of her crimson hair behind her ear and gave Paul a sideways glance. A scoundrel who is greedy after all this time does not deserve a happy ending. Paul let out a nervous laugh. See, calm down you two. I'd never do that. He was already living the dream. Two beautiful busted women who loved him and were even willing to share. And did share for a bit just a couple of hours ago. Remembering that brought a silly grin to Paul's face. And then Zenith slapped him. Ow. Paul flinched and said, what was that for? For being a pervert. Zenith shoved Paul and stepped back. He staggered a bit and then turned around. I said I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was aiming higher than usual and... Zenith gave Paul a cold stare. He gulped and then bowed his head. Sorry. Please don't throw me out. I'll think about it. Zenith looked at Lilia and said, but spending a girls' night with just Lily is sounding pretty tempting right now. Lilia blushed. Paul looked between Zenith and Lilia and then pouted. Hey. I'm the man of the house here. That's not fair. Zenith crossed her arms and said, well, maybe the man of the house should have been more gentle earlier and double-checked where he was planting his sword instead of being all excited like a horn dog. That 100% wasn't Paul's fault. Lilia was the one who brought Zenith around for that part. But Paul knew when to stop pushing his luck. Not to mention he really did hurt his wife a lot recently. So instead of saying anything, he bowed his head and said, yes ma'am. Zenith smiled and then walked over to pat his head. Good doggy. Paul's heart pounded when she did that. Was this it? The so-called humiliation play? Zenith was usually submissive, but this side of her. Disgusting. Zenith reared back and then looked down on Paul. Don't show that face around Rudy. If he picks that up from you, I'm divorcing you right away. Paul quickly nodded and cleared up his expression. Understood. Zenith shook her head, seemingly exasperated. But the slight smile and warm gaze she gave Paul showed that she didn't really mind. Damn. Paul really owed his son a lot for this. He seemed a bit lonely, so maybe Paul should just work hard to get him some younger brothers or sisters. Hee. A smack on his head. Ow. Paul turned to look at Zenith. What? She blinked and said, it wasn't me. Paul paused and then looked over at Lilia. Her hand was outstretched, showing that she was the culprit. But she also didn't have a shred of remorse or embarrassment. Instead, she calmly lowered her hand and said, I will not forgive you if Rudy becomes a lustful villain like you are, Paul. I'll try to hold it back when he's around. But it's fine in bed, right? Lilia blushed. Oh, once in a while. Yes. Zenith rolled her eyes and then looked out towards the forest. You're right though. Rudy is taking a while to get back. Do you think something happened? She looked back at Paul and said, you mentioned that kids went missing, right? She looked worried and said, Rudy is fine, right? Paul turned serious and thought about it. There was a strange mist in the forest preventing people from going deeper, and there had been a lot of magical creatures, but Paul took care of most of them. Not to mention that they were all weaklings. If that was all, then his son who had become a saint-ranked magician should be fine. Especially since he was a saint-ranked magician who could dodge Paul's attacks every 3 of 4 hits. Which reminded Paul that he seriously needed to start training again. Couldn't let Rudy catch up before he was even halfway to being an adult. But anyway, it should be fine if that was all. There was that strange mist though. It had been there when Roxy was around too, but she couldn't find anything off with it. It seemed harmless, but if the reason why a saint-ranked magician couldn't find anything was that the source was stronger than the saint-ranked magician. Paul rested his hand on the sword sheathed at his left side and muttered, should I go check? He wasn't sure what he could do if it was actually that strong. But at the least he'd be able to get Rudy out. He was confident in that at least. Even if it cost him his life. Zenith nodded. I think we should. I'll come with you. Lilia frowned and said, I will come as well. Hey. Paul looked at Lilia and said, but your legs are fine. Lilia cut him off and said, they are still a bit weak, but it seems that the peaceful days in the countryside have helped them heal quite a bit. I am still not at the level I was, but I should be able to fend off some simple monsters. Zenith shook her head. No way, Lily. What will Rudy think if you get hurt? And what about you, Zenny? Lilia frowned. You are Rudy's birth mother. If you get hurt, he will cry. I know it. And you're the one who supported him all this time. Zenith grabbed Lilia's hand and said, if something happened to you, he'd break down. Lilia hesitated. Paul looked between his wife and his. Well, his other wife wasn't quite the right word for it. Lover? Partner? Partner. Partner was a better word. Lover sounded like he just used Lilia for her body, and he definitely wasn't doing that. Anyway, Paul looked between the two women and shook his head. No. You two stay here. I'll go take a look. Besides, if... A gentle breeze blew, carrying a young girl's laughter. A young girl's laughter? Paul spun around and saw a young girl with light green hair and pointed ears land on the ground nearby. Her white hooded sweater and slightly tattered grey shorts shifted with the wind before settling down. The young girl tidied up her clothes and then let out a wide smile. Turning back to look at the sky, she cupped her and shouted. I did it, Rudy. Paul blinked. Rudy. He looked up at the sky as well. The moment he did, Paul saw a grey blur fall down and crash into the ground beside the young girl. Oh ow ow. Need to work on landing. A familiar young boy's voice. Rudy's. He shook his left hand and then fixed up his grey scarf. After that, he looked at the young girl and said, how did you land so gently, Sylphie? I don't know. But it was fun. She twirled around and smiled. Rudy's a great magic teacher. Rudy let out a wry smile. Yeah. I guess I am. He shook his head and then noticed Paul and the others. Oh. Hey Dad. Mom. Miss Lilia. He waved and said, sorry I'm late. But I brought a friend. I can see that. Paul shifted his gaze to the young girl. Sylphie, is it? Ah. Sylphie reflexively ducked behind Rudy. But then she paused and stepped out. You She bowed her head. And nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Grey. My name is Sylphiette. You my father is Law's End. Wait. Zenith stepped out from behind Paul and said, you're Luffy. Sylphie's eyes widened and she nodded. Why yes. Zenith squealed and ran up to hug Sylphie. By Mealy's, you're so much cuter than I thought. And you're Rudy's friend? That's great. How about you come live with us? You seem like a nice girl, and... Mom. Rudy swept out his hand and sent a gust of wind, knocking Sylphie away from Zenith. After that, he sent another gust of wind and set Sylphie down next to him. Stop that. You're scaring her. Sylphie immediately ducked behind Rudy, quivering in fear. Zenith blinked. What did I do? Paul chuckled and then gave Rudy a thumbs up. Bringing home a girl already. Seems like the Grey blood's running strong grk. Lilia sighed and dragged Paul inside by his collar. At the same time, she grabbed Zenith's arm and pulled her inside as well. Lily? Wait. I want to talk more with Rudy's cute friend. You two are far too much. Lilia looked back at Rudy and said, have fun with your friend, Rudy. I will make sure these two do not interfere. Alright. Lilia smiled and then slammed the door shut, taking Paul and Zenith inside with her. Sylphie blinked and turned to look at Rudy. Did I do something wrong, Rudy? Rudy let out a wry smile. I think my parents are just happy that I finally have a friend. Oh. Sylphie blushed and lowered her head. I'm happy too. Rudy smiled and then patted Sylphie's head. You're a cute girl, Sylphie. Please, never change. Hee. At that time, a pair of loud smacks echoed from the house. I knew you'd be a bad influence on Rudy from all your flirting. Master Paul's shamelessness has become a bad influence. How could you? Sylphie turned to Rudy and blinked. Rudy sighed. Let's just play in the courtyard, Sylphie. Here, you said water mana felt easier to use, right? How about we try bouncing some water balls around? Another smack. What was that for? Sylphie winced and turned to look at the house. Are they? It's fine. Rudy grabbed Sylphie's arm and said, let's go play by the tree. I think my parents need some time alone. 32 young child, a pair of geniuses. After chatting with Sylphie about random things for a while. Mostly our favorite foods, colors, and hobbies. For the record, Sylphie's were honey, blue, and reading. She was fond of sweet things and she really liked blue because it reminded her of the sky. And she liked reading because she didn't have any friends and reading books let her pretend to be someone else. If I didn't have a reason to be Sylphie's friend after that, I sure did now. It was just too sad for a cute young girl to be spending so much time on her lonesome. Especially since she seemed to be a natural extrovert and was super bubbly when chatting with me. What was I thinking about again? Oh, right. So after chatting with Sylphie for a while and ignoring my parents, which now included Miss Lilia, thankfully. It seemed like my dad managed to pull it off. Though considering it was a clear pass to the goal, I would have throttled him if he messed it up. Anyway, after chatting with Sylphie, Mr. Laws came by and had a chat with my parents before escorting Sylphie back home. Although not before extorting a promise from me to pick her up every morning and play since I was now her one and only friend. A promise that was triply enforced by my parents later that evening, saying that I had to take responsibility for my promises. Especially to innocent and naive girls. And both my mom and Miss Lilia. No, I suppose it was Mama Lilia now. Mama Lily? Mama Lily. Both Mom and Mama Lily gave my dad a pointed look as they were lecturing me about responsibility. So it was decided that I would spend my mornings playing with Sylphie, my afternoons training with Dad, and then my evenings playing with Sylphie again before she got picked up by her dad when he was done with work. I didn't mind. Sylphie was fun to spend time with. And she wasn't an annoying brat despite being a kid, unlike some of the other village children I'd bumped into in the past. Maybe that was why Sylphie didn't have any other friends? Food for thought. Anyway, Sylphie was fun to hang around with. But as I spent more time with her and played some makeshift games with her by teaching her some magic, I realized something. I seemed to have a natural talent at jinxing myself. This is incredible, Rudy. Sylphie laughed and ran around, waving a makeshift wand I crafted for her from a fallen branch. I didn't have any magic stones to use like Master Roxy did for mine, but the branch was from the special tree I made for Mom, so it conducted mana just fine. Not that Sylphie needed help for that. I let out a wry smile and watched Sylphie twirl around giant streams of water before scattering them into rain. Rain that stopped in midair before turning into snow. Yeah. It definitely is incredible. It had been a few weeks now since I'd started up my new routines. And as always, we were playing by Mom's tree. Mostly so that Mama Lily Mama? Needed to get used to that still. Anyway, it was so that she could keep an eye on us while doing chores. And as always, I decided to teach Sylphie a bit about what I knew of magic before we started playing some makeshift games using mana. It was a good way for me to get in some magic training and solidify my foundations while Sylphie had fun and also got better with magic. A win-win. Except for one problem. Sylphie's way of using magic made no sense. I stared at the mana that Sylphie was using to cast her spell. It was blue, as expected. After all, it was water magic. But it wasn't threads. Whenever Sylphie waved her wand to cast a spell, she sent out her own mana, just like I did. And it had a unique color too. A weird greenish-blue hue. But unlike my mana that came out in threads, hers was a blob. A diffuse and intangible blob that floated around like bubbles. Bubbles that popped and then immediately did whatever she put her mind to. Sylphie tucked her wand into her sweatshirt pocket and then twirled around, holding her hands out to catch the snow. It's so pretty. She laughed and then ran over to grab my hand. Come on, Rudy. Let's dance in the snow. I sighed on the inside, but outwardly I smiled and let her lead me around. As you command, my princess. Sylphie let me go and then giggled. Since when did Rudy become a knight? When my dear friend became a magical princess who could call in the snow. I paused and said, aren't you cold though? Sylphie blushed and said, not when I'm with Rudy. I frowned. That's no good. I waved my own wand and dismissed all of the snow, turning it back into ambient mana. Ah. I shook my head and said, it'd be bad if you got sick. Sylphie huffed and said, it would be fine. My parents wouldn't mind. Yeah, but mine would. But anyway. I rubbed the back of my neck and said, you really have a knack for magic, don't you? Sylphie shook her head. Only because Rudy is such a great teacher. And also because Rudy taught me how to see mana. She looked around and said, I never knew the world was so colorful. While Sylphie was happily twirling around and taking in the sights, I quietly muttered. I didn't though. She was a genius. Probably more than Master Roxy. No. It wasn't fair to compare them since Sylphie had a better head start with me here. But anyway, Sylphie was definitely a genius. One of those crazy people who just had an intuition for mana and a natural creativity for magic. For example. That seeing mana thing she mentioned? I didn't teach it to her. I didn't give her that fancy magic circle I gave to Master Roxy to let her see mana. Sylphie did that herself. After I let it slip that I could easily move mana around and cast spells because I could actually see mana, Sylphie stared into space for a while lost in thought, and then she could suddenly see mana. And it wasn't a fluke or imagination. I tested it out very thoroughly. Asking her the color of fire mana, water mana, wind mana, even my recently acquired holy mana. And she scored 100% on each color. I guess some people were just built different. I felt kind of bitter at that. Here I was thinking I was special for managing to figure out mana sight, but Sylphie just pulled it off like that after thinking about it. No. I shouldn't be envious. And I shouldn't treat Sylphie like she was special either. Having a big ego and thinking you were a genius were both dead ends. Instead, let's encourage her. Right. If Sylphie managed to make things work just by thinking it was possible, I should see what else was possible. Maybe I was approaching magic in the wrong direction. It could definitely be logically broken down and rationally analyzed, but it seemed like there was definitely a whimsical and imaginative aspect to it as well. Which would explain how I made Mom's tree and the magic circle for Master Roxy. Wait. Rational. Imaginary. And if magic spells were like math formulas, then... Yo. My dad's voice called out. You kids done playing? It's time for Rudy's sword lessons. Oh. Sylphie stopped looking around and then turned towards my dad. Mr. Paul. Sorry for keeping Rudy. My dad walked out from the gate of our house and headed over. As he did, he waved his hand and said, nah, don't worry about it. Rudy needs some time to be a kid too or else he'll be too serious and grow up too early. I frowned. And what's that supposed to mean? See. My dad pointed at me and said, he's already talking like an adult. My frown deepened. Sylphie giggled and then said, well, that's what makes Rudy cool. Oh ho. My dad turned towards me and raised an eyebrow. A cute girl thinks you're cool, son. What do you think about that? I think that my dad's a busybody who should stop looking at the world in terms of beauties, boobs, and booze. My dad blinked and then he laughed. You got me there. Sylphie tilted her head, thinking. Boobs. I froze. My dad froze as well. Sylphie turned towards me and said, what do you mean by boobs, Rudy? I know beauties and I know booze, but I haven't heard about that. Is it something adults like? I glared at my dad and held out my left hand, conjuring a crimson clay sword. I whipped it towards him and pointed it at his head. This is your fault. My dad grinned and pulled out the wooden sword at his right side. Resting it over his shoulder, he said, my fault? Whose mouth did those words come out of? And who do you think I learned them from? My dad paused and then started to sweat. You Not me, right? Who else would it be, Dad? Arg. I charged and swung my sword at his head. He easily parried it and then laughed. Glancing at Sylphie, he said, Zenith and Lilia finished lunch inside, Sylphie. You can go ahead and eat with them. Rudy and I. Well, it seems like my dear son has a lot on his mind right now. Shut up and let me hit you, damn it. I growled and kicked forward, swinging my sword low to smack his shins. Hey. No using grown-up words. My dad pulled off some fancy footwork and spun around my sword before smacking my head and knocking me to the ground. Gah. I pushed off and tried to pounce back on my feet. But before I could, a boot pressed my head back to the ground. MMMPH. MMMMPH. Freaking. Damn it. I hate geniuses. It's not freaking fair. Stupid dad. Just wait. Another 2 years. Just you wait until I figure out how to do the same mana empowerment thing you're using, you cheater. Sylphie's voice echoed. Are you sure it's okay to do that to Rudy, Mr. Paul? Meh. He'll be fine. Rudy's a tough kid. He doesn't need me to take it easy on him anymore. Right, Rudy? MMMMMPH. I'll beat you up. I promise. I'm going to figure out how to smack that grin off your face if it's the last thing I do, Dad. See? Okay, Mr. Paul. Then I'm going inside. Good luck, Rudy. Nice. He'll need it. Small footsteps echoed. And as they did, I felt Sylphie's presence fade away into the distance. When it was gone, my dad stepped back, taking his boot off my head. I blasted myself back to my feet with a gust of wind and spat out the dirt in my mouth, glaring at him. I hate you. Lots of people do, Rudy. My dad laughed and then held out his sword. Now. I kicked forward again, swinging my sword at a blinding speed. A basic attack from the sword god style, similar to Iaido. My dad laughed and stepped to the side. Pretty good, but a last-minute change. Before my sword struck, I stomped on the ground and forcefully adjusted my attack. Melding the speed of the sword god style with the flowing Taiki-like style of water god, my sword whipped out to stab his chest. HOH. But it was easily blocked. My dad stepped back and said, that's a pretty nifty idea. So if you go skiing and swish, but combine the two into a swish. Wait. Wait. My eyes widened and I quickly stepped back, recovering my stance. I forgot. I completely forgot that my dad was a genius. I forgot that he was a genius and pulled off a combination technique I was keeping as a trump card to catch him off guard. And now he saw it. Which meant. My dad grinned. Let's try this out. A sudden blur. It was a straight line. My dad definitely charged at me in a straight line. So why the hell was that sword coming at me from behind? Smack. 33 A chat between fathers. A couple weeks had passed since Sylphie started coming over to play with Rudy at the Grere household. And during that time, Paul realized something. Sylphie clearly had a crush on his smart son, but it seemed the part about smart people missing the most obvious things was true. Despite Rudy's intelligence, the kid kept missing all the obvious signs that Sylphie was crushing on him. The bright smile whenever they talked. Laughing at whatever Rudy said. Making excuses to get close and hold hands. And his son just ignored all of it. Well, not completely. While Rudy wasn't completely like the average Grere male who appreciated the female form, he did seem to have a natural talent for winning girls over. Whenever Rudy was with Sylphie, his eyes were always clear and sincere. He smiled whenever she did something well. He praised her efforts. He always found a chance to call Sylphie cute or adorable. He naturally patted Sylphie's head and grabbed her hand to lead her around. And he was also super defensive of Sylphie, even to Zenith. If Paul didn't know any better, he would have been worried for Sylphie. After all, those were all things that Paul would definitely have done to steal a girl's heart if he could. And with the way Rudy did it so naturally, it'd be impossible for Sylphie to not fall in love with him. Especially when he was going out of his way every day to come up with more fun games and interesting magic projects to do with her. But of course, Rudy didn't think about that at all. It was enough to where Paul wondered if Rudy knew that Sylphie was a girl, but Paul quickly threw that out. Or rather, he wanted to throw that out. It would be awkward if Rudy was doing all of that while thinking Sylphie was a guy. Though it would explain quite a bit. Wait. If that was the case, Rudy wouldn't have been so down after Roxy left. He probably just had a thing for older women. Yeah, that was probably it. Compared to them, Sylphie was just cute and adorable. But in a few years. You seem lost in thought, Paul. Care to share? A male voice called out from the side. Paul blinked and then remembered that he was still on watch duty in the forest with Sylphie's father. He laughed and said, sorry, Laws. Just thinking about our kids. Laws adjusted his bow around his back and then leaned against the railing of their lookout perch. He scratched the back of his head, ruffling his golden hair, and said, I still can't thank you enough for that, Paul. Especially allowing Luffy to stay over at your house all day to play with Rudy. Paul walked over and leaned on the railing to the left of Laws. After that, he clapped a hand on the elf's shoulder and said, don't worry, Laws. We're patrol buddies, right? Besides, the kids are having fun too. And I am forever grateful for that. Laws let out a deep sigh and said, it had been far too long since Luffy had a genuine smile on her face when she returned home. Really? Paul frowned and said, someone as cute and lively as her didn't smile. That was weird. Paul didn't remember a time seeing Sylphie where she wasn't smiling. Even without Rudy. Laws looked at Paul. What? Laws laughed. Nothing. He smiled and said, I was just surprised. I had gotten used to how others viewed Luffy that I forgot there were kind people out there as well. Paul snorted and crossed his arms. What? You think I'm some Asuran thug who'd get upset or fear someone just because they had green hair? Please. Laws smiled. Yes. I suppose that would be silly. Though. He sighed. You would be surprised at how many believe otherwise. He frowned and said, the number of people who think that a spirit possessed Luffy or that she was swapped at birth. And the number of accusations towards my wife. Paul narrowed his eyes. Do you need me to step in? Even though he took a hands-off approach to governing, Paul technically was the ruler of Bina village and the surrounding territories. It wasn't to the extent of owning the land or anything, but he did have the authority to resolve conflicts and settle disputes. And if something was interfering with one of his men, which would include Laws by definition due to the half-elf aiding with patrolling. Laws shook his head. It's fine. He sighed and said, the problem was solved. The children who harmed Sylphie won't do so any longer, and even if they tried now, Sylphie is learned enough in magic to defend herself. His eyes turned sharp and he said, especially if a child is cruel enough to attempt another abduction. Paul clicked his tongue and said, I still can't believe those kids pulled that off. I thought their parents were good people, but after everything that happened, it was inexcusable. A group of 4 children grabbed Sylphie, restrained her, brought her deep into the forest and left her there while running away for their lives. They didn't admit it, of course. And their parents didn't either. Especially the women. In fact, there was one nosy bit. No. That wasn't good. Paul needed to break that habit of cursing. He already got scolded by Zenith and Lilia about Rudy starting to curse now too. So. Nosy bimbo. Right. There was one nosy bimbo who insisted that her son was the purest saint ever and would never do something like that. In fact, she even accused Rudy of setting the entire thing up as an excuse to play hero and wanted some compensation for having their good name pulled through the mud. Obviously, that wasn't true. And obviously, Zenith immediately beat her black and blue until she apologized. Zenith healed her afterwards, of course. But after that no one bothered trying to pin the blame on Rudy. And Paul didn't believe it either. After all, his genius very intelligent son had been spending that morning working over both Zenith and Lilia to come around to the idea of both sharing Paul and accepting a relationship between the 3 of them. What was he thinking about again? Right, the weird bit about the kids. Even if they were malicious, Paul didn't think that kids would go that far just to bully someone. Even if that someone was supposedly a monster. He had made it clear throughout the village and to every villager that the forest was dangerous and had been getting more dangerous over the years due to an unknown mana build-up. And while kids were stupid, they weren't dumb enough to. No. Kids were that dumb. Ha. Law sighed and said, what is done is done. But again, thank you. He smiled and said, you are a good friend, Paul. Paul laughed and wrapped an arm around Law's shoulder. Glad to hear it. So don't be mad when you call Rudy son-in-law in the future, all right. Law's eyes widened before he let out a bright smile. It would be my honor. You know, this is the part where you are supposed to reject ever having Rudy as a son-in-law and say that you'd never hand your cute daughter over, Laws. Laws blinked and said, but Rudy would be a wonderful son-in-law. Ha. Paul slumped over and said, this is karma, isn't it? Paul had to elope with Zenith without her parents' blessings. Even now, he never got a letter or hint of acceptance from her parents despite the fact that he saved her from a terrible fate and helped her stand on her own feet in a rough world when she became an adventurer. And then here was his son, doing the same thing. But instead of being rejected by the girl's father, he was already thinking of Rudy as a son-in-law. No, considering he walked over the girl to their house every day, didn't he already consider her a part of their family? Laws laughed and then shook his head. Well, it is still a bit too early to be considering such things. He smiled and said, although I must admit that it would be nice to have family outside of just my wife and child for once. Paul frowned and said, what do you mean? Laws fiddled with a wooden pendant around his neck and said, I was a bastard abandoned child. My mother left me with the church and I grew up in an orphanage. By Meles or whatever other divine deity, I survived and managed to obtain a decent life and loving family, but I do wonder at times what it would be like to have other relatives. A father, a mother, siblings. Laws sighed. Paul clicked his tongue and leaned back against the rail, staring at the sky. Well, they aren't all they're cracked up to be. Your family can turn out to be your worst enemies. Like his cowardly Uncle Pileman who tried to block Paul's requests for help in the Notice family at every turn and forced him to reach out to his cousin Philip in the Boreas family instead. Or the Notice family in general who were perfectly fine with Paul being out in the countryside but who would no doubt make a fuss and try to oust him and his family if he tried moving in closer to the Azura kingdom. No. Considering how bright Rudy was, they'd probably try to get rid of them instead. That'd end well. Paul might have been slacking a bit around the time Rudy was born, but years of trying to fend off his smart son and his wily tricks made him improve. He was confident that he could take a sword king and he could at least stall a sword emperor. Everyone below that though. And then there was Rudy to consider. He was a polite and kind kid. And he also had a weird thing about not being called a genius, but Paul could tell. Rudy had a temper. One probably worse than Paul's. And considering how much Rudy knew about magic and all of the crazy things he was teaching Sylphie, like chantless incantation and directly manipulating elements. Well, Paul wasn't a person who wanted to tempt fate, but he was kind of curious to see just how his son would react if those idiots tried something against his family. Just a bit. Law sighed. I suppose that's true. Well, better to focus on what we do have than what we do not, right, Paul? Paul pushed himself back to his feet and said, sounds like a plan. And speaking of what we have versus what we don't. He scanned the forest and said, it looks like we've got another boring day. I don't see or sense any more magical creatures. And from what Rudy told me last time, the weird mana causing the trouble should be gone now too since he set up his barrier spells. Laws looked out and nodded. Yes. I don't see any threats either. Paul glanced at Laws and then said, well then. Let's say you and me hit the pub and turn in a bit early. Excuse me? The pub. Laws shook his head and said, I don't think that I should. After all, I still have to pick up Luffy and then return to my wife. Bah. Paul waved his hand and said, she'll understand. You're the most responsible man of the house I've ever met. A night out is fine. Besides, you're due for a bit of unwinding after all of that stress. That is a good point. And I suppose it would be nice to relax with a friend for once. Right? So come on. Let's get going and then chat over a nice mug of mead. Share stories, like how good your wife is in bed. Excuse me? That is much too private too. Zenith's great. She seems uptight and traditional, but when she's in bed, he. That. Laws looked around the surroundings and then whispered, is that true? Oh yeah. And Lilia too. You'd never think it from how polite she is, but... A massive headache. Paul opened his bleary eyes and rubbed his temple. What hit me? The last thing he remembered was talking with Laws in the forest. No. They made it back into the pub. But then... I did. Hoobaha. A flash of pain struck his face, making the headache even worse. But then a warmth spread throughout his body and the pain went away. Paul blinked again and then realized he was home, laying on the floor in the living room. He also wasn't alone. Zenith was standing directly in front of him with her arms crossed and her eyes frosty. She was also the one who hit him. Lilia was standing next to her, looking completely disappointed. Behind those two was Laws, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head while standing next to his wife, who also looked extremely upset. Meanwhile, Sylphie was standing by her mom and dad, looking completely confused. And then the last person in the room, the one standing right next to him and who cast the healing spell. Rudy lowered his left hand and then held it out to help Paul up. You are a terrible influence, Dad. Seriously. What made you think it was a good idea to go drinking with Mr. Laws without telling anyone? Ugh. Thanks, Rudy. Paul grabbed Rudy's hand and pulled himself up. Hey. Rudy was stronger than he thought if he could do that, actually. Was the kid doing secret training somewhere? Bah, he could think about that later. For now. Paul looked to Laws, trying to see if he could get an explanation from the guy. When Paul did that, Laws immediately bowed his head and clapped his hands together. My apologies, Brother Paul. I couldn't lie to them so I told them everything. Paul froze. Everything? Everything? That meant? Even all that stuff about the different positions and sweet spots. Paul glanced at his wife and partner. Zenith glared at him. Lilia gave him a cold stare. Paul groaned and rubbed his face. Damn it, Laws. You didn't have to take my talk about family being your worst enemy so literally. 34 Young Child Personal Progress Report. Time passed by in a lazy fashion. Peaceful days spent playing with Sylphie, trying my best to abuse my youth and to catch up and smack my arrogant dad with a sword, either seeing Sylphie off by handing over to Mr. Laws or walking her home, and then working on various magical experiments late in the night. And doing my best to ignore the three who were releasing about 5 years worth of pent-up sexual tension. Seriously. I thought that my mom was kinky and loud, but Mama Lily. Well. Your first time of anything had a big impact on your life afterwards. It seemed like she, had a certain inclination towards certain roles. And ropes. And other things that I tried my best to pretend I never saw. Fortunately for me, I figured out a way to combine barrier and wind mana to dampen sound. Only took me like, 5 years. Ha. But anyway, time passed and before I knew it, I had turned 6. In that time, I figured a few things out. First, Sylphie was a certified genius who could do whatever the heck she wanted with mana as long as she had enough. And while she didn't double her mana every day like I did from dumping my mana and reabsorbing it every night, her growth rate was still exponential. Not to mention she could somehow pull in water and wind mana whenever she was running low and naturally use those as easily as if they were her own mana. Meanwhile I had to actually send chunks of my own mana out to manipulate ambient mana. Was it because I thought too much? Master Roxy was similar to Sylphie too. She just waved her wand and things worked. Whatever. The point was, Sylphie was a magical genius. Of course, I didn't let that show. Instead of being amazed, I praised her hard work and creativity. I also told her a little white lie about magic being able to do whatever the user imagined just to see what she could pull off. As to the result of that little white lie? Well, turns out that might not have been a lie. Seriously. When I told her that incantations were just memory aids and that magic circles were just special shapes to help imagine the spell working, she came up with her own incantations and shapes. For example, water, bubble up and splash. Water, bounce. It was one thing for me to be able to shorten incantations like that because I developed a whole new magical system that took advantage of the combined elements to structure things. It was another thing entirely for a child to be able to shorten it just because they didn't know better and had it work. I wasn't envious. Not at all. Nope. Still, it was interesting. And since it worked for Sylphie, all the power to her. Us mere mortals though had to figure out how to make it work in a way that made sense instead of just taking leaps in logic and creativity and however else she just willed things into existence. But that was fine. It was more fun trying to figure out how to break something down and explain it in a logical fashion than it was to just wibbly-wobbly make it work. Like that magic circle formation I gave to Master Roxy. And the magical tree I made for my mom. Both of them were basically bundles of mana slapped together with duct tape and wishes, but they worked. I just had to reverse engineer them and find out why they worked. Well, an alternate explanation why they worked. Because I said so seemed to be a viable path for magic spells apparently. Anyway. That was the first thing I figured out, magic could be brute-forced with a strong enough will, belief, or image a la Sylphie. The second thing I figured out was that I, accidentally turned into a monster. Well, in terms of mana. As I explained earlier, I kept doubling my mana every day by dumping it and then reabsorbing it the next day. It was handy since it put me right to sleep to avoid the awkward intimate noises filling the house at night. It was also handy because reabsorbing it the next morning made me wide awake and fully rested. Which made me think that there might be a visceral connection between the body and mana, like magic circuits or something similar. And so I was curious and paid careful attention to when I reabsorbed my mana. Part of it flowed into my blood vessels, flowing around like it was actually blood. But a lot of it just disappeared. At least until I pulled it back out. Then it mysteriously showed up out of the blue. I was confused for a while, and then I realized how that was happening. Or rather, what must have been happening. Somehow or another, the excess mana I drew back in was folding back in on itself. I hadn't thought too much of it since I made it a habit a long time ago. Not only that, but I never really tried using up all of my mana with spells anymore. Plus, when I drew out my mana I always made it into the same floating crimson orb that never changed. But one day I decided to do a bit of testing with my mana. While my parents were going at it, I snuck outside and did some experimenting. It wasn't much. I just wanted to see how much water I could make if I converted my mana. So, I pulled out a tiny thread as always and did the OL convert directly to element thing like usual. And then I had to think fast as a literal lake started to fall from the sky. Thankfully, seeing Sylphie mess around with water mana so much and cleaning up her mistakes trained me on how to quickly convert water back into mana and disperse it. But if it wasn't for that, well, I was pretty sure that my moms weren't planning to get as wet as they were going to be that night if a lake fell onto the house. Anyway, I was starting to think that I might have done something ridiculous with my training. I didn't know what happened exactly. It could have been because I constantly cast on my body whenever I was training, because I was cycling mana my entire life, or because drawing out and reabsorbing mana like I did had a weird synergy effect on my body. All I knew was that it was probably a really good idea for me to keep a careful check on my temper and definitely not use incantation magic anytime soon. Opening the floodgates with my mana as it was now really wouldn't be a good idea. Fortunately, there was a third thing I discovered that helped with that. I could create magic circles from scratch. To put it simply, while the magic circles I learned from Master Roxy and the books worked, as I thought they weren't optimal. In fact, they were super convoluted with a lot of redundancies and extraneous elements. To elaborate, it was like somebody used calculus to try and solve an addition problem. Like trying to solve 2 plus 2 by breaking it up into 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, using trigonometric identities to turn each into sines and cosines to get something like sin 2 plus cos 2, plus sin 2 plus cos 2, plus sin 2 plus cos 2, plus, sin 2 plus cos 2, reducing it to 4, sin 2 plus cos 2, reducing that to 4, 1, and then ending up with 4. Or you could have just, put 2 and 2 together. In short, it was inefficient and also difficult for an average person to use. Which would explain why no one bothered with them anymore except for super complicated spells that had chance that could be printed as a whole book by themselves. So I fixed that. My approach already kind of did that by breaking the fundamentals of a spell into abstracted elements, but I took it a step further. To sum up my new magic circles into steps. 1. Draw a containment circle out of mana to resist internal pressure from the spell. 2. Determine the shape that would convert mana into a designated element and inscribe it in the center of the circle. 3. Layer a shape that tweaks one aspect of the output of the mana, like the size or speed. 4. Repeat step 3 until the desired outcome is achieved. 5. Direct said circle to the target. 6. Remove the circle. The hard part was figuring out all the shapes that tweaked the aspects of mana in different ways. But there was a shortcut. By using my mana as the source of said magic circle, and cheating a bit like Sylphie and just imagining the result, it automatically shaped the circle, so all I had to do was just record it. Thankfully, the years of visualization and memory practice paid off for that. I didn't even want to think how much of a hassle it would be if I couldn't perfectly recreate. Wait. Oh. Okay. I take it back. Maybe I wasn't that smart after all. Come to think of it, the magic circles I saw could just be the result of sloppy recording. And if I think about the magic circles I knew and the ones I made. Yeah, if you squint and tilt your head funny. I sighed and then flopped back onto my bed. Staring at the ceiling, I muttered, damn it. And here I thought I was onto something. Well. At least I could make a better record for people in the future. Ah. There wasn't a printing press to make books widespread. Gotta remember to make that at some point too. Ha. I rolled over in my bed and muttered, so much to do. There was sorting out all of my magic research, trying to figure out a way to stop Whitey from showing his ugly mug around here again, figuring out how to smack the crap out of Dad and wipe that arrogant smirk off his face, helping Sylphie be the best magician she could be. Where should I even start? Alright. Starting tomorrow, we work on crafting things. Magic items, alchemy, 3D printing, we'll start there. That and figuring out how to beat Dad. Then we need to make some protective charms for everyone. Yeah. That's good enough for now. So with that in mind, let's get some rest. Oh Mealies. Oh Mealies. Oh Millis. And improve my sound dampening magic barrier to sound cancellation because god damn it Dad. Could you just not make Mom moan so much? I do not need to hear that. I groaned and then pulled my pillow over my head. If only the morning came as fast as my parents did. 35 Young child, keep it cool. It was the dead of winter. The clear blue sky was nowhere to be seen and the sun was hidden behind a veil of grey clouds. The wind howled, carrying with it a flurry of snow as well as reducing visibility. And in this terrible weather, I was on the run. An unexpected result. It had been fine in the other seasons, but the moment that snowfall came down, a monster was born. A flash of white from the corner of my eye. I tumbled to the right, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack. An explosion erupted in front of me, white powder exploding in every direction and obscuring my vision. But I didn't stop moving. While I couldn't see, the monster could. And I felt it. Faint ripples in mana. A tiny breeze from my left. Barely visible bubbles that were the same size as the snowflakes falling from the sky. Wait. My eyes widened and I flung out my left hand, quickly forming magic barriers. Loud cracks echoed. Rapid fire attacks from the monster, pelting hundreds of icy barrages at me in the span of a few seconds. This wouldn't work. At this rate. Got you. A cute girl's voice echoed from behind me. I jumped and quickly cast a wind spell to launch me away. But the moment I tried to gather the mana to do that, a gust of frosty wind pushed me backwards and into the monster's arms. Sylphie giggled and then pulled me in for a hug. After that, she stepped back and smiled. That was fun, Rudy. I had to think real hard on how to catch you. I laughed. Yeah. I had to think real hard on how to run away too. Good job. After saying that, I ruffled Sylphie's hair. Hee hee. She smiled and then leaned into my hand, shifting beneath it. Since some time had passed, Sylphie's short green hair had grown out a bit. Instead of being a tomboyish haircut like the past where she could be mistaken for a pretty boy, it was shoulder length, making her an unmistakably cute young girl. Which also made me wonder why she was hanging around a boring guy like me all the time. But since she hung around and happily played along with my makeshift mana training, I wasn't about to complain. I drew out the snow and water from the scarf that Mama Lily knitted for me. After that, I looked at Sylphie and said, "Are you cold?" Sylphie blinked and said, "No. I feel fine, Rudy." "Are you?" "No. I'm good." Or so I said. But of course I was cold. I was wearing my scarf, a full fur coat, and thick trousers along with boots. But even then, I had just been running around in the freezing wind trying to dodge an endless barrage of ice attacks from a monster of a magician who was practically invincible in the winter. Who the heck wouldn't be cold after all of that? Seriously. I knew that Sylphie was good at wind and water magic. And she definitely had a natural affinity for wind and water mana too. But I absolutely did not even think about the fact that she could just casually use literally all the snow in sight to attack me. Even I couldn't do that. Me. The guy with enough mana that I was about 90% sure I was a walking nuclear bomb. Was she part ice elf or something? Or the reincarnation of Ella from Froen? Like, what the hell? Sylphie was only wearing a thin white blouse, a pair of trousers, and boots. No coat, no hat, nothing. But she was fine. Completely fine. And she wasn't lying about not being cold. Nope. I could actually see that. It wasn't that she was radiating a bunch of heat or warming herself up. It was just that the cold refused to touch her. Like how? Was it because her mana was blue and green? Was she innately attuned to wind and water, and in combination ice and snow? Did she become attuned to it because those were her favorite magic branches and she kept using that sort of mana? Arg. Why did mana have to keep asterisk not making sense? Asterisk. It was like some asshole kept changing up the rules the moment I got close to figuring something out just to throw me off. Rudy. Sylphie leaned in close and stared into my eyes. Are you alright? I blinked and then sighed. I'm fine, Sylphie. I smiled and patted her head. Thanks for worrying. Sylphie looked a bit disappointed. But then she smiled and said, as long as you're fine. But, She looked around and said, should we clean this up? I followed her gaze. It was a mess. No, it was a war zone. Because Sylphie kept sending all the snow after me, there were swathes of land where it was just the yellow and frozen grass without a speck of white. And then there were others where there were giant hills of snow tall enough to bury like a dozen bodies. Then there were also a bunch of craters and dirt piles where I tried to make some bunkers that Sylphie couldn't just rip apart with her absolute control over snow. It's fine. I shook my head and said, my parents will probably get a kick out of seeing it anyway. Sylphie giggled and said, that's true. Your dad will definitely make fun of you when he gets back from patrolling. Though. She frowned and said, won't your mom be mad? She likes things neat and tidy, doesn't she? Rudy. It's fine. If it's really a problem, I'll fix it up later. If you say so. Sylphie grabbed my right hand with her left and then started swinging it back and forth. So what now? She looked around and said, should we head back home? We went out pretty far to play today. And I think it's getting late. A faint breeze from behind. Not just that, but killing intent as well. My eyes widened and I pulled Sylphie close before leaping back, kicking off the ground with a gust of wind. Rudy. Sylphie clung tight to me as we flew through the air. What's going on? I touched down and then quickly formed a blade in my right hand from the snow around me, packing it tight. After that, I made sure to reinforce it with my mana, causing the blade to vibrate and turn red like a certain infamous sci-fi weapon. Of course, it wasn't that dangerous or effective of a weapon, but it wouldn't break at least. After arming myself, I said, nothing serious. Seems like someone got imp. A flicker of brown rushing towards my skull. I clicked my tongue and then swung my blade to intercept it. A swoosh echoed as my sword cut through the air. And then a loud clatter echoed as the projectile landed on the ground beside me. A wooden sword. A familiar one too. Sylphie stared at the sword and blinked. Isn't that your practice sword, Rudy? Yab. I nodded and scanned the surroundings, holding my sword up in front of me to guard against sudden attacks. There was low visibility. Because of the snow, I couldn't see anything. No, I could see something. A silver blur, flickering amidst the flurry. It flashed, suddenly shooting towards me. Sylphie gasped and said, Rudy. Watch out. A brown blur shooting towards my head. Sword god style, a blinding slash to take me out. But I wasn't fooled. Instead of blocking it, I leaned back to avoid it and swung my sword to the side. Oh ho! An annoyingly familiar voice and figure. But before I could think any further on that, I got face full of snow. Gah! I quickly got rid of it by using mana, but the moment I did a fist was flying towards my face. I tumbled back, using my left arm to do a back handspring. At the same time, I swung my sword up at the fist. But I didn't feel any resistance. There was a faint brush as my sword touched my attacker's sleeve, but that was gone in an instant. And then right after that, the same annoyingly familiar voice called out. Nice, nice. Getting better reflexes, Rudy. I landed on my feet and pointed my sword at my attacker. My dad laughed, shaking snow off his left hand. Sylphie walked over to me and then said, Mr. Paul? Why are you here? Well. My dad brushed his left hand off against his brown fur coat and said, you two were out for a while and Rudy here is officially late for his sword lessons. He shrugged and said, since you seem to be having fun, I thought I'd join in. I sighed and then lowered my sword. You couldn't have just said hello like a normal person? What kind of dad rushes at his 6-year-old kid with killing intent like that? My dad hung the wooden sword he was using at his side. After that, he walked over to mine, still laying in the snow. And then promptly chucked it at my face. I tilted my head to the side to avoid getting hit and then grabbed it by the hilt with my left hand as it flew past. Seriously? I thought you hated North God style, but you seem to be using it more and more often these days, Dad. Didn't you say it was just a way to fight with a sword and not sword fighting? He laughed and said, well, when my smart son is scary enough to take obsessive notes on every single swing I make in our little spars, I have to change things up a bit somehow, right? I clicked my tongue and then crossed my arms. Mama Lily showed you my notebook, didn't she? I knew I shouldn't have left that lying out in my room. My dad laughed and said, don't worry. I didn't read through your diary that much. Just the parts about your secret techniques combining the different styles. He grinned and said, you don't mind if I take some notes, right? I sighed. Well. Back to the drawing board. And back to trying to desperately dodge my dad's attacks for the next few weeks while I figured out whatever new BS he came up with. Like that impossible simultaneous triple slash thing he did last time. Damn it. I still hadn't figured that out yet, and now I had to prep for some other crazy attacks. What, was he going to suddenly figure out how to stab at my foot and then suddenly shift to stabbing at my heart within a split second or something? Actually, scratch that. Knowing him, he'd probably figure a way how to make that work. Sylphie frowned and said, that's rude, Mr. Paul. Even if you're Rudy's dad, you shouldn't be looking through his belongings like that. Fine, fine. My dad waved his hand and said, since a pretty girl like Sylphie asked me to, I'll stop. I rolled my eyes and dissolved my snow sword. After that, I made a makeshift holster for my wooden sword and hung it on my waist. Even now you're only doing things because pretty girls tell you to, hey, Dad. My dad shrugged and said, what can I say? Your mom and Lily trained me well. He crouched on all fours and said, now I'm just a good little doggy. ARF. Sylphie giggled. I sighed and said, you have no shame. And I'm proud of it. That doesn't never mind. I sighed and then waved my hand, wrapping myself in a thread of fire mana. That helped get rid of the cold. Unlike Sylphie who I was now 100% sure was just built different from the rest of us and my dad who was used to extreme weather conditions from his time adventuring, I was still just an ordinary kid. Well, I was pretty shredded for a kid considering all that I abused growing up, but still, just an ordinary kid. And one who didn't have the luxury of fat to keep me insulated because I was so shredded. Fire mana it was. My dad stood up and brushed off his hands. After that, he said, anyway. You kids actually have been out for a while though. Zenith and Lily made some warm stew and bread for lunch, so how about we head back to eat? Or are you two too cool to hang out with this old man now? I groaned. Really, Dad? Sylphie nodded and said, that's fine, Mr. Paul. You I think it would be pretty nice. Paul snapped his fingers and pointed at Sylphie. I see what you did there. High five. He walked over and held out his hand. Sylphie giggled and then high-fived him. I'm leaving. Wait for me, Rudy. Sylphie ran to my right side and grabbed my hand. My dad laughed and then walked over to my left side. As he did, he plopped his hand on my head and said, you shouldn't be in so much of a rush, kiddo. There's no way you're ever going to look cool in front of girls when you're plowing ahead like that. Don't make me drench you in water. Rudy. Sylphie tugged my hand and said, that's dangerous. Dad's been through worse. Still. I sighed. Fine. I won't. Oh ho? Whipped Algaeha. I'll just chuck a snowball at him instead. Sylphie shook her head in disapproval, or what seemed like disapproval. But she wasn't hiding that smile from me. My dad rubbed the snow off his face and sighed. Rudy's growing up so fast, already treating his dad like chopped liver to impress a girl. You're just going to get worse as I grow up, aren't you? My dad laughed and then rustled my hair. Dad's just trying to get you to loosen up, Rudy. You know that, right? I sighed. I know. Love you too, Dad. My dad suddenly stumbled and face planted into the snow. Sylphie gasped and said, Mr. Paul. Are you all right? Here. She pulled out her wand and waved it, sending my dad back on his feet and removing all the snow. Thanks, Sylphie. My dad shook his head and then turned towards me. What? Oh, come here, you little bastard. Hey. Stop that. My dad pulled me into a headlock and said, guys, don't say that to other guys, alright? Especially so casually. It's weird. Weird, I tell you. Okay. Sheesh. I squirmed out from his grasp and straightened out my clothes. Fine. I'll just tell Mom and Mama Lily how much I love them instead. Jerk. Ah, wait. I take it back. Too late, Dad. I stuck out my tongue at him and then ran off. You little bastard. Get back here. I'm telling Mom. Don't you dare. I laughed and then kicked off the ground, blasting myself into the air with a gust of wind. Rudy. Sylphie's giggles echoed from beneath me. I smiled and then decided to head back home first. That was fun, but seriously. It wasn't good for me to be out in the cold for this long. So, with a few more gusts of wind, and carefully placed barrier magic spells to make sure I didn't turn into a red paste if I made a mistake, I landed back at the gate to our house. Walking to the front door, I pushed it open and said, Mom. Mama Lily. I'm back. Silence. I blinked. That was weird. They always answered me when I got back. I pulled off my scarf and then walked over to the kitchen. Dad said they were cooking, so they should be there, right? Mom. My mom was standing there, her hands clasped over her mouth while tears streamed down her face. Mama Lily was knelt down on the ground, leaning against Mom's stomach and listening to something with a serious expression. Seeing that, I felt a pit form in my stomach. I tossed off my coat and then walked over, looking between the two. What's wrong? Is Mom sick? Something wrong with her stomach? What's wrong? Can I help? My mom looked at me and then shook her head. And no. Mommy's fine, Rudy. It's just what? You're not dying, are you? Please tell me you're not dying. I looked at Mama Lily and said, Mom's not dying, right? Right. Mama Lily stood up and smiled. Everything is fine, Rudy. Then why were you so serious? Don't lie to me. I'll know if you lie. My mom laughed and then walked over to me, pulling me into a hug. Calm down, Rudy. Mommy's fine. A warm and relaxed hug. Feeling that, the pit in my stomach started to fade. But still. Then why were you crying? My mom patted my back and said, that's because Mommy's really happy. You see. Rudy's going to be a big brother now. 36 young child dad's bad influence. I shouldn't have been surprised. In hindsight, it was super obvious. But I guess I was just so used to nothing coming of my mom's hard work for all of my life that I didn't think it was going to happen anytime soon. But it seemed like my mom was pregnant. Not only pregnant, but more than a few months pregnant. Since she had been eating more, she thought she was just getting fat. But while we were out today, she felt a sharp pang in her stomach. She was worried at first, but then she remembered how it was when she was pregnant with me and had Mama Lily double check. And it turned out my mom's suspicions were correct. She was pregnant. Which meant that I was going to be a big brother. That was a strange thought. And terrifying. I was the firstborn child. Meaning I had to set a proper example. But, could I even do that in the first place? I was well aware of the fact that I wasn't a normal kid. And I was also 100% sure that my birth as a reincarnator was a fluke. Meaning that the next child born to the Grey household would be a normal one. Meaning that they'd be facing up to the standard I already set. Meaning that they might hate me for setting the bar so high. A gnawing sensation in my heart. My stomach churning with the thought. It was a familiar sensation, but one I hadn't felt for a while. The regret from my past life, slowly creeping back in. I sat down on a chair by the fireplace, watching as my dad leaned down to press his ear against my mom's stomach. A happy and silly grin was on his face as he did that. Standing next to him, Mama Lily looked happy too. And a bit expectant. What are you thinking about, Rudy? Sylphie's voice. I blinked and realized that she had pulled a chair to sit next to me. And at the moment, she was staring at me. Sylphie tilted her head and said, are you not happy about being an older brother? I reflexively opened my mouth to deny that. But then I heard them. It was because of you. Because you set the bar so high, nothing I did matched up. Nothing. Why did you have to be so talented, hey? All I wanted to be was normal, but because of you. Because of you Mom and Dad want me to be some genius. Yet, look at you now. Washed up and wasted. How does it feel walking on the earth with the rest of us, you haughty bastard? Faint whispers. Phantoms of remnant memories I couldn't remember. Voices from siblings I could no longer see, even in my mind. Hatred. Despair. Scorn. I couldn't remember the reason, I couldn't remember the details. But I could remember that much. Because of me, their lives were twisted forever. Because of me, they had to live in shadows of impossible expectations. Because of me, they were forced to run after me, never able to walk a path of their own choosing. But I lowered my gaze and muttered, I did it for you guys, you know. Rudy. Ah. I laughed and shook my head. It's nothing, Sylphie. I smiled and said, I'm just a bit nervous. I don't know what to expect from being a big brother, you know. Sylphie stared at me. Her amber eyes narrowed, peering into my own. I stared back, keeping my gaze steady. Right. Because as much as I regretted it, I also accepted it. It was my fault in the first place for not thinking about the people who couldn't keep up with my pace. Especially the people closest to me. But this time. Are you sure you're fine, Rudy? Sylphie grabbed my right hand and frowned. You can tell me, you know? If you're sad, it's fine to say you are. You don't have to always be happy and cool around me. She rubbed my hand and then smiled. I'm happy with you just the way you are. I smiled back and then patted her head with my left hand. Thanks, Sylphie. You're a really good friend. I sighed and said, I don't know what I'd do without you. I really didn't. While it was a bit ridiculous how good she was with magic, and while it was ridiculous that a cute energetic girl like that enjoyed spending her time with a boring guy like me who just spent his time grinding away at various tasks, I appreciated her a lot. If it was just me spending these days alone training with Dad and working on my magic, I probably know. I definitely would have gone insane. Between Master Roxy leaving, dealing with Whitey who kept showing up again at random times, and the random mental breakdowns that happened whenever I slipped and thought about who I was before I was reborn as Rudius. Mom, Mama Lily and my dad were all helpful and supportive people. They were also my family, so I could lean on them when I felt weak. But because they were my family, I didn't want to disappoint them. It was hard. They didn't treat me like a genius, but I wanted to make them proud. But I knew that if I did too much, they might start expecting more. No. That wasn't true. That was just my past regrets creeping up again, the doubts carrying over still to this day. The regret that I never managed to pay back my family to the bitter end. The regret that I actually continued to be a burden up until my death. So I knew it. If it was just me at home like that, I would have broken. Master Roxy was the first person to break that negative feedback loop by being someone outside who supported me for me. The first person who expected great things from me, but who also supported me unconditionally. Who showed that it was okay to be me. That was something that I would always be grateful for. And Sylphie, she was the first person outside of Mama Lily who didn't expect anything from me. Someone my own age who didn't judge, didn't scorn, and didn't condemn me for being different. Who wasn't jealous of my abilities or talent. I stared at Sylphie. Her eyes were closed, and she smiled happily as she nuzzled against my hand. Seeing that, I laughed. Sylphie froze and then leaned back, her face blushing. Sorry, Rudy. It's just, your hand was so warm and It's fine. I gave Sylphie a gentle smile and ruffled her hair. Thank you. You mean the world to me, Sylphie. Yet. I pulled my hand back and then wrapped it around hers that were still holding onto my right hand. I don't know what the future holds, but I promise that I'll always support you. If anything happens, make sure to tell me, okay? I want you to always be smiling. It was the least I could do. For her who made my days happy and carefree instead of solemn and serious. For my dear friend who let me forget about the past and focus on just being Rudy. Ah! Aren't they so cute together? My mom's voice. Ha ha ha. I knew Rudy would be interested in girls sooner or later. My dad's voice. Yes. And it seems that he took after you a bit too much, Paul. Mama Lily's. I blinked, wondering what the heck they were talking about. And then I noticed Sylphie's completely beet red face. And the fact that I was holding her hands. And the fact that I just said some really heavy words that could be taken the wrong way. I felt my face heat up and then I quickly let go of Sylphie's hands. Sorry. I didn't mean that. Sylphie's face froze. As it did, her cute amber eyes started to water. And when they did, I could practically see her heart breaking. I panicked and quickly waved my hands. And no. I meant what I said. I just meant. Arg. I glared at my dad and said, this is your fault, Dad. I knew I shouldn't have listened to your stories about flirting with female adventurers. My dad froze in the middle of laughing, suddenly sweating. Wait a minute, Rudy. I never told you. I ran over to grab my coat and scarf I tossed on the ground earlier and ran outside. I'm going to practice magic. Arg. Damn it. If I knew that listening to my dad's stories about him flirting around with so many girls would make me subconsciously repeat those lines when I meant to be serious, I would have done everything I could to ignore him. Now things with Sylphie were going to be awkward. No. It would be fine. My friendship with Sylphie was definitely stronger than that. This was just a small hiccup. Right. A tiny hill to go over. So, let's just forget about this whole thing and let time do its trick. For now, we try and figure out how to use earth mana to make metal so that we can make trinkets to graft with magic circles to repel Whitey. Especially since that guy was bound to show his face around my new younger sibling's birth. Right. So, since earth mana governed dirt, stone, and basically all sorts of minerals, it should be possible to draw out trace minerals and sift them apart. And maybe it'd be possible to convert metals directly by brute forcing with mana. Elements were just different amounts of protons and electrons, right? And with mana, I could manually adjust different energy levels as long as I came up with a proper working model. Ah, wait. Neutrons were a thing too, and if they weren't balanced things could get messy. And if I split an atom by accident, wouldn't I cause a nuclear explosion? Yeah, I think it would. In that case, maybe we save that experiment for a different day. Preferably when fighting against a monster that other things don't work on and when I learn teleport magic to get away from the fallout. But for now, ** foot time. Let's see how far we can dig down before we hit bedrock. And let's try our best to forget about the absolute cringe we just did in saying that to Sylphie and how awkward things are going to be later because of it. And now I'm thinking about how cute Sylphie is and how beautiful she's going to be when she grows up. FML. Freaking dad. I knew listening to all of his stories was going to come back to bite me. 37 Young child family emergency. My plans to dig around the ground looking for rare minerals like in mine * foot was thwarted by a simple reason: it was too damned cold. I was starting to think that it might be a bad idea being so shredded when I was just 6 years old. No, I couldn't stop now. Remember how easily it was to gain fat when you got older? I had to make my body naturally burn fat when I was young to get it ingrained into its functions for the future. Actually, I was fairly sure that I was wrong on how that worked, but goddammit I was not going to have to spend 3 years straight of heavy training to get into shape in the future when my health slipped just because I didn't build a good enough foundation when I was young. But anyway, after that embarrassing event with Sylphie, I spent about an hour digging for minerals before I called it quits because it was too cold. I did find a few chunks of gold, silver, and iron though. And a few pretty looking chunks of rose quartz. Enough to experiment with some crafting. By the time I cleaned up and went back inside with my findings, everyone had calmed down. Sylphie blushed a bit more, but because she was considerate, she didn't bring it up. That was good. I didn't think that I could take being told to just be friends from her. I mean, I didn't like her that way, so it wouldn't be too bad. But it would still rain on my parade. But anyway, we had a happy and cozy dinner after that, and then Mr. Laws showed up to pick Sylphie up. After that, we all turned in for an early night's rest. Mom was pregnant, so she was making sure to take extra good care of herself. And because she was pregnant, my dad wasn't having lovey-dovey time with her since it could hurt the baby. So of course he had lovey-dovey time with Mama Lily instead. But also because Mama Lily was being considerate about potentially being pregnant at the same time as my mom and the huge mess that would be in terms of logistics, they weren't going at it like rabbits. Instead. Well. I tried really hard to ignore it and laid out my sound dampening barriers. But apparently the cold weather threw off my calculations in cancelling the sound waves, because I sure as hell could hear all the sucking and sloppy squicky sounds echoing from down the hall. And my mom's usual moans. I didn't hear any smacking or bed creaking, so they weren't doing that. But it seemed like they were doing that instead. Ah, and I also learned one of the downsides of casting every day to incrementally improve my body for the past few years. I had super sensitive hearing. Enough to where I could hear every drip in the house if I was paying attention to it. And when I was in my room late at night and knew what was going on across the hall, it was goddamned near impossible to not pay attention to it. Oh wait. I'm dumb. Didn't I make a barrier spell to shut off my vision? Then if I kept the same basic principles and shifted it to my ears instead of my eyes. Silence. Complete, perfect, absolute silence. I let out a sigh of relief. Didn't hear it, which meant it worked. Good. Then, time to get to work. I rummaged in my pocket and pulled out my materials. Iron, gold, silver. A couple chunks of rose quartz. Now, if I followed the logic that Master Roxy used to tie all of those magic circles together in my wand to enhance casted spells, it should be possible to make a chain of holy magic that would automatically flare up in response to foreign mana. My wand was specifically programmed, somehow, to react to just me using it. At least, it was now. If someone else used it, I think that it might be possible to cast a few spells. But since my mana was as dense as it was, it passively rejected any foreign influences. Meaning that it'd be hard for anyone but me to use my wand unless they had as much or more mana than me. I didn't know if my mana was still increasing or not every day with my routine habit of dumping it and reclaiming it, but I did know that even if it wasn't, I had an amount that could flood the entire country with water if I let loose. I think better to not test that theory anytime soon. But I was getting sidetracked. The point was that it was possible to program a magical item, specifically a sequence of magic circles to trigger only based on an initial startup pattern of mana. For me, that would have to be manual. Since I didn't naturally radiate mana like other people and kept it contained within my blood for some strange reason, I would have to actually use things to make that connection with a magic item. It seemed like other people could just pick them up and use them though. Sylphie, for example, managed to connect with the wand I made her after just grabbing it. Hey! That seemed like a useful tidbit of knowledge, actually. It might be possible for me to nullify the connection people had with magical items by coating it with my mana since it was so dense. And since my mana was so dense, it might also be possible to use it to suck away all the nearby mana like a black hole and make a mana vacuum. Wait. Vacuum? I face-palmed. A vacuum. I could use that for soundproofing. God damn it. Arg. Needed to make a note of that as well. Let's just get started on crafting. Time passed. Winter went by with the end result being that Sylphie got super scary with ice magic and could make a literal castle out of snow before everything started melting. Seriously. Was she or was she not a certain DISN*Y Ice Princess's reincarnation? That aside, while things got awkward between me and Sylphie for a while due to my parents being overly intrusive, after a scolding by Mama Lily, they stopped being busybodies about me and Sylphie. And as a result, we managed to go back to the way things were. Which was good. I didn't want my fun times with Sylphie to turn weird because of something like that. Spring came by, with Mr. Laws and my dad becoming real good friends. After that last incident though, it seemed like they stopped going to the pub together. I said seemed, because Sylphie confided in me that her dad kept talking about how happy he was that he finally had a friend to bond with over drinks and how happy her mom was about that. And I also finally met Sylphie's mom. She was a pretty brown-haired woman who was super kind and sweet. And considering how much of a straight-laced and serious guy Mr. Laws was, that explained where Sylphie picked up most of her personality. Though, I still never got her name. Mr. Laws called her Honey, and Sylphie called her Mama. To avoid making things awkward since I had been Sylphie's friend for a while, I ended up just calling her Sylphie's mom. But now that it got to this point, it was too awkward to ask. But anyway. Whitey seemed to stop showing his face. But knowing him, I knew he was going to pop up when my younger siblings were born. I didn't know why he was doing what he was doing, but considering the fact that he tried real hard to make my dad break up with Mom and Mama Lily, he would definitely try hard to cause something to happen during Mom's delivery. I wasn't sure why he wasn't trying anything to upset her pregnancy, but I decided to spend my brain power working on ways to stop him rather than consider why he might be doing it. The end result? A pair of alloyed gold and silver bracelets with polished rose quartz beads. After some experiments, I learned that gold was just as good of a mana conductor as it was for electricity, meaning that whatever spell I stuck on it stayed stuck if I made a loop. Silver was too, apparently. I won't go into the details, but after hammering my head against the wall for months while being nervous that Whitey would try something, and by subtly getting Sylphie to be on the watch for his mana and to shove it away with a torrent of wind mana if he showed up, I managed to come up with those bracelets. A chain of tightly linked magic circles knitted out of healing mana that I converted from my own mana was embedded in the gold. And for the silver, there was a chain of tightly linked magic circles. And finally, in the 3 rose quartz beads on each bracelet, I threw in a giant glob of holy mana as well as a ton of counterattack divine attack spells programmed with my to trigger the moment that either the barrier or healing spells fired. Plus a few basic elemental spells like, etc. I made them both for Mom and Mama Lily to use as well as explained how to use them, but when I did, the two got a glazed look in their eyes. Since that was the case, I just summed it up as a good luck charm for a gift. But I also insisted that they always wear it or else I'd be mad. They did, of course. And that was probably the best I could hope for. I kept forgetting that not everyone knew as much about magic as Master Roxy did. And for my dad I made a simple gold heart-shaped pendant that opened up with an etching of Mom on one side and Mama Lily on the other. I put some holy mana in there as well, but I wasn't too worried about him. Mostly because if Whitey tried anything on my dad, I would just stop holding back with my magic and beat sense into him. And by him, I meant Whitey and my dad. I was very, very, very eager to see if creating a mana vacuum would allow me to pull whoever that person trying to break apart my family out from hiding. And I also wanted to chuck some spells at my dad's face for once. But that was that. And before I knew it, spring had turned into summer. It was a lazy morning. As usual, I got up, reclaimed my floating orb of mana that I drained before I went to sleep, which was now an eerily dark color of red, almost like clotted blood. It was creepy, but I didn't feel anything wrong when reabsorbing it. Just the usual uplifting surge of energy and good mood wiping away my fatigue. Come to think of it, if my mana was like blood, then wasn't I self-performing dialysis on my mana every day like this? Or something like that. I was basically filtering my mana out of my body and letting it replenish itself before reabsorbing my mana, which had been sitting out and collecting ambient mana. Hey. Well, I hadn't suffered any symptoms or died yet, so it was probably fine. Anyway, I got up, stretched, did a quick 100 push-ups, sit-ups and jumping jacks, and then walked out of my room. And then the door to my parents' room slammed open. I blinked and looked over. The moment I did, my dad ran out in a panic. He noticed me and then charged at me with enough that the force closed the door behind him. Rudy. I took a step back, panicking. What? Rudy. My dad shouted and then lunged towards me. I started backpedaling and reached for my door to slam it in his face. But before I could, he scooped me up and started running back to his room. Hey. I squirmed and turned to look at my dad. What the heck is? Mom's going into labor and the baby's facing the wrong way. We need you to help with healing magic. I froze, processing that bit of information. And then my eyes widened. What? Wait, hold on. I rubbed my temple trying to sort things out. So Mom's having a breech delivery, Mama Lily's helping, but right now. My dad kicked the door open and ran inside, tossing me on the ground. I got Rudy. Gah. I rolled and then jumped to my feet. Oh for a fuck. No cursing. Whatever. A traumatic sight. My mom sitting in bed, sweating with her lower half visible and a pair of tiny legs stick out of there while screaming in pain. Mama Lily holding her hand and reassuring her. My dad running around the room in circles, tearing his hair out. If this world has a god, I am absolutely going to come after you in the future for making me deal with this BS first thing in the morning. 38 Young child, a big emergency. My mom screaming in pain. My dad's panicked screams echoing with hers. Mama Lily reassuring my mom and glaring at my dad. It was a mess. A loud, painful, stressful, and giant mess. First order of business? Kick Dad out of the house. He was making things worse, so I promptly tossed him out with some wind magic and told him to go pick up Sylphie or something. Next up, resolving the current situation. Breech births were bad. Since the head wasn't coming out first, an extended delivery would be dangerous for both the mother and the baby. Oxygen deprivation, bleeding out, potentially broken bones. I didn't know a lot about it, but I knew it was dangerous. If the baby was still in the womb, then maybe trying to turn it around would be feasible. I was pretty sure that doctors could do that. And Mama Lily had training in deliveries, so she would have tried that. But it seemed like we were past that point. Or rather, my new sibling, and sister, judging from the lack of that down there, was already past that point. Lily. It hurts. My mom's pained gasps. See, calm down, Zenny. Everything will be fine. Mama Lily held onto my mom's hand and stroked it, trying to reassure her. But I could see panic welling up in her eyes as well. I took a deep breath and then looked at Mama Lily. What should I do? I had ideas, but they were all risky. In a situation like this, it was important to defer to the expert. And that expert was Mama Lily. Was it because of my calm voice? Mama Lily started to relax. She stared at me and then nodded. It hasn't been long, so the situation isn't too bad yet. But... She looked back at my mom and bit her lips. If your mother cannot deliver the baby soon. It hurts. My mom's breath hitched and she said, It hurts, Lily. It will be fine, Zenny. Just push. I'm trying. My stomach churned at hearing my mom in so much pain. But I forced myself to stay calm. I had to stay calm. And I had to stay focused. Because a familiar visitor was floating around outside the window. I could see it. A faint white mist swirling around outside. Whitey. And I could almost imagine that guy laughing at the situation. No. I could actually hear it. A faint low chuckle, muffled and taunting. But I ignored him. Instead, I focused on Mama Lily. Mama Lily bit her lips, her eyes flitting between my mom and my unborn sibling before saying, Rudy. How confident are you in your healing magic? Very. Considering that I used it every day on myself, it was actually the one I was most confident with next to using holy mana for divine strike spells to keep Whitey at bay. Then. Mama Lily stood up and let out a deep sigh. Listen closely to my instructions. Paul kicked off the ground, running towards Bina village. It's fine. It should be fine. Everything's fine. His heart pounded in his chest and his stomach churned. But even so, he forced himself to calm down by repeating those words. Well, he tried to. It should be fine. Lilia was there, and she was an experienced midwife. Well, she had extensive training in delivery at least. And there was Rudy too. His son was a saint-ranked magician. Well, in just water, but Roxy had said that his son could easily use anything below that. And his son had also been poring over the healing primer that Zenith got him for his 5th birthday each day for the past year. So it was fine. In the worst case scenario, they would just cut Zenith open and then heal her after the baby was delivered. A muffled whisper in his head. Like his subconscious trying to get him to worry. Paul shook his head and then grabbed the pendant hanging from his neck. The gift that his hard-working son made for him. He clicked it open. On the heart itself was Zenith's picture. In it, she was smiling with kind eyes. A loving and tender gaze that she, honestly hadn't shown him for a while, but that Rudy managed to perfectly reproduce. Seeing that calmed Paul down a bit. And then he looked at the back of the opened door. There, another picture was etched into the metal. Lilia, smiling with a gentle and calm gaze. Soft and tranquil, with quiet reassurance. Again, an expression that Paul hadn't ever seen directed towards him. Still, seeing that made him relax. It will be fine. Paul nodded to himself and then closed the pendant, focusing on the path ahead. Law's house was on the far end of Bina village, away from most of the others. Part of that was because Laws enjoyed tranquility and silence. Most of it was because the villagers didn't get along with the half-elf and his family. Especially not after what happened to Sylphie. It was tense, but things eventually settled back down after Rudy started to escort Sylphie back to their place and Paul spent more time with Laws. After all, no matter how much the villagers didn't like the guy, if Laws was Paul's right-hand man, they'd tolerate it. They had to, considering that he was the one both in charge of defense and in charge by the kingdom over the area. Paul noticed something in the distance. He was still far away from the village, but he could see that there was something off. A group of carriages were by the gates. And there was a small crowd around them as well. Merchants? No, that emblem. It was familiar. One that Paul had beaten into his head in the past by his old man. Not to mention one that he saw whenever he made his formal reports. 2 unicorns rearing on their hind legs. A sword pointed downwards in the middle and a crown over its hilt. The Azura Kingdom. Except, that was odd. While the overarching authority for the Fedoa region was definitely the Azura Kingdom, the Boreas family was the region lord. Therefore, if there was an incident, or if there were people coming by to check on him, those people would bear the Boreas emblem, not that of the Azura Kingdom. But those carriages didn't. Which meant that these people had come straight from the capital. Paul frowned and rested his hand over his sword. It was a reflex. And rationally, he knew there was nothing to worry about. Hell, he was doing a better job than most people with his position considering how often he patrolled and cleared out the magical creatures. But something told him this was off. That things could get hairy, especially if he was slow. And his instincts hadn't failed him yet. Paul lowered his body and then focused. One of the meticulous diagrams that he saw when flipping through Rudy's notes. A fragment of an explanation he read by chance. Using the sword god's speedy attack as propulsion, mixing in the fluid movement of water god to sheath the sword and then pivot while maintaining speed, using north god's haphazard footwork to maintain balance. He didn't get the written explanation, but he got the gist of it. So. Draw the sword, slash, sheath, and repeat. A flurry of dashes to rapidly close the gap. The distance that should have taken Paul a while to cross was covered in a few minutes. And when he did, he saw them. A group of a dozen knights standing in the middle of the village plaza. One man in particular looked out at the crowd with a condescending expression. Short and greasy black hair parted to the side. A sword on his left, and the Nodo's emblem on his armor, showing that he was the guy in charge. The commander leading the knights. The familiar faces of the villagers filled with concern and worry as they huddled around the knights in a crowd. Paul stopped at the edge of the village and then started walking over. Idly resting his hand on his left hand on his sword, he made his way through the crowd of villagers and then raised his right hand to hail the knights. What a surprise! It's not often we see men from the capital all the way out here. The villagers immediately parted, clearing a path to Paul. And as they did, 3 people remained. Laws, his wife, and Sylphie, huddled behind the 2. Laws reacted first, turning back. When he saw Paul, he let out a sigh of relief before turning back to face the knights. I told you already, there isn't anyone like that here. The knights didn't respond, remaining at attention. But the commander, the man bearing the Nodo's emblem scoffed. That is exactly what villagers hiding a fugitive would say. Seeing that Paul was ignored, he frowned and walked up to Laws. Keeping a steady eye on the knights, he tilted his head and said, "What's going on?" Laws looked at Paul and said, "These knights said that the Prime Minister issued a warrant for a dangerous criminal here." He pursed his lips and said, "They were just about to start barging into people's homes before you arrived." "Really now?" Paul rested his hand on his sword and stepped forward. "Rude." The knight commander wrinkled his nose and said, "I should say that to you." Daring to step forward while. "Where's the warrant?" Paul narrowed his eyes and said. Even if you're knights from the capital or some high-ranking noble, you don't have the right to search people's homes without proof. So unless you guys can pull one out right now, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The knight commander narrowed his eyes. You dare? Paul laughed. And you cocky pricks say the same lines even after all this time, hey. He grinned and idly fiddled with his sword. An easygoing and arrogant attitude. But at the same time, his heart was racing. The situation was weird. If the warrant was real, then why weren't members from the Boreas family here? They were the ones in charge of this region, not the Nodos. And while it was a long shot to expect his cousin Philip to be here since that guy was restricted to his role as the mayor of that fortress city, Paul's boisterous and unyielding Uncle Soros was the lord of Fedoa. He wouldn't let some arrogant men from the capital trounce all over his territory, even with an official warrant. In fact, that guy would march off himself to see if it was true. But then if the warrant wasn't real, why were they here? It was a false pretense, to do what? A chill swept through Paul's heart. At the same time, he heard a muffled whisper in his head. But it was inaudible. Just a faint murmur. He ignored it and focused. The knight commander drew his sword. Humph. He pointed it at Paul and said, obstructing justice is a crime. Yeah, and so is drawing your blade against civilians. Ha! As if their lives matter. And since it seems you villagers won't cooperate. The knight commander looked at the villagers before stopping on Sylphie. Law's eyes widened and he stepped in front of her. The knight commander laughed. Well. This area has had magical creatures acting up. Paul tensed. Laws pushed Sylphie back and said, Luffy. Go to Rudy's house. Dad. Luffy. Sylphie pursed her lips and stared at the knights, hesitating. Paul shifted his stance, taking a step back with his left foot. Looking at Sylphie, he said, listen to your dad, Sylphie. And get Rudy fuck. I forgot. Zenith was giving birth. Paul forgot about it in this mess, but... This fucking day. Paul muttered. Terrified muttering echoed from around. Tension filled the air as the knight commander swept his gaze around, a sadistic grin on his face. And then... Men! The knight commander shouted. With that, the sound of swords being drawn filled the air. Paul drew his sword as well, narrowing his eyes. It'd be tough. 13 guys, one of him. If Sylphie helped no. He couldn't ask her to. Even if she was as good at magic as Rudy, she was softer than him. She didn't have the same combat edge that Rudy did and only barely restrained. Should he have opened with him saying he was Paul Grere and the knight in charge? No. His brother Pileman was the current head of Nodos, but Paul was still notorious. And there were people who were more than willing to find someone to replace Pileman. Someone like Paul, who was actually the proper heir. Then if they found out about his talented son Rudy. Maybe he shouldn't have been so curious about how Rudy would react if those bastards tried something, because it was sure as hell looking like he was going to find out. Damn it. The knight commander grinned and said, you know the drill. A sudden flash in the distance behind the knights. Coming from the direction of the path to the fortress city ROA. Paul's eyes widened. A rapidly approaching silhouette. One he knew well, and one who he knew the ins and outs of. And from what he recently heard from the letters that he and Philip had been exchanging, someone who was just the right person to fix this mess. If she was coming, and separate from these knights, then Paul's uncle definitely didn't approve of them being here. And if Paul's uncle didn't approve of them being here, he was going to make a ruckus in the capital. And if Paul's uncle was going to make a ruckus in the capital, well... Paul cracked his neck. Might as well see how good I've gotten then. He'd been pretty stressed out with this morning's events. This would be a good distraction. Beating them all might be hard. But he didn't need to do that. All he had to do was buy a few minutes of time. And compared to his monstrous son who was slowly reaching Paul's level, some lazy and arrogant Azuran nobles playing as knights were a breeze. The knight commander paused and looked at Paul. Are you resisting? Paul ignored him and said, Sylphie. You can fly, right? A little? At least to your house. Good. Then head back to our place and tell Rudy to come here as soon as he's finished. And that we might be moving soon. In the best case scenario, his old friend was arriving to stop the knights and resolve this, probably not peacefully, but without having to run a coup on the Nodos family to resolve it. In the worst case scenario, Uncle Soros was pissed off enough to not help Paul, which meant he was on his own. Which also meant that he'd have to unleash his son on the world. His monstrous son who definitely had a killer instinct from how viciously he sparred with Paul. Who was only 6 years old but a saint-ranked magician. And a saint-ranked magician who could silently cast spells in an instant, while also fighting with a sword. Hey! Good thing Rudy liked playing fair against him. Probably wouldn't against these assholes though, especially if he knew how that pervert was staring at Sylphie. Okay, Mr. Paul. Then. I'm going. Sylphie nodded. A gust of wind, blasting her off into the air. The knight commander narrowed his eyes. You. Paul stepped forward and swung his sword. You talk too much. The knight commander raised his sword to block and shouted, Rebel. Men, raise this. And you guys are too slow. Paul spun around the blade, pivoting with his heel. Water god style? Humph. You slim possible. A rapid acceleration without losing speed. Steel clashed against steel and a body flew through the air. Again. Talk too much. Screams filled the air. Panic and worried voices. Footsteps fleeing in every direction. In the corner of his eyes, Paul saw some knights break off to chase them. But the moment they did, a flurry of arrows shot towards them, forcing the knights to stop. Laws lowered his bow and said, I hope to Meles you know what you are doing, Paul. Don't worry. Paul avoided a blade swung at his head and then flung his sheath at the guy in return. Gah! A knight crumpled and fell to the ground. The knight commander roared and ran towards Paul, swinging his sword. Paul easily parried it and laughed. My 6-year-old son fights better than you. I will gut you where you stand and... The knight commander froze. Paul grinned. The reason for that? And you call me a muscle brain, Paul? I thought becoming a knight meant you'd be smarter than this. A cool and suave female voice echoed. The source of the voice was a wild beauty standing behind the knights. Lightly tanned skin, the signature furred coat and treasured sword of a sword king, a pair of fluffy ears, a tail, and a smoking hot trained body that Paul still thought about sometimes when reminiscing about the past. Paul laughed and said, I'm guessing Uncle Soros isn't happy about this if you're here, right Ghislaine? And you must be in a pinch if you're not calling me muscle brain. The woman. No. Ghislaine Didadia, the sword king personally trained by the current sword god and also the woman currently employed by the Boreas family household in the citadel of Roa. She cracked her neck and said, well. I can understand why considering who these guys are. Now. She gave the knights a feral grin and said, Lord Soros expects a proper explanation why the Nodos family sent men across his territory under the flag of the Azura kingdom. You will oblige, will you not? In a dark void unreachable to any being currently alive, a figure wreathed in white mist clicked his tongue. None of that worked either, hey? What a weird kid. Just what is it that keeps twisting fate to his favor the harder I push? Silence. Then. Well, if direct attempts on and around him and his immediate surroundings are no good, let's try something more subtle. 39 young child passed the stressful delivery. I slumped into my chair and let out a deep sigh of relief. Mama Lily wiped her hands clean and gave me a fatigued smile. You did a wonderful job, Rudy. Please don't talk to me right now, Mama Lily. My head hurts. Note to self, emotions directly correlate with strength of magic spells and ability to manipulate mana. High tension greatly improves efficiency and effectiveness, at the cost of severe mental fatigue. I was still topped up on mana and I barely did any physical exercise this morning. Even so, I felt more exhausted than I was after sparring all day with my dad and dumping all my mana out. Maybe it was just coming down from an adrenaline high? No, it couldn't be that because my passive would wipe that away. Meaning this was all mental, and something I'd have to get over myself. Great. I shook my head and then looked over at the result of dealing with all that stress. My mom was fast asleep, propped up on her bed against a stack of pillows. Cradled in her arms was a beautiful baby girl, also fast asleep. My new younger sister, completely oblivious of all the trouble she caused. Damn. Wish I could do that. A nap-hugging mom sounded great right about now. Mama Lily laughed and then walked over to pat my head. You worked hard, Rudy. She looked back at my mom and my new baby sister before frowning. I don't think this would have ended up as well if you weren't here. I'd rather not imagine that, Mama Lily. Ah. Of course. She frowned and then rubbed her belly. I paused and then narrowed my eyes. Please tell me that you aren't going into labor or something too, Mama Lily. She smiled and then said, don't worry, Rudy. That's still a few months away. Great. I'm glad I wait, what? I quickly glanced at Mama Lily's belly. I hadn't noticed since she usually wore her loose-fitting maid uniform. But now that I focused on it. Yeah, her belly bigger than usual. Which meant. I'm going to have to go through this again in a few months, aren't I? Mama Lily laughed and patted my head. It will be fine. At that time, your mother will be there to help. All that you'll need to do then is to distract your father so that he does not run around like a headless chicken again. Ugh. Don't remind me. You'd think that this was Dad's first time seeing a child being born. Ah. Wait. I was an unusually quiet and problem-free delivery. Okay. I guess I could understand the panic when comparing my little sister's birth to mine. But speaking of Dad. Well. I should probably grab Dad now that everything's settled. Knowing him, he might do something stupid from all that stress. Like getting into a bar fight with the villagers with Mr. Laws. Mama Lily smiled and said, that would not surprise me. I glanced back at Mama Lily and said, do you still need me here, Mama Lily? She waved me off and said, I will take care of your mother and your new sister. I glanced out the window to check on Whitey. Nope. That guy was gone. Knew it. He was probably just waiting for a chance to screw things up here. That oughta show you. Can't make me panic that easily, you dick. Maybe I should stop trash talking with Dad in our spars. Might be getting a bit of a temper. I shifted my gaze back to Mama Lily and said, then. I'm going to take a walk to clear my head. I glanced at Mama Lily's belly and said, you don't feel any pangs or any signs that my other baby brother or sister is getting impatient either, do you? Since I had healed Mama Lily's legs a while back now, she had been starting up sword practice and staying in shape, so I wasn't worried about her health. But it will be fine, Rudy. That's not a no or a yes. Mama Lily laughed and said, well. Even in that worst case scenario. She lifted her bracelet and said, I paid careful attention to your instructions on this gift. I am at least confident enough to hold on until you return. I hesitated. Maybe I should. Rudy. A panicked young girl's voice. No, not just any young girl's voice. Sylphie's. I narrowed my eyes and ran out of my parents' room. My room was still open. It seemed like my dad never shut the door after grabbing me. Since that was the case, I reached out with a thread of earth mana as I ran past my bedroom and used it to summon my sword from my room. My real sword. A silver flash flew through the air as I pulled the unsheathed blade into my hand. Heavy. It was still a bit too big for me to use properly. But that didn't mean I couldn't use it. I tossed it in the air and then focused, drawing out a thread of earth mana and weaving it into the sword. Metal could hold mana. Steel wasn't the best for all types of mana, but if it was earth mana. A faint vibration and a low hum. The blade and mana bonding together and abiding by my will. Good. I ran out the house, 5 barrier magic circles primed in my left hand and 6 attack magic circles primed with the wand in my right. Earth, fire, wind, ice, lightning, and water. Sylphie was never panicked. So if she was shouting my name like that, something happened. And since I told Dad to go grab her, that meant the something involved my dad. And also since she was panicked, that meant the something had to be dangerous. Sylphie. I looked up, scanning the area for her. Where are you? What happened? A gust of wind blew from above and then Sylphie landed on the ground. She ran up to hug me and said, it's scary. Some strange men wearing armor showed up at the village and said they'd burn it down if we didn't show them where a criminal was. But then Mr. Paul showed up and then they started fighting and I don't know what to do. Sylphie trembled against me, tears streaming down her face. SHHH. It's fine. It'll be all right. I hugged her and then patted her back. Calm. I had to stay calm about this. All right, me. Think. Strange men wearing armor, that had to be knights. Probably from the capital. But Dad was the one in charge, so that was weird. And apparently, he was cozy with the one in charge of this region, so they wouldn't send knights over to audit him. Unless the kingdom were suspicious of the region lord and wanted to get a closer look at things? There had been an uptick in magical creatures apparently. No. Not important. Think about what to do. Sylphie was crying in my arms. Mom and my new sister were both exhausted. Mama Lily was keeping an eye on them, but she was apparently pregnant as well and close to the end of the second trimester from what she implied. Dad was dealing with things in the village, and there were knights attacking with the pretense of looking for a criminal. Was it real? Fake? I didn't know, but either way, there was a fight going on. The problem was. I grit my teeth and looked around. I didn't see any signs of Whitey. But that was obvious. From that laugh I heard earlier, he was satisfied with this result. Damn it. That guy was smarter than I gave him credit for. He pulled off a Xanatos gambit while I was thinking I had pulled one over on him. If I ran over to help Dad, he could try something here with Mom and Mama Lily being defenseless. And since Sylphie was a crying mess from terror and anxiety, she wouldn't be able to stop his manipulations. And since he pulled a fast one on me, I really didn't want to test if my protective magic items were enough. If I stayed here though and the situation was bad enough in the village, people could get hurt. And if the knights were being as cliched as the setup seemed to be, they were here to cause as much destruction as possible and hush things up. Maybe to use the increased magical creatures as an excuse to raise the area. But even if nothing happened here and I ran over to help my dad, if we won and took care of the knights, that was an even bigger problem. My dad was a low-ranking knight in charge of Bina village. While he had some say, he really didn't have anything at all. And while my mom was technically a noble from Meles, she had run away from home and was probably disowned. Meaning that we didn't have any sway there either. And since Mama Lily was supposed to be a disposable maid in the Azura Kingdom's concubine palace. Rudy. Sylphie looked up at me and said, what do we do? I patted her head and frowned, thinking. How many knights were there? Sylphie started to calm down. I think 13. She took a deep breath and then shook her head. No. I'm sure. There were 13 knights there. Was Mr. Laws there with Dad? Why yes. My dad is there too. But. When you saw the knights, how strong was the silver mana in them? Sylphie blinked. Silver mana. I nodded. Right. Silver mana. They're knights, so their mana should be silver. That was what I figured anyway. People who specialized in sword fighting instead of magic had their mana turn silver, like Mama Lily and my dad. Well, mine didn't. But I was an exception to a lot of things. How bright was it? More than Mama Lily's? Less. Sylphie stopped to think. At that time, footsteps echoed from behind me. Rudy. Mama Lily's voice called out. What's wrong? Sylphie looked over and then her eyes lit up. Oh. They were about the same. I glanced back to look at Mama Lily. About the same, hey. Mama Lily was around an intermediate rank sword fighter when she was working at the palace. Since then, she had gotten weaker, but because she was also training again recently, she should roughly be on that level. Then that should be fine then. 13 intermediate rank swordsmen, that wasn't a problem for my dad. Especially if he had backup. Although there was the chance that Whitey was planning something still. No, I trust my dad. He was silly and immature, but he pulled through when it counted. And he was also a ridiculous genius when it came to the sword, and if he really did flip through my sword notes journal, then he would probably be pulling off some ridiculous stunts right about now. I just hope he didn't flip far enough to read my notes about Ultra Instinct and Combat Flow though. I really hope he didn't flip far enough to read about Ultra Instinct and Combat Flow. Because damn it, that was going to be a pain to have to deal with later if he did. I'm impressed. Ghislaine crossed her arms and looked at the knights rolling around on the ground, moaning. You got stronger, Paul. Paul sheathed his sword and frowned. I guess so. Ghislaine blinked. You guess so? What, have you not been training? I don't know if you can call sparring with Rudy training. No, I guess he's seriously trying to smack my face all the time, so it pretty much is. But hey. Paul looked at his sword and at the dozen knights sprawled out on the ground. Guess the secret really is to just not think. Trust in your body, trust in your training, trust in your instincts and then just move. That was what Rudy's notes said at the end. Paul didn't get it, but just that little nugget of info was enough for him to clear out that group of knights. No. There was still one person remaining. Impossible. The knight commander pointed at Paul and said, why is there a sword saint stationed here? No one told me. A flash of steel, followed by a low thud. The knight commander crumpled to the ground, knocked out by the hilt of Paul's thrown sword. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. I thought you hated using North God techniques. Paul walked over to pick up his blade and sheathed it. Yeah, well. I've had to get over a lot of things in recent years. He looked over at Laws and some of the other village guard quelling the panic and then shook his head. If it can protect the people I care about, I don't mind being shameless. Ghislaine paused and stared at Paul. What? Hat. Seems like Zenith really reined you in, hey. Paul laughed. Well, her and Lilia. Lilia. Ghislaine blinked. Seems like I've missed out on a lot. Well, if a certain muscle had bothered to learn how to read, I might have sent you letters to keep you up to date. Ghislaine rested her hand on her sword and narrowed her eyes. Say that again. Paul laughed. But then he turned serious and looked to the fallen knights groaning on the ground. So Uncle Sorrows sent you here, hey? Meaning these guys were sneaking around like actual rats. Seeing Paul shift tone, Ghislaine turned serious as well. That's right. She looked at the knights on the ground and said, I don't know what got in the head of these idiots to think they could just run around like this, but Lord Sorrows wants them back at the citadel of ROA for questioning. She frowned and said, it seems like there might be some turmoil down in the capital. Paul rubbed his chin, frowning. He didn't like this. The fact that Azura Knights went all the way out here, and the fact that there was even an arrogant prick from the Nodo's family. It was weird. No, not just weird. It was dangerous. Paul thought he left all of that behind, but if those guys showed up here of all places. Seems like I might need to pay a visit to my cousin and uncle. Ghislaine blinked and then lifted the eye patch over her right eye to stare at Paul. Paul blinked. What are you doing? Hey. Not an imposter. She lowered her eye patch and said, looks like being a parent really does change you. Well, like I say. Paul froze. Ghislaine frowned. Did I say something wrong? I forgot about the baby. What do you? Thanks Ghislaine. Tell Uncle and Philip I'll visit later. He spun around and started sprinting back home. Ack. Rudy's not going to let me live this down, is he? Wait. Explain. Before Ghislaine could finish, Paul dashed off, using the same technique he did earlier to go back home. Swing the sword, sheath, gather speed, repeat. Ghislaine watched Paul hurry off and then clicked her tongue. I thought he was retiring with Zenith. What the hell has he been doing out here in the middle of nowhere? That technique Paul was using, since when could he perfectly combine from the water god style and from the sword god style? And when could he use that as a movement technique? She glanced back at the fallen knight commander and said, that guy called Paul a sword saint, but it wasn't technically wrong. Using the didn't require consciously using battle aura. But the fact that Paul could repeatedly use that technique to move meant that he had to be using battle aura in order to not wear himself out. Especially since he was continuously speeding up by redirecting that force with to move faster. I think Paul's a bit stronger than that. Ghislaine was curious. She wanted to see just how much stronger Paul got, and she was also curious about the kid that he and Zenith had. Well, let's save that for next time. First off, she had to get these numbskulls back to Lord Soros. And then she had to deal with that feisty young lady she was teaching who kept trying to do night ambushes to get out of lessons. Then there was helping Philip find a proper tutor who wouldn't run away like a chicken after meeting the young lady. Ghislaine sighed. Working a proper job sure is hard. 40 young child changing winds of fate. Dad came back in a nervous wreck, but that was mostly because he was worried about Mom and my new baby sister. When it came to the events in the village, it seemed like things worked out. Apparently, an old friend came by to help sort things out for him, so we didn't have to worry about anything. Though Dad mentioned that he'd be making a trip to the Citadel of ROA in the future. Something about meeting with the family and talking about his job. That was a red flag. And I tried asking more to find out exactly why, but Dad kept brushing me off and saying that he would handle it. I really wanted to know, but a nosy kid like me would only make things worse. And he also seemed to be doing his best to play cool and not make me worry, so I let it be. Didn't mean I wasn't worried though. Considering all that Whitey did in the past, I was really concerned that he might be trying to do some sort of political scandal thing where he pinned blame on my dad somehow and tried getting us excommunicated from the kingdom by being branded as traitors. At least, that was how these developments usually went. I think. Past life memories were pretty much gone now with only random bits of knowledge popping up like a search engine in my head, so I could only trust that I wasn't misremembering stuff. Hopefully I wasn't. Well, even if I was, that seemed reasonable enough. Which meant that I needed to prep more. And think about what the heck Whitey was trying to do. But I set that aside for the moment. After my dad came back, my new baby sister woke up and started crying. Because of that, my mom woke up as well. Dad got all super warm and fuzzy and actually looked like a dad for once when he hugged and congratulated Mom. And Mama Lily was proud too. They tried to pull me into the happy atmosphere, but since Sylphie was still here, I dragged her outside to play. Well, I said play, but it was mostly to get my racing mind to calm down. Right. Let's not think about the fact that there might be a mounted platoon of knights or something coming our way soon. Or that Dad might go visit his formerly disavowed family and then get roped into trouble or accepting blame for something he didn't do. Or the fact that this might be about people trying to silence Mama Lily for not actually dying in that assassination attempt and that there might be people out for her. Or that. A cold splash of ice on my face. Pwah. I spat out the snow in my mouth and then glared at Sylphie. What was that for? Sylphie huffed and said, Rudy's ignoring me. I thought you said you wanted to come play. Sorry, Sylphie. I took a deep breath and wiped the snow off my face. After that, I took a look around, purposefully taking in my surroundings to cut off my train of thoughts. Our house, without a trace of Whitey's mana floating around. Mom's tree in the distance, now emitting holy and healing mana to the surroundings after growing for a year. Our courtyard, filled with beautiful flowers and saplings that my mom and Mama Lily were carefully growing over the past year. A faint baby's cries echoing from inside the house, followed with my parents' panicked chatter and Mama Lily's calmed reassurances, an occasional laugh. It was fine. We were fine. Everything was fine. Even if it might not be in the future, right now things were fine. So, calm down. And the best way to calm down. I walked over to Sylphie. Yeah. Sylphie blinked and tilted her head. What are you doing, are you? I gave her a hug and said, thanks, Sylphie. You're always the best at calming me down. Sylphie tensed and then she laughed and hugged me back. You're welcome, Rudy. Feeling better. Feeling better. I stepped back and smiled. Sorry about that. Sylphie tucked a strand of her green hair behind her ears and then let out a bright smile. It's okay. So, what are we going to play today? Well, I thought about it. Sylphie had been terrified today. She saw the knights and didn't know what to do or how to react. And I hadn't been there with her, so she panicked. That wasn't good. So, I grabbed Sylphie's hand and walked her towards the open grassland through the gates and past our courtyard. I want to practice manipulating some earth mana today, so how about I make some mud dummies and you try to cut them up? Ooh. That sounds fun. What are the rules? You win if you manage to make my dummies stop moving. I win if I tag you with one. Got it. K. Great. Then. I stepped back and held out my left hand, causing 5 earth magic circles to spin. Let's get started. In the middle of the strife zone within the central continent, far to the southeast of the Fadoa region and Bina village. There, a single young woman walked out from a collapsing cavern. She adjusted her pointed hat with her left hand, her blue hair billowing in the wind from the destruction behind her. As she did that, she held up her right hand, idly staring at a small floating crystal above her palm. Interesting. Roxy Megardia. Wandering adventurer, Renoa Magic University alumni, but most importantly to her, Rudy's master. She stared at the glowing crystal and then clenched her hand. When she did, the crystal dissolved before turning into blue threads, briefly flickering into a magic circle. But then that circle vanished. Roxy looked out into seemingly empty space and said, "That's one more hypothesis confirmed." She let out a wry smile and said, "Though I wonder just how my cute disciple is doing." She looked up at the blue sky and said, "It's been almost 2 years now, hasn't it, Rudy? Master's doing her best with this gift you gave, but it's kind of lonely." She sighed and then rummaged in her bag before pulling out another map. "Well, I'll just have to keep working hard. Knowing you, you're probably already trying out Emperor-ranked magic, so Master's gotta keep up. Though." She looked up and then waved her hand. Space rippled before something emerged in the air around Roxy. Something invisible to most people in the world, and understandable to only 2. Hundreds no, thousands of magic circles intricately woven in an elaborate pattern. Control modules, elemental circles, broken down magic spells replicated in composite melded magic circles. Roxy reached out to her right and then grabbed the magic circle she made from the magic crystal and fit it inside the intricate magical array. After that, she sighed and said, "Masters really are the worst, aren't they? Taking credit for their disciples' works and then stealing their ideas." She flicked her left hand, dismissing the magical array. When it was gone, she adjusted her hat and said, "Well, Master will just have to make sure to give you a proper present for your 10th birthday then." "Ah. But if I want to do that, I should probably have a stable job." A faint flicker of color far in the distance. A pure white mist, and one that only showed up when Roxy looked at it through her. Odd. That should be in the direction of the Chiron Kingdom. An unknown mana phenomenon. Not only that, but one that probably only Roxy and Rudy could see considering how slippery that mana felt. Well, I suppose working as a court magician for a few years should be a nice change of pace. And it would be great to be able to try out some new spells instead of creating new ones. Roxy adjusted her hat and then started walking off. As she did, monsters and bandits lurking nearby lunged out to attack her from behind. Arrows, swords, claws and talons, various attacks shot out to try and cut her down. But Roxy didn't notice, still lost in thought. She also didn't need to notice. On its own, the magical array activated, immediately repelling the attacks with 10-fold magic barriers before sending out a counter-attack barrage of spells. Screams and death cries filled the air. But Roxy didn't even notice that, still wrapped up in her thinking. Chiron Kingdom is small, but it's fairly old. A place like that should have some deep resources in terms of knowledge, but the combat forces should be low. There's a high chance of at least some king-ranked spell books. Maybe 1 or 2 emperor-ranked? Then if I take note of those, it would be good to start exchanging letters with Rudy and comparing notes. Ah, but what if someone reads them? I should look into mana-conducive material. If I write a normal letter on that but write my notes in mana. Like that, Roxy Megardia. Wandering adventurer, Renoa Magic University alumni, Rudy's master, and made her way to Chiron Kingdom, looking for a new job. 41 The young elf girl's thoughts. Rudy was worried. He tried to keep it from Sylphie, but he wasn't very good at hiding it. That made Sylphie sad. It wasn't fair. Ever since Rudy showed up to save her in the forest, he made every day fun. He taught her how to use magic, showed her how beautiful the world really was after helping her see mana, and he made her have confidence in herself. Made her see that she wasn't some demon freak who didn't have any value. Not only that, but Rudy went out of his way to cheer her up. Whenever she felt sad, whenever she was worried, even earlier, when she was terrified about the knights, he was calm and tried to reassure her. Patting her head, he carefully thought about the situation and then told her everything would be fine. But it wasn't. She could see it. Before, he always smiled and gave his full attention to her as they played. But now, he still smiled, and he still paid attention to her. But there were moments where his smile dimmed just a bit. Where he got a bit distracted and missed what she said or what she did. And considering how smart and cool Rudy was, that meant it was serious. Sylphie didn't understand it. She didn't know why those nights came to the village or why that one man stared at her with those scary eyes. She didn't know why her father or Mr. Paul seemed so worried. But she knew that something had happened. And even though Rudy was just a kid and the adults said they would take care of it, Rudy was still worried. Sylphie wanted to help. She wanted to grab Rudy and say to tell her what's wrong. She wanted to pat his head and tell him that everything would be okay too. But she couldn't. So instead. Good morning, Sylphie's mom. Sylphie blinked, drawn out of her thoughts by Rudy's voice. It was the usual cheerful greeting. As always, Rudy showed up at their house in the morning and greeted Sylphie's mom who was tending to the garden outside. My. Sylphie's mom laughed and said, as early as ever, Rudy. Of course. I can't keep Sylphie waiting for me. A bright and cheery voice. Again, the usual. But it wasn't. Sylphie could tell. It was just a bit too bright. A tiny bit too cheery. As if he was faking it so that he would believe it himself. Sylphie would know. She used to do the same thing. But. Well, feel free to come inside. I'm sure Sylphie will be out in a bit. Thank you, Miss Sylphie's mom. Sylphie's mom laughed. Shortly after that, the front door opened. Sylphie took a deep breath and then took a look around the room. The intricately carved white wand that Rudy made for her. The hand-sewn sweatshirt her mother made. The carved wooden pendant by her father. Grabbing her precious belongings, Sylphie put on her clothes and then walked out of her room. As she did, she smiled and said, "Good morning, Rudy." Sylphie. Rudy waved at her, a bright smile on his face. Like always, he wore the carefully knitted scarf from Miss Lilia. Beneath that, he also wore a fancy blue pendant that he received from his master, Miss Roxy. The healing book from Miss Zenith was secured on his back in a stone holster. Just like with Sylphie, he carried his important belongings on him wherever he went. As for his outfit, he wore a loose white shirt, simple grey trousers, and boots. The wand he received from his master hung on his right side, clipped to a holster on his belt. It was the same outfit that he had been wearing since summer started. But there was a difference today. On his left side, opposite his wand, there was another weapon. One that Sylphie had seen a lot, but one that she had never seen Rudy carry. His sword. The real sword that Mr. Paul gave him for his 5th birthday, not the practice one that he used to spar with Mr. Paul. The one that could really hurt things. Rudy. Sylphie tilted her head, staring at the sword. Rudy noticed and laughed. Oh, this. He rested his left hand on the sword hilt and said, "It's cool, right? I thought that since I'm getting bigger, it might be fun to carry it around like Dad. I've gotta get used to wearing it sometime, you know? Can't just let it gather dust in my room all day." That was a lie. Rudy was tricky like that. Whenever he was trying to avoid telling the truth, or whenever there was something he lied about, he always talked a lot more to cover it up. It was something Sylphie noticed after hanging out with him for so long. There were a few things like that where Rudy acted the same way. Like whenever Sylphie asked how he knew so much, Rudy rambled a bit about how he read a lot of books and asked a lot of questions to Miss Roxy when she was teaching him. But instead of just saying that, he went on to say how anyone else could have known as much as he did, and that Sylphie probably would have known as much too if she had a good teacher. A long story. Whenever Rudy was uncomfortable or wanted to not say something, he said a bunch of other things instead that the other person wanted to hear. The adults didn't notice it. Maybe because they were smarter than Sylphie, they were tricked by Rudy's words and believed him. But Sylphie knew better. Part of it was because she didn't understand everything Rudy said, but most of it was because she knew Rudy. Her best friend was someone who didn't really like talking. He was super thoughtful and made sure people knew he appreciated them with his actions instead. Like for her, Rudy always made sure to pat her head or hug her or do high fives when she did good. For his mom and Miss Lilia, he made sure to hug them whenever he left and when he got back. For Mr. Paul. Well, recently Rudy had been saying bad words to him a lot, but he still hugged Mr. Paul when he got back from work too. So for Rudy to talk a lot, it either meant that something was really important, or that he was trying to hide something really important. Sylphie. Rudy blinked and tilted his head. Are you not feeling good? Sylphie smiled and then went up to hug Rudy. I'm feeling great, Rudy. I just can't believe how cool you look like that. Rudy stiffened. It was just for a little bit. But then he relaxed and hugged her back. I know, right? I finally look like a real swordsman. Well, even though I keep getting beat up by my dad. Sylphie let go of Rudy and then smiled. That's because you aren't using magic. Well, yet. That's the point of practicing my sword skills. If I use magic, that's cheating. After saying that, Rudy turned around and started walking out of the house, taking the lead as always. And this time, also resting his left hand on his sword instead of keeping it loose like he usually did. But Sylphie ignored that. Instead, she laced her hands behind her back and started walking behind Rudy. She hummed and said, "Well, maybe you should cheat. Mr. Paul's been beating up on you too hard recently, hasn't he?" Rudy laughed. "As tempted as I am to do that, I don't think that's a good idea." He frowned and muttered, "Dad might do something crazy and come up with a way to cut mana or something if I do. Wait. Maybe I should then? Oh yeah, and maybe I should get around to finishing for everyone else too. That'll make things easier to explain. But I already tried giving the magic circle to them and it didn't stick. Does it depend on mana affinity? But then why can't Mom?" Hearing Rudy trail off into a long train of thought again, Sylphie laughed. "Ah." Rudy flinched and then rubbed the back of his head. He let out an embarrassed smile and said, "Sorry, Sylphie. Got lost in thought for a bit again." "It's fine, Rudy. I like that part of you anyway." Rudy laughed and patted Sylphie's head with his left hand, forgetting about his sword for a moment. "And I like you too, Sylphie." Sylphie smiled. As they passed by the garden, Sylphie's mom called out and said, "Oh? Leaving already?" She stood up and brushed off her hands on her dress. "Are you sure you don't want to stay for breakfast, Rudy? And you, Sylphie?" "I'm planning to bake an apple honey pie today, you know." Sylphie gasped. "Really?" Sylphie's mom nodded and said, "Really?" She smiled at Sylphie and said, "I have to do something to congratulate Zenith on the new baby girl, so I was going to bring one over later when your father got back. But if you two stay, you can help me taste the practice one." Rudy hesitated, placing his left hand back on his sword hilt. "I don't know." Sylphie grabbed Rudy's left hand. He blinked and said, "Sylphie." Sylphie stared into her best friend's eyes. He was worried. He hid it well, but his expressive green eyes couldn't hide it. At least, not to her. And he had been worried and stressed out for so long now. "So. Let's play here today. Sylphie." Rudy blinked. You want to play here?" Sylphie nodded. "Rudy takes me to his house all the time to play, but that's not fair. I don't have as many things as Rudy does, but I want Rudy to be comfortable at my house too." She looked down and then said, "Is that no good?" "Geez." Rudy let out a long laugh and said, "Fine, fine." He placed his hand on Sylphie's head and said, "We'll play over here today." "Ah, you said you had a lot of books to read, right?" Sylphie's eyes lit up. "That's right." She dragged Rudy back inside the house and said, "I have a lot, but my favorite one is about a dragon and an elf princess." "A dragon and an elf princess, hey? Seems like some story." "MMHM. You see, a long time ago, there was this dragon that everyone thought was evil. He was really lonely and got used to being by himself. But then one day, he met a beautiful kind elf princess." 42 Child Inversion Impulse. Time passed. For a few weeks after the incident, I was stressed out of my mind that knights would come marching in branding Dad a traitor and trying to execute everyone in the village. Because of that, it seemed like I was neglecting Sylphie a bit. At least enough to where she got worried. So after the one day where she quietly held my hand and asked me to play over at her house, no, to just quietly read together. After that, I decided to take it easy for a bit. It wasn't good to be acting like this. First of all, I was still just a kid. Even if I might have access to a bunch of random bits of information that made me smarter than I was, and even if I was technically a reincarnated adult, I didn't have any of the life experience to go along with it. Well, other than the soul-rending regret that occasionally still gnawed at my heart. But that was getting better. Helped a lot that Mom and Dad and Mama Lily were all proud of me. Also helped a lot that my sisters were super cute and didn't look at me like I was the source of all their misery and despair. Oh, right. I got another sister now. Unlike my first sister's dramatic birth, my second sister was born a few months later without much hassle. I went out to play with Sylphie one day reading some more books with her, and when I came back home, Dad was there crying tears of happiness with a baby girl in his arms, and Mama Lily already back on her feet. Mama Lily was definitely built different, just like Sylphie it seemed. At least when it came to giving birth. And judging from how in disbelief my mom was when I got back, yeah. Definitely built different. My first baby sister was named Norn. By Mom, of course. Dad wanted to call her a boring name like Jane. Seriously. Not that there was anything wrong with the name Jane, but considering we lived in a world where the norm seemed to be fancier European-style names, a plain name like that. Well, Mom wasn't having it, so Norn it was. Though it didn't seem like she knew the part about Norns being goddesses in charge of fate. A bit ironic considering that Whitey seemed to be doing his best to get rid of. Wait. Norn, dead end. Affair. Hey. I thought that guy was just talking about random gibberish, but... Note to self, investigate the hypothesis that Whitey might actually be similar to a certain being X and trying to influence things in this world. Also investigate the hypothesis that Whitey might be trying to ruin my life in some way and make me blow my lid. Actually, that seems pretty reasonable. In that case. Yeah, being W was more fitting. Also gotta work on memory palace techniques in that case. In the off chance that Whitey being W was a divine being and tried to contact me through a mental connection, I definitely needed to show him just what a real god could do when given absolute authority over a world. Just like in lucid dreams. Oh wait. That might actually be handy. Second note to self, see if you can figure out a way to induce lucid dreaming. That would definitely be a way to add more hours to the day for magic research and save me time fleshing out hypotheses. What was I talking about again? Oh, right. Sisters. Anyway, first baby sister was Norn. She was a beautiful, normal, and very loud baby girl. Also didn't seem to be a reincarnator like me. Well, unless she was a world-class actor. In that case, kudos to her. Wish she wouldn't though. It'd be nice to chat to someone about Earth and see if I was actually remembering real things. My second baby sister, born to Mama Lily, was named Aisha. Unlike with Norn, Dad actually came up with the name. It seemed like he took Mom's disdain to heart and thought hard about it. Though Mama Lily told me later that she was originally going to go with Jane since she liked it, but went along with Dad instead since my mom seemed to be happy about it too. But anyway, Norn and Aisha. My two new baby sisters. With them born, the days became much shorter by virtue of having to take care of two very needy additions to our family. Mostly because my mom and dad were terrible at actual parenting. Thankfully, Mama Lily wasn't, and I had baby siblings in my previous life, so I somehow remembered how to hold, entertain, and feed my new sisters. Somehow. Memory was weird. Anyway, more time passed. My time with Sylphie somehow turned more into story time as we teamed up to play with my sisters to give my parents some rest. My mom and my dad were sleep-deprived and mostly zombies in the day until I jolted them awake with some light healing magic. Not sure if it was healthy, but they looked like they'd drop dead from sheer exhaustion otherwise, so hopefully it was. Though Mama Lily was actually super energetic even while waking up in the middle of the night to take care of Aisha. Again, built different. Though maybe it was because she really enjoyed the unconditional love that Aisha gave her in return and was high off of being a mother and all the feel-good hormones considering how terrible her life had been up until now. Probably that. Dad was out of the house more often these days, having to put in extra work to make up for the new mouths to feed. He also seemed to be hard at work trying to convince his boss of something since I noticed him using his office more often both writing and reading letters. But things seemed to be fine. He was the same as usual during our training sessions. No. He was annoyingly stronger than usual. To make sure that didn't happen in the future, I destroyed my notebook. Couldn't risk another genius finding that and becoming as stupid broken as my dad. I had memorized everything anyway, so I could always recreate it if I needed to. But anyway, time marched on. Peaceful days once again. I turned 7 years old, the seasons came and went. And then when winter rolled around my dad made an announcement. It was during the evening. Dinner time. Laws had already come to pick Sylphie up, so it was just our little family. Me, sitting next to Dad. Mom across from him and Mama Lily across from me. Then Norn and Aisha fast asleep in cradles next to Mom and Mama Lily. After my dad finished eating, he set down his silverware and said, "I'm going to the citadel of ROA to talk with my uncle and cousin." Silence. My mom responded first. She frowned and said, "Why? I thought you cut all ties with your family, Paul." Mama Lily nodded and said, "Yes. And the grey rats in general are infamous for being despicable nobles. Is it not better to disassociate from that crowd?" Paul laughed and said, "Yeah. We grey rats, speaking about my side of the family, at least. We're pretty bad. I mean, look at me, right?" I frowned. "Dad. You're a good person." "Stop that." Paul paused and then a weird expression crossed his face. Kind of a smile, but also kind of a frown. Like he wasn't sure what expression to decide on. But then he sighed and settled with a faint smile before patting my head. "Thanks, son." That was a red flag. I felt my stomach churn and said, "You aren't going to turn yourself in or anything, right? Or admit to crimes? I thought you said that the night's situation was settled? Is it not settled? Rudy." I stood up. I felt my heart pound in my chest, but forcibly kept it calm. No, I tried to keep it calm. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if? If something happened to Dad? No. I shook my head and then grabbed his hand, pulling it down. No. I won't let you go. Norn sniffled and then started crying. Shortly after that, Aisha started crying as well. My mom stood up and walked over to grab Norn. Cradling Norn against her chest, my mom cooed and said, there, Norn. It's fine. Mama Lily picked Aisha up as well. Cradling her, Mama Lily smiled and said, calm down, little one. Everything will be all right. When I saw that, I flinched. But I didn't back down. I glared at my dad and said, I won't let you go. If you're going, I'm coming with you. My dad frowned and then he cocked his head towards the front door and said, let's have this talk outside. We shouldn't wake up your sisters. Fine. I stood up and walked out first. As I did, I heard my mom call out to my dad. Paul. It's fine, Zenith. We won't be long. A gust of wind, carrying with it powdery snow. I scowled and then swung my left hand, batting it all away. At that time, my dad walked out. He stared at me and said, you seem pretty pissed about my little field trip, Rudy. Don't joke around with me, Dad. I glared at him and said, why are you going to meet them? Tell me. Maybe your old man just wants to catch up and make amends? Why are you so worried? Because that's not why. I narrowed my eyes and said, if it was, we would all go. My dad raised an eyebrow. In this weather? When your sisters are barely a few months old. If you know that, why are you going now? They need you here more than ever. Mom does. Mama Lily does. I do. I'm so proud of you. A phantom of a memory I didn't have anymore. A soft and tired voice I couldn't even remember. I felt my stomach churn and then clenched my fists. Glaring at my dad, I said, if you're going to try and talk things over because the incident with the knights caused problems, I'm coming with you. I couldn't allow it. I couldn't lose my dad again. Not like this. My dad fiddled with the sword he always carried on his left side. And what makes you think I'd let you? I grabbed the wand I always carried on my right side and said, what makes you think I'd let you? I swung it up, causing the winds to howl and ice to scatter. I'm not letting my dad do something stupid to get himself killed. Karma really is a bitch, hey. Wah. A sudden burst of killing intent from behind. But it was different. Not my dad's. I flung out my left hand and threw up a wall of barriers. 5 magic circles stacked on top of each other. The sound of shattering glass. All of them broken in a single blow. And then a crimson flash aiming for my head. My eyes widened and then I instinctively sent out a gust of wind, sending me up. When I did, I caught a brief glimpse of my attacker. A woman with tan skin and a fur coat. A long mane of silver hair, reminiscent of a wolf. One eye was dark, but the other was an eerie green color shining even in the snowy night. But that wasn't all. Unlike my dad, her mana was like a silver sun, blazing throughout her whole body and lighting it up. A split second. That was how long I had to examine her. And in the next, she was gone. No, not gone. If she was that fast. 5 in my left. 6 in my right. I quickly formed magic circles and stacked on top of itself. The moment I did that, I saw a crimson arc from above. A heaving impact. The sound of shattering glass. But this time, it didn't make it all the way through. 9 broke, but 2 remained. The woman pressed against me with her sword, sparks flying as she tried to break through my last 2 barrier spells. But as I stared at her, I noticed that she wasn't focusing on that. Instead, she was staring at me. Specifically, at my eyes. Natural demon eyes. I clicked my tongue and then swept my wand out again, blasting her with a 6-fold. At least, that was what I planned. But before I could even start that, she pulled her sword back and then kicked me to the ground. Ka. I got the wind knocked out of my lungs, but I smacked my chest with healing mana and quickly stood back up, glaring at her. The woman fell to the ground, landing with a soft impact. After that, she sheathed her sword and tilted her head, examining me. My dad walked over to her and said, what do you think, Ghislaine? Not bad. The woman. No, Ghislaine nodded her head and said, another year or so and he'd be a monster. I've never even heard or seen a magician able to block an attack with barrier spells and react so quickly. Right. My dad turned to look at me. But it's still not enough. Yet. If you want to do that, he'll get killed before you walk through the front gates. I grit my teeth and said, what the hell is going on here, Dad? My dad sighed and said, it'll take too long to explain. And knowing you. No. Knowing your temper, if I do, you'll probably do something reckless. So let's make a deal. He pointed at Ghislaine and said, if you beat her, I'll tell you what's going on. If you lose. Well, you stay here to protect your moms and sisters while I make a little trip with this busted big sister. A lecherous grin. A sly gaze at the woman filled with lust. The woman noticed and then growled back at him. A playful sound. I saw red. Stay away from my dad, you bitch. 43 Child, the wheel of fate is turning. I didn't know who she was. I didn't know why she was here. But I knew one thing. It was because of her. It had to be because of her. My dad wouldn't act like that unless he got tempted by her. So kill her then. Right. I just had to kill her. If I killed her, then everything would be fine. If I killed her, then my dad wouldn't have to leave. No. Why stop at her? She might be the reason why my dad was leaving right now. But the purpose was that trip. Then. Kill them too. The stupid nobles who thought they could do everything because they had power. The stupid corrupt knights who ran rampant taking advantage of their authority in the name of justice. The king who allowed all of this. Yeah. Let's do that. But first. The red in my vision vanished. At the same time, my heart calmed down. No. Not calm. It ran cold. Like the regrets lingering in the depths of my soul. A chilling, biting sensation in my heart. I held up my left hand and tilted my head, thinking. Tick. Time slowed to a halt. At the same time, I heard a soft tick in my head. Like a mechanical pocket watch being wound back. And like that, I had time. She was fast. Faster than Dad. Faster than any person should be able to move. That sword slash was as fast as light. If I hadn't reflexively acted, I would have been cut. No. She was holding back. By all rights, I should have been cut by that attack. Tick. I couldn't move that fast. Even though I had been speeding up my body's adaptation to the intense training to try and catch up with my dad, it was far from enough. It was just too large a gap to close, even when pushing my body to its limits. Too large because my body was still just that of a child's and far before its major growth period. Maybe that would be different later, but for now, it wasn't enough. I could kill her. I had more than enough ways to kill her. But I would be cut down before I could use any one of those. Her glowing eye seemed to be able to detect the flow of mana. I wasn't sure if it was the same as how my eyes worked, but it was similar enough to where I couldn't pull off any big spells. There just wasn't enough time for it. Tick. So then I had to slow her down. Change the battlefield to one I could move in. If no cards I had were strong enough, I just had to chain them to make it work. A2 and A3 in poker couldn't beat a pair of aces on their own. But if you line things up. Not a big blow. But a series of cuts to whittle her down. Then. Tick. Time resumed. The woman turned to the side, idly resting her hand on her sword's hilt. I stepped forward. Magic circles weren't enough. Incantations were too slow. I had been neglecting, so that wasn't an option either. Using a sword, also wasn't enough. She was better than me. Probably better than Dad too, at least in sheer speed and strength. I hated resorting to it. The point of magic was to create a system of spells that could be replicated. To allow for magicians to advance upon a path by following the steps of their predecessors. But this wasn't the time for considering other people. Direct mana manipulation. Converting the imagination directly into a magical formula through the integration of the complex field. A Laplace transformation that allowed supplemental imaginary elements to add in and account for what the rational components left out. A gust of wind blew my dad away from the combat field. The moment that happened, water flooded the surroundings around me and that woman. An artificial lake formed in an instant and wrapped the two of us in dark water, eliminating light and free movement. But it wasn't enough. That woman was slowed down and I could see shock on her face for a split second because of the light radiating from her silver mana. The fact that I could see that shock even for that split second was good though. It meant I had time to act. But her leg was moving to kick off against the ground. And seeing how much silver mana laced her muscles, I had no doubt that would just take the battle back to ground zero. So the next step. A current. Not just one. Any deviations from her attack vector would be able to be corrected by a single kick. So it had to be continuous. A field of shifting torrents, perpendicular to every movement of her limbs to prevent her from making effective forward motion. The woman slipped. No, she didn't slip. She was knocked off course. And she couldn't find any purchase to regain her balance for an attack. I could see it. Unlike my dad, she specialized in sword god. Strong, fast attacks. Not a fluid and shifting motion. Meaning she couldn't react to this. No. She could. She was reacting to an unknown attack that was meant to bind her. I could see her mana swirling, getting ready to explode around her. It was the correct answer. The solution here was simple if you were that strong. Just smash all the water around you. And in another second, she would do just that. But that was too late. She couldn't reach me, but I could reach her. And 1 second was enough. I reached out my left hand. With the movement, space rippled, distorting as my mana instantly appeared around the woman in a crimson bubble, just like how Sylphie did. And with that, I imagined it. Hyper-pressurized water. If that wasn't enough, fully charged lightning. If that wasn't enough, an instantaneous vacuum. If not that, a fog of poison. If not that, ripping out the raw iron in her blood with earth mana. If not that, well, I'd find a way. Because kill her. Right. I had to kill her. That was the only way to make sure my family stuck together. To make sure I didn't lose anyone else. To make sure that Norn didn't cry after I carried back my dad's corpse. To make sure that Aisha got a chance to reconcile with dad instead of treating his death with indifference. To make sure that my mom could live her life and not be trapped in an endless dream. To make sure that Master Roxy didn't die during childbirth because of an unknown viral infection. Wait. A headache. A massive headache. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right with me. Static. For a split second, a glimpse of Dad, slumped against a wall and missing his lower half. No. He was actually there in front of me, staring at me with shock and concern in his eyes. I clutched my head, grabbing at my skull and trying to claw out that foreign presence before it latched onto me anymore. A crack. Something broke. At the same time, I heard a familiar damnable voice echo in my head. TCH. It was worth a shot. But they're too different, hey. Before I could think about it, my dad let out a deep sigh and said, "Sorry, Rudy." Wait. A blur. My dad slashing his sheath at the front of my head. No. Not just the front. Also from behind and above. Space breaking for a split second just to accommodate his movement. And then I blacked out. Are you fine with this, Paul? Ghislaine glanced to the man at her side and said, "Won't your kid hate you after he figures out why you went through all that trouble?" Paul glanced back at his house and then shook his head. "It's better like this." He rested his hand on his sword hilt and said, "Parents should solve their own problems and keep their kids out of it. Besides, with Rudy's temper, I'm pretty sure he would end up committing regicide within the week. Probably by blowing up the entire Azura kingdom." Had. Ghislaine nodded and said, "That kid really did inherit your stubborn temper. Though it seems like he cares about his dad a lot more than you did. Yet. Karma's a bitch like that." It was the opposite. As if fate wanted to be funny, instead of going all out to try and get away from his dad, Rudy was doing everything he could to try and keep him there. And while Rudy was still manageable at first, when he was getting desperate at the end there. "Hey, Paul." Ghislaine looked over and said, "Rudy. He's really your kid." Paul glared at Ghislaine and said, "Are you accusing Zenith of cheating on me?" "No. But..." Ghislaine frowned and said, "I've heard some stories before. Things that drunkard adventurers ramble in taverns. Stories about how malevolent spirits and ghosts sometimes possess infants and take over to get a second chance in life." Paul scoffed. "And you believe that?" "No. But one of those drunkards was Geese." Paul stopped. Ghislaine turned to look at him. "That guy mentioned that story." Ghislaine nodded. "That guy showed up in ROA a few months back and we shared a couple drinks. Exchanged some fun stories, and that one came up. Also." She glanced back at the house and said, "I don't doubt that he's your kid, Paul. But something is wrong with him. You can't see it, but his magical power is completely tangled up. It's like there's 3 different things mixed up inside of him. It's fine." Paul kept walking. Malevolent spirit? Ghost? Paul might have believed it if someone told him about it when Rudy was still a baby. Back then, it was definitely eerie and unnatural how fast he picked things up. But there was no way he could believe it now. And even if it was true, that desperation in Rudy's eyes telling him to not leave. The anger at Ghislaine when he thought she was trying to break up their family. The broiling killing intent and chilling gaze, which stopped the moment Paul stood in front of Rudy. Rudy is Rudy. Whether he's a normal baby, a possessed spirit, or whatever crazy thing. That doesn't change the fact that I'm his dad. And since this is a mess I caused by stupid mistakes I made in the past, it's up to me to fix them." Ghislaine stared at Paul. Paul blinked and tilted his head. "What? Master said that it takes more than just instinct to reach the level of a Sword King, but it looks like that doesn't really have to be smarts, hey?" Paul laughed. "That's rich coming from a musclehead like you. It's because I'm a musclehead that I can say it. I'm a bit jealous. Though." She laughed and said, "You were always someone who got stronger when you were showing off for someone else." Had. Paul looked forward and said, "That's right. I've gotta set a good example for Rudy now. I'd never forgive myself if he turned into a bastard like me, you know? He's the only decent male Grere born in like, ever. Here's to hoping it stays that way and he doesn't start chasing tail like you did when you were younger. Paul let out a nervous laugh. Yeah, if that happened, Paul was a dead man. He was 100% sure both Zenith and Lilia would kill him for that, considering how mad they were already at Rudy so naturally flirting with Sylphie. But that was a later problem. For now. Paul turned serious and said, "Are you sure Uncle agreed, Ghislaine?" Ghislaine shrugged and said, "Even if he doesn't want to listen, he can't help it if a genius triple sword saint that can tie with a sword king like you has popped up in his family, can he?" Paul laughed, but it didn't reach his eyes. Right. So. Let's hope the reappearance of Nodo's wayward son in the royal court is well received. If not. Well. He cracked his neck and said, "Considering how might makes right over in the Azura kingdom, if I pile up enough corpses, I should be able to win a noble title and stop that stupid younger brother of mine, right? I thought the point of not bringing your kid was to avoid killing nobles. It was to avoid killing all the nobles. And you're lucky that you spooked Rudy and I caught him off guard. I'm pretty sure I saw him messing around with poisons when he was younger. If he had time to seriously think how to kill you, it might not end well. Especially considering how meticulous he normally is. Are you sure that he's my kid?" "Yes. Now let's hurry up. It's cold. You're the idiot who wanted to leave in the middle of night when it's snowing. Which is why we should hurry up. Now, I'll go first." Saying that, Paul shifted forward and then drew his sword, dashing across the plains. Ghislaine sighed and then kicked off the ground to run after Paul. "Idiot. You're lucky that I'm fast enough to catch up. Not everyone's a monstrous genius like you and your son. Hitagami is getting reckless in this timeline. But that's inevitable considering his future is severed on every path." A man with silver hair and a billowing white coat floated in the sky above the Fidoa region. The same one who rescued Sylphie. He watched Paul and Ghislaine leave before shifting his gaze over to the Greyray home. Resting his hand on the crimson sword sheathed at his left side, he muttered, "You have a rough path ahead of you, Rudius Greyray. But be patient and work hard. As long as you do, things will work out. Even if Hitagami moves his apostles and tries to disrupt the future." A flash of golden light from the distance. The man glanced back before muttering, "It's too soon for this." He drew his blade and then swung it in the air. Space cracked. And when it did, hundreds of crimson lines spread out, tracing out a tree. The same that Sylphie saw before Rudy saved her. It was different now. 3 major branches were missing, making the tree slightly lopsided as if pruned. But countless others remained. The tree shattered, dissolving into shards showing brief scenes. 1. Showing an older Rudy standing watch at a campfire as a young girl with crimson hair slept behind him. His green eyes sharp, he glanced around the surroundings, clutching a silver staff with a crimson diamond set at the end while a sword was sheathed at his left. Another, showing Rudy as a teenager leading an army of armored soldiers and magicians against the great church of Meles, his green eyes frosty. Another still, showing Rudy as a young man with crimson eyes, laughing amidst a world of ash and rubble. Blood dripped off his grey coat and terrifying creatures of twisted flesh and bone marched behind him. The shards vanished. And when they did, the man was gone. But in his place, another appeared. Golden hair, something that looked like a white student's uniform with a buttoned shirt and long pants. A yellow fox mask covered his face while his right hand held onto a dagger. He paused, floating in the air where the first man just stood. "Nothing." Aramanfi of the Bright cautiously looked around the surroundings and said, "Lord Perugius is never wrong. To have sensed the demon god's presence in this area twice, it cannot be a mistake or coincidence." But he looked around. There truly is nothing here. No traces of teleportation magic or abnormal mana. Silence. Aramanfi shook his head and then turned back, vanishing in a flash of golden light. The Crimson Dragon Mountain Range. One of the world's most dangerous locations where the sky was continuously filled with swarms of crimson dragons. Each, a monster requiring scores of adventurers to collaborate in order to beat even just one at full strength. But a single man walked across the mountain range. Silver hair, a stern face and a white coat, but one with a dark fur hood wrapping around his neck and attaching to a billowing white cape. He was unarmed. Considering the danger of the surroundings, it appeared to be a suicidal act. But not one of the dragons floating above him dared to attack. Because they knew. While monsters, they were intelligent creatures. And they could tell. The one walking below was an existence that defied the world's common sense. One that no one should fight. The 100th generation Orsted paused and then looked off into the distance. It was a brief moment. For a few seconds, a familiar presence appeared in the sky over the Fidoa region. But it was impossible. Laplace? This early? Orsted frowned and muttered, "Did I change something without my knowledge?" An arrogant young crimson dragon without any sense took his distraction as an opening and dove down from the sky to attack. Orsted didn't even look at it, simply swinging his hand out, instantly turning the dragon into red pulp. Well, I'll know if I go there. Tucking his hand back beneath his cloak, Orsted continued on his path, heading towards the Fedoa region. And time marched on. 44 Child lingering regrets. I saw it. A familiar but unfamiliar sight. It was a traditional style funeral. One with an altar bearing an ornate temple and a single portrait in front of it. I couldn't see the face. Glare against the glass prevented me from getting a good look at the person. But I could tell. That person wasn't old. He wasn't young either, but he wasn't an elderly person. At most, he was in his early 30s, but realistically in his late 20s. Buddhist chanting echoed in the background as a crowd of people in black clothing sat before the altar. Most looked apathetic. But there were 5 who weren't. An older man that looked in his 50s knelt down before the altar, his head bowed as tears quietly streamed down his face. An old woman around the same age knelt beside him, quietly patting his back while trying to hold back her own tears. A man sat in the front row of the seats covering his face in shame. On his lap, there was an insurance policy. One with a payout sum reaching 9 digits in yen. A woman shook her head, sobbing as she held onto a clumsily wrapped present and handwritten note card. And a young man, just out of his teenaged years, sat there in numb shock, staring down at a shiny new phone while holding a small gift card. Ah! I recognized them. Right. They were my parents and my siblings. And this must be my funeral. A gong echoed through the room. Hey! Dad! It's not like you to cry like that, you know? And you too, Mom. Big bro. You should hold your head up high. You're the one who has to set an example now. And big sis. Sorry I couldn't get you the fancy bag you wanted back then. I'm glad to see that you got the one I bought though. And little bro. I know how much you like playing games, so I got you a new phone and a gift card. Don't spend it all in one place like I did, alright? No. They couldn't hear me. Even though I spoke up and wanted to tell them, they couldn't hear me. No one could. Right. I remembered this now. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to end things like this, so I stuck around. No, I desperately clung on even while everything started to fade. But something pulled me away. As the last gong echoed and the funeral rites concluded, I was forced out of the building. When I was, the last bits of my memories were ripped away from me. I forgot who I was, who they were, all the memories from this life. But I held on. I didn't want to forget it. The fact that I ended up this way because I kept trying to take shortcuts. The fact that everything fell upon them even at the end. The fact that the only thing I brought my family was misfortune and sorrow. So I fought back. I didn't care what happened to everything else, but that much at least. That much at least I wanted to remember. To not make the same mistake in my next life, whatever it was. And just when I was going to fade into the light far above. Just as I was pulled out over an intersection and towards the sky. A crimson light enveloped my body. And then. Rudy. A quiet and pleading young girl's voice. Wake up, Rudy. Please, wake up. Please. Tick. I gasped and sat up, opening my eyes in a panic. A young girl's face was right in front of mine, her ember eyes glittering with tears. And when she saw me stare at her, she let out a relieved smile before hugging me. Oh thank Mealy's. You're finally awake. Her silver hair tickled my nose, letting off a scent of flowers. Wait. Silver hair? I blinked and then the silver color faded, turning into a beautiful light green color, reminiscent of the grassy fields I lived by. The girl. No, Sylphie. Right. She was Sylphie. Sylphie leaned back and then brushed her tears away, sniffing. I thought that you'd never wake up. Miss Zenith said you were fine, but you just wouldn't. I reached out and patted her head. There. It's fine, Sylphie. I'm fine. Sylphie let out a teary smile and nodded. Oh okay. If Rudy says he's fine. I laughed and said, really, I'm fine. I guess. I frowned, trying to recall my dream. I guess I was just having a long dream that I didn't want to wake up from. Considering that it happened after Dad hit me in the head with a stick, it was pretty ironic. But I was sure that it wasn't just brain damage. No, I was pretty sure I got some of that. Dad hit me pretty damned hard. Actually, maybe he sent me halfway to heaven again when he did that in order for me to see that dream. But whatever the case. A dream. Sylphie paused. Was it a happy dream? I paused to think about it and then said, I guess you could say it was a happy dream. It wasn't in vain. At the end, I meant something to them. Even though it was twisted. Even though I felt guilty at being happy from seeing their tears. I was glad. Because that meant they cared for someone like me. That my frantic efforts near the end weren't meaningless. Tick. Warm arms wrapped around me. Sylphie. I blinked and then laughed. What's that for, Sylphie? Miss me? Promise me that you won't choose a dream over us, Rudy. I froze. Sylphie. No matter how happy the dream is. I'll make sure you're happier here. So, please don't leave again. Please don't disappear. Her tiny arms held me just a bit tighter. As if she was afraid I would disappear if she didn't. Don't worry, Sylphie. I smiled and ruffled her hair. This is my life now. Even if that dream was important. Everyone needs me here. I still regretted it. Because of me, my family had to suffer so much. My parents had high expectations and pride when I was younger, but were forced to lower their heads in shame when I grew older. My older brother was always thought lacking when compared to me even while he managed to secure a stable job and start up a happy family. My older sister was ignored by my parents who gave more attention to me and eventually ran off to become a career businesswoman, cutting all ties. And my younger brother was expected to follow in my footsteps as a genius and was put in every sort of program possible to give him a head start, only to fumble through, miserable and anxious. They hated me. No, I thought they hated me. But at the end, it seemed like I managed to make up for the pain I caused just a bit. And that was enough. Knowing that was enough. So. Tick. I closed my eyes and muttered, I'm sorry, everyone. But thank you. And goodbye. I said farewell to the life before. This time, for good. As I did, I felt something lighten up a bit inside me. A weight I didn't know I was carrying suddenly lifted. Just kidding. I felt the same, but I did feel a little better about myself. It wasn't like the regret and pain would just disappear in an instant like that. But I was sure that it wouldn't be paralyzing anymore. And that I wouldn't snap again because of it or have it as a weak point able to be exploited like by that bastard being W. Seriously needed to figure out a way to kill him. If that guy was a god, this world didn't need them. Still patting Sylphie's head, I took a look around. It was my room. My sword was propped up against the wall while the worn-out healing primer Mom gave me was resting next to it. And then wrapped around the sword's hilt was Mama Lily's knitted scarf. Just how long was I out anyway? Sylphie leaned back and poked her fingers together. Well. It's fine. I gave her a warm smile and said, you can just tell me. I won't get upset or anything. Are you sure? It might be a bit shocking. I laughed. What? That makes it sound like I was out for like a year or something. I froze. Wait. I was just joking. Why you can't be serious? What season is it? It's... A giggle echoed from outside my door. At the same time, the door opened and a toddler walked in. A cute little girl with blonde hair and bright green eyes. She tilted her head and then pointed at me, a wide smile on her face. Rudy wakey. She giggled and then ran over to jump on me. Hug. Norn. Where are you going, you little lady? You can't just... My mom walked into the room. She was a little different now. A few grey hairs mixed in with her gold, no doubt from stress. A few more wrinkles on her pretty face. But it was definitely my mom. Covering her mouth with her hands, she slowly walked forward, tears dripping down her cheeks. Rudy. I shifted over the little girl. No, my baby sister Norn. I shifted Norn over to sit on my lap and then looked at my mom. Hi Mom. Norn giggled and then said, Rudy wakey. See. She turned back to me and then said, hug. Yeah. I hugged Norn. So, I looked at Sylphie who was still shifting in place. Then I looked at my mom who was crying happy tears, at least I hoped they were happy tears. How long was I out again? Tick. Footsteps echoed from the hall outside my room. After that, a familiar calming voice echoed. You have been asleep for over a year and a half now, Rudy. Mama Lily walked into the room, carrying a cute young girl in her arms. One with short red hair and light green eyes. And also someone who shyly looked away from me. Wait. A year and a half. A year and a half? A year and a half. I shifted Norn to the side and then jumped out of my bed, running to the window. My baby sister giggled, thinking that it was funny. But I ignored her. I didn't have the time to think about that. I shoved the curtains to the side and threw open the window. There was no way. No way I just got put out like that for a year and a half. The tree was still outside. The one I grew for my mom. But the last I remembered, it was still covered in snow. Now, it was in full bloom, not a single bit of snow in sight. Not just on the tree, but anywhere around. And more than that, the tree was even taller than it was before. Noticeably taller, meaning that it definitely wasn't just a few months. No, I didn't believe it. Rudy. Sylphie grabbed my hand and said, Please, calm down. I'm calm. I'm perfectly calm. There's no way that I wouldn't be calm after waking up after such a nice long nap. In fact, I'm so calm that I'm going to calmly walk to Dad's office and write a letter. After that, I'm going to very calmly pack my bags and leave before even saying hello to your dear master? Really, I've waited all this time just for you, you know. I froze. A familiar and nostalgic voice. One that I hadn't heard for what seemed like an eternity. Master Roxy's. Crack. 45 child mana transfusion. Before I could respond to Master Roxy, reality broke down, turning into a black void. Nothingness. But then something appeared. A dark crimson orb, pulsating with energy. Broken shards of a magic circle orbiting around it, written in an indecipherable language. At the same time, a faint silhouette was crouched before it. An old man with a well-trained body. He turned back to look at me, showing a stern and tired expression. After that, he let out a deep sigh and muttered, "Multiverse theory is a bitch. Damned Hitagami." Hitagami? The old man stood up, revealing that he was missing his entire lower half. No, that meant that he didn't stand up, but that he raised himself up with an unknown force. "Who the hell are you? Hat? Wouldn't you like to know?" But he turned back to the orb and said, "This way's a dead end. You have 3 left after this. Use them well. I won't be here to pull you back next time." I felt a pain in my chest. Like someone had stabbed me in the heart with a knife and was twisting it around. But I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything about it. My body froze, as if time for me had come to a stop. The old man looked at me for a while longer and then shook his head, sighing. "So that's how it could have ended up, huh? If I had picked myself up back then instead of hiding away, maybe." Before he could finish talking, crimson light exploded, wiping everything away in red. And then, "What a troublesome disciple I have," a nostalgic female voice muttered from nearby. "Ha! But what was Paul thinking hitting you in the head like that? It's a good thing that I was patient enough to wait another day before I quit. It would have been bad if I missed his letter and arrived here too late." I knew that voice. No, it was one that I could never forget, and one I just heard a bit ago. At least, one that I thought I heard. "Master. Roxy." I tried opening my eyes. But I couldn't see. Rudy. I was lying down, so I sat up. And I felt myself sit up. But everything was still dark. Not only that, but I couldn't feel any mana. "Calm down." A pair of slender hands grabbed my shoulders and gently rested me on my back. "Leave everything to Master." I took a deep breath and nodded before relaxing. At least, I tried to relax. But what happened? It didn't make sense. One moment, I was fighting Dad and that woman. Ghislaine? One moment I was fighting them, and the next I was suddenly back on Earth seeing my funeral. And after that, I woke up, but it was a year and a half. I felt a well of panic. "How long?" "Pardon? How long has it been, Master Roxy?" I already lost a year and a half. So much time had already been taken from me. Did I lose more? No, did I lose my sense again? The accident. Was it because of the accident? Was I going to have to repeat all of that? Was I going to have to lay down here and not be able to do anything again? Was I? From what Zenith told me, it's only been about a week. Honestly. Both you and your father are so reckless. Him trying to provoke you to get stronger and then you going all out with your mana like that. You do know that mana exhaustion is a thing, even for you, right? Mana exhaustion. Yes. I calmed down a bit. You mean I'm like this because I used too much mana? Well, you tell me. I felt the ground shift. No, since it shifted, I was on a bed. I felt the bed shift, and then after that a delicate hand brushed away the hair on my forehead. "For your hair to turn silver like this, you must have tried something incredible." "Just what did you do, Rudy?" A stern but patient voice. Just like all those years ago, slightly chastising but also probing to find out more. I let out a nervous laugh and said, "I might have tried to directly manipulate elements and break space." My memory was a blur near the end there, but I remembered being mad enough to preload a series of scary attacks. And I was using mana directly instead of trying to form it with magic circles or incantations, so... Wait. Master Roxy? Yes, Rudy. I have a dumb question. Roxy sighed and said, "How many times do I have to tell you? There are no dumb questions. But it's going to sound really dumb. It's fine. I won't judge you. When you say I've been out for a week, do you mean a week plus a year and a half, or just a week?" Silence. I felt a small wave of panic starting up. And then Roxy sighed. Paul really did hit you too hard in the head if you are getting those mixed up. I felt something warm brush my forehead. The familiar sensation of healing magic. There's no internal injuries. Your mana seems a bit unstable, but that's because it's still recovering. There's a buildup of mana in your eyes, probably what's stopping you from seeing anything. But I've already started draining it with some magic circles, so you should be able to see in a few days once things go back to normal. Though how did that even happen in the first place? Were you attempting to create artificial demon eyes? Or were you just attempting to reinforce your vision? The latter is possible, but the former is risky. If even one thing goes wrong. A rambling tangent. Master Roxy getting sidetracked after finding something interesting. Realizing that and hearing her nostalgic voice, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh. Sorry, Rudy. Seems like your master got too used to talking to herself. I reached up my hand to wave it off, only to accidentally brush against something squishy. Roxy flinched and jumped up. Ah! I realized what I touched and coughed. Sorry, Master Roxy. It's fine. You can't see right now, so I'll excuse it. You can't see right? How many fingers am I holding up? You're holding up fingers. Never mind. The bed shifted again, meaning Roxy was sitting next to me. I turned to look at her. Well, where I thought she was and said, "Why are you here, Master Roxy? Weren't you going on a trip to improve yourself? Isn't it enough to say that I just wanted to visit my cute disciple? Did Master get lost and somehow wander back here?" Master Roxy had always been a bit of an airhead. Even when she was teaching me just now, she had a habit of trailing off into long tangents and ignoring the world around her. I wouldn't put it past her to accidentally loop around or something. Roxy cleared her throat. Lost? Me? Of course not. Master just took a detour around the mountains to explore some magical dungeons. Roxy poked my forehead and said, "Disrespecting your master already?" Humph. Seems like you haven't learned much manners since I left. Is it disrespect if it's the truth? Maybe I should just call you Rude instead of Rudy. I laughed. Roxy laughed as well before saying, "But no. I really did take a detour around the mountains. For a while, I was exploring the dungeons in the Strife Zone to the east. Then I took a job for a few months as a royal court magician in the Chiron Kingdom. I also tutored a prince there for a little bit, but he was an annoying pervert with absolute no manners who thought way too highly of himself when he wasn't even close to my intelligent, polite, calm, and cute disciple. Seriously, stealing my panties, trying to peep on me when I was showering, running up and trying to grope me. Compared to you who pretended to not see anything when you caught me in the hallway that night, he was the worst." Master Roxy has had it rough. Considering how long she was rambling about that prince, it seemed she had a lot to vent. Wait. He tried harassing you? No, Rudy. We are not going to commit regicide. I wasn't planning to. You would. But relax. I already handled it. Well, my new student handled it. New student? I'll bring you to meet him sometime. He had a very interesting sort of mana around him. Also some fairly decent talent with earth magic. Not as much as you, but he's decent. He makes up for it with an incredible memory for magic circles though. Really now? A guy with mana that Master Roxy found interesting, along with a guy who also had an incredible memory for magic circles. That did sound like an interesting person. Though. You never explained why you're here right now, Master Roxy. I think I heard you talking about a letter Dad sent. Roxy let out a deep sigh. Oh. You heard that, huh? Well, what? Your father is plotting a coup against the Notice family and wanted me to be here to make sure your family is safe in the meanwhile. What? 46 child, so many questions, so little time. Dad was planning to run a coup against the Nodos family? Nodos family? Wait. I frowned and said, who are the Nodos family? They sound important but... Footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance, followed by the sound of a door opening. Shortly after that, a familiar female voice called out. Moms. Roxy. I thought I heard Rudy. Is my son finally awake? I blinked and looked towards her. Mom. Rudy. I felt a rush of air and then I was wrapped into a warm hug. My mom held me tight and said, "Thank Mealy's." I was starting to get worried that you would never wake up. She sniffed. I quickly patted her back and said, It's fine, Mom. It was only a week, right? It's not like a year or something. Right. It wasn't that. I still wasn't sure if it was a dream or if I really got pulled back in time after some magic that old man used, but I could still clearly recall it. My mom, her beautiful blonde hair already graying with stress wrinkles on her face. The sheer relief on her face when she saw me awake. I felt my mom pull back. After that, my mom said, "Humph. This isn't the time to play it cool for Roxy like your dad would. A week is a long time, you know? Even for adventurers, most people are only unconscious for a day or two max. To be out for a week. Ugh. Just what did that stupid father of yours do?" My mom stomped and then huffed. "Wait." Roxy spoke up and said, "You mean other adventurers don't fall unconscious for weeks at a time?" I turned towards Roxy and gave her a blank stare. Well, what I thought was a blank stare. I was blind right now, so it probably was pretty authentic. Don't give me that look, Rudy. I heard something faint shift. Probably Master Roxy's hair from shaking her head. My mom let out a deep sigh. "Roxy. Why yes, Zenith. You need to take better care of yourself. What would your mother and father think if they knew you were collapsing like that? Especially when you're such a cute girl. It doesn't matter what they'd think." And it was fine. Each time was within a safe environment. Roxy. In any case. Roxy turned to look at me, probably. I heard some clothes and hair rustling, so it seemed to be the case. "I was explaining to you what your father was doing." My mom huffed. That guy. Just what was he thinking? Hitting his son on the head like that while running off to say he was protecting us all. I laughed and said, "Well. Dad's never been the smartest. Sword genius, yes. A guy who thought through the future consequences of his actions. No. I mean, he knew how to take responsibility for them, but it would definitely be nice if he picked up a bit of foresight." I felt the bed shift beside me before a soft hand ruffled my hair. After that, my mom's voice echoed from my right and said, "I know. He's always been rushing off before thinking. But something this big. I wish he would have told us more about it before he left. Stupid Paul, letters only explain so much." I sighed. That definitely sounds like Dad. Roxy spoke up and said, "Should I continue explaining?" "Oh." My mom spoke up and said, "I'm sorry, Roxy. I didn't mean to interrupt." "It's fine. You and Miss Lilia have been worrying for a while now about Rudy, so I understand." I raised my hand and said, "Before that though. What time is it?" Everything was dark and I couldn't sense anything with Mana. It was almost like after the accident. Almost, but the only sense I was down was sight, so I managed to not panic. Barely. No, I was definitely feeling a bit of panic starting. But Master Roxy and Mom were here, so I managed to keep it down. My mom spoke up and said, "What do you mean, Rudy? It's morning. Is it?" Silence. Master Roxy cleared her throat. "Zenith." Before she could say anything else, I felt a pair of hands grab my cheeks and slowly turn my head. I also felt a presence draw near. By Mealy's. "Rudy. Can you not see me?" You can't." "The hands." "No, they were my mom's hands." She dropped them. And then the bed shifted as my mom, probably, stood up. "My son is blind." Master Roxy quickly spoke up and said, "Zenith. Please calm down. My son is blind. How can I remain calm? It's temporary. And it wasn't from Paul. You should know best since you were the one who treated him. Even if he's fine and it's temporary, he's still blind. All of this because of that idiot. Arg, I'm going to kill him." I cleared my throat and said, "Please don't. I'm sure that Dad. And you. Stop protecting your father. I can accept Lilia, but this is unforgivable. Hitting my precious Rudy in the head hard enough to cause blindness. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. And I'll tell Lily too. Ooh, when he gets back." Well. I tried. I heard someone pacing around the room, probably my mom. She paced around and said, honestly. Bringing Ghislaine along to try and test Rudy and then push him to his limits. He's lucky Rudy woke up. If he was still asleep after today. Dad means well though. My mom let out a deep sigh and then walked back towards me before sitting on the bed next to me. I felt her pull me into a one-arm hug and said, "Rudy is too nice. It's okay to get mad at your dad, you know." "Oh, don't get me wrong, Mom. I'm mad at him. Saying that he'd explain only if I beat that Ghislaine woman. No, purposefully trying to provoke me like that. Who the hell did he think he was? G***Q? I wasn't some half-alien prodigy who had hidden powers that would suddenly burst forward if I was mad or something like Go***N. I wasn't stupid. If he sat down and explained, I would have helped him out. But no. That guy just had to try and be a proper dad for once. Good. My mom patted my head and said, "Then when you're better, we'll take a trip down to the citadel of ROA and give your dad a piece of our minds." Roxy spoke up and said, "I can't allow that. I turned to look at Master Roxy. Well, where it sounded like she was. I felt the bed shift, so it seemed like my mom was doing the same. And why not, Roxy? If Paul is seriously attempting to overthrow the current head of the Nodos family, you two will be walking into the hornet's nest and create a liability. Well then, Roxy should just come with us. And leave everyone else unprotected. Silence. And then my mom let out a deep sigh. Damn it, Paul. I felt the bed shift again. My mom standing up. After that, I felt her ruffle my hair and said, well then. For now, just rest up, Rudy. Mom will just send Dad an angry letter with laws tomorrow. And a few other letters too. Just to be sure. Try not to be too mad at Dad. Mom will do her best. But this time your dad made a big mistake. Even if it was for the right reasons. She let out another deep sigh, her voice trailing away as she walked off. Honestly, what was he going to do if Roxy missed the letter? Or if Rudy never woke up? Is making sure the Nodos family and Azura Kingdom won't come after us worth it? We could have just moved back to Mealy's. Silence. And then Master Roxy spoke up. Her voice hesitant. Rudy doesn't plan on marching out to war anytime soon, do you? Because if you are, I am going to have to restrain you. Even if you are an emperor-ranked magician, it would be too dangerous. And I don't want my cute disciple dying in vain. I sat back up and frowned. Just how dangerous is it, Master? What is the Nodos family? Ah. I suppose I never explained that properly. You see. A door opened in the distance. Shortly after that, a pair of babies crying echoed. Miss Zenith. I think it's time to feed Norn. Sylphie. My apologies, Zenny. But Norn seems to be fussy today. Mama Lily. Roxy was quiet for a bit and then sighed. After that, she ruffled my hair and said, how about we put this off for a little bit? Right now, I think that there are quite a few people who wish to see you. Is my cute baby girl hungry? Here, Mommy's got you. Oh. And let's say good morning to your big brother. He's finally awake, you know. Sylphie gasped. Rudy's awake. Really? Rapid footsteps approached before the door to my room slammed open. Rudy. You're okay. Before I could respond, a pair of thin arms wrapped around me, pulling me into a tight hug. It was familiar. Not long ago, the same thing had happened, at least, something similar. You were asleep for so long, that I thought. I reached over to pet her head, planning to comfort her just like I did before. But I missed. I felt Sylphie lean back. After that, she gasped and said, Rudy. Your eyes. What happened? Is it like your hair? Why are they a different color now? Wait. What do you mean a different color? They're a pretty blue now. What? Master Roxy coughed. I have so many questions. In the citadel of ROA, about a day's ride away from Bina village. Specifically, in the castle housing the region lord and the city's mayor. A small meeting room with ornate wooden benches and a thin table between them. There, Paul stared at a contract lying on the table in front of him, frowning. A glass of wine was set off to the side, untouched. Across the table, a man with reddish-brown hair smiled. Unlike Paul, who was wearing a typical adventurer outfit, the man was dressed in a posh black suit. Philip Boreas Grere. Paul's cousin, and the one who gave Paul his job as a knight in the first place. Well. Philip smiled and leaned his arm against the side of the bench, resting his head against his hand. You've had a week to mull it over now. What do you think, cousin? 47 A contract between fathers. Paul frowned and looked up at Philip. Are you sure this is necessary? You heard father. Even though you're strong enough to beat every other Grere out there right now, you're lacking political strength. If you march in and start killing people to try and oust Pileman, the royal family won't take kindly to it. In the worst case, they might pull some strings and send the sword god over, you know. Paul's frown deepened. Philip leaned forward and then opened his eyes, staring at Paul. You know how this world works, cousin. Give and take. It's true that we're related, and it's true that you're strong. But strength isn't enough in this world. At least, not at the level you're at. If you were one of the 7 world powers, things would be different. But you're not. He tapped the table and said, but this will change things. If you sign this, we won't just be related. We'll be family. And that gives Boreas a reason to move. Paul crossed his arms. What if I don't want to? What if I decide to just gather forces on my own and go at it alone? Philip leaned back. Well, you can do that. Like my father said, since you've grown enough of a spine to fight back against him, he'll at least stay neutral. But... He narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you can protect everyone like that? Are you confident that you can stop another even like before? Ghislaine says that you're on par with her, but you're still one person. Paul was quiet. That was true. He was just one person. Even if he was strong enough to tie against Ghislaine now, he was far from confident to fight off the entire Azura kingdom. But Rudy wasn't. Paul was sure of it. Given time, Rudy would definitely reach that level. Rudy hated being called a genius, but Paul's son was a monster that could turn the entire world upside down if he had time. Probably literally considering what he saw the kid experimenting with in his free time. Then there was Sylphie, who was just as much of a monster. And Roxy, who thankfully got the letter in time. But that meant pulling him into this mess. Instead of letting his son live a normal life like he wanted, it would mean dragging him into a world of backstabbing and death at every turn. No. At this point, that was inevitable. Since Pileman had sent that goon and the people dissatisfied with his rule learned that Paul was a triple sword saint from that night's report, it was only a matter of time. They could leave. Zenith had family back in Millis. Ah. But then that meant Aisha and Lilia couldn't come. Since that place was strictly monogamous, they would be actively shunned and discriminated against. Damn it. Paul grit his teeth. It was because of him. If Paul had trained harder when he was younger, he might be a sword king right now in all the sword styles. Or if he stuck to one, he could be a sword emperor, maybe even a sword god. And if he hadn't so thoroughly gotten rid of his family ties. No, if he had sent even one letter back after he left to check up on his father. Philip gently rested his hands on his lap and said, "Come on, cousin. This deal doesn't hurt you at all, you know? It's a win-win. You get our support, and I get to build up a reputation to get a second run at things to be the next head of Boreas." Paul glared at him and said, "I'm not someone who's okay with using their children as chess pieces, Philip. I'm not." Philip leaned forward, turning serious as well. "You've met my daughter. I don't mind her taking after father, but at this point I'm worried for her future. With this, I can at least have some security. And what about Rudy? What if he doesn't like her?" "No, how do you know that Eris will like Rudy?" Philip hesitated and then said, "I don't. But if your son is as brilliant as you are in sword fighting, I'm sure they'll get along fine. And even if they don't, it's fine if it's just on paper. After all, you're like that, aren't you? Married to Zenith, but with that maid on the side." Paul narrowed his eyes. "Lilia is not just a maid. She's just as much my wife as Zenith is." Philip stared at Paul. Paul glared back. Philip sighed. "You really have changed, hey? Of course. Being a father does that to you. At least." He narrowed his eyes and said, "It should. Though it seems my cousin is fine throwing his children to the wind." A fist slammed against the table. Philip's. His normally closed eyes were wide open in fury. "You have no idea what that is like, cousin. Unlike you, I had to fight the succession battle. And I lost. I lost, and lost both of my sons to my damned older brother. So don't you dare lecture me on what it's like to be a father. You haven't even tasted a hint of powerlessness yet." Paul was quiet. That was true. He didn't know what it was like to have his children taken away from him. And if that happened, he was sure that he'd snap. But Philip hadn't. Even after all that happened to the guy, he didn't snap or lose his cool. Paul used to think that was just because he was a coward. But in hindsight, "I'm sorry." Paul let out a deep sigh and then bowed his head. "I'm in the wrong. I didn't think about your circumstances, Philip." Philip paused and then let out a sigh as well. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. And stop that. It's not like you to lower your head, Paul." Paul laughed and then raised his head. "That's true. But I'm not above showing respect for people worthy of it." He stared at Philip and said, "Plus, you're right. I haven't tasted powerlessness. But I'm also not as strong as you, Philip. I'm not the type to sit by and endure while my family suffers. And even if that means I go down swinging, as long as I know they'll be fine, it's all right." Philip nodded. "I'll be sure to tell that to your wife." "Grk. You know what I mean." Philip smiled. "Yes. I do. It's why I gave you the job, after all." He picked up Paul's untouched glass of wine and started sipping on it. "My dear cousin, showing up on my doorsteps and begging me for help because he became a father. I was surprised, you know." He took a sip and said, "I heard about you from father. And there were times I envied you for being able to run off like that. If I had even a shred of your talent. I'm sorry." "Don't be." Philip sighed and said, "That's just how life works." He set the glass down and looked at Paul. "We all have our own talents. Yours just happened to be a set that could let you run off alone. Mine. Well, I'm weak. But because I'm weak, I learned how to cut people out from underneath. So." He gave Paul a serious look and said, I'll stop beating around the bush. Since you've gone out of your way to throw your pride away, I'll throw away my pretenses and say it directly. He pushed the paper towards Paul and said, sign it. I want Eris to have someone she can turn to in case something happens in the future. Just like you, I want to protect my child. And if you do this, we can work together to protect your children as well since we'll be proper family instead of distant relatives. Paul hesitated. I understand where you're coming from, Philip. I really do. But... Paul thought about his son. And he thought about the girls in his son's life. Rudy wasn't aware of it yet, but he already had 2 girls in mind. His smart and cute Master Roxy as well as the sweet and caring Sylphie. If Paul signed this, that meant the door on that would be shut. Wait. Would it? Paul frowned and carefully reread the contract. Just to double check. This doesn't mean that Rudy has to only have Eris, right? Of course it doesn't. Philip let out an exasperated sigh and said, I know my daughter. And while it'll be Amelia's sanctioned marriage, it isn't like it's binding to only have a single wife. You would know that better than most, wouldn't you? Besides, my daughter has a bit of a reputation, shall we say? Outsiders would only see it as a negotiated term to have any chance for the contract to go through. And your wife agrees. Philip suddenly looked weary. Hilda. Well. She also wants the best for Eris, but she's become resigned to the way things are. An expression of heartache and regret. Seeing that, Paul subconsciously brushed his pendant. And then he decided. All right. Philip blinked. All right. Paul nodded and held out his hand. If you promise to help me protect my family, I'll promise to help protect yours. And we'll see about taking your sons back from those older brothers of yours too. Philip gave Paul a blank stare. And then he laughed. A genuine, deep laugh that shook his whole body. Hey. Paul frowned and said, I'm trying to be serious here. Philip waved his hand. I know. It's just. He let out a genuine smile and then shook Paul's hand. It's been a while since I've met someone stupid enough to have faith in me. Well, I can say the same thing, so I guess we're both idiots. Must run in the family. Had. Paul finished the handshake. Philip looked down at the papers and said, then I'll file these for us. I'll leave a copy with you afterwards. Don't I need to sign it? A handshake's enough. Unless you're worried about me betraying you. No, I trust you. Well, I trust you being a proper father at least. Philip stared at Paul and muttered, I see what father was talking about. He really has changed. What was that? Philip waved the papers and said, don't worry about it, Paul. He stood up and said, just musing to myself. Paul stood up as well and said, if you say so. But then. He frowned and said, what should I do now? You got a plan on how we're going to do this? Give me a few months. The next major gathering will be in the spring. Father said that we'll head off then if you've signed this. In the meanwhile. I suppose you should get acquainted with your daughter-in-law. Right. Right. Paul muttered. Oh crap. Daughter-in-law. How the heck am I going to explain this to Zenith and Lilia? And Rudy? Your problem, not mine. Hey. You don't think that I could? Deal's done. Philip. Paul. Oi. Philip cracked a smile and then chuckled. Relax, Paul. I'll help you explain things later. As long as you help me explain to Hilda. You didn't talk to her about this either, did you? Philip cleared his throat. Paul groaned. Whatever. Now, who's the girl that my son's going to marry? Ah. Eris should be training with Ghislaine in the courtyard right now. If you'd follow me. 48 Child pressure. I froze, suddenly feeling a shiver run down my spine. Rudy. Sylphie called out to me and then pulled me into a hug. Are you cold? Here. I felt something wrap around me. A cloak or a blanket. I couldn't tell exactly what, but it was warm. I looked towards Sylphie. Well, towards where I heard her voice and smiled. Thanks, Sylphie. And no. I just had a weird feeling. It was apparently noon. Since I couldn't see, Sylphie was serving as my eyes and helping me move around. It was a bit embarrassing when I had to use the bathroom earlier, but she thankfully didn't follow me inside. But anyway, we were just sitting in my room now on my bed. Mom and Mama Lily were taking care of Norn and Aisha upstairs with Master Roxy's help. Well, Master Roxy said she wanted to help, but I also heard her mumbling something about testing whether infants naturally had monocyte or could develop them with enough exposure to mana. Hopefully I was just imagining things. It was a neat hypothesis though. I mean, considering the melded senses and my own experience being a baby, it was possible. I didn't think there was anything really special with me anyway in terms of my body. Plus, I did seem to recall Norn and Aisha looking around vaguely in the direction of where some colorful bits of mana floated. But anyway, that meant it was just me and Sylphie together hanging out. The only real change that had happened was that we were inside now instead of playing outside in the snow or at her house. Well, that and the whole me being blind. Doing my best not to dwell on that though. Or the crippling anxiety that being W might be trying stuff in the background that I couldn't see. Or the fear that Dad might be in over his head and end up dead somewhere I couldn't see while trying to protect me. Oh yeah. And those vivid memories of his bisected corpse, a grown-up and teary Norn, as well as an indifferent Aisha kept playing on loop when I wasn't careful. One of the perks of having a photographic memory. When you can't see with your real eyes, your mind's eye takes over. Huzzah! The only thing that was keeping me calm was the knowledge that Master Roxy was around and that she would definitely know if something was off and how to react to it. That, plus the knowledge that everyone I cared about was here with me and were here to support me too. Like Sylphie. I felt a soft hand grab my right hand before gently rubbing my palm. Are you sure you're okay, Rudy? Do you need me to get you anything? I placed my hands over hers and smiled. It's fine, Sylphie. Just knowing that you're here with me is enough. Sylphie was quiet for a bit. Probably giving me a happy smile back. That was another thing I was sad about. I couldn't see Sylphie's cute and happy smiles now. Or my cute baby sisters. Or my cute and smart master. Or my warm and supportive moms. Man. Being blind sucks. No. Turning blind sucks. It probably wouldn't be too bad if you were born blind since you would get used to it being the norm. But suddenly having a major sense taken away. I thought I was used to it already after the accident, but this was something else. Really wasn't looking forward to going to sleep later. And speaking of sleeping. Sylphie. Yes, Rudy. I felt my face heat up, but I pushed on and said, do you think you could convince your parents to sleep over? I, kind of don't want to be alone at night. I mean, Master Roxy is here, but... Silence. Sylphie. Of course I will, Rudy. You can count on me. I laughed and then reached around to pull her in for a hug. I missed, but I felt her move into my arm to let me hug her. Hee hee. You're the best, Sylphie. No, Rudy's the best. I felt Sylphie's gentle hands trace my cheeks before tousling my hair. After that, she said, you tried really, really hard to stop your dad, didn't you? A pang in my chest. The familiar stab of regret. But this was new. The overlapping images of my dad's corpse along with his shocked face as he stood in front of me. Rudy. Sylphie's concerned voice. I realized that I was trembling. At the same time, I felt some sweat running down the side of my face. I laughed and said, I'm fine, Sylphie. I guess that being blind is just hitting me harder than I thought. Who knew that missing out on seeing things would make things so weird, right? I mean, it's just like closing your eyes. Except they're always closed. And except that you can see things you don't want to see when you never wanted to see them in the first place, as clear as if your eyes were actually open-end. A warm hug. After that, a soft pat on my back. It's okay, Rudy. You don't have to pretend with me. A quiet reassurance. I paused. I like you for you. You don't need to be cool or strong, Rudy. I just want you to be happy, okay? So you can cry if you want. I am not going to cry. Sniff. Damn it. Sylphie patted my back. Okay. Rudy's not crying. She pulled away. I instinctively started to lean towards her, but I pulled myself back. If she noticed, Sylphie didn't say anything about it. Instead, I heard the pages of a book turning before she said, then should I keep reading? Yes. I'd appreciate that, Sylphie. I turned to the side and brushed the tears out of my eyes. Okay. Then. The great hero Perugius finally sealed the demon god Laplace away. Unfortunately, despite the sacrifices of the other heroes, that was all that could be done. Even so, it was enough. Like that, the long war against the demons was over and peace returned to the world. But Perugius continues to watch over the world, waiting for the day that Laplace returns. Roaming the world in the Sky Castle Chaos Breaker with his familiars, he continues his long vigil in preparation for the day the demon god arises once more. The sound of a book closing echoed. And then Sylphie said, and that's the end of the story. Did you like it, Rudy? I frowned and said, I think it's a bad story. What kind of author writes one where all the heroes die and the big bad is only sealed away? Then there's the fact that Perugius is all alone waiting to get revenge for his friends. It's a real story though. I blinked and then said, it's real. MMHM. My dad says that it was a while ago, but Perugius is a real person. And the battle is real too. Sometimes, if you look up at the sky, you can even see Chaos Breaker drifting past. Hey. I paused. Wait. Then doesn't that mean that there's a chance that a demon god is just lurking and waiting for a chance to be resurrected? Silence. And then Sylphie said, maybe. But it should be fine, right? Rudy's strong, so when you're all grown up, you can be the new hero and help Mr. Perugius. I nodded and said, I'm definitely going to need to talk with that guy at some point. If there was really a demon god just lurking around in spirit form trying to resurrect while his body was sealed away, then I definitely needed to start making. Wait. Sealed demon god, malevolent spirit. Rudy. Holy crap. Is being W the demon god Laplace? Ah. Wait. That can't be right. Laplace's colors were silver and green. It wasn't white. And being W's Mana was a milky, pearly white, not silver or green. Well, maybe it changed after he got wrecked by the heroes? Possible. Except. I faintly remembered being W mentioning Laplace. Right? I think it was the first time he tried something on me. What did he say again? Something like. You. Laplace? Possible. Can't see. Future. Have to. Right. Something like that. Wait. Rudy. Are you tired? Is something wrong? No. I shook my head. I just had a scary thought. Right. There was no way. I wasn't some reincarnation of a demon god or something. And being W wasn't a reliable source of intel anyway. Not to mention that I didn't even hear everything he was saying. Yet. It was just coincidence. Maybe he was talking about how the way I was using mana was like a Laplace transform. Definitely it. After all, Laplace was the name of a mathematician too. Not just a demon god. The door opened. With it, noise suddenly re-emerged. The sounds of my baby sisters babbling in the distance. Mama Lily calmly reading a storybook while my mom hummed a tune. The sounds of pots and pans and the smell of savory stew. And then Master Roxy's voice. Sorry to disturb you too, but lunch will be ready soon. Thanks, Miss Roxy. Sylphie answered back and then stood up. Come on, Rudy. I laughed and then stood up as well. No need to be in a rush, Sylphie. It's not like the food's going anywhere. Sylphie grabbed my hand and started gently leading me forward. I know. But it sounds like Norn and Aisha are awake now, so let's go say hi. I smiled and followed her lead. Well, if you put it like that, I guess I should show my face, huh? It'd be bad if my cute little sisters didn't recognize their older brother when they grow up. Rudy. Master Roxy's voice echoed from behind. You should be careful. You don't want to jinx it, do you? Good point, Master. You're as insightful as ever. Considering the weird circumstances, that might actually happen. Note to self, think positive. And you still need to learn to hold back on praising girls. Understood, Master. Oh. Sylphie spoke up and said, Miss Roxy. After this, do you think you could help me with magic? I wanted to try something new and show Rudy, but since he can't see. Of course. There are a few things I want to test now as well. Especially after seeing how you use magic, Sylphie. Great. I wanted to test some things out too after seeing your magic. I turned towards Sylphie and Master Roxy. After that, I frowned. Yes, frowned. I definitely wasn't pouting. Definitely not upset that I couldn't see how they were using magic. Nope, not at all. Damn it. Just how much longer am I going to be blind? It's only been a few hours since I've been awake like this and it's already feeling like forever. Definitely need to remember to not try to reinforce my eyes with mana in the future. Or at least, make sure to set up a drainage system first, because this sucked. 49 The young elf girl's resolve. Nighttime. The lights had gone out, and the Grey household was quiet. The same was true for Rudy's room. After a long day, it was time for bed. And since Sylphie's parents let her sleep over, that meant that she was sharing one with Rudy. If it was any other time, Sylphie would have been excited. She had never had a sleepover before, and she would have loved to just chat with her best friend until the morning. Except this wasn't any other time. No. Sylphie. I'm sorry. Don't leave me. Another nightmare. Rudy's face scrunched up in terror and agony, sweat matting his silver hair. At the same time, he started shaking. Seeing that made Sylphie's heart ache. Rudy was always happy and smiling around her. So seeing him terrified and panicked like this made her feel terrible. Especially knowing she couldn't be there with him in those dreams. Even so, that didn't mean she couldn't do anything. Sylphie reached over and pulled Rudy into a hug. At the same time, she leaned his head against her chest like she saw Miss Zenith do in the past to comfort Rudy and said, It's okay. I'm here. I won't leave you. Silence. For a split second, Rudy tensed. His eyes opened, revealing a flash of bright blue. But then he blinked and then slowly closed his them, calming down. In a groggy voice, he muttered, "Thanks, Sylphie." Sylphie smiled. Even if he couldn't see it, she liked to think it helped him relax. And it seemed to help. Rudy's breathing slowly turned steady and the tension in his body faded. Seeing that, Sylphie leaned back a bit and stared at Rudy's face. He was different now. Different, but the same. His light brown hair had turned a pretty silver color. The beautiful light green eyes were a clear blue for now because of Miss Roxy's magic circles helping them go back to normal. But he was the same as always. He looked a bit different, but he was still the same Rudy. Except he also wasn't. Sylphie didn't know what happened. Her father wouldn't tell her anything even though he knew and seemed really mad recently. Her mother wouldn't say anything either, even though she looked worried. Miss Zenith said that it was just a little training accident. And Miss Lilia said that Rudy would be back to normal soon enough. Even Miss Roxy said that nothing was wrong with Rudy. But something had changed. Mr. Paul was missing and Rudy's mom seemed really mad whenever she brought up Mr. Paul. But at the same time, they also looked exhausted, as if there was something weighing on them too. That meant that something important happened. Was it because of the mean knights that came to the village? Because Mr. Paul fought with them? For a while, it seemed like everything was fine. But Rudy had started getting worried since after that. Did Rudy try something then? Did he talk to Mr. Paul and try to learn what was happening? And then did Mr. Paul not listen, so Rudy tried to beat him up? And lost? That made sense. Knowing her best friend, Rudy must have tried really hard to get answers from Mr. Paul. And since Mr. Paul left, Rudy probably tried really hard to make him stay too. But he lost, and Mr. Paul left him behind. Even if Mr. Paul was really mean to him in their training, Rudy still liked his dad a lot. And Rudy didn't admit it, but he was really happy whenever they were together. So for Mr. Paul to leave him, Rudy must be really sad. Sylphie knew that she would be if her father suddenly left her behind. And she knew from her father telling her that he was really sad when he learned that Grandma suddenly left him behind too. So Sylphie was angry at Mr. Paul. He shouldn't have done that to Rudy. He shouldn't have forced Rudy to stay behind and make him sleep for a week. And he should have seen just how hard and sad Rudy must have been for him to try that much to keep Mr. Paul here. But adults were stupid. They just kept thinking Rudy could do everything. But he wasn't a legendary hero like Perugius. And even people like that couldn't do everything. Sylphie sighed and brushed a strand of Rudy's silver hair out of his eyes. It's not fair, Rudy. He worked so hard. Out of everyone, he was the person who worried the most. He saw how the adults weren't taking things seriously or couldn't do the things he could and tried to make things work. He wanted to just keep playing and having fun, but since he was the one who was the strongest with magic, when things happened he was the one who had to fix things. And he didn't tell anyone. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was afraid. He didn't want them to worry. He didn't want anyone else to be afraid too. But that wasn't fair. Sylphie pouted her lips and said, I want you to rely on me too, Rudy. Rudy was her best friend. He didn't just save her, but he took her out and showed her how pretty and kind the world could be. He gave her the strength to stand on her own 2 feet and made her feel like she could be her own hero. And he made every day super fun and happy. But he gave her too much. Even while he was worried, he put on that fake smile and tried to trick her into thinking everything was fine. That he was completely okay. Even now when he couldn't even see anything, he was putting on that bright smile and carefree attitude. But he didn't notice it. Because he couldn't see anymore, Rudy was a bit more honest, even if wasn't aware. There were times when his confident mask completely shattered and he looked scared. There were times when he started to panic because he thought nobody was around. And there were times when he looked lost and confused. Like nothing made sense. Sylphie didn't know what it was like. She could imagine it a bit by closing her eyes, but she knew that when she opened them, she could see again. But right now, Rudy couldn't do that. Even when his eyes were wide open, he couldn't see anything. And it wasn't him playing a trick either. She had secretly tested it a few times by getting really close to his face when he was looking around. That, and he was a lot clumsier than normal. So Rudy was terrified. He was probably feeling like Sylphie did when she was lost in the forest. Unable to see where she was. Not knowing what to do. Wondering just what happened to lead up to this. In that case. Sylphie quietly stared at Rudy and then nodded. Reaching down to his hand, she grabbed it with both of hers and placed it against her chest. Don't worry, Rudy. I'll become strong for you. I won't let you be the only one people rely on. So lean on me a bit in the future, okay? It's fine to pretend to be strong around other people, but let me be strong for you when you feel weak. A quiet vow. After saying it, Sylphie felt her face heat up. But Rudy didn't respond. Fast asleep, he didn't hear Sylphie's words. Seeing that, Sylphie let out a slightly regretful sigh. But she put on a soft smile and then nuzzled close to Rudy. Feeling his warmth next to her, she closed her eyes and then drifted off to sleep. As she did, faint thoughts flickered through her mind. Dreams slowly blending with reality. Standing back to back with Rudy, her wand in hand as they faced off against an army of knights. Miss Roxy supporting them from behind while she and Rudy ran forward to fight. That would be nice. 50. The young lady's anger. Heiress Boreas Grere. The favored granddaughter of Lord Soros, the only child between Philip and Hilda to still remain with them in the citadel of Roa, and now the betrothed of one Rudius Grere. Well, a soon-to-be Rudius Nodos Grere. Which meant that Eris would soon be Eris Nodos Grere as well in a few years. That was what Eris learned last night after her pathetic father walked with the strange man. Apparently, she didn't have to bother with her lessons anymore. She didn't have to deal with the stupid math or whatever. She also didn't have to do that boring etiquette with Edina anymore. That was great. Except, she was apparently going to be married to some kid called Rudy. And the strange man she met yesterday who knew Ghislaine was going to be her new father in the future too. Or something. She didn't understand everything because it was too complicated, but Eris could figure out two things. First, she could spend all her time practicing sword fighting with Ghislaine now. Second, she was apparently going to belong to some boy in the future and have to leave home. Some kid that she didn't even meet who was younger than her by a couple of years. Like she would let that happen. It was already late when she met that man. Paul or something. She didn't remember. But because it was late, Eris didn't do anything. But the first thing she did when she woke up was march up to Grandpa's office. Eris kicked open the door to the office and crossed her arms. Grandpa. Why do I have to marry some dumb kid? Soros paused in the middle of writing a letter and then looked over, narrowing his eyes. Eris instinctively flinched. A stern and harsh face that only softened when he was taking Eris around with him. Black and white hair slicked back and carefully controlled. A sharp suit with medals and badges adorning it. Lord Soros Boreas Grere. The head of the Boreas family, one of the four noble houses of the Grere family that had served the Azura kingdom for eons. Usually, he relaxed when Eris came in. Usually, he laughed at her mimicking his usual actions. But today he was serious. As serious as he was to other people. Gee Grandpa. Eris frowned and lowered her arms. Soros sighed and shook his head, for a moment looking soft. Completely different from his usual self. But then his eyes hardened and he stood up. Eris. Eris straightened. Why yes, Grandpa. The betrothal contract is final. If you want to annul it, then go solve it with your own hands. If you don't have that strength, don't bother coming to ask me. Gee Grandpa. This was different. Grandpa usually gave whatever she asked for. But. Eris shook her head and said, I don't want to. I'm not a toy to be given away. Are you just going to let my weak father do what he wants? Weak? Humph. Soros waved his hand and said, if that's what you see, then there's no point talking. Eris stepped forward. Grand. Leave. Soros pointed at the door, glaring at Eris. She flinched, gritting her teeth. But then she bowed her head, muttering, yes, Grandpa. With that, she stepped back and quietly closed the door behind her. She also quietly walked down the stairs. But the moment that she reached the first floor, she stomped on the ground and screamed. It's not fair. Why do I have to listen to some stranger and belong to some weak kid? At that time, a low chuckle echoed from behind her. Eris spun around and then glared at the person, raising her fist. But then she paused. It was him. That strange man that showed up with her weak father the other day. If Eris was being honest, he looked pretty strong. Unlike her pathetic father, the man had a lot of muscles like Grandpa. He also carried a sword around with him everywhere and Ghislaine seemed to respect him. But his face, stupid brown hair tied in a ponytail, and green eyes just made Eris want to punch him. The man. Paul, walked over to Eris and waved his hand. Yo. How's my future daughter-in-law doing? TCH. Eris ignored him and started walking towards the courtyard. Ooh, doing some neglect play, huh? Fine, fine. It's probably going to be something I'm experiencing a lot in the future anyway. A grating and arrogant voice. Annoying. For some reason, it reminded Eris of her father. Was that why he was going to be her father-in-law or whatever? Because he was similar to her father? Anyway. We're strangers right now, but we'll be family soon enough. Wait. That's creepy. Paul frowned and said, makes me sound like I'm going to kidnap you or something. Eris glared at Paul and then looked away, continuing her march to the courtyard. It wasn't like he was going to kidnap her. From what she understood, he was kidnapping her. And Grandpa let him. Just because he showed up and talked with Grandpa and her father. Eris grit her teeth and then kicked open the doors to the courtyard. Some maids just behind the doors leapt away in fright. After that, they dropped whatever chores they were doing and sprinted off. Paul whistled and said, I saw that you were feisty, but I didn't think you were this fiery. Eris ignored him. The man wasn't important anyway. Instead, she focused on the only person in the courtyard who didn't move. Leaning against a pillar supporting the courtyard overhangs, a busted woman with tan skin and silver hair waited. A black eye patch covered her right eye while a crimson sword hung at her left side. There were a pair of wooden swords leaning on the pillar nearby as well, the usual for their morning lessons. And like usual, Ghislaine wore her fur coat. Which reminded Eris that she forgot to bring hers. The courtyard was covered in a fresh layer of snow. And it was cold too. But if she went back, that man would probably laugh at her again. And Eris would rather be cold than have to deal with that idiot. So instead, she ignored the cold wind nipping at her and called out. Ghys. Morning, Ghislaine. Eris froze, glaring at Paul. This time, Paul ignored her, walking forward. I didn't take you for a morning person. Ghislaine cracked her left eye open and said, and I didn't take you for one either, Paul. Paul laughed and said, yet. Well. I figured I'd be getting an angry letter any day now, so I wanted to be up to grab it. Hat. Already preparing to apologize to your wives, hey. Hey, it's necessary. Keep telling yourself that. And get ready for that kid of yours to smack you in the face. Paul winced. Aha. Yet. That's going to be an interesting conversation. Eris looked between Paul and Ghislaine and then stomped her foot. Stop hogging Ghislaine, you creep. Ka. Paul stepped back and clutched his chest. See creep. Ghislaine laughed. Seems like your future daughter-in-law saw through to your nature, Paul. I am not a creep. Anymore. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. Anymore. Paul coughed. Long story. Eris growled and then walked up to Ghislaine, tugging her arm. Ghislaine. Teach me. Ghislaine smiled and pushed off from the pillar. Well. She looked at Paul and said, seems like I'm going to be busy now, Paul. We can chat later. Paul frowned and said, is a musclehead like you even capable of teaching someone? Ghislaine's eye twitched. As for Eris. Don't make fun of Ghislaine. The moment that Paul finished talking, she jumped forward and threw a punch at Paul's head. Oh ho! It missed. Paul stepped back, easily dodging Eris's blow. She grit her teeth and then ran over to the pillar, grabbing one of the wooden swords leaning against it. After that, she kicked off the ground, swinging the sword at Paul's shins. Pretty vicious, aiming for my shins like that. It missed. No, Eris felt her sword brush against the man's legs, but they didn't connect. Instead, the man vanished. No, if he wasn't in front of her, then. Eris's eyes widened and she quickly spun around, pointing her sword in front of her. Paul hummed, rubbing his chin. Not bad. He glanced at Ghislaine and said, how long have you been teaching her? Eris stomped on the ground and said, stop ignoring me. She growled and leaped forward again, swinging her sword again. This time for sure. That Paul guy was fast, but if she aimed for his chest, there was no way he could. Whoopsie daisy. Getting a bit too close there. A faint blur. The man's hand moving forward and then lightly tapping Eris's sword. And suddenly Eris was stumbling off to the side, missing while the man hadn't taken a single step. Eris spun around and growled. Paul tilted his head. A bit like a rabid dog. Seems like you've found a good student, Ghislaine. She's just like you in the old days. All muscle, no brains. Well, I guess right now she's not even muscle. Eris stomped on the ground and then looked at Ghislaine. She pointed her sword at Paul and said, why aren't you doing anything, Ghislaine? I thought you said I was your student. Ghislaine nodded. You are. But this is a good learning experience. She glanced at Paul and her eye twitched. This man's a master at breaking someone's composure. Try to land a hit on him if you can. Ooh. That's a good idea. Paul nodded and said, even Rudy hasn't done that yet. If Eris manages it, I can say that he lost to a girl. Here. Paul leaned forward and said, you get 1 hour. Try to smack me. A brown blur. Eris whipping her sword at Paul's face. But it missed. Ha. Nice try, but Rudy's done that 100 times already. Eris growled and then grabbed the other wooden sword next to Ghislaine. Shut up. You're annoying. Paul grinned. So I'm told. But come on. He glanced at Ghislaine and said, I need to get in some training too, so I'll take over for your teacher here today. I don't want you to teach me. Well. To borrow something that Rudy would say. It sucks to sue. Eris kicked off the ground and swung her sword at Paul's head. It missed. Paul did some fancy footwork and was suddenly on the other side of the courtyard. But then he paused and stared at Eris. Hey? Are you not chasing me? Rudy would have done a follow-up slash. Stop talking about that guy. Eris roared and ran after Paul, her sword raised high. Paul laughed. That's the spirit. Eris stomped on the ground and kicked off to slash again. And once more, Paul was suddenly far away. Stop running. Oh, sorry about that. Paul sincerely apologized and then rested his left hand on his sword. Keep forgetting that normal kids can't suddenly clear a courtyard in a single kick. Ghislaine sighed and said, just what kind of monster is your kid again? Paul walked towards Eris and laughed. One who I need to really apologize to later, and also get ready to get beaten up by. Eris ran forward, violently swinging her sword as fast as she could. But she missed. Each time, it looked like Eris hit him. Yet she didn't feel anything on her sword. Eris growled and said, stop playing around. Well, get serious and hit me then. I hate you. Join the queue. Eris screamed and ran forward again, swinging her sword. Paul yawned and then placed his hand on his chin, lost in thought. I wonder how Rudy's doing. I hope I didn't hit him in the head too hard. Ghislaine gave Paul a blank stare and said, you hit him with a combined end. I'm surprised that he survived that. Paul coughed, casually dodging another of Eris's blows. I made sure to hold back. Besides, Rudy's a tough kid. I've hit him with a lot worse in the past. Are you sure that you're human, Paul? I thought your people were supposed to cherish children. Paul ducked under one of Eris's slashes and said, we do. And I cherish Rudy a lot. But I also know what he's capable of. And he's a lot stronger than me, you know. He leaned back, dodging Eris as she charged at him. I say give him like 2 more years and he'll be better than me in sword fighting. After all, unlike his old man, Rudy is smart and thinks over things a lot. Stay still. Eris screamed and swung her sword again. Paul stepped back, suddenly clearing a gap. Whoops. Did it again. Eris let out a strangled cry and threw her sword at him. Paul grabbed it and laughed. Good effort. But I think you should stick with Sword God, Eri. It's Eris. Sure, Eri. I hate you. Again, get in line. Ghislaine sighed.